Mike Tirico on the call for NBC Sports Bay Area. No, baby. Let me do that again. Oh, baby. I'm feeling a little super this morning, boys. I'm feeling super here on the roast on a Monday morning. Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. It is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California to learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. You know what we're talking about all day, folks. 888-957-9570. Line them up. It's your show, folks. The Roasters. Everybody out there listening to 95.7 The Game. 42-10. Was it a statement or was it strictly business? Was it a statement or was it strictly business? Brock Purdy, 17-24, 252, and just 4 touchdown passes. He's yet to throw an interception. Christian McCaffrey bottled up. Doesn't matter. George Kittle scores 3 touchdowns. This defense, well, they allowed just 10 points. Fred Warner, Drake Greenlaw, best linebacker duo we've seen in some time here in the Bay Area. Shasky, I got thoughts galore. We can go all down the line. First quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. This was a dominant win as the Niners improved to 5-0.
You know, there's going to be a lot of people that have a lot of opinions coming out of that game. That was a thorough ass kicking. I mean, there's just no other way around it. That's about as dominating of a win as you could have against what we all believe to be a good team. Whether they're a great team,
right,
whatever. That's a good team. That's a really good defense. Now, they're missing a really good player in Diggs, but that's a really good defense. And they dismantled them. It was 21-10. Second half, Niners get the ball back. Brock Purdy hits Ayuk. Boom, right over the middle. Just a perfect layered throw in stride. Ayuk keeps running. He goes down. Next play, it's like a 3rd and, 4, I want to say. He hits Ayuk on an out route. 40 yards downfield. He catches it. He runs. I mean, it looked like 1980s slow motion highlights that you find on YouTube of Montana and Rice, right? Well, it gets called back for a hold. Now it's 3rd and 14. How many quarterbacks in the league can't overcome making a play like that? Oh, I can't believe they called it back. And what does he do? He throws an even better layered pass to Deebo Samuel over the middle, which was just absolutely a thing of beauty. I sat down. Everybody's jumping up. I'm in the end zone. I sat down. I said, I can't believe those 3 throws. Then comes the touchdown pass to George Kittle on a lob throw where you lead the guy over multiple defenders. And I sat there with my jaw dropped as everyone's celebrating. I was in awe. And I said to myself, look, I love Steve Young. I love Jeff Garcia. I loved what Alex Smith did. He had some moments. Kaepernick was amazing for the Niners. Jimmy G had some moments for the Niners. I am not disrespecting any of these guys. Brock Purdy's the best quarterback we've had since Steve Young, and it's not close. This guy was delivering dimes down the field. The footwork, the moxie, the patience, the way to throw guys open, the anticipation, understanding where to go, the toughness. This dude, I'm all in. Now, I don't care whether you've come to the beginning of the party or you showed up late. We're all in on Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
This dude is bad.
He is bad. And the drive, you're talking about 7 plays, 75 yards to make it 28-10. And look, the routes that were ran on that, because nobody's talking about that. The throws are one thing. The routes ran by Brandon Ayuk. The route ran by Deebo Samuel on that long 3rd down over the middle of the field.
Call.
And these receivers deserve a lot of credit for continuing to run slants against this tough defense. They are not afraid to get hit. Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. And I saw some Cowboy players yesterday on their routes make some business decisions, not wanting to run over the middle of the field. CeeDee Lamb did it at times, where he's like, yeah, I'm not doing that in front of Drake Greenlaw and Fred Warner. But that drive on the touchdown to George Kittle, you look at the route George Kittle ran. He faked like he was going to run the corner route.
Yes.
And then he comes back in for the post, and he's wide open, and Purdy waited on him, and the feet, again, it's the calm nature of the footwork. He never panics. He never panics. He trusts his preparation. He trusts the way he processes at the line of scrimmage, and he's just throwing dives. That was a clinic. That was magical. And I started thinking to myself, well, 2 weeks ago I'm saying, well, I wouldn't take more than 10 quarterbacks over Brock Purdy. Last week I'm saying, boy, I wouldn't take more than 5 quarterbacks over Purdy. This week I'm saying, I'm not sure. I'm taking 3 quarterbacks over Brock Purdy. That's how well he's playing right now.
He's
playing the best football of his career. He's playing the best football in a 49er uniform. You look at the stretch. 14 wins. He hasn't lost a regular season game yet this year. He hasn't thrown an interception yet. I mean, this guy has played at the top of. And when you compliment that with the defense, and the running game, and the wide receivers, and the special teams, I'm saying to myself, sure, you're playing like the best team right now, which doesn't matter to me. It's all about being the best in January and February. But right now, you're putting all the pieces together. And if you could just stay injury-free, if you could stay healthy, I'm looking around the league, I'm saying, boy, the stars are aligning. Kelsey's beat up. Justin Jefferson now has a hamstring injury. We'll see what happens with Cleveland next Sunday.
Yeah.
Things are aligning for the 49ers in a way that I'm saying, boy, if they just play their game, they're not going to get beat on any given Sunday.
Bonte, they are as complete of a team as I've ever seen the Niners have. They've got weapons everywhere.
Right.
They got two of the top 7 linebackers in the game?
Shasky, they've won 15 straight regular season games. 15 straight.
I mean, CMC has 14 consecutive touchdowns in games. Like, it's crazy. George Kittle was masterful last night. Brandon Ayuk is a stud, an absolute stud.
Right.
Oh, by the way, Deebo Samuel is still that dude.
No, he's still that dude.
Still that dude. And then I look at this front, like Hargrave and Bosa collapse the pocket. Dak can't move left or right because our linebackers are closing out with elite speed.
No doubt. No, elite speed. So one thing about the offense here, right? The offensive line, and Shanahan, we'll play some Shanahan cuts. He kind of echoes something that I mentioned earlier this season.
What's that?
Where a lot of people were freaking out about the offensive line. And I freaked out last year because it was the first time we were going to see Jake Brindle.
Yeah.
First time we were going to see Aaron Banks. The first time we're going to see Spencer Burford. Now, coming in this year, I was like, you know what? I'm not as worried about them. McKivitz is a question mark, but I feel good with Banks. I feel good with Brindle. I feel good with Burford. The offensive line was nearly flawless yesterday. Nearly flawless.
Trent
they got
Williams.
Good running. Like, they didn't break the long runs up until Jordan Mason did, but they stayed on schedule with the running game. 5 yards here.
Yes.
4 yards here. 6 yards here. 7 yards here. Just a bunch of paper cuts, setting up a lot of third and shorts for Brock Purdy in this offense. I think offensively they're humming. And that's with Chris McCaffrey being bottled up yesterday. And he fumbled. He didn't have a great game. The defense flying around. They give up the 1 touchdown drive. Dallas didn't have a first down until early in the second quarter.
12 minutes to go in the
early in the
second
second quarter. They didn't have a first down yet.
I couldn't believe that.
Well, I could because of the way this defense is flying around. Dallas was nervous yesterday.
Well,
they came in playing, you know what, we don't want to turn the ball over. We can't run the ball, first of all. And once you turn into a one-dimensional offense against this defense, it's lights out.
It was all short crap. It was all short stuff that had nothing to do downfield. Though, actually, the 1 touchdown pass by Dak to Turpin, I believe that was.
Yeah,
that was a beautiful play, a great throw, and a great catch. You got to tip your cap there. The funny thing is with Purdy, B, and I know it's a complete game. We got the whole team we're going to break down. When they traded up to number 3, right? I don't want to bring up names, but when they traded up to 3, what was the thought process? Hey, you got to get a quarterback on a rookie deal, right? So there was a financial component that I don't want to dismiss.
And you get a quarterback who can lead you into the future and not only throw dimes, but throw the ball down the field, get you in the right set, and stay healthy for the most part.
Make plays in structure, but also make plays out of structure. Make throws downfield, right? Have a brain where they're not putting the ball in harm's way as often as you were with the prior quarterback, right? Like I'm trying to bring it up. Brock is everything that you traded the 3 picks to go up and get, and then some. Like I'm just blown away with how good he is.
Well, not only I'm telling you, it's going to be one of the greatest stories in North American sports history.
You've been on this.
Because listen, I'm not going to sit up here and say I believed in Brock. I didn't go to training camp last season. I was in Europe. I didn't really hear anybody talking about Brock Purdy. I know Larry Krueger brought up the fact that, hey, man, Brock, there may be something in there. But even Larry Krueger admitted on this show, I didn't see this. I mean, how could you see this?
Who could have seen this?
How could you see this?
Whether you show up at the beginning or you show up at the end, you're here. You're a Niner fan.
Right.
Hop on the bandwagon. Who cares?
Who cares?
But you've been right. It's a Tom Brady-like story.
It's a Tom Brady, dude. Not only a Tom Brady-like story, but, my girl Ed was like, I was the first one, bro. I told you when he saw him against Brian. She wore a Brock Purdy jersey yesterday. She's feeling it. But there is a young Tom Brady, a young Joe Montana, just the calmness and the way he runs the offense. And maybe it is a Kurt Warner. This is a hell of a story here. but he doesn't seem overwhelmed. The whole statement thing against the Cowboys, again, the Cowboys are talking like, oh, this is a huge game. This is a huge game. This is massive for us. I knew right then and there, oh, there's a mental hurdle they can't get over against the 49ers. And the Niners all week long, as Shanahan spoke after the game.
Crazy.
We just had a business-like approach. Hey, we know it's a big game. The media is hyping it up. It's on national TV. Tirico and Collinsworth's in the house. It's Sunday Night Football. The fireworks are going off. The theme music's blaring in the stadium. Let's just do what we do. And what they did was stay on course for Philadelphia. 5-0, right? They're 5-0.
Philly looks
fifth time.
great.
Philly looks good.
You got to give your credit to them.
Niners start 5-0 for the first time since 2019. We know they started 8-0 there. Now it's the fifth time in franchise history the Niners have improved to 5-0. Fifth time in franchise history. How about this? They've won 15 consecutive regular season games dating back to week 8 of 2022. That's the longest active streak in the NFL and ties the longest regular season winning streak in franchise history. They did this back in 89 to 90. This team is humming. And as far as the 30 points, Shasky, again, the game starts off. We went straight to the third quarter. Let's just go to the start.
Yeah.
For the fifth time this season, all 5 games, you scored on the opening drive.
And that play, that scramble play where he's rolling out, he steps up, rolls out right. And then a lot of guys either run or they throw that check down. He throws the lob pass. He had Kittle. He throws that lob pass Kittle, and I said, this guy just sees everything.
Well, he waited for Kittle to clear. He waited for him to clear the linebackers, clear the safety, and he's in the back of the end zone in the right corner there, wide open for a touchdown. So you scored 31 points on your opening drives this year. Think about that. 7 against Pittsburgh, 7 against the Rams, 3 against the Giants, 7 against the Cardinals, 7 last night. So hold on.
Yes.
You scored 31 points on 5 opening drives to start the season. Leading the NFL, you scored on the opening drive. Conversely, on the defensive side, you haven't allowed anything on the opening drive. So all of a sudden, first quarter goes by, first team gets their first licks, you're up 7-0, or you're up 3-0, and you're controlling the football game, and you're playing downhill instead of uphill.
No, it's a great point. The whole entire playbook opens up for you. This throw's not going to get a lot of love. I'm going to tell you right now, this throw's not going to get a lot of love. One of my favorite throws from last night, the little lob over the top to Ayuk on the first drive.
Yeah.
You know how many quarterbacks can't make that throw?
There's a lot.
How many robotic guys who could throw the ball 800 yards at, 120 miles per hour cannot make that simple throw where you're kind of rolling out and there's a defender there and you just got to kind of touch it up and throw it to your guy so he can get both feet down and move the sticks. It was just a little lob throw. First drive. It's the most, you're going to overlook that type of play.
Right.
The guy's got baseball, middle infielder type of throws all over the field and he gets it to the guys. How about the throw to Deebo Samuel on just a simple little slant? I mean, it's just so many things. Even the wheel route to Kittle. Now, when I watched it on television, it was different than watching it in the stadium. In the stadium, it looked like he had to lead him more. He was so wide open.
Yeah.
When I watched it on TV, it looked totally different. But he hits everyone in stride.
Well,
the guy's accuracy's unreal.
He talked about that play after the game. And he said, look, I just needed to get it to Kittle because I was about to get hit. Now, everybody was fascinated with the flea flicker. Well, how many times you practiced it? It was a great play. We saw Detroit run it earlier today against Carolina. It worked to perfection with their great tight end, Sam Laporta, who's a rookie out of Iowa. It was a matter of time before Kittle was involved.
Yeah.
The way I think about things is, boy, you're 4-0 and Kittle hasn't gotten involved yet. If you're 1-3, you're 2-2 and Kittle hasn't been involved, then we're back to 2021. Where's Kittle? Remember that? Where's Kittle? When is it going to be a Kittle game? You knew it was a matter of time before Kittle got involved, and he scored 3 touchdowns yesterday. So now Kittle is on the screen. So it's like, if you're a defense out there looking at tape, you're the Cleveland Browns next week. And Jim Schwartz is a very good D coordinator. They have very good personnel. But you're looking at the tape of this 49ers offense saying, boy, they bottled up McCaffrey. And he still dropped a 40 burger. I
mean, Bonte, they fumbled on the 2-yard line. They could have scored 47.
Yeah, I mean, it was.
Is that absurd to say?
Honestly, they could have scored 40 in the Pittsburgh game. The Rams game, look, divisional game, you get the 30, great. But honestly, they're averaging over 30 points a game, and they're leaving food on the table.
How many interceptable balls yesterday? I mean, he threw a couple into traffic.
One. Yeah.
No, but he threw a couple into traffic. But only his guy was going to make a play.
No doubt.
Only his guy. And I got to give Hankins credit. I got to give their linebackers. They took away the short stuff. And there was a time they went 3 and out twice. And everybody said, oh, boy, here we go again. And you know what they did? Oh, well, if you're going to play short, we're going to go over the top.
Right.
And they did it over and over and over again.
Right.
Shanahan was in his bag. No, and then when you compliment Jordan Mason is legit.
Well,
He's a perfect combo
Eli
back.
Mitchell, when Ron Adams told us at Media Day last week for the Golden State Warriors that the door is open for Jonathan Kuminga to play a lot, and he looked good in that preseason game. JK looks like he's ready to make that leap. We'll talk Warriors later in the week, but JK looked good Saturday night.
I got a lot of Warriors thoughts.
Jordan Mason. Elijah Mitchell keeps getting hurt. And I'm thinking to myself, and I texted Thread yesterday, I said, flip Eli for a corner.
I'm with you.
Because Jordan Mason is built for January.
I agree.
He is a big-time bully. When you think about sealing the NFC West, the hat and T-shirt game last year in Seattle on Thursday Night Football, it was Jordan Mason closing the show.
And he's got speed.
But
he runs forward.
He runs forward, and he falls forward. So Eli Mitchell could be on the chopping block here, and they will flip a running back, no doubt about it. But we talk about the points scored, right? They dropped 42 yesterday, a 40-burger. When they could have dropped 50 on the Dallas Cowboys, which would have been sweet. But Cowboy fans were done by halftime. They knew it was over. Look, 30 points week 1 in Pittsburgh. 30 points week 2 in L.A., 30 points against the Giants on Thursday Night Football, 35 against Arizona last week, and you dropped 42. Niners have scored 30 or more in each of the first 5 games of a season for the first time in franchise history.
That's crazy.
First time in franchise history. This franchise. They've never done it before. Never scored 30 or more in the first 5 games of the season.
You were on this heading into the season. I was thinking about like the Kittle game. The last time a tight end and we've had some good tight ends, especially in the last 30 years. Like Brent Jones on a lot of teams is maybe the team's,
right.
The franchise's best tight end of all time. Like Brent Jones was awesome. Vernon Davis was awesome. Eric Johnson, in between the two of them, was awesome. When was the last time a tight end caught 3 touchdowns for the Niners? I don't know. I'm curious.
Did Vernon do that? Vernon do it?
I don't know.
Time? I think Vernon did.
Billy Kilmer back in the 70s do that? 60s? I can't remember the last time that happened.
I'm trying to look it up right now.
Vernon
Davis did it back in 2009 against Houston.
2009 against
Vernon
I don't
Davis
remember
did
that
it.
game.
Yeah, Vernon did. I remember
was
that game.
Was that the game
Houston.
Alex Smith came in at halftime?
2009, that may have been the game. No, I thought they only scored 14 in that game.
Well, there was a game where he came in at halftime and relieved somebody of their duties.
Relieved Sean Hill.
And then they went to the spread.
It was Crabtree's first game as a 49er.
Okay.
But Vernon Davis,
2009,
he did it in 2009.
I don't remember that.
Because I remember when I went back home and watched
17 years.
When I went back home and watched it, and somebody actually brought this up in the stands too, Vernon Davis, he was there obviously as the honorary captain.
Get over how he looks so young.
No, he does look young, but they were talking about, it's like, Vernon Davis talked to George Kittle. Maybe George Kittle brought it up. He's like, I saw Vernon before the game. He goes, I scored 3 touchdowns in the game one time. I want to see you match that. So Kittle went out there. Yeah. Somebody brought that up in the post-game presser. So anyway, 888-957-9570. We're going to take all your calls. Adam and Robin, hang on tight. 888-957-9570. I see YouTube humming right now. It's not even 6:30 in the morning. There's over 700 people watching us on YouTube. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I see all your texts rolling in. Comcast Business Text Line. A lot to like, man. The defense, the offense, Purdy, Kittle, Christian McCaffrey bottled up. It does not matter. It does not matter because they play complimentary football. Fred Warner playing some of the best linebacker I've ever seen in a 49er uniform.
He's amazing.
I mean, if it wasn't for T.J. Watt, he'd be the runaway leader for DPOY.
And Trey Greenlaw.
And Trey Greenlaw's just setting the tone.
I mean, he destroyed a running back in the underneath play.
By the way, the running game, Cleveland's going to find out next week. The Niners haven't allowed a 100-yard rusher since 2021. It's been 32 games in counting since they allowed a guy to run for 100 yards.
How about Bosa with the all-black look?
Oh, my gosh.
The black Jordans with the black gloves.
Oh, by the way, you haven't even brought this up. Reinforcements are coming. Randy Gregory's on the way.
I can't wait.
We talked about opposite edge rusher. Can you get an opposite edge rusher? Randy Gregory's on the way to play situational football.
And that was a steal.
Steal. That's what the great teams do. That's what the great teams do, folks. You got a great team right here in the Bay Area. We're going to talk all about it all morning long. Niners roll over the Dallas Cowboys. How about them Cowboys? 42-10. Message sent. Statement made. Business as usual. We move as the Niners are 5-0 for the first time since 2019. 5th time in franchise history. They improved to 5-0 to start the year. Unbelievable game last night. We're going to talk all about it. The segment brought to you by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Again, all your calls coming up. The lines are lighting up here. We're going to get to everybody on the other side. 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by the Golden State Warriors. The Golden State Warriors 2023-24 season is coming up, and it is presented by Kaiser Permanente. Don't miss the excitement live at Chase Center. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-JSW-HOOP. Representatives are standing by.
I don't have time to have a bad time. It isn't on my schedule.
95.7 The Game is an equal opportunity.
After Kuminga's driving to the basket, Steph Curry standing on the sideline. Kuminga throws a dime to Curry. Curry's like, yeah, I'm not in the game. So he throws it to the referee. Nice little funny moment. And he was like, my bad, man. I should have been sitting down, not standing up. Because every time you see Steph Curry standing up and he's wide open, I don't care if he's sitting in the fifth row. I'm going to throw it to him too. But it was a funny moment Saturday as the Warriors had their preseason opener against the LA Lakers. How weird was it to see Chris Paul in the Warriors uniform? We'll talk about that later in the week. We will get accustomed to it, but I like what I saw there, Shasky.
He looked good.
Hey,
Today's not the day. But
today's not the day, but he didn't look bad.
I tell you, look good.
Didn't look bad.
I love that little baseline mid-range jumper.
Right.
That was nice.
By the way, this Aaron Banks injury, I want to see how severe is that injury. Because the Niners have been able to avoid major injuries so far to start the season, and you're looking around the league, and there's a lot of injuries happening. Even, of course, the Dallas Cowboys suffered one with Trayvon Diggs in practice. Justin Jefferson has a hamstring issue. We thought Kelsey may have been done. He limped off the field, but he came back in and scored a touchdown and spiked it with authority in that second half against the Minnesota Vikings. So Kansas City's not going anywhere. But you look at Buffalo and all the injuries they're suffering defensively. The stars are aligning for the 49ers. But, boy, Aaron Banks, that is a bit of a Debbie Downer coming from last night. He has an upper arm injury, biceps, and whenever we hear biceps, we're thinking, boy, is it torn?
Yeah.
Is it not torn? That could be a season ender because he's playing some of the best guard outside of Quentin Nelson, who's playing a better left guard right now than Aaron Banks.
I don't know. I really don't know. But PFF, they grade all those things, right? So I was watching the broadcast back when I got home last night, and I didn't realize, how many highly rated PFF individual players the Cowboys had on defense. And then I watched the game, obviously, I was in the stadium.
Right.
And then you watch the game back. The Niners destroyed them.
No, they did.
Offensively, they destroyed them. And there was a couple of 3-and-outs, and Micah Parsons made a couple plays. Mm-hmm. But outside of that, him and DeMarcus Lawrence were quiet. I thought Hankins had the best game on their defense.
And look, they were flying around early on. I was like, boy, they're jumping all over the short stuff, the slants. They had a couple batted balls down. They tried to hit McCaffrey on a couple choice routes. They're all over it. That flea flicker, they're making 14-0 early in the second quarter. That was classic Shanahan using the Cowboys' speed against them, their aggressiveness against them. Okay, you guys want to sell out against the run? You want to sell out to try to take away our short stuff? Let's run a little flea flicker here. It was executed to perfection. And Kittle's wide open down the sideline. And it's not an easy throw because we've seen quarterbacks in the past, like Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo, miss that very throw. Purdy hit it on the money. Kittle runs it in. It's 14-0. Place is going crazy.
Well, I'm glad you bring that up because that was a huge momentum in that game. The game was oscillating back and forth. The Niners have an opportunity for a field goal, and they do that little gun run on third down, and it gets completely blown up by Parsons.
Right.
Okay? Then they're forced to punt. They come down. Pollard has a good run to the left side. And Warner just punches the ball right out. It takes a funky bounce. I don't know. It looked like it hit Lenore. I'm not sure. And then Givens somehow recovers it inbounds. Niners get the ball okay, here we go. We're going to punch it in.
That was a big fumble.
And then CMC plows through somebody, and as he's falling down, ball just comes right out. So that entire sequence back and forth. And then, obviously, they cause a 3-and-out. Niners get the ball back on the punt, and boom, Shanahan dials up that flea flicker. That was just what the doctor ordered. Considering that the game felt like it was flipping back and forth and back and forth, you needed points.
Yep. Using their aggressiveness against the Cowboys. I thought that was a special play call by Shanahan. Let's get to the Lions, man, because it is your show. 888-957-9570. It's the extension of overtime. The originators of overtime here on the Morning Roast. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonta Hill. Let's start off with Adam in the city. We'll get to Robin and then RJ and the rest of y'all on hold. Let's start this party off, Adam. What's up?
Happy Victory Monday, guys. What a win last night. I'm seeing some reminiscence of 2019, just in the sense of obviously we're having an undefeated start, but, we had that Sunday night beatdown of the Packers, 4 years ago, kind of did the same thing to the Cowboys last night. But what I wanted to call in this morning was for Jordan Mason. He is a perfect complement to McCaffrey. You saw McCaffrey kind of getting beaten up a bit last night. And every time Mason got in the game, he just put his nose down, ran forward, and he's a good running back. And with the moves that the front office have been making, like getting Randy Gregory, I cannot wait to see him with that D-line as well. That was a huge move. But to echo what you guys just said, I think we're going to need a trade for a corner. I mean, Isaiah Oliver looked good, but if we can just add one more wrinkle I don't know. I mean, Patrick Surtain is probably off the table. You'd probably have to trade a lot for him. But if we could get another good cornerback, I'm all in for it. But I wanted to just give my props to Jordan Mason. That dude can run.
Look, Jordan Mason, 10 carries, 69 yards. He averaged 6.9 a carry last night, Shasky. 6.9 a carry. And he's a great compliment to Chris McCaffrey.
Perfect.
Adam's on it.
Thunder and lightning. You
No
know what I
doubt.
mean? Like they have a really nice thing going there. Regarding like trading for somebody, I'm at the point now. And look, they've had some great chances. I don't want to make this sound like I'm, prisoner of the moment. Like they've had some great teams, 2011, 2012, even 2019, and they've had opportunities. This feels. This is the feel. This feels like their most complete team of all those. And if ever there was a year to trade the future for the now,
you do it.
Right? Like this is it.
You
like,
owe it to Kittle.
You owe it to yourself.
You owe it to Warner. You owe it to yourself for what you built. And you see John Lynch giving high fives to the players after the game, or during the game on the sideline as he comes down in the last 5 minutes of the game from the press box elevator. He knows it. Yes, I have an opportunity. So you make a little shrewd move for Reddy Gregory. Okay, we add to what we have.
And they're paying his salary.
No doubt. The Denver Broncos are. It's a steal for the 49ers. And you could move off of him for dirt cheap. So it's low risk, high reward.
Yes.
So when you go get a quarter, if they do want to go get a quarter, they have the assets to go get a quarter.
Yeah.
They have the picks to go get a quarter. You have the cap space to go get a quarter. So John Lynch and Shanahan, if they see fit, they will add to what they have already. So I'm not worried about that. This team is aggressive. They make the bold moves. How many times I got to prove it to you?
The one thing, the defense is humming right now, and everybody's feeling really good. We haven't even really seen Hargrave alongside Bosa. They kind of like stayed away from that. It's going to come at some point, but like they've been playing them one player apart on the defensive line. I can't get over how great of a signing Hargrave was.
Hargrave's
He's been so much better than I ever thought. Like everybody who said this was going to be a Grand Slam signing, you were right. Like he's been amazing.
No, he has been amazing. Let's go to Robin in the city.
He's
Robin, what's happening? What's up, Robin?
Good morning, Sugars. Sterling, give me a few minutes. I want to say this to you guys. I love you both. I usually don't call to blow smoke up your asses, but I am. You know why? The national media, the narrative out there, that's that backdoor stuff. They're not talking about how good the Niners are. They're talking about how disappointing the Dallas Cowboys are. And my son always say, oh, they own some other, you know what.
Right.
Anyway, I want to say that I appreciate you guys giving us a forum where we can talk about our team. I want to say this, Shasky, I thought about you. I saw your picture. That was a great picture.
Thank you.
I don't like everybody to know that you and I are friends. I wanted to shout out to you. It's like, I know you going crazy, Shasky. That's what I want to say. Okay, the obvious. I'm not going to praise Brock Purdy. You guys have already done it. He deserves it. For me, as a football fan, they kick ass in the trenches.
Yeah, they do.
On both sides of the ball. That's what I wanted to see. They whooped their butts on both sides of the ball. They have got to beat these good teams in the trenches, and everything else comes together. You understand?
No doubt.
Was that a statement? Was that business? It was a business statement.
Yeah. Huh.
Totally
Love that,
agree.
Robin.
It was. I love you guys. Yes?
I totally agree.
I love you guys. I love you guys both. It was a business statement. One last thing. Shamari called in last night, and he said he felt they were peaking too soon. It's not a question of peaking. Their goal is to get off to a good start so that they're in a position where they can be in first place, get that bye, because if they have injuries, which are due to come, they might come, they're rested. So it's a goal. It's not about peaking. It's a goal.
Yeah,
Peace out,
no
and
doubt.
I love you guys both for your forum.
Good call, Robin. Good call. And look, I'm going to say a couple things off of that call. For one, I don't pay attention to the national media when it comes to my teams here in the Bay Area. I watch them more thoroughly than the national media does. So if they want to say, oh, the Cowboys are disappointing, who cares? I don't care how they feel about the 49ers. I don't care if they want to disrespect Brock. I don't care if they want to disrespect the defense. I don't care if they want to disrespect the passing game or Shanahan. I don't care. What I care about is the Niners are winning football games. Are they peaking right? Because I heard the call with Shamari Block. I was driving back from the game, and he was on with overtime with Sterling Bennett and Mark Grandy. They're doing a good job. And Shamari Block called and said, I'm afraid they're peaking too early. They didn't peak last night. They ended up running for 170 yards, but it wasn't the cleanest running game they had yesterday. Wasn't the cleanest game in the first half. Wasn't the cleanest play calling game for Kyle Shanahan. Yet they dropped 42. So whether or not they're peaking, they're just beating people's ass. They're dominating. So what's funny? A couple Thursdays ago, boy, the Dallas Cowboys beat the New York Giants 40-0. Here the Niners are in a 17-12 game. Does not matter. Does not matter.
That was one of the most satisfying regular season wins that I can remember in a long time. Like, honestly, outside of one that clinches a playoff spot, wins the division, name me a more satisfying regular season win in recent memory.
And they dominated the Cowboys. They dominated the Cowboys.
They kicked the crap out of them. It was amazing.
Amazing.
One thing that I did focus on, and I want to get on it on the other side, Trent Williams versus Micah Parsons. Yeah. It happened way more than any of us wanted to admit. And I thought Trent Williams, you know what? I'll save it.
Yeah, save it. And then, because I want to say something about, you brought up Hufanga last week about him being quiet. And I said, it's a good thing when the safeties are quiet. To me, they're like offensive linemen. When you don't talk about them, it means they had a great day. Gibson and Hufanga, like the 510 says here, they were flying around making plays. The safeties are top-notch in San Francisco as well. They don't get enough love, so we'll do that on the other side. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, a thorough beatdown of the Dallas Cowboys, 42-10. Your thoughts, Niner fans? You're 5-0 for the fifth time in franchise history and rolling right now. They beat the Cowboys 42-10. We're talking all about it here on The Roast.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands...
hater. I hate it.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
What up, Big Pun, South City? No, I got a voice memo this morning, 5 in the morning. Big Pun. I told you, Bonte, the Cowboys are soft. They're Charmin. They are soft in the domes. The Niners officially own them. Mentally, physically, spiritually, you name it. They are. The Cowboys need a new owner. They need a new quarterback. They need a new head coach. So as long as they like, for me now, this is where I'm at when it comes to Dallas Cowboys.
They need a new owner, coach, and a quarterback.
But
other than that, they're good.
No, they're not good. But I hope they keep Mike McCarthy.
Why?
I hope they keep Jerry Jones in play. I hope Jerry Jones never sells.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
Such a great
It isn't
line.
on my schedule.
Well, was it on your schedule yesterday in that suite? There's nothing better than them showing Jerry Jones in the suite just looking befuddled. Like, what is going on here? So as long as you keep Mike McCarthy employed, the Cowboys will never be nothing but a second-place NFC East team.
No.
That's it.
Big Pun in South City, shout out to him because he provided great content for Friday, last Friday's show. Small world it is, as I go into my Yoda-isms. He's friends with my boy Jesus, who sits next to me at the Niner games.
I know Big Jesus.
Yeah, Big Jesus.
The one who busted me out with the Gucci's.
Yeah, well, he's got a
I read
shoulder
it to
injury
him.
right now. I hope he heals up. And him and I were having a great time yesterday. Coach says hi to you. It was great to see everybody at the game yesterday. There was just something about the atmosphere last night. There were so many Cowboy fans out there. There's a Cowboy fan sitting in front of us. And it's like...
Yeah, I had Bland's family sitting in front of me. Number 26 for the Cowboys.
Oh, no way.
And they looked at me early on. I said something. I said, this game's too physical for you guys. You guys are just not physical enough. One of the Cowboy fans looked at me. I said, yeah, it's too physical out there.
Yeah, you said it with your chest?
You know, I was like, you guys don't really want to be here. I was like, you guys want to be here. The players on the field don't want to be here. They want to be anywhere else but Levi Stadium.
But I had a Cowboy fan in front of me, and this is prototypical Cowboy fan. CeeDee Lamb jersey, just bought right off the rack. New York Yankee hat on. And I said to him, I go, hey, bro, how was that Laker game on Saturday? And he looked back, and he's like, how'd you know I was a Laker fan? I was like, because of course you are. Because of course you are, Cowboy fan.
By the way, anybody know if Darryl Cougar Johnson made it to Levi Stadium last night?
Remember, in the video on Monday, last week, Media Day, did he not say he was coming?
Well, come on. Come on. I'm sure something came up for my guy.
He did it in the lab.
Oh, man. The 925 Comcast Business Text line. I wonder how RJ and Sean at 105.3 are taking their ass beating. Well, Bobby Boucher's tweeting about the press box food. The brisket doesn't look at this brisket. Well, I guess when you get your ass kicked 42-10, you revert to crapping on the free press box food. Press box in Levi Stadium, the cuisine is top of the line.
Well, my guy ain't missed a meal in months.
Right. Well, you get the brisket. I missed the press box, actually. I need to go back up there just to freeload. The nachos at halftime, the chicken strips.
Are you a
they roll them
sausage
all
guy?
out. Maybe I'll just go up there at halftime next game and just go get me some nachos and leave. But no, the Niners win. What's the most impressive aspect of yesterday's game? Was it Purdy and how he heated up? Was it Brandon Ayuk just being Mr. Consistent? Was it George? How about George Kittle being involved with 3 touchdowns? The first 49ers tight end to score 3 touchdowns in a game since 2009 when Vernon Davis did it. The defense, you pick it. You pick it. We're here for it.
Well, Bonte, and I want to get back to Brock Purdy because, like, I don't even want to hear any, well, he's got weapons and this and the other. Yeah, he's got weapons. He's making the most of them. How many quarterbacks in the league right now are doing what he's doing?
Not many.
With this roster, are doing exactly what he's doing. This guy's a top five player, locked in cement right now for the 2023 season. I don't care about resumes because Dak's resume is way more comprehensive than Brock Purdy. Who looked like the better quarterback last night?
Brock Purdy. Not even close.
Could Dak make a play outside of structure?
No.
Could Dak throw the ball intermediately?
No.
How about down the field?
No. Eddie can't see it. He missed CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb, number 88, they're going to drive him out of town.
Well, and I wanted to say to him, like, dog, are you Baker Mayfield? Did you really think you were going to run away from Fred Warner and Drake Greenlaw? What are you doing? Why are you rolling out left? Like, what? And then you're going to fire a ball way downfield on that. You were talking about the safeties. On the play, Hufanga blitzed. Gibson ended up getting the interception on the deep ball. The way that they were working in tandem yesterday was beautiful.
The safety position is locked on. This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations.
God,
You
they're so
succeed,
good.
we succeed. Visit go to SalemLover.com. We'll get to Trent Williams versus Micah Parsons in a second. Real quick on Brock Purdy. He's 8th in the league in passing yards. He's thrown for over 1,271 yards. He's averaging 9.3 per pass attempt, second to only Tua Tagovailoa.
Love it.
Who's averaging 9.7 and 9 touchdown passes. No interceptions. No interceptions. Again, that's the most important aspect to me. No fumbles, no interceptions. So if you play clean football, and this is something we also highlighted on Friday, the penalties. The Cowboys are 27th in the league in terms of penalties per game with 7.3. 27th in the league. Crucial penalties that extended drives yesterday for the 49ers that resulted in the points.
The late hit on McCaffrey, which I know you get, Joe, you worry a lot. That McCaffrey hit was a huge hit. It was a huge hit. I'm glad he didn't go into concussion protocol. I hope he's okay. No, that's the kind of hit that, like, they might look at him this week, or he might have some lingering, feelings. Like, he got cracked on that play.
Helmet to helmet. But also
How
on the
about
first
face masks?
the first drive of the game, where he gets face masked by number 6. Who was number 6 on the Dallas Cowboys?
It was one of their safeties.
It was just a reckless play.
Yeah.
It was just reckless. It's like, you're not going to make a tackle, so you throw your hand out there to face mask.
I'm telling you,
So
it's
do
happened to
that.
him more than it should.
They had an offsides
Yes.
on a crucial
Parsons.
third down. Parsons did. So they're a very undisciplined football team, the Dallas Cowboys, which I saw. Was like, wait, they're 27th in the league in penalties. Mike McCarthy, clean it up. Dan Quinn, clean it up. But that's the Dallas Cowboys for you. And this is why they're on the outside looking in the NFC East. They're just a first or second round team at best. They're not a great team whatsoever. Let's go to RJ in Fairfield. What's happening?
What's up? Good morning, guys.
Good morning,
And
RJ.
All the talk coming into this game was Brock Purdy is a system quarterback. He benefits from Kyle Shanahan. He doesn't have the arm strength, and wait till he plays a real defense. Well, all those media dudes in your face. This is a Brock Purdy a game. He's my MVP, guys. The way he just throws the ball, hits people in stride, just like how Shasky said. It looks so easy, and I love watching these Niners, man. Real quick, I think the tone setter for that game was Fred Warner punching that ball out on Pollard.
Mm-hmm.
Pollard, I think we set the tone early. Dak looked scared. The Cowboys thought they had a good defense. Well, here's 42 on you guys. Appreciate it. I hope you guys respond to those media haters because they were talking all week. All them Skip Bayless dudes, all that Ryan Clark, all them. Who is that? Steven Ruiz. Man, we heard him. Where he gonna be at today? I can't wait to hear what he has to say.
Well, you know what, RJ? Lions don't concern themselves with sheep. That's what I was told. Lions don't concern themselves with sheep. Right now, we're sitting on top of the throne in the NFL. Now, there's a long way to go. Niners didn't win anything yesterday. I thought Shanahan had a great perspective yesterday. We'll get to the sound in a little bit. But he said, look, man, that's what we're all you guys talking about, the records, the points. We're just happy to be 5-0. We haven't accomplished anything yet. And he's right. We know what the goal is. We know what the goal is. We're going to enjoy the ride. Trust me, we're going to enjoy this ass kicking all week long, beating up the Dallas Cowboys. But then, at some point, we turn the page of Cleveland, and it's strictly business.
Yeah.
It's business to get the Operation 6-0. But we know what the end goal is. It's to be in Las Vegas, playing in that football game at Allegiant Stadium in early February.
It just feels like they're firing on all cylinders right now. Like you've talked about the defense, making plays left and right. Special teams has been outstanding.
Right.
And then obviously Brock's been amazing. And all these guys are making plays. To me, it's Shanahan's ability when the team needs a jolt to call the right play. The flea flicker is going to get all the love.
Yep.
And it's a touchdown play. It's a huge play. They needed to, it was 7. They were going back and forth.
Well,
there were some turnovers.
Using Dallas speed against them. Huge play.
After the CMC big hit, right, B? They get an automatic first down, okay? They run the ball with CMC, and Van Der Esch makes a great play. It's 2nd and 12. And it's like, all right, there's speed. You're talking about using the speed against them. Here comes a CMC little screen pass that Brock delivers perfectly. And boom, automatic jolt. It's those types of plays where Shanahan's in his bag and him and Purdy are in cohesion and they're dialing up the right play at the right time when the team needs a jolt. Like right now, name me a better play caller in the game than Shanahan.
No, it's Shanahan and Mike McDaniel and Andy Reid. And it's everybody else.
I mean,
It's still
So we got three guys. We're talking.
Right.
Shanahan's in a group of three.
Right. Mike McDaniel.
I feel like Purdy's in the same group.
Right, but you might be in that group with Mahomes. Might be in that group with Tua Tagovailoa. It's not many quarterbacks right now. I'm taking over Brock Purdy. Here's Shanahan thoughts on the double reverse.
We just walked through it once. It's been in for a while. We ran in the NFC Championship last year. Didn't look as good. Christian was at quarterback. That was second half. Detroit ran it earlier in the day. They scored to Laporte on it, so it's something we've had in for a little bit. We just walk through it throughout the weeks. every week, and keep it up for when we need to call it.
Did you see the Detroit?
Yeah, I saw it before the game.
Did that kind of encourage you to call it?
It was based off what we were going against today. We planned on calling it, but it definitely, seeing it work for someone else gives you more confidence.
And then here's Shanahan sensing that the team was locked in all week.
Yeah, I did. I was real excited about us this week. I knew it was our biggest game so far this year, as far as nationally and just media-wise and the hype. And sometimes you get worried your team might get too up for stuff. But just watching them all Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, they were so locked in all week. They didn't make too big of a deal of this game. They seemed so ready to go. And kind of from a coaching perspective, we didn't feel like we had to do much all week, but just coach them, show the film, put in a game plan, and our guys were ready.
As Posey and P-Town said last Friday, this isn't a statement game. It's strictly business. It's just Shanahan. It's strictly business.
Very business-like.
This is what we do. We beat you up, and we're dropping 42. They dropped 42 yesterday. Again, 30, 30, 30, 35, 42. I mean, look, I was like, they have the capability of averaging 30 a game this year.
Yes.
I didn't think it'd look like this.
I
didn't think they'd be benching Brock Purdy with 13 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. I didn't think they'd have their backups in early in the fourth quarter of these football games. It looks completely different. This team is clicking, man. Clicking.
Bonte, the second they got a multiple touchdown lead, it felt like Dak was done.
Done. Because you can't go one-dimensional against the 49ers.
Done.
Once you can't run the football, and
Done.
Dallas had no success. Tony Pollard, I'm not sure if he's the same right now, but it doesn't matter. He was getting hit. He was loose with the football.
He's not a star running back.
He didn't want to be there.
No,
he's a special team running back.
Yes,
he needs another
exactly.
bell cow there.
Exactly.
But the Dallas Cowboys averaged 3 yards a carry, and a lot of those yards came in garbage time. Tony Pollard, 8 carries, 29 yards.
And a fumble.
On
his best run.
Dak Prescott, 1 carry, 2 yards. He didn't want to leave the pocket. Deuce Vaughn, too small to play in this football game. They haven't allowed a 100-yard rusher in 32 straight games, this 49ers defense. So all of a sudden, you can't run the football, and you're going to tell Dak, hey, we're going to sit back and throw it every single time. Yeah, that's a recipe for a disaster, and that's a recipe for a loss against this team.
And I thought Armstead and Bosa combining for that sack early in the game on third down to cause a punt. That was like, oh, we're going to be here all day. And you could feel that Dak was feeling the pressure more than what was there. Whereas Purdy, when he feels the pressure, the guy just steps up. Look, if I just swap quarterbacks,
right,
the game's closer. Like it just I don't know how other ways I can have to quantify it or explain to people. Brock's the real deal, dude. Whatever the hell Shanahan said at the beginning of the year, he's right. Moving off of all the guys that they did and finding this guy, you could say it's a stroke of genius, a bit of luck, everything in between.
Doesn't matter.
He's here.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, he is running this thing at the highest level. I can't believe how good this offense looks.
Look, Philadelphia, they had 37. They had 37 minutes and 55 seconds of time of possession yesterday against the LA Rams. Basically, had the ball for 38 minutes.
And but
the way they possessed the football, it felt like yesterday they were really trying to protect their defense.
Squeeze it down.
Because they're going to shorten the game up.
Yes.
But also their defense with their linebackers and safeties right now, they're struggling in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
They can't stop the pass. So they felt like they controlled the ball in terms of just, hey, let's keep our defense off the field, shorten the game up, and let's protect them by running the football so well. The Niners are control of the football. They had the ball for over 37 minutes, and it's like, we're just doing what we do.
Yeah.
We can play our defense. We don't care. We'll score quickly and put our defense back on the field. So in the way that they're doing it, the way that they're playing and control of the football is so different. Philly's protecting their defense where the Niners are like, we just happen to control the ball because we just want to get out of here and be healthy.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. I'm going back to the quarterback play, B, because it does feel like when I watch Dak, if he makes a mistake early, it's very difficult for him to overcome that. It's either he plays a good game or you can kind of tell early if he's off and he's just not the same, right? There are certain athletes that are like that. We see it in basketball. So, some shooters are streaky, right? Early on, you can tell, oh, ball's going in. The truly greats are unflappable. And when I watch Brock Purdy, he got a couple balls knocked down by Hankins. He threw into traffic a couple times. He threw behind Ayuk. The next play, bang, bang, bang. He makes a play downfield. It's as if it never happened.
So let me ask you this, because
he's unflappable.
Well, you haven't been this excited about a 49ers quarterback in a long time. So let me ask you this, and we can open up this to the phone lines. This question: are you ready to now say that Brock Purdy's your franchise quarterback? Is this a guy that's going to take us into the future for the next 3 years as long as he stay healthy?
Yeah.
Is this the guy now?
Yes.
Was last night the night where he convinced you that, hey, you know what? I got no doubts anymore. Was last night the night for you?
They just kicked. It might have been. Well, first off, to say that all the stuff he did prior didn't impact what I was seeing last night, it was a lie. Like, it's everything.
Right.
It's like every test you put in front of this guy, he exceeds it.
Yeah.
But I'm being real with you. He looked great in that game in the second half. But that first drive of the second half, when they scored that little field goal and it's 21-10, you're saying, all right, here we go. This game's starting to get tight. Let's crank it up. That is a playoff team. Yeah. That is an elite defense. I know they're missing a player in Diggs, and that does make a difference. I don't want to pretend like that doesn't make a difference. He made 4 throws on that drive that were incredible. And I just said to myself, like, what more do you need to see? Moxie, pocket presence, the ability to throw a layered ball down the field, footwork, making a scripted play, making a third read play, making a play where there is no play, negating big losses, not taking big sacks, never putting the ball in harm's way. The footwork, the brain, the processing. Again, I'm asking out loud, where's his flaw?
Yeah. Well, my question was, are you now convinced that he is your guy? Because, again, walking out of SoFi in week 2, I thought for the first time in a very long time, for me personally, I thought, boy, I got no doubts about the quarterback. Like, even with Trey Lance, I knew, hey, man, this is going to be a work in progress, but I love the potential of Trey Lance. Love it. By the time the first preseason game rolled around and he played in that Las Vegas Raiders game, I said, Trey Lance ain't ready to play. He's just not. Now, the most impressive thing about Brock is that he is here playing at this level, and we haven't once questioned whether or not his elbow's okay. The torn UCL is a thing of the past.
Not even
he's
thinking
throwing with velocity, he's throwing with touch, and he's throwing the ball down the field.
In the pocket, out of the pocket,
it doesn't matter.
On the run.
It doesn't matter.
The slip screens.
No, it doesn't matter.
Pick the area of his game. If you want to pick apart his game, I want to hear it because I don't think he has a flaw, not you. No. I'm just saying the hater out there. Like, he did that on a national stage in front of everyone. You can say, well, he's got great players. Yeah, and he's throwing to Jawan Jennings as his third read on that particular play on that out route. He's hitting George Kittle on layered throws with elite defenders in between. So, like, I don't care if it's Ross Dwelly running routes. This guy is going to ball.
Well, I just wonder now, after seeing that, because you asked me, Sunday Night Football, doesn't it feel like Brock needs to have a big game? This should shut up everybody nationally. Again, nationally, I don't give a damn what anybody thinks. I don't care about the national naysayers. I don't care. I personally,
I think a lot of fans do, but I
know a lot of fans do. They hang on to every word, and that's fine. That's okay. I personally don't give a damn what they think about this football team. You know, when I'm sure a lot of people nationally laugh, like Stephen Ruiz, hey, man, led by Brock Purdy, this offense to score over 30 a game. Oh, well, you know, Ponte, it only happens so much. Who cares? Brock Purdy, I think, convinced a lot of people yesterday on that stage that he is the guy here in San Francisco, that you don't have to worry. Now, will Shanahan draft a quarterback? Will Shanahan go to sign veteran backups or whatnot? I think if it's Shanahan for the first time since he's been in San Francisco is convinced, I finally have my guy.
Well, when he said real deal, I think even the biggest Brock fans like, all right, real deal, pump the brakes. You know what I mean? Like, I get that. Like, some of these words, like, we hype them up and we keep going. Dog, watch the games. He's playing at an unreal. Everything that you look for in a quarterback, pre-snap processing. He had his first, I said to you in the break. First delay a game in forever. Like, that used to be a staple of Harbaugh and Alex Smith. A staple of Harbaugh and Kaepernick. Oh, my God, the play clock's drumming up. He never has that problem. Guys are lined up properly every single time. If he audibles at the line, it's going to be a smart audible. If he throws the ball, he's not throwing it in harm's way. He's throwing it with perfect accuracy where only his guy can catch it and turn upfield or just get enough yards to keep the sticks moving. Oh, there's a hold and it's 3rd and 14? Let me rip one down the field for a big chunk. Whatever you try to take away, he goes to the next level. Like, I don't know what else we need to see. Like, I'm exasperated by the people who don't want to buy in. And here's what I would say. I don't care whether you're in from day one or you just got in last night. Hop aboard. The bandwagon is ready for you. Brock's the dude.
Well, you know, there's this misconception that a lot of fans were Team Trey or Team Jimmy or Team Brock.
I'm a Niner
and
fan.
I always said, it's Team Niners. I don't care who's playing quarterback. Sam Darnold could be playing quarterback. If he helps the team go to a Super Bowl, then albeit I'm all on board for it. Whoever can give you the best shot to win a Super Bowl, because that's what this thing is about. Purdy with a career-high 4 touchdown passes yesterday, passer rating of 144.4. I don't really get into the passer rating stuff, but that's impressive. 4 touchdown passes. That's what I love. 17-24, 252 yards. It marked Purdy's 10th career regular season start. Through those 10 starts, he's completed 183 of his 260 pass attempts for 2,369 yards. 20 touchdown passes
Bonte.
and a 70.4 completion percentage. That's what Brock Purdy has done in his starts.
Bonte, do you know who went number 1 overall in the draft this year? A small, mobile guy with an average
Bryce
to
Young.
above average arm.
Bryce Young.
But he had tremendous feel. Now, I clearly Purdy is playing at a level that Bryce Young wishes he could get at.
Mm-hmm.
If he was a top 5 pick, we would have no questions on if he was the franchise quarterback.
No doubt.
He is. He's the guy. He's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. I've never felt this way, but I expect the Niners to score on almost every drive.
Yeah, no, they are. They're
He's
scoring
unreal.
on every opening series drive. They've scored on every opening series drive to start the season. 7, 7, 3, 7, 7. That's 31 points on 5 opening series drives. That leads the NFL.
Surgical.
And by the way, the
Surgical.
defense, they're holding up their end of the bargain because they haven't allowed a single point on any opening drive to start the season. Defensively, you're not allowing nothing to start the game. Offensively, you're scoring points on your opening drive to set the tone. So all of a sudden, you look up at the end of the first quarter, you're like, we either got a lead or we're tied in the football game. That's a hell of a feeling.
Ponte. And then look at his second halves. He dismantles teams coming out in the second half. When he figures out your defense, he dismantles you.
No doubt.
I'm serious.
Most consecutive wins by a quarterback to begin a career in NFL history. Brock Purdy now tied for number 2. Mike Livingston in Kansas City back in 68-69. And Mike Tomczak back in Chicago in 86-87 won 10 straight games to start his career. Brock Purdy just tied those guys. Number 1 on the list, Ben Roethlisberger, when he won 15 straight his rookie season. So let's break here. It's all about Purdy. It's all about the 49ers. It was a complete team win. It is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Shout out to the Comcast business text line. And by the way, we're taking all your calls. That's sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. More of your calls coming up on the roast.
When you want to have fun and have scratchers to scratch, there's a playful way.
2. Purdy got a block. Goes end zone. Hat-trick. Kittle's first 3-touchdown game of his NFL career.
You know, just being able to practice with him and his consistency is what's really helpful. Also, being able to see Vernon pregame. I think he told me to score 3 to tie his record. So I was like, fine, Vern, I'll do it. I'll tell Brock. No, Brock's just so consistent every single day. He's the same guy he is on Wednesday as he is on Sunday. He's super detailed. He's super confident. It's everything you want in a quarterback. And he's just playing at such a high level right now. And I think really the best thing he does, you guys see it, he's just his ability to move in the pocket and keep his eyes up and see things develop. And so if he doesn't hit you like, where he's supposed to, he sees the second window. He's just very, very good at that.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Brock Purdy, that was from George Kittle last night as he scored 3 touchdowns, 3 catches, 67 yards, all 3 catches resulting into touchdowns. Brock Purdy, 17-24, 4 touchdown passes, a career high for 252 yards. And the question I have for everybody was last night the night where Brock Purdy convinced you that he's the guy in San Francisco, that he's the guy you roll with not only this year, but next year and the year after. Maybe you found the guy that we're all looking for. We thought it was Jimmy Garoppolo. We tried to throw our arms around him. Didn't work out for obvious reasons. Health-wise, decision-making, throws that he couldn't make, big playoff letdowns. Trey Lance, whether or not you think he didn't get a fair shot to play, he got hurt and left the door open for Brock Purdy. And when he came back in that preseason game, he did not look like he was ready to play an NFL football game. So you had to move on from him. It sucks. It was heartbreaking to see him yesterday wearing a Dallas Cowboy uniform. I like Trey a lot, but it is what it is with Brock Purdy. This guy has won 10 straight games to start his career in the regular season. He's tied with Mike Tomczak and Mike Livingston for back in the day with the Kansas City Chiefs. Roethlisberger's number 1, 15 straight wins. Purdy's won 10 straight. McCaffrey, Shasky, has scored a touchdown in 11 straight regular season games. 14 overall when you include the postseason. And he got bottled up yesterday. George Kittle scored the 3 touchdowns. But Brock Purdy, he stole the show, Shasky.
Yeah.
With all these stars that were on the field yesterday, it was Brock Purdy who ended up stealing the show.
Yeah, and it's funny, like, you and I, we're 2 guys, right? That have loved the Niners and watched it from day one, right? Mm-hmm. But there are people that we look to and we listen to what they say. Like, we have Brian Bouldering on every single week because he's a freaking expert. He knows these things. And so I was talking with the San Ramon coach who sits next to me, the offensive line coach there, great guy. And he goes, I listen to Baldy every week. And the thing that him and I are in total agreement with, because he studies this. This is what he does. He's been a coach for 40 years. The footwork with Purdy is unbelievable. So then me and Coach are just going through. This is Sugar Hill Gangs playing at halftime.
That was pretty good. Wasn't that fun? Good. They were jamming.
And we're talking, and the speaker's so loud I couldn't even hear anything last night. But we're talking, and he goes, remember that DVD they sent out? And I'm like, yeah. And we're talking about Bill Walsh. There was this DVD the Niners sent out to season ticket holders in like 2005 and 2006.
Right.
And we're going way back. And it's Bill Walsh retired with retired Roger Craig, retired Jerry Rice, and retired Joe Montana, and they're just running routes. And Bill is just talking about the footwork and everything. He goes, I would just look at the feet and I could know whether it was going to be a completed pass or not, based off your footwork. And I'm watching Brock Purdy's footwork. And then we know the brain's there, the touch, the arm angles. He's got all those things. The feet. He's got unbelievable feet, and it sets himself up to make good throws, accurate throws into tight windows that only he can see. And his ability as he's processing to simultaneously move the feet the way he does, I'm telling you, he's got middle infielder feet.
So my old offensive coordinator, also a coach, played football at UC Davis as a safety, quarterback at Washington High School. Ryan Miller. This is after week 2, and I keep going back to this.
Give it to me.
He goes, incredible game. That MF Purdy has feet like a tap dancer. Him and Gregory Hines would have a good dance-off. He needs to be healthy throughout the season. That's it. That's all. And I was like, boy, feet like Gregory Hines. And when you look at the feet, they're calm, they're quiet in the pocket, like Brady, like Montana. But like the great ones. They're quick, but the way he positions his feet. When he was off on that throw against the L.A. Rams down at SoFi Stadium, remember he missed Deebo Samuel, he was behind him, and one expert pointed out, look at his feet. They're too far to the right. They're pointed to the right. You can see the completion there. So with his footwork there, not panicking in the pocket, not having the happy feet. You know, there's a difference between having happy feet and calm feet. Happy feet, you're like, your footwork's all over the place. You're scrambling around. You're like, well, what am I doing here? Your mechanics are all off. His mechanics stay sound. They're tight. You know what I'm saying? And so when he's sitting there with the calm feet and the mechanics are there and he's not looking to run, the eyes stay downfield no matter what. Even when he scrambles out the pocket, he's looking downfield, looking downfield.
How many Niner quarterbacks, on the first touchdown to Kittle, how many Niner quarterbacks, I think Kaepernick's one of them, and even Alex Smith, how many are just going to run there in that situation?
Right. And
I'm just going to run, take my 3 or 4 yards, slide down.
Baldy said something last week. And he'll join us tomorrow. I can't wait to get his take on his game. He said the thing with Jimmy, the difference between Jimmy and Brock is when the play got deeper and deeper. You get to the 3rd second,
He's
4th
100%
second, the
correct.
5th second. Jimmy got rattled. And he started throwing it up. We see it in the Raiders a couple weeks ago where he's pointing at Devontae Adams. And we'll see Jimmy tonight against the Green Bay Packers where he's pointing one way and it's like, I'm going to throw the no throw instead. Purdy, when it gets to 3, 4, 5 seconds, it's almost like the play's just starting.
100%.
It's like, okay, now let's play football. This is what I do. And so that's been the most impressive aspect of everything. 1, he doesn't get squared up on a lot. 2, he continues to keep his eyes down the field. And 3, all the questions about the velocity and throwing the ball down the field. What else do you guys need to see? You guys still complaining about those deep ball incompletions against the Rams? Are we still complaining about that?
No. Well,
please tell me you're not.
There's nothing to complain about. How about the way he feels pressure on the backside and just little quick boom, boom. Let me hitch, bang. Let me hit somebody. Hitch, bang. And Kittle talking about windows.
Yeah.
This guy sees the windows. He sees where the safety is. He sees where the linebacker is. He understands zone coverage. He very rarely gets fooled.
Right.
I mean, very rarely gets fooled.
It's crazy because you were at the Tampa Bay game last year against Brady. And when he went on one, he got into his zone. And next thing you know, it was 35-7 at halftime. And I'm sitting there like, oh, my God, they're chanting Purdy. And it's like, I'm telling you, this guy's the next Brady. She's losing her mind. And everybody's losing their mind that day. Again, when he gets into his zone.
Oh, he's the...
So that third quarter drive that you're highlighting to make it 28-10. And that's the thing.
It's unbelievable.
I think one thing that's going to get lost, too, is whenever they scored last night, or whenever these teams score against the 49ers, the Niners always answer.
They always
answer.
respond.
So last night, they responded 21-10. Cowboys have to settle for 3. They're a little disappointed, but you needed a drive there.
Yep.
You needed a drive to put them away. And that was magical.
I mean, B, you have a lot of elite playmakers.
Right.
And they got egos. You hear anybody pissed off that the ball's not touching them?
Nobody is. No, and Brock Purdy touched on that last night. He goes, nobody's walking up to me saying, hey, man, I was open right there. They're just getting back in the huddles like, all right, let's continue to roll. Like George Kittle's not complaining yet.
No.
And he has, even yesterday, he only had 4 targets.
I mean, Ayuk, Debo, the team is so freaking loaded. And we haven't even talked about the defense. I think their defense might be the best part of their team.
Yeah, I know.
That's the crazy thing. It's like we're stuck on the offense, and the offense is awesome.
No,
the defense is elite. Fred Warner is unbelievable. Drake Greenlaw is unbelievable. Bosa finally busts out. I mean, with a sack last night. He's been great. He's third in pressures.
Third in pressures.
I mean,
so what are people complaining about?
The third most times.
No, but see, I think this is a year where the offense may be a bit better than the defense. And that's saying a lot.
Bonte, they haven't allowed a 100-yard rusher
I know,
in forever.
32 games. It's been 32 games and counting.
I didn't
32
think
games and
anybody
counting.
would be better than that 2011 Niner defense. This feels better.
Fred Warner, right now, is playing as well as Patrick Willis played in his prime.
I know, and people are afraid to say it.
No, I'm not afraid to say it.
But why are we afraid?
Because we love Patrick Willis so much that we don't want to
No, but that's
denigrate
praising
our
Fred.
legends or what? No.
But that's praising Fred.
Fred is playing as well.
I agree.
As any linebacker I've seen put on a 49er uniform in the last 30,
He's
40
a legend.
years.
He's put 5 years of what I deem to be all-pro tape out year after year after year, game after game. He misses no time. Fred is a superstar.
Ball skills, the ability to hunt his prey.
The punch-outs.
Not going for pump fakes with Dak Prescott. Punching out the football against Tony Pollard. He's a ball hawk. He's hitting. He's covering 50 yards down the field. He's trying to guard Brandon Cooks down the field.
He's guarding Jake Ferguson in the flat.
Right.
And he
got
slips,
beat on that play.
But he slips just a little, and everyone's like, damn it, you got to make that play.
Right.
No linebacker in the league's making that play.
But no, later on in the game, he's running down the seam against Brandon Cooks.
He's
50
unreal.
yards down the field.
He's unreal.
So Fred Warner, look, I thought Pittsburgh, he went out and told everybody, I'm gunning for the DPOY with that hit on Najee Harris. Now, do I think he's going to get DPOY? We're a long way away from that. And TJ Watt is having game after game after game and carrying the Pittsburgh Steelers. TJ Watt is literally carrying them to wins.
Fred's right there.
Fred's right there.
He's right there.
He's right there. Greenlaw's not far off.
Greenlaw's been amazing. How about the hit on the underneath pass to the running back where he just splattered him? And then
you're talking about another guy. That was the guy.
And then he
that's what I'm talking about. No, that was Tony Pollard. That's what I'm thinking about. He just body slammed Tony Pollard. Didn't have to, but just did it just because he's Drake Greenlaw.
And then Dak, right before halftime. Dak, what do you think's going to happen when you roll out to the side? You don't think Drake Greenlaw's going to close out?
Dude, I mean, it's unbelievable.
Drake Greenlaw's so sick.
The safeties, Hufanga and Gibson Jr.
Plays.
Well, Gibson, and last night we didn't have to talk about the corners except Isaiah Oliver. It's still an area of need, but I thought Charvarius Ward held up well. I thought Diamondor Lenore's playing his best football right now.
Charvarius Ward had to break up down the
against
sideline.
Michael Gallup.
He boxed the guy into the sideline and then made a great play on the ball.
He used the sideline as an extra defender. That was his guy to double team. The sideline. The sideline helped double team Michael Gallup.
And I thought Diamondor Lenore had a solid game.
Well, I just said that. Diamondor Lenore's playing his best football. So let's get to the lines, man. 888-957-9570. It's a Victory Monday here on the roast. Oh, baby. The Niners are 5-0 for the 5th time in franchise history, and it feels like they have a quarterback. 888-957-9570. Did Brock Purdy last night take away all your doubts you had about him moving forward? Or do we have to wait until January? 888-957-9570. Uncle Gene in Oakland. What's happening, Uncle Gene? Good morning.
Good morning. How about them Niners?
Man, what a beatdown.
Yeah. Hey, as far as Purdy, last night didn't convince me that he's a franchise quarterback. I was convinced, actually, after the second playoff game last year that he won. Now, I've been on his wagon from the beginning. I've been comparing him to Joe Montana and taking a lot of blowback from it, but maybe I won't get so much now.
Hey, no, maybe you're not. It's Gene. I don't like saying those, but he does remind me of a young Montana,
Gene,
young Brady.
What's your favorite part of Purdy? What's your favorite thing?
The toughness, the focus. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to pick one thing. I mean, he's accurate, like you say. He reads the field. He's undeterred. I mean, he's another one of those undersized and underappreciated, underrated guys. Like Joe was, and like Curry was. I mean, and I hope the national narrative stays the same. Frankly, I hope they continue to underrate this guy. Because, he's got a chip on his shoulder. He's out there to prove himself. I want him to keep that, because as long as he's got that, I think he's going to be a fabulous quarterback.
I'm with you.
He is. Purdy is going to be a fabulous quarterback, and he's got the weapons. He understands that it's not just him. He understands that, man, I got Debo. I've got McCaffrey. I've got Kittle. I've got Big Trent Williams protecting me against Micah Parsons and shutting out number 11. I've got Brandon Ayuk, who, him and I, we're making sweet music together. Whether it's out routes, back shoulder throws, slants, post, doesn't matter. Ayuk and Purdy, they're like this. They're connected at the hip. So if you're Brock Purdy, you're saying, just don't mess this up. Don't screw this up. Don't throw the oh-no throws. I don't need to.
He doesn't throw any oh-no throws, like none. Even the ones into like double coverage, he throws it down and low where only his guy can make a play on him. He's just got an unbelievable ability to fit balls into windows that he has no business.
And this is why he was named the captain, because of quotes like this after the game.
Give it to me.
Yeah, I mean, like we said before, this team doesn't have, any ego. Everyone wants to win. I feel like everyone knows that they're good, and so it's going to be just a matter of time with their game. This game, George had, the touchdowns, he had opportunities, but still, Debo, B.A., Christian, everyone's able to contribute, JJ, and so, their time comes, and so they know that. But at the end of the day, we put winning first. That's what we want to do. There's no, selfish times where, guys are coming up to me saying, hey, man, I'm open, you got to throw it to me or anything like that. So I'm very lucky and fortunate for that, and we'll just keep it rolling.
Last one here, Shasky. Has you ever clicked this much with an offense on whether it's a high school team, a college team, or, of course, his only pro team, the 49ers?
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever felt, like feeling this good just with the offense and everything as a whole. I can't really think of a time.
there's some good games. He played back-to-back games in college. But, right now, it feels like everyone's just on a mission, man. Like, the mindset is right where it needs to. Everyone's so detailed in what they do. Play calls are great. So it's like all I got to do is go out there, do my job, and that's it, and just play ball. So obviously we feel good where we're at, but there's still areas we can still get better at. So
his podium game is A+. Like, there's no doubt about it. Just the way he conducts himself. He conducts himself like a franchise quarterback. Right. But here's an element. I'm glad you brought up that teammate thing. When you go to Alabama and you are throwing, like we're watching Mac Jones right now, and I don't think that the personnel for New England is good at all, and I don't think the coaching's great right now.
No.
I can't believe you're saying that out loud. The coaching's not great in New England.
No, it's not.
Point being, when you're throwing to like Jalen Waddle and Ruggs, who was a great player in college, when you're throwing to elite players all the time, your job is a little easier, right? We all acknowledge that. We're not saying that you don't get credit for making those throws. I do think that there is something here where, and I'm watching Caleb struggle a little at USC because he doesn't have the greatest team around him, but he's still a great talent. But I think there's something to be said for Brock playing with, he had Breece Hall, but he had some, not elite players.
David Montgomery,
they
Hakeem
weren't winning
Butler.
routes left and right.
Well, it goes both ways, right? It goes both ways. One, I look at the conference in the Big 12 where they're allowing everybody to score 30, 40.
Yeah.
So I don't want to take that away from
the
Brock
best
Purdy.
Team.
They were not the best team whatsoever.
I think there's something to be said for that.
There is something to also be said for taking advantage of having all-stars on your college football team.
There's no doubt.
Because you got to keep those guys happy. What's the excuse for Tua Tagovailoa? He's playing great football
he's playing
right now.
amazing.
He took advantage of those weapons.
No doubt.
Jalen Hurts at times took advantage of those weapons.
Agreed.
Goes to Oklahoma. CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb doesn't have a drop-off at Oklahoma, and he played with 3 different quarterbacks at Oklahoma. So I hear what you're saying. There is something to that.
I'm talking about quarterbacks being able to make plays, and when you're under duress left and right, I just think it builds up a callus. And not everyone's going to survive.
Right.
I think it built up a callus for Brock Purdy, and now he's in a setting where he's like, I pick your poison.
Let me defend Mac Jones for a second, because I didn't want Mac Jones. I did not want him. I actually just wanted him to make you suffer because you were getting on my nerves at the time. So I was like, you deserve Mac Jones. But you know what?
I would have been wrong about Trey, but I was right about Mac.
but I don't think New England has done a good job of surrounding Mac Jones with talent.
They've got Kendrick Bourne. He was our 4.
He goes to the playoffs.
3.
He goes to the playoffs his rookie year. In his second year, you bring in Joe Judge.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
Matt Patricia to call plays. So now you set back your friend, the guy you drafted number 15 overall,
I agree.
and you don't add weapons to it. So then you come into year 3, you bring in Bill O'Brien, and you still have Ezekiel Elliott as your backup running back. Zeke's done. I told you guys the last 3 years, whatever the Dallas Cowboys gave Zeke a carry, it will benefit the defense. It's a wasted rep because Zeke is done. Done. So I don't think they've done Mac Jones a good service. You know what Miami did? They said, okay, we have Tua here. Doesn't have the greatest arm strength. Let's build around Tua. Let's get him weapons. Same thing in Philadelphia. Let's bring him weapons. So I don't care where you played in college because Zach Wilson didn't play with the best guys in college, right? At BYU, he was still selected number 2 overall.
Yes,
you can't name a BYU wide receiver.
But again, going back, if you want to get really into the weeds, the year that they had a great year, they didn't really play anyone. Like BYU chopped their schedule down because of COVID. So there's a lot. All I'm saying is I think Brock, unlike other guys, has benefited from playing around lesser talent in college. I think it's helped him and prepared him more.
It goes both ways.
I do not think Mac Jones, I don't care what the saying is, I don't think Mac Jones would ever look like Brock Purdy in this offense.
Because Josh Allen, he didn't play with a lot of guys, and look at him up in Buffalo.
Well, Wyoming had a couple guys drafted. Brian Hill ended up getting drafted, and other guys were good.
But I would say that a couple guys drafted too.
There's no doubt.
Right.
But again, Wyoming's playing very upper conference people. I'm looking at guys that are playing on elite teams. It doesn't always translate. Trevor Lawrence, there was a learning curve. There's a learning curve.
Doesn't always matter. I mean, we look at some of the greatest quarterbacks, like Ben Roethlisberger, who won 15 straight games to start his career. Brock Purdy's number 2 with 10 straight. Played at Miami of Ohio. We can't name a player he played with at Miami, Ohio. So it goes both ways.
And I think that helped him.
You got to give credit to the player as well.
It's crazy when you look back at the 13 games that he won. If you just look at like how much he was asked to do and his touchdown to interception ratio.
He wasn't asked to do much.
It's crazy. Like comparing Brock Purdy's numbers, and it's unfair because the league is more passing slanted now. It's just crazy to look at the numbers, juxtaposition.
Let's go back out to the lines, man. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Lucky in the city. What's up, Lucky? Good morning. Lucky, you there? Going once, going twice, he gone. Jay in Florida, all the way down to Florida. Jay, long time
What's
no
up,
talk.
Jay?
What's up, Jay?
What's going on, you guys? Happy Victory Monday with the Niners.
Absolutely. Happy Victory Monday.
So, real quick, I just want to say I'm definitely one of the biggest Trey Lance fans. I wanted him still on the team, and you guys were asking as far as what if Brock Purdy proved to me last night as far as it. I will say no, he did not prove it to me last night. He proved it to me the game before against the Arizona Cardinals when he went 20 for 21. And I got a quick question for you guys. I'm curious because I put myself in the position of wondering, what I loved about Trey Lance was that the feeling of his.
Right.
You know, that's what I was just, if he could stay in, you know, the ceiling and the potential that we could have. Now I'm asking myself, did I underestimate the ceiling of Brock Purdy?
100%.
Yeah, I think we all did.
We all did.
We all did. That, you know, it's the same thing with Stephen Curry, right? He wins two
Yes.
MVPs,
Yes.
4 championships. That I think Steph Curry could be good, yes. That I think he would be this good, great, top 10, great, you know, one of the best players of his era, if not the best player. No, I didn't. Brock Purdy, I'm on record. I thought the minute he came into a game last season, the season was over. And boy, then was I proven wrong.
A lot of people were.
But playing at this, when you go 20-21, the ball doesn't hit the turf. Then you go last night, and Shanahan, after the game, was saying, you know, I thought he had one bad pass when he threw it behind Brandon Ayuk on the slant. That was it. Like, you see the game. You're watching with your own two eyes. Even the Brock Purdy haters got to say, you know what? Maybe this is the dude.
What is there to hate?
Hey, there's nothing to hate. If anything, we should embrace the story. Like, we all love underdog stories, right?
Yes.
We all love it. His dad at the flea market turning around, looking at the TV, he's like, wait, is that my son in the game?
Unbelievable.
Oh, my God. And you score 30-plus against Miami Dolphins, and then you outduel Tom Brady the next week? How can you not like this? Last pick of the NFL draft. Now the captain of your football team, and you have the most prolific offense for the 49ers since maybe 98, 03. I mean, we're talking 15, 20, 25 years.
Well, I understand from a fan's perspective not wanting to get too over the top with somebody too early on, right? Like, we've done this in sports all over the place. Like, Casey Schmidt's a great example. Guy was red hot for 2 weeks, right?
Right.
He wasn't the quarterback of my team, right? And I know we saw Sean Hill have good weeks. We saw Alex Smith have good weeks. We saw Kaepernick have good weeks. It hasn't looked like this. This is too much. It's too big. The sample is too big. So whether you believe day one, you know, week 6, now, it really doesn't matter. Just hop on. I'm not here to like say what you thought before. What do you think now?
Yeah,
that's really all that matters.
You know what I think now? Not only do you have a quarterback in Brock Purdy, but now I have belief that, this is going to be a super ending. This is going to be a special super ending. The stars are aligning. Emmanuel Mosley, God rest his soul. We love Emmanuel Mosley here in San Francisco, one of my favorite corners. Just tore his ACL for the Detroit Lions. So now he's not healthy. And that stinks, right? I want everybody to be healthy.
Again?
But you look at all these teams that are getting banged up.
Guy.
Buffalo's defense is decimated with injuries.
They got no secondary.
You know, Kansas City, they're missing a stud now.
Bolton's out.
He's out.
He's been out.
They're going to make a move, though.
Yeah.
We know Kansas City's going to be there in the end. But outside of that, the Philadelphia Eagles, and then Detroit, because I know they lost Emmanuel Mosley, but they still got a good offense. To me right now, the NFC is a 3-team race. It's Philly, the Niners, and Detroit. In the AFC, it's Kansas City's to lose.
I agree.
Now, Miami may have something to say about it with all their weapons, so I want to give them their proper respect. Let me see what Jalen Ramsey looks like in the future when he does get back. He's on the sideline chirping with cut-off shirts. So I'm saying, bam, he ain't too far. It's a long season.
I'm not willing to write off either Cincinnati or Buffalo, though they don't feel as top-heavy as they were just a couple weeks ago because of the injuries.
Right, but it feels like with Brock Purdy playing at this level, and all the weapons, and if you could stay away from a major injury, we'll await the news on Aaron Banks, because that has to be concerned. It's an upper bicep injury. Yeah. Shanahan was explaining that the lower biceps is the one to worry about. That's a season ender. Upper bicep, maybe you could get through it, but I don't want him missing any games. I don't want him missing the Cleveland game, but outside of that, these stars are aligning for the 49ers to have a super ending in Las Vegas. I'm telling you, man.
And I think most of us knew Brock Purdy was really good, and this defense is really good.
Did you think he was really this good, though?
No,
I'm blown away by Brock Purdy.
no
9
one
touchdown
did.
passes, no interceptions.
No.
Think about what we were talking about. Is Brock Purdy going to be ready for week 1?
I didn't even know if he could get through a 17-game season, and now I'm like, the guy knows how to get rid of the ball. He doesn't take hits. Now it's the NFL. Stuff happens.
But the elbow's right. The velocity's right.
He looks incredible.
Intermediate routes, he's throwing on time.
Forget the elbow. The brain is the sharpest.
Right.
His brain, I can't get over how smart he is. And, like, that's the number one intangible for quarterback to me is brain. Are you smart? Do you have emotional discipline? Do you have, intelligence that supersedes common sense? Like, do you understand at all times where everyone is, what the coach wants you to do, where to go with the ball? Like, he understands everything at such a calm level. He never panics.
Yep.
But to me, the biggest development that no one's talking about coming out of last night's game, if you can get the second running back going in Jordan Mason, you want to talk about what wins in December and in January. It's an elite 1-2 combo of a run game. We know Debo's a great runner. We know CMC's a great runner. If you can mix in the bowling ball that is Jordan Mason, now we're talking about an offense that can gash you with the arm and gash you with the legs with multiple guys.
No doubt. It's big boy football. Again, Jordan Mason doesn't get enough love for the way he ended that Seattle game last year on Thursday Night Football.
Him.
And early on in the game, he had a couple carries. I text you guys right away. And TDP looked so good in training camp. I was like, I would trade Elijah right now in training camp. And I like Elijah Mitchell. He can't stay healthy.
No.
He's leaving the door open for other running backs.
No.
So if I can go get some other assets for Elijah Mitchell, I have no problem flipping him because the Randy Gregory trade.
Yeah, it's a great trade.
The Randy Gregory trade is one of those low-risk, high-reward moves, a shrewd move early in the season, identifying what we've been talking about the first 4 weeks of the season. If I could get another edge rusher outside of Bosa, because Drake Jackson's been a little quiet. Well, now you're bringing Randy Gregory to play 20 to 25 snaps, and you pair him with the best defensive line coach in football, Chris Kosaric. You don't think Chris Kosaric's going to get the most out of Randy Gregory? He has talent. That's not the issue with Randy Gregory.
No.
The issue is between the ears. Can he stay on the football field? He's had some issues in the past.
It's the substance.
It's the substance abuse and everything. Now you're coming out to the Bay Area where,
Hey, look, man, it's legal.
it is legal
It's
out
legal.
here. But we don't need to get caught up too much out here in the Bay. Things are...
All I
they say
need-
we're the tech capital of the world, also the drug capital of the world. it
Bonte,
feels
all
like.
I need is a couple of plays. Charles Omenihu made a couple of plays in the playoffs. It was huge against Dallas in particular. Jordan Willis was a midseason acquisition, made a couple of plays defensively, but most importantly, made that special teams play in the Green Bay game.
Yep.
If Randy Gregory makes 1 or 2 plays, it's worth the 6th-round pick.
No doubt. At 925 with another great text here, Comcast Business Text Line. Unsung heroes tonight were the special teams. Wisnowski pinning the Dallas Cowboys
Ryan
inside the
Bell
4.
made a great catch twice.
But Wisnowski pinning the Cowboys inside the 5-yard line. We don't talk
that was
enough
on the
about
Ronnie
the
Bell
punt.
catch.
Yeah, we don't talk enough about the special teams, but everybody was complaining about where you took
Good point.
Wisnowski. Everybody's complaining about where you selected Jake Moody. You got a punter or kicker for the next 10 years. What is there to complain about? So special teams is now buttoned up.
Yes.
Right? Honestly, if you're a 49er fan, how can you even nitpick on anything today?
Well,
you held the Cowboys at 10 points.
Aaron Banks got the penalty after the touchdown on CMC, and it pushed them back 15 yards.
Right.
That was the only special teams play where your eyes went up because they got to go back 15 yards, and even then they got Dallas to stop at the 30.
Wow. 860 Comcast Business Text Line. Can you imagine if Jimmy Garoppolo never went down with that injury last year against Miami?
It's a blessing.
Would we
in
even know
disguise.
who Brock Purdy is?
I don't know.
Would he even be coming into the season as the starter if we didn't know who he was?
It's the greatest woulda, coulda, shoulda of all time.
Wow.
They had signed Nate Sudfeld.
I know.
All right. Now, obviously, things changed, and they deserve a ton of credit for moving off Nate Sudfeld and keeping Brock Purdy. Like that, to me, you gain all the. But look, all these guys, there's a little bit of luck on everything. So,
Brady got in because of Bledsoe. Dak, how did he get his job? How did Dak get his job?
Injury.
Because Tony Romo got hurt.
Yeah, exactly.
Brett Favre, how did he get his shot? Don Majkowski got hurt, the Magic Man in Green Bay.
Exactly.
Everybody forgets about him. He was the dude. He went to Candlestick Park and beat Montana.
Steve Young, he was traded here because Montana was injured and then got his first opportunity because Montana was out for 2 years with an elbow injury.
Jalen Hurts got his opportunity.
Yes.
Why? Because Carson Wentz couldn't
Yeah.
stay healthy.
Good call.
Let's go to Grandpa Daddy out in Hayward. Grandpa Daddy, what's up, my man?
Bang, bang, Niners gang.
Yes,
baby.
sir.
Let's go.
I was at the game. Hey, Chesky, I tell you, you're right. Purdy, it's his ability to just see the subtle things, man. His intelligence, I'm going to tell you, the kid's gifted.
He is.
Remember at the summit, gentlemen, I put $50 and I said, I was a believer at the end of last year. And I put $50 and said, they're going all the way. Steiny was like, oh, yeah, well. And $50 should be sitting on the table in the office. Or did Willard already take it?
He's probably going to keep it. No, it sounds like a good bet, but it's early. Very early. And last time I checked, Philadelphia hasn't lost a game yet. So we can say we're the best team right now, and that's cool. You can wear it around. And I don't want to be that guy to say, hey, you shouldn't wear that badge of honor. But it's going to come down to December 3rd.
Of course.
You got to get home field advantage. And the best team in the NFL come, what is it, October 9th right now? It's October 9th,
Doesn't
Monday.
mean squat.
I don't give a damn about being the best team right now on October 9th.
Do you know who the best team in the first month of the baseball season was? The Tampa Bay Rays. And the Pirates.
And they're at home.
And they're both at home.
They're at home.
Exactly. So you're 100% correct. But it's okay.
It's okay to be 5-0.
To go, we just dismantled the playoff
Stretch your
team.
stuff. I'm not telling you not to. Stretch your stuff. You just destroyed the Cowboys. You just destroyed them. You dropped 42 on the Dallas Cowboys.
Could have been 50.
Could have been 50. And Joel in San Jose says he knew the Cowboys defense was a sham. Right, Joel? You knew they were frauds.
I called you last Friday. I said they were sham. I don't really care about that. What I care about is I've been a Bay Area sports fan my whole life, 42 blessed years on this earth. There is nothing better than a 49er victory over the Cowboys. And the even sweeter part is we live in an era where I have best friends who are Cowboys fans. They don't text me the week of the Cowboys game. They know what's coming. Mm-hmm. And guess what? Sunday night, I don't text them either because it's business. We handle business. And real quick before I go, what I want to give a shout out is to the middle of the field. We have an elite middle of the field team. Purdy is an elite middle of the field point guard. Kittle, Ayuk. Ayuk over the middle is unstoppable. And then if you go to the defense, we have Greenlaw, we have Warner, we have Hargrave, and Armstead killing the middle of the field.
No, you're right. You're right about that.
I fucking hate when they say, how about them Cowboys? It's like, shut the up with that stupid.
Dak Prescott, is there a wide gap between your team and the 49ers?
The rest of the season. Obviously, they're further ahead than us right now. Yeah, so we've got to close that gap and be ready, as you said, to get to where we want to get. We know we're going to have to go through this team and most likely come back through this place.
Hey, Dak, was it a humbling loss?
Didn't see it coming. As you said, put everything into this and got punched in the mouth. Called a couple of weeks ago humbling against Arizona, but this may be the most humbling game I've ever been a part of. Felt good about the preparation, felt good about everything, honestly, coming into this game, matchups, and they beat us in every aspect.
And then the game happened.
Yeah, then the game happened.
What the hell? I put everything into this?
Oh, they all did. They talked about it like it was a Super Bowl. And that's when I knew. This was like old school Florida State trying to beat the Miami Hurricanes in the early 90s. They talked it up like it was their national championship. It's like, no, it's not. It's week 6. Calm down. It's strictly business. Take notes from the 49ers. These guys were hyping up like, this is our Super Bowl. They're the team.
Well,
wait,
Jerry Jones said we're the best team.
Right. Well, Jerry Jones said that.
Did he talk yesterday?
I don't know if he talked.
I don't have time to have a bad time. It isn't on my schedule.
He must have been pissed.
Maybe he went to the zoo to go check out the monkeys and go laugh again. I don't know.
A very humbling loss, clearly stating the obvious. I think the biggest thing is I just had a quick reflection on the 5 games that we played in. It's been a wide range of performance, as wide as a range that I could ever recall in a 5-week period. The biggest thing is for us to be accountable. It was clearly humbling, but it is one game. I think I expressed this during the week. I thought they were playing very well coming into this. I knew our defense was in for a big challenge. Been very impressed with what they were doing on offense. And frankly, it should start with me. I didn't do a good job tonight, so. I wish we'd have gotten balance, earlier in the game. That did not happen. You don't convert third downs.
How demoralizing was this loss, Mike McCarthy? You're saying nothing, but I need to laugh right here. How demoralizing was this loss for your team, Mike McCarthy?
It's a punch in the gut. It's a kick in the ass, whatever phrase you want to put on it. But I think it's clearly, you look at how this season's gone. We've been knocked down. I mean, clearly, they beat us in all three phases. I think we will clearly acknowledge it, and I'm not a burn-to-take guy. I think we're not going to do that. We're going to go through it, make sure we're clear on exactly, what the expectation are, make sure we're giving our players what they need to be successful. So they played extremely well, and we did not.
And then Mike McCarthy last but not least. He just didn't see the loss coming.
I thought we had taken a step as a team, so I didn't see this coming. I thought their prep was good this week, so I thought we had one of our better Fridays and Saturdays of the year. So, but I think like we've talked about before, sometimes you have a great week of preparation and it doesn't go so well, and some weeks it's not the best week of preparation, you play well. So we did not hit the mark at all today.
After 3 drives, I turned to my wife and I said, they got nothing.
They got nothing.
They've got nothing.
Nothing.
It's like, we'll hit you with the short hitches after it's like 2nd and 10. Like, they had nothing.
Nothing.
There was not one player on the field I feared. CD included.
Yeah, no, Friday, well, they don't even look for CD, which is stupid. They don't even feature CD. I'm like, that's your guy. You got to get your guy involved in a big boy game. You got to set a tone, because once you get the guy going, like a CD Lamb, then everything else works. They're trying to get Michael Gallup and Brandon Cooks involved early. No, you got to get CD touches early and often in this football game and set a tone. They didn't do this. Again, last Friday, we said, we were talking about the Dallas Cowboys, said their offense looks like it's stuck in 2009. Their offense is so outdated, it's not even funny.
I don't have time to have a bad time. It isn't on my schedule.
Man, listen, 8 o'clock hour is coming up. We're about to reset this bad boy. Line them back up. Miley, Filmo, Mike. I see the rest of the calls blinking. Lines blinking. 888-957-9570.
calling in too.
Oh, he
better. I want to hear from him.
I want to hear from Robin San Bruno. Where's my guy, Juice and Hayward? I haven't heard from Juice yet. I've seen a couple texts. Where's Juice and Hayward?
On the other side, my favorite part of last night was a meme that I will describe that's all over the internet.
Well, not only will we get to the meme, it's about Brock Purdy. Was last night the night where he convinced you that he's a guy in San Francisco? Did Brock Purdy erase all doubts from your membrane?
Brocktimus Prime?
What? Brocktimus Prime, Brocktober, whatever you want to name. Whatever you want to name him. Glock Purdy, Brock 30, whatever you want to name him, I'm here for it. Did he convince you last night? Did he erase all doubts that he's the guy here in San Francisco for the foreseeable future? 888-957-9570. Niners roll 42-10. But first, let's get to the injury report.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
All right. 42-10, the Niners crushed the Cowboys and almost came away injury-free. Guard Aaron Banks had to exit the game in the third quarter with an injury to his bicep and was replaced by John Feliciano. At least John Feliciano got to play because he was in concussion protocol all week long. But after the game, head coach Kyle Shanahan said he was unsure about the severity of the injury or if there was a pull or strain involved. More info will come likely later today. Our prayers go up to Aaron Banks. Hopefully it's not a serious injury because he's playing some of the best football at the guard position in all the NFL. Aaron Banks can't get enough love. He's playing so good next to Trent Williams. They can ill afford to miss him for the foreseeable future. Get well, Aaron Banks. Hopefully he doesn't miss too much time here. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right, here's what's coming up on the game. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls, light them up. The 8 o'clock hour coming up. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. It's a Victory Monday here on the Morning Roast. Niners are rolling. They're 5-0 for the 5th time in franchise history. We're talking all about it here at 95.7 The Game.
Hi, hater. Hi, hater.
How about them Niners? Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? You know the drill. The overnight dancers getting paid. Teachers, janitors, cops, students getting on their way to school wearing their Niner jersey saying, how about those 49ers dismantling the Dallas Cowboys 42-10. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch for rocking with us. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The numbers on YouTube, astronomical as always on a Monday morning here on The Roast. Over 1,100 people were just viewing us. I know they're going to get back up here. Look, man, no school today? Oh, so the kids are at home watching the Niner game over. What was the most impressive aspect? Was it Brock Purdy? Was it the running game overall? Was it Brandon Ayuk running crisp routes? Was it George Kittle catching all 3 passes, 4 touchdowns? Or was it this great defense that got overshadowed once again? Fred Warner playing lights out. He's a ball hawk. Drake Greenlaw, the safeties. What was the most impressive aspect? Was it the coaching? Shanahan outclassing Dan Quinn and Mike McCarthy. A lot to love as the Niners improved to 5-0 for the 5th time in franchise history. First time since 2019, all led by Brock Purdy and CMC. What a win last night, Chasky. And Levi's was electric. It was rocking last night.
Levi's was absolutely incredible. There's something about that stadium on a night game as the sun is setting. It's spectacular. And then having we haven't even talked about the flyover of the 2 jets where the whole stadium is shaking. It was a special evening. And anytime you beat the Cowboys, it's satisfying. But to kick their butt, complete dismantling.
I mean, just absolutely undressed them.
I mean, it was surgical, the way that they beat them apart, especially defensively. Like, offensively, we're going to get back into, because we've been kind of, fawning over Brock Purdy and CMC and the entire team, Jordan Mason, Ayuk, Kittle, everybody. This defense is still elite. They're still really, really, really good. I thought maybe the D-line might drop off this year. They signed Hargrave. They're trying to patch it up. They don't have another real, true, proven edge rusher opposite Nick Bosa. Armstead's quietly playing great football right now. Bosa is hitting the quarterback, even though the sack numbers aren't there, getting the pressures. Hargrave has been outstanding. Yep. And we got 2 of the top, 6, 7, 8 linebackers in the game, in Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner. And that doesn't even bring up the secondary, because I feel like Gibson's been playing elite level for quite some time.
Our YouTube poll question of the day: who was your MVP from last night's win? So far, 945 votes. 61% goes to Brock Purdy. 17-24, 4 touchdown passes, which is a career high, 252 yards. He's second all-time to win his first 10 regular season starts. Ben Roethlisberger did it. He's number 1 with 15 straight. This is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. To me, the most impressive start or most impressive aspect of the season so far is the way they opened the football games up. There's no more 3 and outs. There's some more, let's limp our way to a field goal and matriculate the football down the field with a slow, methodical drive. No, they're scoring touchdowns. All right, for their 5 opening series drives to start the game, they score touchdowns. Overall, they score 31 points on 5 opening series drives. Conversely, on the defensive side of the football, they haven't given up anything to start the game. So 5 opening series drives for the defense, 0 points. For the offense, 5 drives to start the game, 31 points. Touchdown, field goal, touchdown. They are setting the tone to start. And they're playing downhill. They're playing with the lead. To me, that's the most impressive aspect of everything that's happening. And a lot is happening out here for the 49ers.
I mean, all these guys are playing so good. One week, Debo's a little quiet, and then he pops. And one week, Ayuk's a little quiet, and then he pops. It's been a quiet couple of weeks for George Kittle, and then he pops. I mean, pick your poison. Offensively, they're just so elite. And then to see Jordan Mason get the love that he did last night, I'm telling you, I'm a big believer. You got to have multiple backs. Obviously, you want to have the feature guy, but you got to have another dude who could be a change of pace guy and just kind of lean on teams in a way that McCaffrey's really tough. Jordan Mason is a bowling ball.
No doubt. 10 carries, 69 yards, 6.9 a pop for Jordan Mason. And I thought right away, you know what? Maybe you could flip Elijah Mitchell for a corner in the future. Although the corners played well for the most part yesterday. Tarvarius Ward didn't hear his name. Why? Because he was shutting people down. Deommodore Lenoir just continues to be active, and he's so saucy in that number 2. The safety positions, Talanoa Hufanga and Tashawn Gibson Jr. I thought at some point maybe they will miss Jimmy Ward. They don't really. They don't. Another interception for Gibson Jr., Hufanga's playing good football. Corner's playing in lockstep. The kicking game's been good. Everything is clicking for the 49ers as they are 5-0 again for the 5th time in franchise history. But I want to hear from the Niner fans. 888-957-9570. We go guest-free on Mondays because it's your show, Roasters, and we're going to go to Miley in Walnut Creek. I know he's fired up about the win yesterday. Miley, how about them Niners? 42-10 against the Cowboys? I thought the Niners didn't play anybody.
Ecstasy. I have a friend here who wants to say hi to you guys. You were mentioning McCarthy, and my friend has something to say.
All right.
So, hey, Bonte, this is Cousin Dick. I want to say, Bonte, I did not see that coming.
Is that Nick Friedel? Is that who that's supposed to be? I kind of like it.
I wasn't on the bingo card. I did not have somebody's going to call in to impersonate Nick Friedel.
I kind of like it.
I'm not mad at it. You never know what's going to happen on this show. Miley, Purdy, CMC, your thoughts?
Oh, okay. So I've been telling everybody I know for a while to watch Purdy's feet. So it's crazy that you guys brought that up. It's like like you said, like a ballerina. You watch Jimmy. Go watch Jimmy's feet tonight, and contrast that with Brock's feet. It's incredible. And then I can watch games without anxiety now. It's great. And then on McCaffrey, those hips. If you rewatch the game, watch McCaffrey's hips. He can move and make a subtle movement at full speed because of those hips. And then you talk to DBs. The great DBs all have hips, and my son plays DB. He doesn't have the hips, and it's holding him back.
You know, it's funny that you bring that up because CMC did not have one of those like over the top games or the big run game or that you're looking for where it really pops. He made so many subtle little just like vision, cut, get my feet into the ground and go. And then he makes himself so skinny to kind of find a hole where there is none. He turns a 1 yard loss into a 2, 3, 4 yard gain. So routinely, we take it for granted.
No doubt. 415 Comcast Business Text Line. Hey, Bonte and Joe, can we get All-Pro Fred his DPOY now? He was everywhere on that field and everything, bringing everything to bury the Dallas Cowboys. Look, I thought he set the tone for DPOY on one of the first plays of the season. I'm still looking for Najee Harris's soul. He's still looking for a soul. He's still looking to see what happened to Najee. Where am I at? Am I back in Antioch? Am I back in Bama? What's going on?
Your soul is mine.
Fred Warner, look, he is playing as a Defensive Player of the Year. T.J. Watt's going to steal the award because he's getting a sack every damn game.
Yeah.
And he's, but let's see it. But T.J. Watt's ending the game, sacking Lamar Jackson with his helmet off, yelling into Acrisure Stadium saying, I'm here.
It's week 5.
It's week 5.
Let's
it's
see
early.
what the Pittsburgh schedule looks like
Let's see
in,
it.
10 weeks. And let's see where the Niners are. Like, if the Niners go 15-2, right, I think it's going to be very difficult for them not to get a lot of awards.
It depends what the stats are, but you're right. The awards will come if you win games. And right now, Fred Warner's playing some of the best, not only middle linebacker in all of football, but when you think back to the lineage of middle linebackers the 49ers have had, Patrick Willis, Navarro Bowman, Derek Smith, Jeb Wilbrick, Lee Woodall, Ken Norton Jr., you name it. There's many more. Fred Warner's playing as well as any guy's ever wore a 49er uniform. And it's okay to say that.
Is there a guy in the league at linebacker that you're trading him for?
No. Not even close.
At what he does, not like pass rusher.
He's a 3-down linebacker.
That's what I'm saying.
He's covering Brandon Cooks 50 yards down the field, one of the fastest guys in the NFL.
He's the gold standard.
He's playing underneath coverage. He's Dak Prescott, you want to leave the pocket? You want to come out and try this little weak pump fake against me? It's not going to happen.
Collinsworth's calling him Luke Kuechly 2.0.
I think boy.
I mean, look, you got to respect Kuechly.
I respect Kuechly. And this guy's playing as well as anybody.
Yeah.
Everybody's comparing their linebackers to Fred Warner.
Yes. Well, and then complementarily, the way that Dre Greenlaw plays alongside of him.
Yep.
Name me 2 guys that cover more ground and are more sure tacklers. Remember the early on in Fred Warner's ground? I don't know. Elijah Lee misses a lot of tackles and Fred misses some here and there. That's not a problem. This team tackles in the open field as good as any team.
Well, Dre Greenlaw, 5 tackles, a sack of Dak Prescott, marked his first sack of the season and 3rd of his career. I go back, and we're going to get to the Lions in a second, but I go back to the first preseason game, what was it, of 2019 against the Cowboys? Mm-hmm. And you were like, this Dre Greenlaw's all over the place. I was like, yeah, he's flying around too much, man. He's over pursuing. He's trying to rip people's heads off. Well, little did we know that's just who Dre Greenlaw is. And the seasoning he got that rookie year, I think this is where Quan Alexander, I know a lot of people were very quick to say, flip Quan Alexander, get him out of here for something else.
Yeah.
Quan Alexander deserves a lot of credit for helping tutor not only Fred Warner, but Dre Greenlaw. Because when Quan got hurt in 2019, think about the live reps Dre Greenlaw had to see that year. And he had to go against Russell Wilson in that 2019 Monday Night Football game. And Dre Greenlaw was one of the best players on the field as a rookie. And, of course, he made the hit at the end of the game to secure home field advantage against Will Dissly. This guy, Dre Greenlaw's been coming and coming and coming. And right now, that duo between them is rivaling whatever Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman did.
Well, and Bowman and Willis were really only together for a couple of years.
Yeah.
That's the thing nobody wants to really admit out loud. Like, Bo lost his leg damn near, and that's just unfortunate, but it is what it is. These guys have been together for quite some time now.
No doubt.
When are we going to start giving them the appreciation that they deserve? You watch Van Der Esch on the other side for Dallas, and Van Der Esch is a good player.
He's solid.
He's a very good. Would you trade either one of our guys for him?
No, of course not.
No.
Think about what Fred Warner did. He had a tackle for loss. He had a pass deflection. He had a quarterback hit. I talked about the sack he had. He had a forced fumble. He had an interception, and you add that with 8 tackles.
Well, and coming out at pregame the way that he did, last player getting announced.
Come on, the way he comes. I told you that crowd pops when Bosa comes out, huh?
Oh, well, yes, it does.
When Bosa runs out that tunnel before the game.
I know it does.
And then Fred Warner right behind him with the dreads shaking, no helmet on.
It's so good.
He's a toad setter, man.
I love when they announce the defense.
Dude, I love they do it every game. That's who you announce.
I love it.
Film on Mike in the city. What's happening? Film
love
on.
it.
Phil
hey,
Mo,
man, how y'all doing, man?
What's
I know,
up, Phil Mo?
we from that era. We from that era where this win just means a little bit. Nothing. I don't like to hate on new booty Niner fans. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But when you were 80s, baby, and you went through what we went through, I know pretty sure people in the 70s and 60s got war stories and everything too, but our generation, we love beating up on the Cowboys.
Love it.
And I don't, we maybe can't say this word, you feel me, every day, but I like to call them Glock 30. You feel me? Monty, I texted you last night. Glock 30 was going crazy. I don't call him Brock Purdy. Glock 30, and Glock is a nice little weapon, too. It's a concealed weapon, too. It's kind of like nice, small, and cute, fitting in your back pocket. But, man, he was slaying him like a dragon, man. And the thing I love about this team, I want to pinch myself that how good Brock Purdy is, but they're on a different level, bro. Like, you got to listen to them talk. They're not in the moment. They're in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
They're not looking past. They're not looking behind. They said, man, we're going to beat the Cowboys. It's just another game.
Yeah.
The Cowboys was circling this. Like, you feel me? Like, oh, man, we got to prove to them. The Niners know what they got, and then it goes back to what they were saying last year when they was like, man, we could have beat Philly.
Yep.
You feel me? Like, I understand with Debo, when you frustrated like that,
Right.
they could have. You know what I'm saying?
Yep,
so
I believe it.
They focus, and hopefully, man, they keep it up, man. And nobody, I'm not even gonna say the I word, but have a great one, man. We felt this one.
No doubt. This was Posey and P-Town said Friday. Because no, Bonte and Shasky. No, this ain't a statement game. This is strictly business. But it's the Niners handle their business. They made a statement. They made a statement to the rest of the league saying, not everything went our way in the first half offensively. Maybe the play calling at the end of the first half. Maybe you could nitpick that with Shanahan. That's for another day. But we dropped 42. And you bottled up McCaffrey. He didn't have 100 yards total from, rushing and receiving. He didn't have 100 yards 100 all-purpose yards. And you still dropped 42.
They haven't had a close game. Do you know how good you have to be offensively to take apart the Niners? You can have a play.
Again.
A couple plays.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
The limited amount of sustainable drives is unreal.
No doubt.
They've got to lead the league in 3 and outs.
Listen,
in terms of forcing 3 and outs.
Not only that, Shasky, because I think so. No, one quick nugget on Fred Warner, because I had to look in the game notes to find this. He was the first 49er player to register 1 or more sacks.
Okay.
1 or more forced fumbles. 1 or more picks in a single game since Navarro Bowman back in 2013. This is how well this guy's playing, Fred Warner. I just wanted to get his love out there. Because I do, like, you watch the game, you're there, we're both there, and I'm like, man, he's dominating. Then you look at the stats, you said, yeah, he was dominating.
Yes.
Like, he's better than advertised, right? But
he's at the apex of his powers.
Going back to the offense and just the way they're dominating, last week we were discussing this, and I'm thinking to myself, opposing offenses has to come into the game thinking, we have to score 30 to have a shot. To have a shot to beat this team.
I'm surprised no one's employed the no huddle. Like, at some point, you got to do something different. Like, go 5 wide and just go no huddle the whole game, but then you're one-dimensional.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I don't know what you do.
I don't know what you do because, again, this offense is going to score. And, Lubman, I want you to look this up when you get a chance. How many offenses in NFL history have averaged at least 30 points a game in a single season? I know the Falcons under Shanahan averaged 35.
The highest, I think, of all time, I believe the highest of all time is the 2007 New England Patriots were 34.7, 34.8, something like that.
I think the Falcons averaged 35, maybe 33.
Maybe it was. I know they were right up there.
Yeah.
Because I was looking this up at the beginning of the year when we were talking about this.
Right.
It's like 20 or less.
Yeah, exactly.
Teams of all time.
And this team can do it.
Yeah.
This team, that's why all preseason I'm thinking, we're wasting our energy on the wrong thing.
Yeah.
We need to be focused on how dynamic this offense can be. And even then, I'm looking at this team, I'm saying, boy, they could score more. They could score more. Let's get to the calls while Lubman looks this up. Let's get to the calls real quick. We'll get to Duke, JD. Oh, then we got BPA. Duke, what's happening? Duke, my man, Lakeview in the house.
Hey, guys.
Oh, this is a different Duke. My bad. This is Duke and San Bruno, not Duke the Longshoreman. My bad, Duke.
Duke and San Bruno.
No, my bad.
Great win. Okay, I'm not going to nitpick. I want to talk a little bit of constructive stuff that I would imagine the coaches are going to talk about, and that is the flat pass coming off of Purdy where the defensive lineman blocked it twice.
Yeah.
And I think it's because his arm is getting stronger, and I felt in the first quarter that his passes actually had a little too much sauce on them. And if you watch later on in the game, his passes were a little more floaty, had a little more touch to him. So I think his arm, he's still going through some transitional, arm healing business, and I think that arm's getting stronger. I can't talk enough about Juszczyk. I mean, we haven't talked about him this morning. He's just a great underrated guy. And then real quick, I want to go East Coast bias. I'm not going to talk about the 49ers winning the Super Bowl, but if they were to win the Super Bowl, Purdy still wouldn't get the credit that he deserves because they're going to say he had all the weapons behind him.
No.
And lastly, Purdy is 6'1", 220. Jalen Hurts is 6'1", 223. We never hear a word about Jalen Hurts being undersized.
No, we don't. Good call. Good call there, Duke and San Bruno. Look, as far as the East Coast saying that if they win a Super Bowl, he had all. I don't care what the East Coast. I don't care what the national media thinks. All they have to do for me in February is say 49ers Super Bowl champions. That's all you say. They were the best team in the league in 2023. I don't care about whether or not Purdy. Every quarterback has weapons. If you want to win a Super Bowl, you need weapons. You need elite talent. To win, to beat the best of the best, you need talent. This is why Philadelphia went to go get A.J. Brown, right? This is why the Kansas City Chiefs are always fishing for the best players. That's why Mike McDaniel went to go trade for Tyreek Hill and they drafted Jalen Waddle because they needed speed and they needed explosiveness. You need explosive players, folks, to win an NFL championship. So I don't care how many weapons. Jimmy Garoppolo has some of these weapons, right? He has some of these weapons.
You got to be able to pull the levers. You got to be able to deal it and distribute it, and the guy does. I mean, look, I know you're not a Star Wars guy. I know you kind of laugh at me, but either you got the Force or you don't. And this guy's got it, dude. Like he's a young Padawan. Like he's training to become a Jedi, and it feels like the guy's talent is already at Jedi level. Like he's in year 2. He's in year 2. And I don't think he's stopped developing. He's going to continue to develop. His comprehension of what defenses are trying to do to him on a week-to-week basis is only going to get better.
It's really unbelievable.
His comprehension of his own offense and where guys are supposed to be is only going to be better. At what point do you ever see him and another receiver not on the same page?
Yeah.
He threw a ball away as he got out of the pocket just to the side.
Right.
And everyone's like, where's that ball going? Where's that ball going? That's like the first time in weeks anyone said anything like that.
Yeah, no,
like he's always on target.
He is. He really is. He's won his first 10 regular season starts. He's second all time in that department next to Mike Livingston back in 68, 69 with those great Kansas City Chiefs, and Mike Tomczak with the Chicago Bears back in 86, and 87. He's won 10 straight starts to begin a career. That's the most wins, second most wins to start a career there for Brock Purdy. Ben Roethlisberger, number one. Again, Christian McCaffrey, he makes history. He scores a touchdown in his 14th straight game, 11th straight regular season game, 14th overall game. So McCaffrey's still doing what he's doing on a bad night where he goes, man, I'm an idiot for fumbling. He didn't have the grip because the Cowboys are locked in on him.
Yeah.
But the gravity that he creates and the spacing that he creates for others, it was a matter of time before George Kittle blew up in the passing game. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from Brock Purdy. I'm liking what I'm seeing from the 49ers. Top 4 offensive of all time, Shasky, in terms of points per game.
No, is this full 16-game season?
Full 16-game season.
Because there's some, like I believe, like the Rams or whatever with Norm Van Brocklin.
Yeah, back in the day.
With like a 10-game schedule, averaged more.
These are the top 4 all time.
Okay.
Top 4 all time.
Okay, give it to me.
Denver Broncos 2013, they averaged 38 points per game, 37.9.
That's the number one.
That's number one.
Okay.
37.9 points per game.
Right now, Miami's averaging 36. They're number one in the league.
New England Patriots 07. 36.8.
So I knew they were right there.
Randy Moss.
Okay.
23 touchdowns. I think Randy Moss had her 22 receiving. Kansas City Chiefs 2018.
I did not have them. Well, that was the 50 touchdown season for Patrick Mahomes, the MVP.
35.3 points per game under Andy Reid.
Okay.
2011 Green Bay Packers averaged 35 a game.
Really?
They got beat by the New York Giants in a divisional round at home in Lambeau Field.
That was a big Eli Manning win.
Yeah. So those are your top 4 offenses.
Wow.
Where are the Niners at right now? Where are they at?
They're 32 and a half. Change, yeah.
32 and a half points per game. And they're leaving money on the table.
33. They're the number 2 team. Miami's just over 36.
33 points per game for the 49ers.
And the 70 burger that Miami put down probably
is inflating some of the numbers.
Yeah.
No doubt.
That would still be like top 12 all time, by the way.
49ers?
Yeah.
That'd be top 12 all time? Unbelievable.
And I mean, I thought I was the reasonable one saying B. That's really difficult to.
Yeah, I know. You were talking down on me. I was like, no, dude.
I mean, I did the research and I looked at it and I was like, we're talking about rarefied air. Yeah. And now we're like 5 games in and I'm like, yeah, they're kind of throttling down at the end of this game.
Yeah, exactly. Sam Darnold was taking snaps with 13 minutes left in the game. All right, let's get to JD and Sack, and then we got Murderers Row on the other side. 888-957-9570. JD and Sack, what's happening?
All this weapon talk.
Happy Victory Monday, gentlemen. How are you guys, man? I'm great. Last night was just unbelievable. Shout out to my guy Bonte, man. What did I tell you last night?
Hawk Hater. I saw you on the field.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough last night to get a pregame field pass, so I was down there. I ran into my guy, Bonte. We chopped it up. Appreciate you, stopping by and talking to your boy. Look, like I said, I was on the field last night pregame. I was booing the hell out of the Cowboys when they came out the tunnel, talking mess to Jerry Jones. All that was great. The game was amazing. We all know what happened. George Kittle with the hat trick, right? My favorite moment of that entire evening last night was just seeing how quiet the Dallas Cowboys fans were. I didn't know it was possible to shut up a Cowboys fan until last night's game. I'm walking out the stadium after the game, and they're pouting. They're throwing tantrums. We're supposed to be the number 1 defense. We're supposed to be the best team in the league. They were so mad, just so upset, and I love to see it. But Bonte, what did I tell you when we parted ways last night? I said, hey, I'm going to call in on Monday. I'm going to call in tomorrow morning after we kick the Cowboys' ass, so I had to do it.
You did today, and it was good to see you, Hawk Hater. It's been a while. I love Hawk Hater. He was down on the field doing this thing, and the first thing he said, Bonte, I just booed the hell out of Michael Parsons. I told him what was up. I told him this was Bosa's house, and he was passionate about it. I believed every word. I believed him every second. I said, yeah, I believed you booed him. I believe you got into their head. Cowboy fans, we'll get to them on the other side because we got some sound from RJ and Sean. They didn't want to do the crossover this year. For whatever reason, I have no idea.
Can we talk about the guy in the hard hat?
Well, we got the hard hat, and we got sound from RJ and Sean from down in 105.3 The Fan in Dallas.
Are they talking Rangers today?
All last week, Cowboy fans were telling me that the Niners hadn't played anybody yet. Now, after last night, it was, the Cowboys aren't that good. Which one is it?
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
Was Guru at the game or not? He said he was going.
Guru was not at the game. If he was at the game, he would have took a video. Who's not at the game?
A great
But you know what?
aunt had a birthday party that he couldn't miss.
No, see,
Bonte did have a
gonna get
point.
us in some trouble here. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by the Los Altos Village Association.
Bonte.
Stroll through the beautiful downtown Los
Bonte,
Altos,
help me.
tasting fine wines and enjoying live music at the Downtown Wine Stroll. That's this Friday at 6 p.m. Maybe Coach in Los Altos Hills can chaperone us down there at Los Altos. Maybe we got to do this Friday, October 13th, 6 p.m. The Wine Stroll is sponsored by Diamond Brokers of Los Altos and The Post. Get tickets and info at downtownlosaltos.org. Hey, look, Murderers Row coming up on the other side. We got Richard Fremont. We got Alex in Atlanta. And we got BPA on the line, 888-957-9570. A lot of your calls coming up here. It's a Victory Monday. Nino straddle the Cowboys 42-10, and we love every bit of it.
Bonte, you can't die on this hill, man.
49er player to register a sack, forced fumble, interception in a single game since Navarro Bowman did it back in 2013. Navarro Bowman did it on December 29th of 2013 against the Arizona Cardinals. Fred Warner, 8 tackles, 1 forced fumble, 1 interception, 1 sack. I mean, guys, it was a masterclass on how to play middle linebacker. It really was. You want to teach kids how to play middle linebacker? Just pop on tape of number 54. He'll show you how to play the run. He'll show you how to cover down the field, 50 yards down the field against Brandon Cooks. He'll show you how to deflect the pass in the seam. You want to run a slant against Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw? Good luck. This guy's putting on a masterclass, man. So impressive. The season he is starting. He's going to be on the All-Pro team, and he'll get votes for DPOY. The 49ers clicking on all cylinders. They score 30, 30, 30, 35, 42 to start the season. Brock Purdy, did he erase all your doubt that you had of him due to that game last night? In a statement/business game.
Yes!
We're going to hear from the guys in Dallas in a second, how they're crying. You know, Bobby Boucher's crying about the press box food. You got nothing to do. I saw a Cowboy fan. It was mid-second quarter. Actually, the Niners were up 21-7, and the guy was IG living. He was like, forget this football game. I'm going to go on IG.
To do what?
Not pay attention to the football game. He was done. He knew it was over. He was over it. By the way, shout out to YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Hilarious. You guys are always rocking with us on a Monday after we win, a Monster Monday, Victory Monday here on our Morning Roast. Comcast Business Text line as well. Shasky, just an impressive all-around victory. Before we get back out to the lines, I got to ask you, man, Brock Purdy, seeing that, because this was your first game this season at Levi Stadium. The guys turned it up a notch from the quarterback position. He really has.
Well, and I think one of the callers had just called in talking about the passes being slightly flatter. I actually take it in the other direction. I think Dallas, and they did this with Jimmy at times, Dallas understood that if we're not going to get home on Brock, we got to get our hands up in the passing lanes. Like, that's a classic, tactic that you're going to see from teams that love the short control passing game. And when you're a shorter person, you are going to have difficulty trying to throw over the line. But I thought that they stopped a lot of the short stuff and were sitting down on it. And then the Niners made the adjustment. Brock made the adjustment. Whether it was flat passes or not, to me, I thought it was credit to Dallas being kind of on it. You referenced the one pass behind Ayuk on an intermediate route. Everything else was dimes. Well, layered throws to the proper window to the right guy in stride over and over and over and over again. And I'm thinking to myself, forget names. Whoever they were trying to go get with the number 3 overall pick, when they traded all that they got, it was to get a guy who could run all the scripted stuff, who was super smart and cerebral. It was a guy who could make plays outside of structure. It was a guy who could throw the ball down the field with accuracy, a guy that would negate the big play, could scramble a little, move around in the pocket, and wouldn't throw the oh-no throw.
Yeah. He doesn't do that.
Everything you were looking for, even though you whiffed on that pick, everything you were looking for, you ended up cashing in on Brock Purdy a year later. This is what we were looking for. And on top of all of that, it gives you better financial flexibility because he makes infinitely less than what a first rounder does. Yeah. And we know that they needed to reset the financial books, and that was a big component of it. But he's giving me quarterback play at such a high level. It's unreal. Pre-snap, post-snap, what are you looking for? This is the guy.
Doesn't make $1 million. Makes about $900,000, if that.
Best bargain in sports.
And he's the best bargain in sports.
Hands down.
And he's got a roommate in downtown San Francisco. He's got a roommate. All right? This guy doesn't even live on his own yet. Now he's engaged, and he'll probably move into a house at some point. Somebody will loan him some money. Jade, York, Parag Bar. I'd say, hey, we're going to take care of you in a couple of years. How about you just stay down here in Los Altos Hills? Stay in this big old house with a backyard and a swimming pool. Because that's what's coming. But right now, you don't have to worry about that. And he's not worried about that. All he's worried about is winning. And his team is worried about winning. You hear from Kyle Shanahan after the game where he said, look, I know the media made a big deal about this football game. Sunday Night Football, prime time, Mike Tirico, Collinsworth in the building. The Cowboys talked it up. Yeah, it's a massive game for us. This is huge. This is a litmus test. The Niners were you know what? We're just trying to get to 5-0. Let's continue to do what we do. We've been in big games before. You can tell that the Cowboys are jacked in the brain mentally. They put so much emphasis on this game where the Niners said, let's just do what we do. We got on the field on the opening series. We put up 7. You get the ball, we're going to force you into a 3-and-out.
Yeah.
And then we're going to play ball, and we're going to go downhill, and we're going to do what we do, which is run the football, which they did last night. Even though it didn't look pretty, Shasky, they still ran for over 160.
I mean, they find holes where there are none because they have two really good running backs. One is an all-time legend. Back to the quarterback thing.
170, by the way, 4.1 a pop.
If you want to give Jalen Hurts the benefit of the doubt, because he had a great year last year, and I want to give him the appropriate respect, okay, fine. And I understand Stafford, he won a ring, and that's a great resume. Right now, Brock Purdy's a better football player. Yeah. Right now, Brock Purdy, at minimum, is the second best quarterback in the NFC. And that's really all I'm focused on right now.
Well, second best.
At minimum. I'm saying at minimum.
Are there 10 players playing better than Brock Purdy right now?
No.
In the league.
Brain, pocket awareness, moxie, ability to scramble, make throws on a dime, play within structure, pre-snap recognition, post-snap diagnosis of what the defense is trying to do, spreading the ball around, hitting intermediate windows, hitting the deep ball, throwing all the underneath stuff. Like, check every single box. How about this one? Staying out of harm's way, not taking sacks. Like, pick the area you want to diagram on what makes a great quarterback. He checks every box.
Is there anything else?
Box.
Is there anything else people need to see? Is it a deep throw?
You know what they need to see?
Is there intermediate throw?
This is what they're going to say.
No, seriously. Is there anything else they need to see?
Fonte, he needs to win the NFC Championship game in January. No, but that's what it's going to be.
Okay,
can he get to the Super Bowl?
And you know what? That is what's going to be.
No, I know, but that's
because
really
if he doesn't,
for me, that's it.
Because if he doesn't do that, then some people are going to say, well, Jimmy got to that point. Oh, look, Jimmy took it a step further.
They're not watching the same
That's all I'm saying. Well, you mentioned the NFC Championship game. I'm giving you what the haters are going to say.
It's a results-oriented business, and he understands what he signed up for. He is there's really not a player that I'm trading for him right now because he fits perfectly what Shanahan wants to do.
Justin Herbert.
I mean, he's been awesome, dude. I don't even want to go do the quarterback roulette thing. He's perfect for this team, and I love him. I love him. I don't want to even talk about other quarterbacks.
Who's not perfect is Dak Prescott. And I believe that Cowboys need an owner. They need a new head coach. They need a new quarterback. Here's Dante Whitner's thoughts on NBC Sports Bay Area for Letters Pre-Pulse. Here's Dante Whitner's thoughts on Dak Prescott.
Dak Prescott sucks. Oh, my God. Period. Right? They talk so much about Dak Prescott being a top-tier quarterback, franchise guy. I don't see it. I see them trying to cover up for what he lacks. A lot of quick throws, cutting half of the field off, and giving him easy throws. Other than that, he's not a quarterback that can drop back and really take advantage of a defense and carve it up. And today we've seen it. The 49ers defense made him look like a Tier 4 quarterback.
Yeah, Dak Prescott is not that guy.
Not at all.
He's not that guy, and then we'll move on from him after the season.
We've seen Aaron Rodgers in a 2-minute drill against the Snyder defense, not the same version of the Snyder defense, do some pretty extraordinary things. That one game with Devontae, it was incredible. Dak's not even close to that.
No.
He's not even close to that.
Let's get to the lines here. Let's start off with Richard Fremont. Richard Fremont,
what's up, Rich?
What's happening, Rich?
Now, this is how you start your week on a Victory Monday. You call into 95.7 The Game. You talk to the pride of Excelsior, the Butcher Boy, and you talk to my man who was on my podcast, Game Face Vontae Hill. That's how you do this.
What's up, Rich?
I'm telling you right now, I called in 95.7 The Game on Friday. I spoke to Willard and Dib, and I told him. I said, look, 27-13, Niners over Dallas. I don't think that Dallas is going to be able to score like that on this stingy defense. But, oh, my God. Oh, my God. I knew they was going to win, but I didn't think they was going to win like this.
No.
And I'll tell you something. The pass of the night was when, Purdy is in the pocket. The pocket starts to collapse. He moves up forward and throws what they call a PPP to George Kittle. That was a picture-perfect play.
I love that.
In the end zone.
I like that.
It was served up like in Hell's Kitchen. Okay, the chef went in, did his thing, and just redirected the whole restaurant.
That's Gordon Ramsay.
I mean, that was beautiful.
I watch Hell's Kitchen.
Oh, do you?
We watch a lot of cooking shows. We watch a lot of cooking shows. We don't watch Star Wars, but we watch a lot of cooking shows. No, he's right. Hey, I didn't know where he was going with that P word. Because, P words on this show. Pasoy. There's no Pasoy problem with the 49ers.
Well, they were asking that last night, and That's what the Cowboys are asking right now. Is there a Pasoi problem in the clubhouse?
They got many more problems than a Pasoi.
Speaking of Pasoi problems, did you see Clayton Kershaw bent over?
Oh my gosh.
That made my weekend.
Oh my God.
I mean, just made my weekend.
You know what?
That guy folded like a Joker card.
Look, the Phillies, I'll say this. They have a look of a World Series team. I need somebody to beat them. I do not want Philadelphia celebrating any championships. I want them losing another championship.
I got all my picks right.
Bruce Bochy, all he does is win.
I need Bochy. That's it. Bochy.
Boy, the Giants could use someone like that. But let's get back to the Niners.
Carlos Correa? Could they use a Carlos Correa?
He's a beast.
Third all-time in postseason RBIs at the age of 29.
Because they've added extra layers, but you're correct.
Boy, the Giants sure did whiff on that one, huh? They had Correa. So he's getting ready for the press conference. Remember that? Alex in Atlanta, the official statistician of the Morning Roast.
What's up,
Alex? Got to enjoy the game last night at Levi Stadium. What's up, Alex?
Gentlemen, first of all, I have to be man enough to admit I was wrong. Last week I told you guys I thought this was going to be a close game, that the Niners were going to win, because I was fooled into thinking that Dallas had a decent team. Their quarterback is a bum. Their head coach is a fraud. Their weapons are overrated. Their defense ain't shit. And
Oh, Alex in Atlanta slipped up. He slipped up.
Hey, bro, this ain't HBO.
I shall rise as the knight of numbers for the king.
He is right, though. Dallas ain't it.
Yeah, they're not
They caught me off guard.
They ain't it. The same feeling I got with Farhan Zaidi Tuesday afternoon at Oracle Park is the same feeling I walked at Levi Center. Yeah, that team ain't it. Farhan ain't it. The Cowboys ain't it. They're not. You remember I did the King of the Hill last week, the rankings, and I had Detroit higher than Dallas, and some people question, Detroit ain't better than Dallas. Please. Dallas are fraudulent. They're so jacked up in the brain. I mean, I walked out of that stadium, was like, damn, I wish we scored 50 on them. Really? Cowboy fan. They're
No, I like it better when Sam Darnold is taking snaps in the fourth quarter. Not like with a minute to go, with 13 minutes to go.
Oh, my gosh.
Sam Darnold came into the game.
Sam Darnold.
That was an utter dismantling.
All right, so Cowboy fans, we gave them a chance to call in last week.
Yeah.
I would love to hear from them today.
Wow.
They said they will be calling back on a Monday.
Well, you know why?
They said the Niners hadn't played anybody.
Bonte,
they said that they had the top defense in the league.
They're busy.
They said that they figured it out.
No, they're busy. Lakers season just started for Dallas Cowboy fans. So they're very busy right now.
BPA. What's happening, Brian, in Palo Alto?
What's up, guys? Yeah, I knew on Brock in the Tampa game. I knew he was no drop off from Jimmy. I knew he saw the field better than Jimmy. I knew he was the future against Seattle last year in that road game. I think he had a cracked rib or a pulled muscle, whatever. Yeah, and he's it's hard to play quarterback, and he's able to process a car wreck every play in front of him and know where to go with the ball, which is the number one characteristic for elite quarterbacks in the history of the league. Mm-hmm. 98% of quarterbacks can't do it. And if you watched football yesterday, you saw a lot of quarterbacks that simply cannot process. Mac Jones, it's a long, long list of quarterbacks that can't process.
Yep.
And he does it better than any quarterback since Joe for the 49ers. His ability to process, his ability to work through.
Let's not skip over Steve Young,
when you can work through 4 or 5 progressions on a play, when you can work through 4 or 5, the whole field's open, right? Jimmy could get through 2.
Yes.
Right, and you'll see it tonight. 1, 2, and then he is SOL. And so that's the reality, right? We've seen great quarterbacking in this area before. On the finer points of quarterbacking, not raw talent. Steve,
real quick, BPA, you're not a big Steve Young fan, huh?
I was never. Obviously, respect, right? If you want to look at the stats of Steve in big games, they're not good.
Bonte's been on that actually.
Yeah, no, they're not. I love Steve Young. Postseason, you're right. You're right about the postseason
and great when he got deep into the playoffs and played great teams and great defenses. They were able to dial up his weaknesses, which was he had a hard time getting through 4 or 5 progressions instantaneously because it's really, really hard. He get through 2 and then he could run, maybe get through 3 at his best. Brock gets through 4 or 5. We've seen it in a number of cases. Now, does he have Steve's arm strength? No. Does he have Steve's speed? No. Right? And that made up for a lot of stuff for Steve, which we all know. But as far as processing, it's the best I've seen with the 49ers since Joe Brady had it, Manning had it, Joe had it, right? There's not an infinite list of people that process like this.
I mean, BPA. Am I foolish? Giving Jalen Hurts appropriate credit, right? Outside, he's the at minimum number 2 quarterback in the NFC, right? It's not even. I don't even think that's outlandish at all.
Look, I view Hurts as. I mean, he's running a lot.
Yes,
and I respect that he's been able to stay as healthy as he has so far. But that's I don't know how sustainable that is.
Remember, thanks for the call, BPA. Well, remember BPA. Last year, Jalen Hurts suffered a shoulder injury late in the season against Chicago and didn't play the rest of the regular season. And in the playoffs, up until the Super Bowl, he really didn't throw it a lot. That week off going into the Super Bowl, the week off they had for the bye week before playing the New York Giants in the divisional round, he got a lot of rest with that shoulder, but he didn't get stuck in Chicago. And if they want to continue to run him, we look at Anthony Richardson. Young man is big. But now that's 3 games he's been hurt in, and he's had to leave the game. He can't finish. Trey Lance ended his 49ers tenure running the football. Right? You know what I'm saying? You can't do this with these quarterbacks.
Can't do with any of them. And even Josh Allen, for as amazing as it is at times,
he's not running as much as he used to.
But wouldn't we all agree they're also flirting with danger?
Right.
There's a difference between a designed run and a scramble.
Right.
A scramble is okay, nothing's open. I'm going to keep moving. Maybe I'll use my legs. The design runs, I'm out on them for my quarterback. And have we even thought about a design run for Brock Purdy?
Well, I wonder if the size
outside of a QB sneak
doesn't say a lot about Trey Lance and not being able to process. Maybe there was something to that. Even though I don't like the game plan, I still you drafted this guy because you thought he was a good quarterback, not Lamar Jackson. You misevaluated him. Now I'm not trying to go back and Trey Lance. You're able to whiff on Trey Lance and move on. You still have a Super Bowl contender. You're dropping 30 burgers left and right. You've upgraded. But no, you're not going to do that with Brock Purdy because of his size.
Ponte.
That would be idiotic for Shanahan to call a play and say, "Hey, let's do a design run with Brock Purdy."
No, they're never
not going to do that.
They're never going to do that. But just forget the name Trey for a second. From Jimmy to Brock, it's a clear upgrade.
Oh my gosh.
No one is debating that.
We're going to watch Jimmy.
Even if you respect Jimmy, even if you think the highest of Jimmy, right? You can reasonably say they've upgraded. And however they got there, They found Brock. Yes, they took 3 picks. It took a 7th-round pick, so maybe it took 4 picks. However you want to do the math, they've clearly upgraded, and they're sitting in the catbird seat.
No, I mean, we're going to watch Jimmy Garoppolo tonight, and we're all going to be saying, boy,
thank God
we don't have to go through this experience again, this roller coaster again. By the way, Micah Parsons yesterday to the media, I don't think the 49ers are at a higher level than us. I think we're the same caliber playoff team, same talent, same standards. I just feel like we need to reconsider and fix some things. The score doesn't really show what happened out there. 42-10. I think the score showed a lot of what happened out there. The score told the story of the game. The Cowboys were dominated. They didn't have a first down until early in the second quarter. Tony Pollard cannot run the football. Nobody can run the football against this defense. They haven't allowed a rusher to rush over a running back to rush over 100 yards in 32 games.
Can I ask you this one too? Because I don't think we've dove deep into it enough. Bowman and Willis, they had Takeo spikes before Bowman got elevated. Right. So it was really just 2011, 2012, 2013. And I believe parts of 2013.
Willis had the toe injury, and he wasn't playing on third
downs. And who's
downs.
our guy? Larry Grant playing?
Larry Grant playing a little bit. But
so we're talking about 3 years. And I don't want to take away. They were 3 amazing years.
Maybe so not even 3.
What?
Maybe not even. Yeah,
2.5, right?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm nitpicking. Willis and Bowman are 2 of my favorite Niners of all time. Why are we so afraid to say Greenlaw and Warner are on their level? Not that they're better than, but given the way the game is played now, why they've done it for about as long, if not longer.
2021, 2022, and now 2023. And they're both locked up for long term. Bowman came on when Willis's prime was starting to leave him, right? Willis's great years came without Bowman.
Yeah.
And in 2011, Willis was still really good.
Really good.
But by 2012, the page is starting to turn to where Bowman was the lone linebacker on third downs, and Willis would come out.
Yeah, and I thought that Bowman's 2013 season was as good of a linebacking season as you could have.
Warner and Greenlaw are both 3-down linebackers, playing every single play.
In the modern game.
In the modern game. And they're cleaning up everybody in the run game. Greenlaw crushed. I forgot about the Pollard slant where he just crushed him.
Bro.
Where's that Deuce? Was that
no, it was the other
running
Vaughn. Yeah, he destroyed
Deuce Vaughn
him.
or whatever
and he
his
didn't
name
catch
is.
the ball. And then on the sideline, he suplexed it.
Oh yeah, he he body slammed him on the
and
sideline.
Then he got up like, uh-oh.
You're like, uh-oh, and the ref thought about throwing a flag. It was like, yeah, I'm not going to throw a flag.
And then before halftime, he's rolling out to the right side, Dak Prescott, and here comes Greenlaw like shot out of a cannon. And I'm thinking to myself, how dumb is Dak Prescott to run to the left with Fred Warner and to the right with Dre Greenlaw? Dog, you're not getting to the sideline.
You see the way they ran off the field, too, going into the locker room at halftime, Greenlaw and Warner? I'm like, oh, these guys are psychos. They want more.
Look,
they don't even want to go into the locker room at halftime. They just want to stay on the field.
Bro, without disrespecting Willis and Bowman and recognizing how great they were, why can't we also recognize how great this tandem is as special a tandem as you're going to find in the league? Remember a couple years ago, everyone was talking about the Tampa Bay tandem?
Yep, Levante David and Devin Smith.
And they're very good.
They're very good. They're not Warner and Greenlaw, especially in the run game. They're really good in the pass, but against the run,
that's what I'm saying.
Give me Warner and Greenlaw all day long. Let's go to the lines again.
Man.
Let's go down to Casino Matrix. Casino Matrix in San Jose. When are you guys going to host us for another watch party, Casino Matrix? Brett at Casino Matrix in San Jose. What's happening? Come on.
What's going on, my boy? How you doing?
Real quick, Brett. I know you guys got some business dealings with the other station, but come on, you know who really pays the bills around this market. Brett, come back onto the winning side.
I'm going to take an NC. No comment. No.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, that speaks volumes. What you got?
I mean, honestly, boys, that was, and you know I'm a Steelers guy, but man, that was a debauchery. I mean, they undressed them like I did my date on prom night. That was just silly. I mean, they really did. I mean, I couldn't believe what I was watching. What they look like to me is when the Warriors had Kevin Durant. They look like a super team because you just can't guard everybody. I mean, like it's weapons everywhere. You got Pro Bowlers on the offensive side, on the defensive side. It's just silly. I mean, I honestly don't even see them taking an L anytime soon. And I mean, this is coming from I'm not biased with the Niners or nothing, but I mean, the eye test is telling me the Niners are just that good. And happy Columbus Day, Paisan, Zlatsky. I mean, shout out to you guys, man. You guys are holding down. I love you guys, man.
Thank you, Brett. Love you too, man. See you soon down there at Casino Matrix. It's Columbus Day today?
Well, it was.
We celebrate that still?
We had the Indigenous Peoples Day, I believe is what it's technically called now.
Okay, yeah.
But also you had the North Beach Festival over the weekend, Fleet Week. You know, it was a great
discover
weekend.
Cuba and not America? I don't know. I don't even want to get into that.
Why are you going down this rabbit hole?
Hey, by the way,
I would like to stay employed talking about sports.
Yeah. I'm not talking. We don't talk politics on the morning roast. Spinoni, I just saw something on YouTube.
What's that?
Probably my first NorCal credit union. You got a Raider Fest head. Boy, we made a mistake letting Derek Carr go. And I'm thinking, boy, the Saints didn't look good yesterday.
Derek Carr versus this Niners or Eagles defense is going to look great in January or February.
And that's the one thing that, the one thing I'm not here for is Brock's a game manager. Do you know how inept Trent Dilfer was as a quarterback? Go back and look at the
whole
numbers.
Game management thing. I've been out on that.
It's a joke.
Shanahan.
Even Alex Smith's year, the 2011. Go back and look at Alex's numbers, and you look at Brock's numbers.
Shanahan empowers Purdy to be aggressive.
Come on, dog.
When you call that drive up 21-10, Shanahan with Jimmy Garoppolo would have been run, pass. Run, pass. Run, pass. Let's try to get out of here, shorten the game up. Instead, Shanahan saying, let's dial it up, and let's throw slants, let's throw posts, let's throw deep, let's throw out routes. Oh, you want to call back a 40-yard play? Well, let's call it again to Deebo Samuel over the middle of the field and break this game wide open. The way he calls a game for Brock Purdy compared to Jimmy Garoppolo, it's not even close. Not even close.
If you want to nitpick, really nitpick on the 49ers, Bonte, right before halftime, the Niners get the ball back. It's like a minute and a half to go. They throw a pass. It's like a 7-yard gain or whatever. And then they run the ball with CMC on second down. All right. And the Cowboys have 2 timeouts at that point. All right. They called the time, or 3 timeouts. They called the timeout, stop the clock. It's 3rd and short. You know that the Cowboys have 2 timeouts. If you're not going to be aggressive from the jump, I would have taken another run play there.
Right.
If you're going to go conservative, force them to use a timeout.
Especially because you're not receiving the second half kickoff.
It's the only nitpicky thing that just right before halftime, I get a little nitpicky on clock management, specific plays that you're using. It's really hard for me to nitpick on his play calling. But in those circumstances, run or pass, forcing a team to use a timeout.
Nope, I'm with you.
That was the only because then it gave the ball back to Dallas, and they had an opportunity.
And they could have doubled up because they received the second half kickoff. Yeah, they received the second half kickoff. They could have had the last possession of the first half, and they did. And even Dallas at the end of the first half, you see how the lack of aggression from them. They were like, you know what? Let's just go to the locker room and regroup. Let's not even try them.
How about
they didn't even try to stretch the ball down the field?
Well, they threw the ball out of bounds. Did you see that one where Dak rolled out left and threw it out of bounds?
Threw it out of bounds. It's like, what are you guys doing?
It wasn't even close.
But again, when the day and I told Guru this on the BS&G days, the day they hired Mike McCarthy, I said, I don't have to worry about the Cowboys. Let's just wait for them to fire Mike McCarthy. Now I just hope they don't end up with somebody like Jim Harbaugh or Bill Belichick or whoever. That's what I want them to employ Mike McCarthy as long as I'm alive.
Yeah, but Dak's so limited.
He is.
Dak is the quarterback who's limited. The way we talk about Brock Purdy is
Dak
wrong.
is limited.
You should be talking about Dak that way.
No, Dak is limited. Now, let's get to the Albo and Antonio. Hang on tight as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM in HD1, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Go back and download all the great interviews from last week, whether it was Steiny and Guru, Willard and Dibs, or our show where we had Jerry Rice and Terrell Owens on. I need Terrell Owens in a 49er jersey in Philadelphia December 3rd. They need to calm these Philly fans down. They're feeling themselves. It's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line, and shout out to YouTube. We're always doing numbers on a Monday morning. They never leave us here on the Morning Roast. YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Hey, YouTube, Twitch, Comcast Business Text Line, and everybody on hold or listening to their car radios, let's check in on RJ and Sean at 105.3 The Fan. They were feeling themselves about this Cowboy team. They said this year was different. They said their defense was different. They figured something out in that playoff loss to the 49ers 19-12. They figured it out. They figured out Purdy. Well, let's just hear some snippets from their show today. Here's, I guess, what they said about the whole Cowboy season or the whole Cowboys team. I don't know. RJ and Sean, take it away.
Yes. Dak was bad. McCarthy was bad. The offensive line was bad. The defense was bad. Dan Quinn was bad. Now, everything about this game tonight was bad.
Yeah.
But you sit there, the low-hanging fruit is to say, well, Dak. That's low-hanging fruit. Dak, he was not good today. He wasn't good.
No, he's horrible.
And you're probably those people out there that think that Dak sucks all the time. And that's not true.
That's not true.
Not true either.
Dak's just not a trash quarterback. Dak is still a good quarterback, but it is a question mark now. Is he able to beat the better teams in football, the better defenses in football? I think it's very fair because the answer's been no so far.
He wasn't able to complete enough passes today. He wasn't the difference maker today. His offensive line didn't help him. His running game didn't help him. His wide receivers didn't help him. His tight end didn't help him. His play caller didn't help him.
Well, he didn't help himself by not looking for CeeDee Lamb.
God, I miss
That's Dak Prescott. RJ Sean.
That sounds like us talking about Jimmy.
Oh, my God.
He's not horrible, but he's not great.
We got more.
Better to find out early. You can't get upset. You can't. You're not them. You ain't them. You ain't that team. Better to find out early, man. Got to accept reality. I'm not even this sad. You can pick more up-tempo music. Yeah, pick some Creed, maybe. Why not?
That's right.
Wow. So they're not even mad. It's week 5. They already accepted that they're going to be out in the second round of the playoffs.
Bonte.
To RJ and Sean, 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, their flagship station, they've already accepted the fact that they're not going to another NFC title game. They've already accepted the fact that their trophy case will be empty once again come January, February. Wow, you want to talk about humble pie. And they're also worried for Bobby Boucher.
No.
Bobby Boucher, who's complaining about the press box food. That's all he's got.
I am a little bit worried for Bobby's state of mind today. Yeah, he's not going to appreciate what we're doing.
So many Tolos tweeted last night, where's Bobby? How's Bobby going to defend his guy? What's Bobby Belt going to have to say about this?
how much deflecting is going to take place. I was getting Jalen Hurts text messages from Jared Sandler. Like, can we really say that Dak is better than Jalen Hurts at this point?
I fucking hate when they say, how about them Cowboys? It's like, shut the up with that stupid.
I don't have time to have a bad time. It isn't on my schedule.
Who doesn't think Hurts is better than Dak Prescott? In what world are you watching football? By the way, Bobby Belt, Brandon Belt, all the belts, okay? The ones that I'm not have around my waist, they all suck.
Oh, man.
Brandon Belt!
Better to find out early.
Better to find out early. You can't get upset. You can't. You're not them. You ain't them. You ain't that team. Better to find out early, man.
Just gotta accept reality. And I'm not even this sad. I mean, you can pick more up tempo music.
Yeah, pick some Creed, maybe. Why not?
That's right.
That's the default for all Cowboy fans. I'm not even sad. It's just better to find out early.
I told you, Lakers season just started for them.
October.
Imagine being so sad you have to default to Creed. Like, that's where they're at now in Dallas.
They're defaulting to Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic to the Dallas Mavericks.
God.
Or wait, no. They got the Texas Rangers. They all of a sudden became baseball fans. For the first time in their lives, they're ripping the Texas Rangers.
Why do all the radio guys have to talk like this?
Oh, man. Oh, they talk about snitching music. They talking about, we're not even mad. Let's just play some Creed to lift us up. Said no one ever. I mean, come on, man. Come on. Let's go to the lines, man.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man. Let's go to
I
Al and
love
have
beating the
Boot Bay.
Cowboys. It's the most the way that we beat them, that might be the most satisfying victory in the last couple years.
I mean, just smoked them. Smoked them.
For a regular season game that didn't have playoff implications.
42-10.
It was incredible.
I thought it'd be, 27-24, 27-20. 42-10?
Michelle and I were ordering Uber on the way home, blasting music. Didn't even need to listen to the post game.
Well, I did
Though
listen
if you
to the
missed
post.
it, you can go on Overtime YouTube page and watch it back.
I was listening to Sterling and Mark Randy, and they were stunting.
Oh, no,
they were flexing.
We were playing Afro Man in the car. Everyone was singing.
Afro
Colt
Man.
45 and 2 zigzags.
Wow, Afro Man. I didn't know that one.
It's a classic.
It is a classic.
Come
It is
on.
a classic. Al, Half Moon Bay, what's happening?
What's happening, gentlemen? Good morning.
Good
I
morning.
got to tell you, man, that was a straight up beatdown. My kids thought I kind of fell or I hurt myself because I was screaming so loud as I'm making dinner. But the one thing I got to give a shout out to is the O-line. How they kind of nullified Micah Parsons and just gave Brock time was amazing. And then when it started to collapse, he stepped up, made big throws. One thing I got to say, though, what BPA was saying is how he processes. Because there was one play, there was a short little screen out on the left. He didn't want that. He wanted the 20-plus yard pass. He has the Black Mamba mentality.
Yeah, he does.
And I wish these people would just stop and just accept him for the player that he is. As opposed to this ethos that we have, he's got to be 6'5", 220, he runs a 4.3, and he's got a vertical of 50 inches. The kid can play. The kid can process. Just accept it. Let it be.
No, the kid.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt. The kid is playing at an elite level. 888-957-9570. I see all the roasters on YouTube and Twitch. Comcast Business Text Line. Was last night the night where Brock Purdy erased all doubt from your mind that he is the guy in San Francisco? I told you, after week 2, SoFi Stadium against the Rams, the first thought I had, even after missing the 2 deep throws that everybody harped on, I said, boy, I never once doubted that the Niners are going to win that game. I felt that ease on every single drop back in that football game, right? Like the Philadelphia Eagles did against the Rams last night. They went down right before halftime, scored a touchdown, take the lead into halftime. Well, what Brock Purdy did with no timeouts in that Rams game to tie that football game up and then go with the quarterback sneak on the last play of the first half, I said, boy, they got a guy where everybody feels at ease. There's no, oh my God, oh no. Like the Jimmy Garoppolo experience, it was rough at times. It was some good times, but it was rough at times where you just felt like, I don't know where the throw's going.
Bonte, they're 5-0. Do you know what they got when they got their first 5 wins last year, what week it was?
It was November, right?
November 13th.
Yeah, there you go.
Week 10.
Yeah. Because remember, it was Operation 4-4 before the bye week. Just get the 4-4.
I mean, like, they're so ahead of schedule right now. It's great.
Listen, I'm not going to be the guy. I was listening to Whitner last night, and he's talking about 17-0.
Did he have an? Is it an ascot or an ashcot? What is it called?
Ascot.
What's it called?
Ascot.
Ascot. Yes.
Ascot.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ascot.
Was he wearing that?
I just
or was it a sweater?
I was listening to it on the phone, so I was on the drive back listening. I was going back.
Well, his outfits are incredible.
Yeah, he does have great outfits. And Morelli's right on YouTube. Anna is taking a victory lap. She's telling everybody and her mama, I called it with Brock Purdy during the Tampa Bay game. I ain't said. She was like, he reminds me, we got our old Tom Brady. And I was like, stop, you got to stop with this stuff. Now here I am thinking, well, he does have a lot of traits from the young Tom Brady.
Hey, Lubman. Cancel Baldy tomorrow. Book Anna 7:30. I want to find out who else is a gem in the league.
No. She didn't tell me
Anna's breakdowns.
Hey, she didn't tell me to bet on the Sacramento Kings game 6 against the Warriors last year in the first round. I was like, please, I'll take your bet. And Sacramento blew them out. I was like, how did you place the bet? I told you
one of the worst games I've ever been to in my life.
Oh gosh.
So let's make that happen.
Not bringing Deli Boy to another playoff game ever again.
Wow. So you blame Deli Boy?
Well, the vibes.
You should have just gave.
I was undefeated in the playoffs to that point.
No, you should have just gave the tickets away. Anyway, 888-957-9570 is the phone number. We are rolling right now on the 49ers. Mo and Tony in Oakland.
Tony?
We're going to get
Tony in Oakland?
Dude, the calls are great today. 888-957-9570. Victory Monday. Niners roll over the Cowboys 42-10. Did Brock Purdy finally erase the doubt in your mind that he is the guy to lead this team to the promised land and he's the guy to lead this team in the foreseeable future? Brock is balling right now. So are the Niners. 5-0 for the 5th time in franchise history. They roll over the Cowboys 42-10. More coming up. Brought to you by Save Mart in Lucky, California.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries...
19-5 to the Packers for Purdy, who escapes and fires end zone. Touchdown, Kittle. First of the year for George Kittle, a perfect opening drive.
Yeah, I mean, like we said before, this team doesn't have, any ego. Everyone wants to win. I feel like everyone knows that they're good, and so it's going to be just a matter of time with their game. This game, George had, the touchdowns, he had opportunities, but still, Debo, B.A., Christian, everyone's able to contribute, JJ, and so, their time comes, and so they know that. But at the end of the day, we put winning first. That's what we want to do. There's no, selfish times where, guys are coming up to me saying, hey, man, I'm open, you got to throw it to me or anything like that. So I'm very lucky and fortunate for that, and we'll just keep it rolling.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
An unselfish player, an unselfish quarterback, unselfish team, and they're rolling right now. 5-0 for the fifth time in franchise history. They also improved to 2019-1 against the Dallas Cowboys all time. They beat the Cowboys 3 straight times in the last 3 years. Ended their season, the last 2 seasons, and basically it sounds like it ended their 2023 season, according to RJ and Sean. Listen to this. Week 5 of the NFL season, and they're all doom and gloom.
Better to find out early.
You can't get upset. You can't. You're not them. You ain't them. You ain't that team. Better to find out early, man.
Just got to accept reality. I mean, I'm not even this sad. I mean, you can pick more up-tempo music.
Yeah, pick some Creed, maybe. Why not?
That's right.
So you can't be sad for a team that you just started rooting for.
Right. RJ and Sean, 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. So they'll be talking Texas Ranger baseball and Dallas Maverick basketball for the rest of the year, unless they beat Philadelphia. And then they're like, we're back. We learned from San Francisco, blah, blah, blah.
We learned from San Francisco.
Yeah, we learned. We improved. So the Niners, with the TD on the opening drive yesterday, it marked the 7th consecutive regular season game that the Niners have scored on an opening drive dating back to that game back on New Year's Day. So they're just scoring on opening drives left and right? They scored 31 points on opening drives this year. Touchdown, field goal, touchdown. That's the sequence there. Defensively, 0-0-0-0-0. They haven't given up a point on an opening drive. All right. Brock Purdy, he's undefeated at starts.
That's just incredible.
I mean, it's
just incredible.
It just continues.
It's just incredible.
It
Keep
just
going.
continues,
What
man.
are his stats for the year?
They're the first team to score 30 or more points in the first 5 weeks of the NFL season since the LA Rams did so back in 2018. Rams did it back in 2018. Niners become the first team to do so since the 2018 LA Rams. Some 8th straight regular season game, they scored at least 30, Shasky. 8 straight games, they scored at least 30 in the regular season. What else do you want from this team? What else?
Are you not entertained?
What is that, 15 straight regular season wins?
All right, so I'm sitting here, I'm looking at his career stats. This does not include the playoffs. 14 games played. They throw in the game where he came in late, so I'm just going to add that in. I know as a starter he doesn't have one more interception because that came late in the Chiefs game, if I believe. He's 10-0. He's a completion percentage a hair under 70 for his career, 2,600 yards, 22 touchdowns, and 4 interceptions. Bonte, this year alone, 5-0, 72% completion, 1,200 yards passing, averaging 9 per attempt, 9 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. That's through 5 games. Let's extrapolate that, okay? 5 games. Let's just do the simple math. Times 3. Let's just say, hypothetically, times 3. You're looking at 35 and 0 turnover. I mean, he will turn the ball over. But Bonte, this is incredible.
9 touchdown passes, no interceptions. Alex in Atlanta sent us $10 for the swear jar. Sincerely sorry. Alex, it's okay. It's okay. It happens. Every day somebody curses on the show. Whether it's Kendra Andrews, whether it's you, whether it's any one of our wackadoodle callers, and I love them all. Whether it's me slipping up. We all curse on this show.
I fucking hate when they say, how about them Cowboys? It's like, shut the up with that stupid.
And Harold, you're right. Harold, you're right. I don't know where the negative connotation came towards Kyle Juszczyk, but we talk about Jordan Mason. We talk about Oren Burks. We talk about Deshaun Gibson Jr. And last week it popped. And like everybody says, oh, man, Juszczyk is overpaid. He's overpaid. If you can't see the value in Kyle Juszczyk in this offense, then I can't help you.
Yeah.
I can't help you. It's a Draymond-like feel to it, where you look outside the box score. The IQ, the blocking, he can run routes, he catches passes. Beautiful play-action pass. I knew it right away. Got him in the flat, got him. Purdy makes the perfect throw, touchdown, Juszczyk. You don't see the value in him? Then I can't help you.
Yeah.
And how do you know if he's overpaid? The Niners felt like he was owed $8 million. Well, you know what? That's his value. Because somebody else is going to scoop him up. You don't think New England needs a fullback? The Cowboys need a fullback?
It's true.
The Ravens love having a fullback? Appreciate Kyle Juszczyk. Appreciate your fullback. The guy has value. As the Niners win their 15th consecutive regular season game dating back to Week 8 of 2022. It's the longest active streak in the NFL, ties the longest regular season winning streak in franchise history. Next week, they have a chance to break another franchise record. It's incredible.
Who was the guy that did the quarterback rankings last week?
Oh.
Who was that? Ruiz, something or other?
Hold on. Steven Ruiz from The Ringer.
I'm sorry. I watched the film and he's not doing anything. He's running the offense well, and I get the argument that he's a good quarterback for this system, and he's the right quarterback for this system. And then I get yelled at when I rank him 25th. Here's my thing: I'm ranking these quarterbacks not based on their suitability for the Kyle Shanahan system. I'm ranking them based on what they would do in a normal offense, like a league average offense. And if we put Brock Purdy in the league average offense, this game isn't going to lead to top of the league results. The play that made me lose my mind this week was he threw a pass downfield to Brandon Ayuk over the middle of the field. It was probably 30 yards downfield. It was into double coverage. He underthrew the ball by about 10 yards. The Cardinal safety, number 34, overran the ball. He couldn't find it in the air, and then Ayuk tracked it down and caught it. And 49ers Twitter is celebrating this throw. Like when he went to throw the pass, he knew the Cardinal safety was going to overrun it. He knew it. And he knew Brandon Ayuk was going to realize and track the ball and cut off his route short and get it. And that's why he threw it short. He did it on purpose, which is ridiculous.
Only 6 times have the 49ers one quarterback thrown for over 30 touchdowns. Do you know who has the most touchdowns in a single season as a passer in 49er history?
In 49er, I would guess Steve Young. Could be Jeff Garcia.
What do you think the number is, just out of curiosity?
Probably 34, 33.
So 36, Steve Young, 1998. Steve Young's number 2, 35 in this 94 season where they won it all.
Yep.
Garcia, 3 and 4, 32 and 31. And Joe Montana with his lone 30 touchdown plus season with 31 in that strike shortened year we were talking about last week, where he threw for 31 in 1987. John Brody, the only other guy to throw for over 30. He had 30 touchdowns in 1965. I mean, Brock's getting to 30 this year, right?
You would think. And even if he doesn't, I don't care. This offense is humming. The number for me that I'm looking at is for the offense, the magic number 30. If the 49ers offense gets to 30, they're going to win. It might win every damn game. I mean, if you're an opposing offense and you see the 49ers, their offense is so lethal now, the 49ers that is, in which they're dropping 30, 35, 42. The opposing offense has to come in thinking, boy, we don't have a shot. We don't have a shot if we score 20.
I know.
We have to at least get to 27 to 30 to have a shot to beat this team. Philadelphia's right now looking at the 49ers. They're saying, we're going to have to score 30. The Kansas City Chiefs say, no, we got to score at least 27 to 30 to even have a shot to beat this team.
Well, they're just
so that's my magic number.
Yeah.
The 49ers offense, score 30.
Well, I know touchdowns is we obsess over them. And when they get in the red zone, they score touchdowns. That is what this team does. I can't get over the completion percentage. When the ball doesn't hit the floor, Baldy was talking about it, the ball doesn't hit the floor. 72%.
Yeah.
72% completion.
Remember when the people were arguing with us about practice, saying, oh, you got to experiment with interceptions being thrown, and a lot of people were harping on the interceptions at Purdy and practice stuff. Just don't let the ball hit the turf. The great teams. Rich Gannon, I remember talking to Rich Gannon. He goes, my Raider practice is, if the ball hit the turf, I would throw a tantrum. Do not let the ball hit the grass.
Well, that's Bill Walsh.
And Bill Walsh would always say that too.
Practice perfect so that in the game you're never going to be perfect. You'll strive for excellence.
You don't practice throwing interceptions.
Exactly.
You practice to complete passes and be perfect. You don't practice throwing picks. That was the stupidest thing I heard all preseason. Oh, he's just practicing throwing interceptions. He's experimenting. No, he's not. You don't want to do that at all. Or somewhere else. Oh, next quote from Steven Ruiz.
The game is, can the 49ers win the Super Bowl like this? And you think they can't?
No.
I think
just
they can.
goes against. If they do, I'm done. I'm not covering the sport again. If they win it with Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, sure, I can get on board with Sam Darnold. Not Brock Purdy.
I mean, Nora Princiotti saying, "Can you win like this?" Well, why can't you win averaging 33 points a game? Why can't you win when Christian McCaffrey's the leading rusher in the NFL? Why can't you win when you have a tight end who's in hibernation and all of a sudden, you know what? Let's blow them off. Let's wipe the dust off. And let's throw 3 targets for 3 touchdowns. Why can't you win where Brandon Ayuk is cooking any corner in front of him? Why can't you win when Debo's completely healthy, running post routes and running jet sweeps? Why can't you win when you got a young Ronnie Bell and Jordan Mason waiting in the wings, waiting in the cuts? Why can't you win when you got Jawad Jennings ripping dudes' heads off in the run game? Why can't you win when Kyle Juszczyk is bullying every linebacker in front of him? Why can't you win like this?
I mean, think about they spread the ball around. Juszczyk had a catch, a touchdown. CMC, Debo, Kittle, Ayuk, Jennings. That's the hallmark of the old Niners, spreading the ball around. You don't know who's going to beat you.
Exactly. Pick your poison. The fact that Kittle was quiet and they were 4-0. It's like, oh, Kittle's not even involved yet. Just wait till he starts getting involved.
Did you see what shirt he had underneath his jersey?
No, what shirt was it?
He had a Screw Dallas shirt on. Let's just put it that way.
I love that. I love that. Because it is Screw Dallas. Haven't had one Cowboy fan call today.
You know,
one Cowboy fan.
Well,
they're not going to call?
Well, because they faded into the bushes like Homer Simpson, and they're going to come back out as Laker fans.
Oh, I thought they scattered like cockroaches into the abyss, and then maybe week 7 they reappear.
I watched the Sunday Night Football broadcast back when I came home, and I was lying in bed, falling asleep to it. It was so good.
Same here.
They did a great job tugging at my heartstring of nostalgia, seeing the old school.
Oh, that was so dope.
It was so cool.
They showed the state still
so cool.
92 NFC Championship game, 93,
so
94. Cool. The mud, the throwbacks.
So they had this one thing where they had all these pictures of the old greats going up against
with the Golden Gate Bridge right there. Yeah,
and then you got to Dak and Brock Purdy and Kittle and
CeeDee Lamb and all that stuff.
Their presentation is so good. It's so good. I really enjoyed it. And that, like, as just a football fan, seeing the two beautiful uniforms as the sun was coming down. And then, I don't know what it is about those turquoise pants that they wear.
Yeah, they do.
I do enjoy, like, from just a fan perspective.
Yeah, it's a great uniform game.
The Cowboy uniform's iconic.
It's a great uniform game.
It's iconic.
It's a great uniform game. And then when you're walking to your seats and you hear the Sunday night theme music over the loudspeakers, it's like, oh, it's going down now. And then Nick Bosa gets announced, and Fred Warner gets announced, and Fred's running out of that tunnel wearing that 54 with the dreads shaking. Oh, my gosh. That's big time.
I'm telling you, bro.
That's big time.
I got goosebumps.
Dude, it's big time.
And
you're
they play it throughout the whole stadium.
The whole stadium
and
hears
everyone's
it.
like, yeah,
let's go. But I'm not going to lie. The Raiders this week was playing the Monday Night Theme Anthem, the old school one from the 80s and 90s, and I was like, it still pops.
So
it still pops.
I miss this because I was driving home from the game. My dad said that they had Dre Greenlaw on set right after the game.
Yeah.
And I guess he took his shoulder pads off, and they showed how big his guns were. What was my takeaway when we stood next to Dre Greenlaw? I go,
he's small, but he's buff.
Oh my God. He looks like a WWE wrestler.
Well, I wanted him
He's jacked.
Well, when we saw Greenlaw at practice, I was like, give me one of those helmets when you slap your head, because nah, big dog, I can't, the pad's not on. And he started laughing about it, right? He dapped us all up. He's like, I appreciate y'all. The next play without pads,
I know.
He stuffed Christian McCaffrey in the hole.
I know.
I'm like, wait, I thought you were toning it down for training camp. He doesn't know how to tone it down. He does not know how to. He plays one way. And you know what? You need that nasty. Sometimes it's worth a 15-yard penalty. Right? We always get on Draymond Green for his temper. Sometimes it's worth the technical. Sometimes it is. You know what, Draymond, get the technical out the way, because you know what? Number one, Tony Brothers, whoever's refereeing the game, officiating the game, they're not going to call you for that second technical. And 2, you just play better.
Yes.
You just play better. Get it out the way early.
You got to be on edge.
You got to be on edge. That's Drake Greenlaw. He's on edge.
And you don't have a team full of guys on edge, but one guy's got to play on edge.
No doubt.
God, and the Javon Hargrave, Javon Hargrave. That acquisition was so good. And they're barely utilizing him with Bosa alongside each other. They're doing it like with a guy staggered in between them. Wait till they start comping the two of them and they're doing those stunts. You're going to get all that Justin Smith, Alden Smith action again.
The Randy Gregory trade on a Friday.
I can't wait to see what that looks like.
What did they give up, a 6th-round pick? And Denver's got to pay all the salary?
We haven't even
all the
seen
bonuses?
We haven't even seen the Penn State safety play.
Jair Brown.
Really play.
Yeah, I know.
And I think he's going to be a player.
Well, he will be a player.
And I think Ronnie Bell's going to be a player.
But right
By the way,
now,
Ronnie Bell is turning into a really good gunner.
No, he is. Ronnie Bell's a player. I love Ronnie Bell from day one. The guy, I was like, man, I got Ronnie Bell from Michigan. That's the guy who's run all the deep routes.
He caught 2 inside the 5 as a gunner. Right. The awareness to know where the ball is, to speed to get down there, and then to catch the ball. That's huge because that plays right into our defensive
But you know
strength.
what? Give Mitch Wishnowsky his propers because that's another guy.
Yes.
In terms of doubters.
Good point.
A lot of people cannot stand that pick. Where did they take him? 4th round?
Yeah.
They couldn't stand the pick. You wasted a 4th-round pick on a punter?
10-year player.
Well, that's how I looked at it. That's how I looked at it. I was
and
like,
Moody, too.
Field position matters.
All right, last thing from last night, the in-game experience. Ayukin, or whatever that is.
Yeah.
The Ayuk.
Ayukin from the Street Fighter.
Great. That is great. And the other thing that I love is the Undertaker Gravedigger thing that they do when Hargrave makes a play.
No,
they do this like Hell's Bell sound.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I love that.
But what about at kickoff? They had the "We Ready" blaring. They did. At the opening kickoff.
PJ Amen, I'm telling you, he was listening to our show.
He had the "We Ready" going on.
Ready.
Dude, that came on.
The whole stadium rose this one.
Yeah, and I thought
I texted the group.
They're listening to the roast.
Dude,
they're listening to the roast.
Hair is standing up. Can you play the "We Ready," please?
Get that ready as I read this text.
Because they did play that right before the game started.
There's 2 texts I want to read from the Comcast Business text line. We'll get back to the lines. We had some technical difficulties. We'll get back to the lines in a second here. Seth from Philly. Shout out to Seth because he's been calling us, and
Seth's
I respect. Even though I
fan.
went off on him, he's a legit Philly fan. I respect him. 610. Seth from Philly. Niners look unstoppable. Purdy plays 60 minutes every week, completely untouched. Bird's red zone woes are slowly getting better. December 3rd matchup should be super fun. NFC turning out exactly like we thought it seems. December 3rd is circled on the calendar. Now, a lot of people are saying that game's going to get flexed. Well, Fox can protect that game and say, no. We're broadcasting that game. So if it's a 1:25 kickoff, and if I could get a red-eye flight back for Baby Chez's birthday, I'm going to that football game. I'm doing everything possible to get to that football game.
Hi, I'm Bunte Hill, and when me and Ricky Fowler are flying NetJets personally, we take the NetJet plane.
I wish I could afford that, but I didn't. As soon as the show's over, I didn't need to look for flights for that game. 925 Comcast Business Text Line. There's a story here from last night. Dan Quinn was a defensive coordinator at Dallas, which was Kyle Shanahan, boss in Atlanta, who blames Kyle for losing the Super Bowl against New England when Kyle was the OC. Kyle embarrassed Dan Quinn last night.
I think Kyle's just trying to win.
But Dan Quinn not stepping up for Kyle Shanahan saying that, hey, he blew the 28-3 lead. It leaves a sour taste in my mouth that an offensive coordinator gets blamed for blowing a 28-3 lead. Dan Quinn, you're the defensive coordinator. You had a 25-point lead. You scored 28 points against Belichick. You should win that football game.
Do you think there's any way in the world that they fire McCarthy and put Dan Quinn as coach?
Maybe. Or maybe they call Jim Harbaugh.
For the rest of the year, I'm saying. At some point. Well, we're not there, obviously.
We're not there yet. They got bigger problems.
Well, that NFC East looked really formidable. Now with the Daniel Jones neck injury, them playing the way that they are.
The Giants are done.
The Commanders.
You can't buy into them.
No.
It's the Eagles' division to lose.
Yes, and it feels like Detroit, the Eagles,
and the Niners. That's your top 3 in the NFC.
And I'm sure another team will have, Arizona's plucky. They're done. I know.
They're done.
Seattle's I think is still
the next team to look at.
The Rams are plucky.
Now, what we need to see is Seattle better than Dallas? Dallas may be the 5th best team in the NFC.
I need to see more from Seattle before I make that conclusion.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland.
I think that, real quick, Dallas is a good team. They just got the crap kicked out of them last night. I think they're a playoff team.
They're a playoff team. But there's 7 teams that can claim that stick. Are they a Super Bowl contender? Are they a Super Bowl contender?
With Dak, no.
Antonio in Oakland, what's happening?
We're going to take your other kneecap. Man, that was a shellacking last night, man. Like, they look like the Monstars. They look like the Dynasty Warriors. I love being there, man.
Antonio, is this my guy who I seen out there on the Bud Light patio last night?
Yeah.
What's up, dog?
Antonio from Oakland, man. What's up, Shastmeister? I've seen you, man. You're going to the restroom. You probably drink a bunch of beers, but
No, water.
Yesterday, man.
Yeah, that was fun.
Hey, man, I love that game. Like, prime time, beating that tail and proving that we're the best team in football. We got the best offense and defense. And Brock Purdy is the truth. He's an MVP candidate. He deserves some respect, man.
No doubt.
Put respect on that man's name.
Hey, Antonio, that Bud Light section was going off last night. There were some, I'll just say it this way, there were some outfits last night.
Don't be snitching. Don't just stay
Come
away
on,
from
Antonio.
Shasky. Stay away from the snitching.
What a sight to see. It was like the club last night over there.
There was some, even Anna said.
It was like a club.
And Anna saw some people out there. She goes, boy, they're out there wearing it's not a basketball game. They're out there wearing their birthday suits.
Right.
People were fitted, I'll say.
I love it.
Dak Prescott,
Antonio
14
was
to 24.
dancing in the first quarter.
He's always dancing.
He was dancing
That's
in the
what
first
he does.
quarter.
14 to 24, 153 yards for Dak Prescott, 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions from his defense. You talk about ball hawks. Well, you got an interception from Warner, got an interception from Oren Burks, you got an interception for Tashawn Gibson. Again, when we're not talking about the safeties, that's a good thing. We're not talking about.
They were making plays.
They were making plays. We're not talking about the offensive line because they held up. Nobody's concerned about McKivitz anymore, huh?
They tried D'Lo and Charvarius Ward, and they both made plays.
They both made plays. You know what? I want to get into the zone right now.
Uh-oh.
Close your eyes. Bring the crystals. It's Tony in Oakland. Tony in Oakland, my dear. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. You guys have been busy. Okay, no crystals. But this is what you do for the doubters. It just came to me. Let Purdy call his own plays the way Stabler did with the Raiders. This dude can think outside the box. He is a vessel of God. He would be able to call his own plays. So you want to try this? Instead of having all those people in his ear and whatever, let him do it. And this will prove. And you know what? That's the reason why with Jesus, they had to have John a Baptist point the dude out. He had to get everyone ready because most people, I was at a bar. I was listening to these guys. I bumped into their conversations. They don't feel it. They can't understand Purdy.
They can't.
I said, have you guys played a sport? And they go, yeah. Ever been in the zone? Sure. I go, tell me about it. These guys can't feel a thing. Hardly anyone can feel someone in the zone. If you can't feel someone in the zone, you can't tell about Purdy.
Hey, Tony.
You feel me?
Tony, you felt that zone from day one. You felt it from day one.
Did.
I feel it from you through the airwaves.
And so do you, because you know what? In one of our conversations, I could feel you mirroring it.
Hey,
you know
Tony,
what? You got it.
Tony, I feel everything you say. You got it.
I know you do.
I'm
You're
always,
doing
when
it
you
now,
call,
but
you
wouldn't
get
that
me in the
be great?
zone.
Let Purdy call his own game.
Hey, you know what? I'm with it. Whatever works, Tony. Whatever works. Thank you, Tony, for the call. I love you, Tony.
I mean, I've heard of the video game God of War. It's a great video game, very popular. My brother loved it. Vessel of God. Purdy is a vessel of God.
Hey, man.
It's Ken Stabler meets God meets John the Baptist. All right.
I feel the zone from Tony.
But other than that, what can't he do?
Hey, Tony, she's cooking. And she's right. Let Purdy cook. Just let him keep percolating. That's all he's doing.
So, okay, my guy, I got to give a shout. We had a little league game, whatever it's called, Pony League game.
It's not Friday, Shasky.
In the morning.
Shout out
no,
to
just
Friday.
hear me out. And my boy Jimmy Suda, he kept saying to me, Shasky, Niners are going to win by 3 touchdowns. Book it. 3 touchdowns. 3 touchdowns. I said, Jimmy, it's going to be a close game. He goes, no, 3 touchdowns. I go, all right, I'll bet you a steak. He goes, all right. First quarter, he goes, text me. I look down and he goes, I smell my steak. I like it medium. And he just keeps texting me. And then after the end of the game, he goes, what'd I tell you? So I got to give Jimmy Suda love. Jimmy, you believed when I didn't. They won not just by 17. They kicked the ever-living crap out of the Dallas Cowboys.
Dude, Tony and JP from the Union's right on the money. Said Purdy's like the John the Baptist because how he baptized the Cowboys defense. Tony knows what's up. Mr. Irrelevant from the 775 Cowcast Business Sex Line. Mr. Irrelevant is now called a vessel of God. The best description I've ever heard for Purdy. Wow.
And out walks a vessel of God to quarterback the Niners.
Tony believes. Tony understands the zone that Purdy's in. Has everybody started to understand? I haven't heard from the doubters yet. Look, man, I doubted Purdy. It's a long time ago.
I did. We all did.
It was a long time ago.
You have to buy in.
But there's somebody out there who does doubt him. And I wonder last night if he erased all the doubt from a lot of haters' heads.
But what is it? What would be if you were? What is it?
I don't know what the haters
System?
said. System, velocity,
playmakers.
throwing the ball down the field, not just slants, not just dink and dunks.
Do we think that Brian Hoyer would be doing what
No.
All right. Do we even think Jimmy Jimmy was a good player for the Niners. He wasn't the greatest, but Jimmy never looked like this.
No, not even close.
I mean, come on. And I'm not trying to hate on. I'm really not. I'm not trying to hate on Jimmy. Like, we've seen a lot of quarterbacks. Like, even Cap. Like, go back and watch. I love Cap. Cap's slaying it. Don't get me wrong. But when you get to that third, fourth read, he struggled. That's what we all learned about progressions from Trent Dilfer. He's not getting through his progressions.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this guy's the progression god to go with Tony.
The only thing to worry about is Aaron Banks' biceps. Shanahan spoke on it yesterday. Said it's an upper bicep injury. How serious is that injury? Quentin Nelson in Indianapolis playing some really good left guard.
He's a Hall of Fame
Aaron Banks
talent.
is on the short list for playing the best football in the trenches in all of football. I mean, Dickerson from the Eagles is a really good guard. He's physical and
Feliciano
nasty.
wasn't doing it for you last night?
It's fine. I didn't notice him.
Well, that's a good
thing. But Banks has been phenomenal. Like last year going into the season, I was more worried about the offensive line. I didn't know what Banks had. I didn't know what Brindle had. I didn't know what Burford had. I didn't know what McKivitz had. He was a backup, obviously, to Mike McGlinchey. We knew what he had, and we were all worried about that. I'm not worried about Banks. I wasn't worried about Banks coming into this season, nor was I worried about Burford or Brindle. They've been that solid alongside Trent Williams. Biggest question mark was Colton McKivitz. We didn't notice Colton McKivitz yesterday, did we?
I saw McKivitz with a big nasty play where guys were getting all piled up, and he came flying in and blasted somebody. And your boy, 26. By the way, 26. You were sitting near their family?
Lando.
Whatever his name is. Why was he trying to tackle Debo around the shoulders? Dog, you got to go low.
That is a very undisciplined football team.
What are you doing
the
on the
Cowboys
edges? On the edges?
The Cowboys. I'm glad we got rid of them.
Debo
we dusted
looks
them.
so good.
I'm so tired of talking about them. Every year we got to talk about this overrated ass organization, this overrated owner, this overrated head coach, this overrated quarterback, this overrated defense. I'm so sick of them. Deron Bland, his family was sitting right in front of me, and I told him, I said, this was like early first quarter. I go, it's too physical for them. They don't want to play physical. It's too physical for them.
Oh, so you're that guy. You yell out really loud knowing that they'll hear you.
Oh, well, it's absolutely.
Did Anna go, yeah, and we've got Tom Brady?
No, she started chirping later on. It's like, I told y'all about Brock Purdy. She waited until the third quarter for that.
Smart.
She was reserved.
Yeah.
I was talking.
Making
and then
sure.
may have been Bland's dad. He looked at me, kind of smirked. I say, we too physical for you. Y'all don't want to play this brand of football. You don't. They start grabbing face masks. They start crying at the refs.
I'm very worried about the Christian McCaffrey face mask thing.
Well, it was intentional.
I feel like he's going to get hurt. He's going to get hurt, man. They need to make a different rule up.
It was Donovan Wilson grasping for air, trying to grab a face mask.
See, to me, if you get multiple of those, you should be thrown out of the game.
He should have been thrown out. He had no intention to tackle. It was a dirty play. Mo and San Leandro, what's happening? What's up, Mo? You there?
Mamas, please don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. There's one for Pandora's box, boys.
I love
Good morning.
it. Good morning, Mo. Keep singing.
Hey, yeah, I got a couple key points, but I wanted to get that out of the way. And one more thing out the way. Those clowns over there at the fan in Dallas, man, I don't know if you guys heard it, but it's spreading to the players now. Did you guys hear what Parsons said after the game? Talking about, I think we're just as good as that team.
Yeah.
Some BS like that. But two things. Comment from Greenlaw on the post-game pressure with Tony Dungy and Rodney Harrison. Key comment he made was they were so amazed at the Niners culture, and they asked him how did we go about establishing that culture? And he said, well, it started from the top. Farhan. So, that was a key comment he made. And then how about this play? Here's his quarterback play been used to, since Garcia, whatever. The third down that Purdy for 30, 40 yards that got negated by Burford holding. He came back the next play and got that first down, that nice, beautiful intermediate pass to Debo and got the first down. So those are two things that stood out to me. And I just wanted to shout out Jerry Jones. Boy, you better check your schedule, check your Palm Pilot, get what your secretary, because I'm not even sure he knew that he was playing these Niners yesterday. I think he thought he was showing up somewhere else. Roasted for life. Thank you for the opportunity.
Love that. Love that.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
That's a man.
It isn't on my schedule.
Let's
I
go.
fucking hate when they say, "How about them Cowboys?" It's like, shut the up with that stupid.
Better to find out early.
Better to find out early. You can't get upset. You can't. You're not them.
These guys.
You ain't them. You ain't that team.
Can we break something down?
Better to find out early, man.
Just got to accept reality. I mean, I'm not even this sad. I mean, you can pick more up tempo music.
Yeah, pick some Creed, maybe. Why not?
That's right.
Hold on, one more. 55 seconds before we end the show with the calls.
Yes, Dak was bad. McCarthy was bad. The offensive line was bad. The defense was bad. Dan Quinn was bad. Now, everything about this game tonight was bad.
Yeah.
You know, but you sit there, you know, the low-hanging fruit is to say, well, Dak. You know, that's low-hanging fruit. Dak, he was not good today. He wasn't good.
No, he's horrible.
And you're probably those people out there that think that Dak sucks all the time. And that's not true. That's not true
Dak
true either.
Dak's just not a trash quarterback. Dak is still a good quarterback, but it is a question mark now. Is he able to beat the better teams in football, the better defenses in football? I think it's very fair because the answer's been no so far.
He wasn't able to complete enough passes today. He wasn't the difference maker today. His offensive line didn't help him. His running game didn't help him. His wide receivers didn't help him. His tight end didn't help him. His play caller didn't help him.
Better to find out early.
Better to find out early. You can't get upset. You can't. You're not them. You ain't them. You ain't that team. Better to find out early, man.
Just got to accept reality. I mean, I'm not even this sad. Yeah, you can pick more up tempo music.
Yeah, pick some Creed, maybe. Why not?
That's right.
That's RJ and Sean, our good friends at 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. They didn't want to do the crossover this season. They canceled on us. We asked to do it. And you got the meme of the Cowboy fan on his cell phone calling for help. Is he calling mama? What is he calling?
He's got cowboy shades on, a cowboy hard hat, okay, cowboy gloves on, a cowboy jersey, and he's on the cell phone, and people are captioning it in a million ways. Is he calling into 105 or whatever it is, The Fan, right now?
Calling in to request more Creed.
Dude, the sad cowboy fan.
It's nothing like it.
It's the best.
It's nothing like it. Dude, they were sitting there with their arms closed. I was giving fist pounds. So I was like, hey, man, just pick your head up. He goes, his whole damn team. They were sick to their stomach. One dude just waved me off and was like, forget y'all. It's only week 5. It's only week 5.
I got to talk to Guru for a minute. I got to hear what he has to say.
I don't. He's running hot right now.
Is he?
TC Sacramento. How's TC feeling right now? TC, my man in Sac. TC, come on, baby.
Oh, what's up? Hey, Vontae, Joe, what's up, bro?
What's up, baby?
Dog?
Man, I'm just chilling. Look, man, I got a few points. Hey, y'all know how I feel, but look, it ain't doom and gloom. Look, Purdy is solid right now, bro. But I'm gonna stick to that. They gotta win it all. But other than that, dude is shining. As far as the Niners, they scoring 30 a game. They gotta keep it up, bro. We not finna be. Listen, this is under petition. How you say
participation trophy? Yeah, we don't do those around here.
Exactly. Listen, not at all. Win it all, guys. But look, hey, if they keep moving the rate, we moving the rate we moving. They winning it all. As far as Dallas, bro, in my opinion, Lance is going to take over for Prescott, bro. It's going to be funny how everything comes back around full circle for that dude, bro. Dak is going to be out. They got an out on his contract next season for sure.
Yeah, he's out.
Lance will be taking over for that dude. Listen, I knew it was over. Paula doesn't even have it. Listen, that ankle injury, bro, was bad. When I seen him, he couldn't get to the sideline and Fred Warner punched the ball out. I said, bro, it's over for these dudes. This is sad. I thought it was going to be a closer game. We blew the doors off those dudes yesterday, bro. Look, check it out. It's bad for the Cowboys, bro, but it ain't bad for Lance. He's gone. Lance is gone. He's a Cowboy now. But, bro, he's going to be able to resurrect his career, bro, because Dak is giving him all the opportunities.
Well, let me say this, TC.
That's all I got.
He better hope Mike McCarthy's gone. 'Cause he won't shine under him.
You think they miss Kellen Moore?
Oh, absolutely. Their offense looked like it's stuck in 2007, 2008. Guru was just yelling, we don't even motion. We got no motions. The one motion on the touchdown. It
was nice.
They saw Turp in there.
Yeah.
It was nice. They got the matchup with Isaiah Oliver. Oliver right now can't handle speed and slot. It was a good matchup, good disguise, something we got to pay attention to moving forward when you play the quick twitch guys in the slot.
Also, I'm very interested because I know this was a thing last year. All the teams that played the Niners the very next week, they also lost again. I wonder if that trend's going to continue this year because of the physical toll the Niners put on
Pittsburgh
teams.
won the next week.
Okay.
The Giants suck, so they're not beating anybody.
Their season feels over, does it not?
Did the Rams win the next week after they lost to the Niners, or did they lose the next week?
I don't know.
They played Indianapolis, and they played who did they play?
They won in overtime against Indianapolis.
Yeah, but that wasn't the week after the Niners. I'm trying to think of the week after the Niners that they played. The Cardinals, of course, they got smoked yesterday. The Rams.
Though Zach Ertz put up some points for me.
Rams played the Bengals, lost on Monday Night Football,
There you go.
19-16. So
okay, so a couple of wins, couple losses.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Man, there was something I was going to say.
That was the number one ranked defense.
That was.
And they just shredded them like a hot knife through butter.
It was unbelievable. Brock Purdy, 17-24, 252. A career high 4 touchdowns.
Fonte, they carved that up the way I carve up a calzone.
How do you carve up a calzone?
With a fork and knife.
Oh, there you go.
Because it gets kind of sloppy. You got to have the fork and the knife, and then you go in. You got to fold it too.
Look,
calzones are tough to eat.
McCaffrey, 19 carries, 51 yards, 2.7 to carry. All right, he had 2 catches, 27 yards, and we all thought, what would the offense look like once McCaffrey gets shut down? Well, Dallas did everything in their power to shut down number 23, and they scored 42.
And could have had 49 if McCaffrey didn't fumble at the 1.
Right. So
that was a hell of a play by that
McCaffrey basically gets bottled up, and they drop 42 against a number 1 ranked defense. Number 1 ranked defense.
They could have put up 50.
Boy, Mike McCarthy, Dak Prescott, Jerry Jones. It ain't nothing better than a South Cowboy fan.
Not one Sam Darnold call today?
Not one call.
That's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke.
That guy from the Rieger, man. Why do you have to go out there and say that?
Oh, dude. So Jesus sitting next to me goes, hey, man, who's that? Who's that knucklehead from that site or that thing? Is that thing credible? I go, no, he's not credible. It's not credible. Dude, he's like, I want to smack him up.
No, yeah,
it's hilarious.
No need to smack him up. He knows nothing about football. He has no credibility whatsoever. But I did, TC brought up Trey Lance. A part of me did, seeing him in that Cowboy uniform looking like that, I said, boy, he's so lost right now. He's not playing. He's looking across from the team that drafted him. And he's looking at all the fun that the Niners are having on that sideline. And he's looking at the success of Brock Purdy. And he's looking at his boy Ayuk shine.
I mean,
he's got to feel.
Of course.
He's got to be as low as anybody in the league right now.
Of course, but there's been many tales in the NFL where guys get opportunities down the line. He will get his chance at some point, and he's going to have to make the most of it.
Bosa. 7 pressures yesterday, 3 quarterback hits, 3 hurries. Y'all still worried about Nick Bosa? He's not even in rare form yet.
I couldn't believe the black gloves with the black shoes. All right, let's go to Fast Five.
Fast Five. Boy, PFF, Uncle Looney. PFF had Purdy at 17 before last night's game. It's not just a ringer guy. Well, it's why I don't really pay attention to PFF. Everybody brings this pro football focus stuff out. Just watch the game. I don't need grades. I don't need ratings. I don't need PFF to tell me that Fred Warner's the best middle linebacker in pro football. I don't need PFF to tell me that Brock Purdy's playing at a high level. There are 5 better quarterbacks right now in the league than Brock Purdy. Right now. All right? I don't need PFF to tell me that Christian McCaffrey is a stud. I don't need PFF to tell me that Brandon Ayuk runs elite routes and that he's on par with CeeDee Lamb. Anybody else? It's another thing. Brandon Ayuk, CeeDee Lamb. Who would you rather have right now? Baldy said last week, rather have Brandon Ayuk because of the chunk plays. Yeah, I'm with Baldy. I'm with him.
Madden has this thing where you could be a staff builder or a team builder. Kyle Shanahan's both. The guy builds staffs that are just absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, and loses guys every year, gets comp picks, finds the next up-and-comer, or finds someone who's been devalued elsewhere, brings him in. I mean, we don't even talk about the Anthony Lynn acquisition.
Yeah, from last year.
I mean, it's been a great one. Chris Kasarik, one of the great D-line coaches in the
Steve
game.
Wilkes, anybody got questions about him?
Not at all.
Is there a drop-off with the defense?
But you know what's even more impressive? He might have built the most incredible roster we've ever seen. There was a play where they did a flea flicker where McCaffrey, Debo, and Purdy were touching it as they threw to George Kittle
Wide
and
open.
used Ayuk as a decoy. There's like 5 old pros that I'm talking about in that sentence.
Unbelievable.
Shanahan is minted right now.
He's cooking right now. We want to talk about MVPs and DPOIs. What about Coach of the Year? What about Coach of the Year for Kyle Shanahan? Spadoni, Lutman, what you guys got?
As one dynasty fades away with Bill Belichick, could we be seeing another one building with Kyle Shanahan? Ponder that.
Well, got to win a Super Bowl
Why
first.
would you ponder passing?
Got to win a Super Bowl. Lutman, what's up?
It's not that complicated. When in doubt, just knee it out.
The Miami Hurricanes couldn't even make it to November 11th. Those frauds.
What?
You know what?
The hell was Chris?
The Miami Hurricanes deserved that loss for those hideous uniforms they wore.
2 different colors of green.
What was
or
that?
Neon or something.
Stupid. You got great uniforms, Miami. Clean it up. All right. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. My final thought, real quick. I don't even think I gave an official one. It's YouTube, Twitch, Comcast Business Text Line, and, of course, the phone calls. There's some people out there who said, man, boy, the Morning Roast is struggling with viewers on YouTube. There's a disruption in the Bay Area. I don't see it. YouTube's humming like always, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. So shout out to the roasters on YouTube and Twitch for continuing to listen in to the Morning Roast. We appreciate you. Don't go anywhere, though, because the future starts now with Steiny and Guru.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA store.
What's up, partner? You're laughing early.
49ers are pretty good.
You think so?
Apparently they're pretty good. They're pretty good, Goo.
Yeah.
How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing okay, but a lot of people are trying to console me.
No.
Evan has the sweetest, I call my guy sweet. He looks at me like he's so concerned when I walk in, but Steiny, I'm taking a victory lap and I'm telling everybody here at the station, YouTubers, Twitch, I told you I saw this coming. The Niners are just a monster. And last night on national TV, I mean, they checked every box and let you know that the Dallas Cowboys are not on their level. Now, I don't know what you saw. I was in person. They're not on the Niners level. Brock Purdy, double bird. Steiny, this dude's a star, and we got to start talking about him like the star that he is. Defensively, that was incredible, man. Greenlaw, Warner, everybody. Wilkes.
Yeah, it's comprehensive. 42-10. I mean, I'm disappointed because I was hoping for a better game.
Man, I know you were. I know you were.
But look, you got to give it to the 49ers. I mean, Brock Purdy he's good till further notice.
What makes him good, Steiny?
Well, he's poised.
Go ahead.
He
looks downfield.
He's accurate.
Okay. And he processes quick. I asked you a question, I cut you off.
And I'll tell you what else. The Niners' offensive line has done a really nice job.
Wow.
Like, he does a great job of evading that first wave, but then he's usually got time. Like on the throw to Kittle, the touchdown pass to Kittle when he stepped up and he started fading to his right, and then he put it right on the money.
Right on the money. The bread basket.
He's been terrific. There's no doubt about it. Lot of weapons. I mean, McCaffrey didn't run like he normally runs, but there's Jordan Mason picking up some slack. It's going to be somebody different every week. That's been already proven.
Man.
Kittle got 3 yesterday. So, I mean, they looked like they're in postseason form.
That wild stuff.
Is what it appears like. They look so much more together and buttoned up than any other team so far that they've played.
You know what? And I'm going to use Tom Cruise. I'm going to steal from him. I really believe this team and the coaching staff, they're on a mission. And the mission is to right the wrongs of last year's NFC Championship game and finishing, runner-up in the playoffs. Now, they were 5-0, correct me if I'm wrong, in 2019 when I think they got to 8-0. So they've been here before. But, Steiny, I am so envious of what the 49ers are. Greenlaw, how do you not get a flag sending a message to Tony Pollard right in front of the ref, body slamming him? Like last time you were here, chump, we broke your leg. Now I'm going to slam you and take the 15. The Niners offense held the ball 12 minutes in the first quarter. Those are body shots. And Dallas, I'm not a defensive coordinator. How do you use Lawrence Taylor and Micah Parsons in the same sentence and line Micah up over Trent Williams for a majority of the first half? Like, you don't do that in Madden, Steiny. That's what Dallas tried to do. They got nothing from their offense. And the Niner defense, I told you guys, I want to see something from them, and that was special, Steiny. Warner coming, they just gang tackle, man.
Everything was clicking for him yesterday, no doubt about it. The one thing watching Purdy is, and I
talk to me,
he obviously looks a lot different than Jimmy Garoppolo. I wonder how much is the same and how much is different from basically the playbook. Is it? I think conventional wisdom is, Kyle's letting Brock Purdy do a lot more than Jimmy Garoppolo. I wonder if Brock just sees more than Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, the plays are pretty similar, but Brock Purdy just sees things differently than Jimmy Garoppolo saw things. Or is Kyle Shanahan actually like giving Purdy more responsibility and kind of more put more on his plate because he's quicker and reads things quicker than Jimmy Garoppolo.
I love that, and my answer would be he processes it faster, so he's more comfortable doing things. And last night, you tell me, it just felt like Brock Purdy, not from a selfish standpoint, was saying, you guys still think I'm a dink and dunk dude? Oh, I got somebody open in the flat? I'm going downfield. And that's just his natural habitat. That's just a part of what makes him different than Jimmy. So I don't think there's that many plays in the book, Kyle's book, Stoney, to where he's doing something different. Because when you set it up like that, then you start thinking, okay, he's giving him more opportunity. But I think Brock is bringing that to the table, man. And it's just special right now, Stoney.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, what a start to the season for the Niners. 5-0. Kyle Shanahan said he wanted to get off to a good start. They have. They blew out the Cowboys last night, 42-10. Never really felt like a game. It was one of those games where, anytime you thought Dallas had a shot, then they'd do something wrong.
Or the Niners drive, like you pointed out last week against Arizona. Dallas got a field goal after half. It was 21-10. Let me back up. It was 14-7. Dak hit Turpin for the touchdown. What do the Niners do, Stoney? Go right down the field when you think, you know what? It might be. They were aided, but you got to.
Aided.
Yeah, but
here's
Dallas got to be buttoned up, or teams got to be buttoned up.
Exactly. The bottom line is the first drive of the game, Dallas gives them 20 yards in penalties.
Right. Oh, my gosh.
20 yards. This is the 49ers. They remind me a little bit about, bit right now, the Warriors. When the Warriors had it all clicking with Durant and Curry.
Damn.
Where you would watch teams come in and they just weren't smart enough to beat the Golden State Warriors. Yeah, and then you get it to 14-7, 3rd and 4. And you commit 2 penalties on the next play. You hit helmet to helmet, and you
which would have resulted in a Niner punt.
Exactly. And I get it. Look, it was a 32-point game, but in football, once you don't get those plays, you're done. Then you have no chance to stick close in a game like that. And the 49ers went down and scored and made it 21-7, and as far as I was concerned, it wasn't very competitive.
How about George Kittle, Stoney? Not that he needed our sympathy because there was no reason. He's just a team player. But for him, like Dallas, these are 2 games now that George Kittle has been something they couldn't stop. How good was it to see George Kittle on national TV get 3 tugs? Like McCaffrey, probably, like if I could sign up for me averaging 2.7 on the ground on 19 carries for 51 yards, which was McCaffrey's numbers on the ground. George Kittle, Stoney, 3 touchdowns on Sunday night just to let everybody know I'm still here.
888-957-9570 is the number. Stoney and Goo with you, and the 49ers move to 5-0.
Damn.
Do the Eagles keep pace with the Niners, or do the Niners keep pace with the Eagles?
You got to say the Green because they beat them last year in the playoffs, right?
Who's won?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm giving Eagles the 1 nod.
Yeah, but we know who's looked better.
No doubt.
We know who've looked better. Here's Roy in San Leandro, ladies and gentlemen. Roy. What's going on, Roy? How are you?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? I hope things are coming in okay for both of you.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Roy.
Look, I just wanted to say, the 49ers look just as good as Joe Montana them, and that's the honest truth last night because Tom Rathman was on one of those post-game shows, and he talked about them too. He said it's a lot of similarities. But I just want to say this. It's 3 teams that still think that they could have the 49ers for lunch. Philadelphia, Kansas City, and Baltimore. All 3 of them think that they still could beat the 49ers any given. Baltimore is intimidators. Kansas City think that because they beat the 49ers in the Super Bowl in that regular season game, they still could beat them because of that guy named Kelsey. And the other team, they still think, at Philadelphia, they still think that because they beat the 49ers in that playoff game, that they could still win. So basically, I want the 49ers to get in the Super Bowl with Kansas City, and we'll see what happens this time because we got Brock Purdy. That's all I wanted to say, fellas. Thanks a lot.
Have a good day.
Appreciate it, Roy. And
Baltimore lost to Pickett.
Baltimore stinks.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Actually,
when you need your boy to throw, he can't
stinks.
throw. Even though I know Baltimore receivers drop passes, Lamar can't throw it like I feel like I need him to throw it to win.
Now, see, this is what I'm talking about with football. God, does it piss me off.
Oh.
Baltimore's up 10-3. They're up 10-3.
Just
to the
suffocating
worst
them.
team in the NFL. Lamar Jackson throws a ball downfield right in a guy's hands.
It's incredible, man.
It's a touchdown pass. He's wide open, and the guy drops it.
Boop, boop.
So instead of 17-3,
Game over.
And the Pittsburgh Steelers can't even score 17 points.
Yep.
It's still 10-3, and then there's a safety. And then all of a sudden, Baltimore, you realize they stink. Move the ball.
Well, Lamar didn't recover from that touchdown, but it's like, come on, shake that off. Mariah Carey.
Pittsburgh is so terrible.
Well, they're 3-2,
they
buddy.
Stink.
They're 3-2.
No, they're not.
Dallas is 3-2. Hey, I got something I want to tell you, Evan and Spadoni. I believe 2 weeks ago, if I said the words are about to come out of my mouth, you would get upset. But I'm going to put it right on the table, brought to you by Atco Early.
Mm-hmm.
Pest of the month, we'll find out tomorrow. Brock Purdy's a star. And that's what I like. Does that get you mad, or can you see anybody now calling the station 888-957-9570? Anybody that like what you could continue to wait, but I think the dude's I think you don't. The NFL is not for flukeness. I think we've seen enough, or I have, to where your boys is. He's masterminding his role in this offense.
Okay, you can.
So that don't piss you off.
Why would it piss me off?
I think a couple weeks ago you'd be like, "Goo is too soon."
Well, I mean,
let the cake bake.
He still hasn't played a full season. If you want to call him a star, you can. He's certainly been terrific.
4 touchdowns, man.
Shake it off as Taylor Swift.
But also Mariah Carey. I'm not a Swiftie, so I'm giving a nod to Mariah. Shake it off. Yeah.
No.
She has a song called Shake It Off. I go with her over Taylor Swift, who thank God we didn't see yesterday at the game.
We sure about that?
Don't
Mariah
ever
Carey?
question my R&B
Mariah
knowledge.
Carey.
Shake it off. I'm giving you the
shake it up.
Shake it off. Yeah.
I'm waiting for that text line. 888-957-9570. Confirmed what? What's confirmed?
Shake it off, Mariah Carey.
Oh, Spadoni, you doubted your boy. Spadoni. Niners, man. Is this the best a Niner fan has ever felt through 5 weeks? I know they went 8-0, 10-0. What was it, 8-0 and 19 when they went to the Super Bowl? But Steiny, what part of this Niner team could a Niner fan not be happy with? McKivitz, they didn't even. Why wouldn't you put Parsons over McKivitz to be like, you know what? That might be their weak link. We'll put him over Trent Williams. Dumb.
Let me get our sound up here on the board. Shake it up is the car. But you have to give it to the person who's most recently sung the song, I would believe, right?
Mariah Carey, I'm not familiar with a lot of Swiftie songs. So Mariah Carey, Shake It Off. It's her. And she was hot back in the day.
Steiny, that brotherly shove play is going to get Sirianni in trouble when Hurts gets hurt late in the year. Oh, please. They're going to outlaw that play before they...
It looks like these two teams the Philly and the Niners are destined to meet. I know it's week 5, Steiny, about to be, man.
Yeah. 49ers, 42-10. How was the game, buddy? I didn't, you were there.
Yeah, I wasn't.
Section 1-0.
Yeah.
What?
I knew I was going to a funeral, and I wanted to be surprised. The Cowboys run no motion. It's barbaric, archaic offense, and the Niners are running motion, Steiny. They're a top 3 team when it comes to motion, but you know what that means is you're just giving the defense something else to think about. The Niners, everybody blocks like their life depended on it, man. I have never been as envious of a football team like I am of the San Francisco 49ers, Donnie. And again, Kyle, I'm looking at you, and I thought about you and your daddy, and I asked you and Evan, have a father and son tandem ever won the Super Bowl as the head coach? And Sam Lubman was like, "Goo, it ain't been a lot, but there've been some, but this would be the first time if Kyle were to do it." No, there's never been done.
I know.
Yeah.
Lubman said there'd been some.
No, he said there wasn't a lot of examples.
Like none.
No, Wade Phillips and Bum, they didn't win it, either one.
Bum Phillips coaching a Super Bowl?
No, I'm saying get a Super Bowl in his career.
Yeah. Gotcha. Evan? He's Evan.
Yeah, the Shanahan father-son duo are the first to ever reach a Super Bowl.
Oh, they've already done that.
Wow.
They've already reached. Correct.
Daddy got 2.
Yes, he does. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers absolutely dominant yesterday. And
wow.
The question now becomes, how good is this team? And is there anybody in their league?
Damn.
Chiefs? The Eagles? I don't know. Buffalo didn't look great yesterday.
They lost.
London. Those games are
wonky.
Scrap.
It's football, Snotty.
Scrap those games.
Had some bad injuries too, Buffalo.
Did they?
Yep.
They had some bad injuries. Cincinnati looked pretty good yesterday. Maybe they're on their way back. Detroit.
All of a sudden, they're everybody's favorite cousins.
Well, you know what? At least
They're
after
physical.
5 games, you can start seeing teams that may be the teams this year that take that next step. It certainly looks like Detroit is. I'm not. Don't do that. Don't do that. Goose a pro.
You asked me about the attire.
Yeah, Eagles green.
No, people were mad I'm not in the blue. I'm boycotting.
What do you mean?
I won't be in blue for a while till changes are made. Yep.
Blue. Oh,
yeah.
Cowboys.
Yeah, Cowboys.
Blue.
I'm done. You won't see it on this station.
What do you mean?
I ain't wearing it.
So, are you no longer a Cowboy fan?
No, I am. I'm just not wearing it here. I want changes. I'm like a Raider fan now.
I'm
boycotting. I'm not wearing the stuff no more.
I get that.
You were kind of disappointed I wasn't in it. Just to watch that. There were a lot of fans there yesterday. I mean, I was shocked. But damn, you big dummy, Fred Sanford. Why would I even put myself in that?
I don't know. It was a drubbing. It was a drubbing.
Did you think it was over at half, 21-7? I didn't. They came, got a field goal. You're saying there's a chance. And then they just go right down.
They're so
lethal.
Yeah, you can't. In a way, when you're down 21-7,
game's still not over.
It's not over, but you've already given them too much. You know what I mean? You lengthen their drive with 2 penalties. You
just stupid.
Although, hey, they forced a fumble.
Let me
tell you what.
They went 3 and out after that.
That was barely a fumble.
Dude, I was like that.
That was the weirdest fumble I've ever seen.
How did it stand?
But McCaffrey didn't say a word. Like he knew.
I'm like, they're going to take that back. It was wrestling fumble type of fumble, Steiny. Okay, you're saying it's a fumble, and they politely D up. Like that Niner D. This is what I took away.
Well,
the Niners got one of the best running backs in the game, one of the best tight ends in the game, 2 of the best down linemen in the game with Hargrave and Bosa, the best linebacking core in the game, and now I'm saying one of the best quarterbacks in the game. Like that is and the best, one of the top wideouts who you pick. Ayuk Kittle, Ayuk Debo, whatever you want. This team is loaded, man.
Yeah, they are. They got all kinds of weapons. They're using them all.
And they got a coach that knows how to use it. And shout out to Wilkes. He had that defense flying around.
There is no team playing as clean and tight as the Niners. Agree. That's from the 510. Eagles looked good against the Rams yesterday, maybe finding their rhythm. Hopefully they will be a contender come December 3rd. Listen, the one reason, look, the Niners have looked better than the Eagles. There's no doubt about that. But the Eagles were in the Super Bowl last year, and for them to be 5-0 right now, not playing their greatest football, the Philadelphia Eagles have accomplished everything they've wanted to accomplish to start this season. There's no doubt about it. A lot of teams coming off the Super Bowl stub their toes once or twice. So the Eagles and the 49ers right now, and it's probably the 49ers and the Eagles mostly because the Niners have been absolutely just tremendous. They did, it's funny is both teams came in with one turnover last night, and then the 49ers forced 3 interceptions. So and that's the difference. One of the differences in the ball game. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers go to 5-0. Maybe the best part of last night's win, if you're a 49er fan, or if you're at the game, what was the best part about it? 888-957-9570. And don't forget, it's a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also, don't forget, Warriors basketball is back, and so is the Warriors Summit next Wednesday.
Can't wait,
Next
Steiny.
Wednesday, October 18th. Join us at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro from 4 to 6. It's open to the public. So join 95.7 The Game for the Warriors Summit, October 18th. Fieldwork Brewing.
We'll be in the house,
See you
Steiny.
there.
I can't wait, baby.
On
Know how we do it.
95.7 The Game.
Attention Bay Area sports fans, get ready for a game-changing...
19-5 in the pattern for Purdy, who escapes and fires end zone. Touchdown, Kittle! First of the year for George Kittle, a perfect opening drive.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, dude, I thought the Cowboys' defense forced turnovers.
Well, they got one. But when you live like that, it's risky, Steiny. Because what if you don't get them? Then what are you? And you didn't have Diggs, but no excuses. I mean, everybody has injuries. That first drive was 11 plays. The Niners did not get this. See, third down. Just think about that statement.
I thought they flew to the football.
No, that's the Niners. They got a good unit, but it is not as good.
What happened to their defense yesterday?
The same thing that happened against the Arizona Cardinals when they got whooped and took behind the woodshed. They didn't show up. They had I don't know what was going on, man. All I watch is the team in red and gold gang tackle everybody. What about the Warner punch out of the ball on Tony Pollard? He was already tackled, but Warner's coming to that's what wins games and championships, man. And how did that ball not go out of bounds?
Let's say Dak Prescott. Let's hear what Dak Prescott said.
God.
What? Let's hear him. See what happens.
Didn't see it coming. As you said, put everything into this and got punched in the mouth. Called a couple of weeks ago humbling against Arizona, but this may be the most humbling game I've ever been a part of. Felt good about the preparation, felt good about everything, honestly, coming into this game, matchups, and they beat us in every aspect.
Hey, stand-up guy.
Oh, boy, he can do that with the best of them. They got their ass kicked. And I don't know where the Niners, again, Stoddy, what did you have a problem with last night?
Oh, let me think.
What can any fan call our show and say that they had a problem with? Because you asked what was the best part. I mean, they are thorough as they come right now, man. And I know Mahomes is out there. I mean, Brock Purdy, I'm calling him a star. I've been doing that, but last night solidified that for me. He's got touch. He reads. I mean, you come out and go 75 yards, Steiny, in 11 plays, and you don't see third down. Guys are running wide open. It's just every game, it feels like they take the ball and go down and score.
I think they've scored 31 points on their first 5 drives of each game. Well, their first drive of each game, 5 different games. They've scored 4 touchdowns and a field goal. Alex is in San Francisco. What's up, Alex? How you doing, man?
Hey, doing well, fellas. Happy Monday.
Yeah, same to you.
Thank you. First, what was the best part of the game? That defense was incredible yesterday. Wow. I read something how, out of the 11 drives with Dak Prescott under center, 9 of those 11, he had 3 plays or less. Which is against the Cowboys is amazing. So hats off to that defense yesterday.
9 3-and-outs?
Last year we were 3-4. After that KC defeat,
True.
Even Guru was saying, we should let go of Kyle Shanahan. So let's not count the Cowboys off. They could be in the future, and it could be a very different team. So let's not get too excited because it's a very, very long season. It's only week 5, but yesterday was a great game, fun to watch, and it's fun to talk about it today. Thanks a lot.
No doubt. No doubt. Hey,
because the first 2 series for Dallas were 3-and-out.
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but that's a stat that sounds a little bit
That there were 7 3-and-outs?
No, he said 9 of 11
were
3-and-outs?
Well, the first 2 were, and the way that game, they scored right before half on the Turpin bomb or pass.
I'm just saying I didn't that sounds too good to be true.
Dak was 14 of 24 for 158 and 3 picks.
One of them wasn't his fault.
It's on his ledger.
Yes.
If you include the turnovers, there were 9.
Wow.
Because those 3 interceptions came within the first 4 plays of those drives.
Jeez.
Yep. Brock Purdy, rating of 144.4, Stoney.
Is that good?
It's better than good.
You want to hear more from Dak? Stand-up guy. Hey, now listen. We talked about this. Micah Parsons, you said you heard him talk a little bit after the game, and he was less.
He didn't give credit to the. He didn't give credit to the Niners, and I don't like it.
Okay, here's more Dak Prescott.
The rest of the season, obviously they're further ahead than us right now. So we've got to close that gap and be ready, as you said, to get to where we want to get. We know we're going to have to go through this team and most likely come back through this place.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that, Dak. Stoney, when I saw the Niner D trying to guard what Mike McCarthy was calling, that's why I say it seemed archaic, man. I mean, there was no motion, and the Niner defense, Fred Warner and Green, I felt like they knew what was coming. And that's how the game played out. Like there was nothing on their mind to, like there was no creativity. And when you watch the Niners on offense, that's all it is.
Yeah, I mean, they've really taken apart basically every team they've played. Exception of the Rams, but that game was never in doubt. They haven't been in doubt of possibly not winning a game all year. I mean, they're only up one score going into the fourth. I mean, okay. Even the Giants, I'm pretty sure the Giants never had the ball with a chance to take the lead.
They were just down 8 in the fourth quarter.
Something like that, yeah. Nishi's in the house. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Steiny?
Hey.
What's up, Guru?
Hey.
Hey, how you guys doing this morning? How we feeling after that game last night?
Like the Niners can do it all, but I know I'm being told slow my roll.
Guru, I got a question, man. Are you thinking about hanging up the Cowboy jersey and joining the Niner?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
No, because no, I would never do that. But being from the Bay Area, I'd be happy if my brother in here were to have a parade if somehow the Niners were to win it.
Yeah, I mean, you sound like Dallas has been hurting you a lot lately. Dak Prescott, unreliable. I just think it would be an easy thing to do for you to hang up the star, pick up the 49er jacket, and join the team, man. Go on down to Levi Stadium and open up a Bud Light, You know
what, Nishi? I got to tell you something.
What do you think?
Yeah, you know what, Nishi? I got to tell you something. I usually have a good sense of Bay Area fans and 49er fans. I think if given a choice, they would much rather have you as a 49er fan than if I said, I'm going to start being a 49er fan.
No, I think they would take you. What would I do to Norm? Norm's 82 years old. Look him in the face, and I got red on. Come on. He's got the ticket for the Niners to win the Super Bowl and NFC.
So does Daddy, Granddaddy, Daddies, or whatever.
Yes, he does.
My guy, Granddaddy, Daddy. Here we go. Here's a little comedy. 408. Purdy's still a system quarterback. Can't put system quarterbacks on tier one level, regardless of his numbers. Play action pass with a lethal run game, and Ayuk is running with no DBs within 5 yards. Kudos to their system, though. And this guy said, don't ever mention Purdy and Mahomes in the same.
I think I know that guy or guys or gals. It's just getting out of hand now. What the hell? You still got to do your part. We've seen overthrows. People have lived through the Garoppolo era. Man, give this young kid his credit. 23 years old, Steiny.
Yeah, he's been terrific. The 49ers have been terrific. What a team they put around him, too.
Gave up 1 sack last night. McKivitz, remember because Watts, that's all Pittsburgh has going for him. 3 sacks against the Niners. He's having a hell of a year defensively. But Steiny, I thought McKivitz was going to be the weak link, and last night, I mean, you would have thought that was Randy Cross.
I mean, the bottom line is that he's not hurting them. They're not. There hasn't been one part of the 49ers game that you say, yeah, they need to tighten that up.
Well, I thought it was the secondary, and last night they just, my goodness.
You know, a lot of people on the YouTube chat. It seems like they do want me to. They want me to become a 49er fan.
But you would be a front runner.
D. Lou the boss wants me to. Nishi.
You'd be a front runner.
What do you mean?
jumping on the wagon.
I've been
what do
here
you mean?
35 years.
Your mom sent me something on Facebook Sunday morning from the Philadelphia Eagle headquarters. And I said, this dude's an Eagle. I have love for you. You need to know it. She won't let you do it.
She is.
You're not that type of guy.
What?
To front run.
But she's like, I'm not an Eagles fan really either.
Well.
Yeah, whatever. See, I hope the Eagles and the 49ers play each other. I hope they're both undefeated. Actually, you know what? I don't know if I want them both to be undefeated. How about both with like one loss?
All right. And can I say something about last night?
Yes.
So Micah Parsons, he's a damn good ball player. But Steiny, the Niners went at him. They ran at him. Their blocking schemes are just maul whoever's in front of you. And the Dallas front line was just basically neutralized. And those are concepts. Those are Kyle Shanahan and the offensive coaches just putting this game plan together. Micah Parsons was no shade at him. He was MIA. So I don't want to hear Lawrence Taylor and Micah, this Ray Lewis. That don't happen to guys like that. I mean, whatever Kyle is doing, he's in the lab and he's in his bag. They ran right at him like a boxer, body punches. And then the late in the game, when you play this Niner offensive line, you're too tired to rush the passer. Like I'm watching all of it just manifest like I don't know who's going to stop him. I really don't. And I'm looking at you.
I don't think anybody's going to stop him.
Rams gave Philly a damn good game. Philly earned that, and they're undefeated. You're right. But man, oh man.
What? Man, oh man, what?
Whoever, if this team goes down here in the Bay, San Francisco, boy, you're going to have to be on your, I'm going battery, triple A game.
I mean, maybe next week against Cleveland will be the game we thought last night would be.
Yeah.
I mean, Cleveland's okay.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, and again, yesterday, look, football is so much fun to watch. I love watching football.
Yeah.
But damn it if the refs can't mess things up in a big, big way.
It's a
Ernie
epidemic.
Chavez, you ought to be ashamed. On the YouTube chat, Ernie. Vikings got absolutely hosed. They got hosed yesterday. I guess now you can take your helmet off on the field and the refs just say, hey, put it back on.
You guys blew my wig.
We're not going to give you 15. Just put it back on. Wow. Joke. Freaking joke.
And then the Greenlaw hit right in front of the refs, 90. That's the one I said.
You know what?
Dude, you could have broke his neck.
How is that not a late hit on Greenlaw? And then, all right,
I
do
went
this.
home to rewind it to see if maybe because it was worse on TV.
It's like, you know what?
Come on, y'all. Y'all kicked the ass, but throw the flag.
You won 42-10, so I can say this. That's it. That is a late hit on Greenlaw in any league. They don't call it. And then later, use checks begging for a late hit when somebody puts a forefinger on him.
That's when you're living right, and the Niners are living right, man.
Wasn't the difference in the game.
Yeah.
Sophomores in Pacifica. What's up, sophomore? How you doing, man? Sophomore in Pacifica going once. What's up, buddy? Oh, he's not there. Brock Purdy has to be top 10, if not top 5, right now in the NFL. How many quarterbacks have been better? I'll give you top 5. You know what?
What you got?
Let me do it again. Brock Purdy has to be top 10, if not top 5 right now. How many quarterbacks in the NFL have been better?
I don't care.
Thank you.
Well, you
It's
better
about the
care.
No, it's about the Niners.
Because our own Mark Willard might be ready to take a victory lap here.
I don't care.
You know where I'm going.
I don't care about. We're talking about quarterback.
I'm talking about MVP.
Fine. I'm talking about
He's
quarterback
in the conversation.
rankings.
I don't care.
Oh, well. Let me help you out. He might.
5 games into the MVP?
I don't care.
It's still early.
Yeah, but he's off to a good start.
Seriously, I could care.
No, it lets you know how well he's playing.
Oh, he's playing terrific.
That's all.
I don't need that.
And when we talk about the other greats, that comes along with it.
What?
Nobody, the MVP talk. Like, it's legit. This dude don't make turnovers.
What about McCaffrey?
Hey, he's right there.
About Jalen Hurts.
Nah.
Yeah, of course. Kyle Shanahan. Hey. How great was Purdy?
He was really good. Everybody was pretty good, but thought he missed one throw throughout the day. From what it seemed like, just a little behind BA in the first quarter on one, and everything else seemed pretty flawless. He did a great job. There's a real good pass rush, some tight coverages. Guys gave him some time, and also the guys made a lot of plays too.
Damn, he's built a bully, man.
Their offensive line's been terrific.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And again, you could say scorned. Dallas came in here and I heard that the Niners took offense to Dallas being referred to as the number one defense. And, like we pointed out, they live off turnovers. And I think the Niner defense had something to prove from the start, and they got after Dak. He was a deer in headlights, and they could do nothing, partner. They could do nothing.
God, that was disappointing.
But I told you, I know.
was disappointed. I was wound up all day, played golf, and watched the afternoon
The world
games.
was, Donnie. Everybody was doing it. I told you, don't listen to your boy.
How about this? I had my notebook out, and I started taking notes.
How long did that last?
It lasted about 8 minutes, and then it was over. I wonder if we don't.
McCaffrey, 21 touches in totality yesterday.
Okay.
Look at Kyle cutting back.
Well, they won by 32 points.
No, that's true.
Mason got 10 carries yesterday, so
he was a beast.
He was part of the diversified offense. Here's more Kyle Shanahan on how this team's feeling 5 games in.
Yeah, I did. I was real excited about us this week. I knew it was our biggest game so far this year, as far as nationally and just media-wise and the hype. And sometimes you get worried your team might get too up for stuff. But just watching them all Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, they were so locked in all week. They didn't make too big of a deal of this game. They seemed so ready to go. And kind of from a coaching perspective, we didn't feel like we had to do much all week, but just coach them, show the film, put in a game plan, and our guys were ready.
Ah, man. Steiny, they held the ball, the Niners, for 37 minutes. 37 minutes of a 60-minute game. That means those are body punches. The defense, whoever it is, they're tired, man.
Dare we say Kyle's in his bag?
He's been in his bag.
Oh, boy. Okay. You know what? Oh, he had a flea flicker. A flea flicker.
That's what I forgot to ask the morning guys. I believe they had a caller last week call and ask, why won't Kyle run a flea flicker or win? And they ran one like Detroit did earlier in the day. But
looked like Purdy got popped on that, though.
And he popped right up, and Kittle running wide open. Good for Kittle, man.
Oh, Dallas tried to take Christian McCaffrey's head off with a dirty helmet-to-helmet. Did you forget about that one, Guru? Clearly, Greenwald. You know what? Those helmet-to-helmets.
They're so hard not to have it.
You don't know. That can happen on accident. You don't know that he targeted there. It was definitely helmet to helmet. It was a terrible penalty at the terrible time, though. You don't do that. Then if you don't hit helmet to helmet, then who's the knucklehead who taunted too?
Oh, number one. That just who's the Spadoni could help me. I believe it was a Raider. We got to be the dumbest team.
Oh, that's Callan. Callahan.
We got to be the dumbest team in what was it, America?
America.
Right.
America.
Boy, use your head.
Verducci. El Dorado Hills. What's up, Verducci?
EDH.
Fellas.
Hey.
Guru, baby, what did I
Nobody
tell you
calls.
when I called last week? I told you it was going to be a smackdown, and that's exactly what Kittle and the crew did this past Sunday, and it was just exciting to see it be a complete game from Purdy doing his thing, from the offensive line really stepping up, and again, the game is won in the trenches, and our D-line and our offensive line had a terrific game. And I'm going to give it up to this guy a lot of people aren't talking about. Let's give it up for Oliver, the cornerback.
Man.
Locked down Lamb all game long. He's been kind of the sore spot of the defense, but I want to give my kudos to him. And you are right, baby. It's top 5 for me with Purdy. Until someone can, put an L on his record in the regular season, right now he is the MVP in my mind, or CMC. So, fellas, have a great show. Niner Nation, baby. We told you they were to be pretenders, and that's exactly what happened. I love you guys. Let's go bang, bang, not a gang.
That's Verducci.
That's what a Monday's about.
They don't call it EDH, do they?
Yeah, when I was out that way. El Dorado Hills.
Doesn't really.
You got to have money, too, Stoney.
It's Sacramento.
It's El Dorado Hills. It's his own little.
Relatively speaking,
I'm just
it's still
telling you.
Sac. Not like the Bay. Not like Pacific Heights. You know what I'm saying? It's nice up in Sac. By the way, Warriors. How about the Warriors with a big, big win on Saturday?
What if I told you I recorded the game and watched it again?
I bet you recorded it. I don't think you watched it, but you probably recorded it.
Saturday night.
Like I said, I bet you did record it.
Joe Lacob was on the call with Kalina and Bob. They interviewed him a good 5 minutes.
What did he talk about?
He said, because they were winning handily, he was like, we still got to see if it works. And I appreciated that. Like, well, this ain't the regular season. Well, I know, but still, they might have some depth, Steiny.
Lakers were missing their two best players.
Well, they weren't missing them. They chose not to play.
Well, they didn't play.
Well,
I mean, the Lakers aren't the Lakers without LeBron and Austin Reeves. The Pike.
What is it, 15?
I mean, boy. Jeremy wants to jump in. What's up, Jeremy? How you doing, man?
What's up, y'all? Hey. Happy Victory Monday.
Yeah.
Steiny, I'm with you, man. I did not see that coming. I expected more fight out of Dallas. I expected more from the defense. I expected more from Dak. Frankly, I expected more of a game. We just witnessed a funeral. I think that's the word that was mentioned earlier. I'm flabbergasted. And for those Brock Purdy detractors who say that, you know, I'm not convinced or he's the product of the system and the players around him, like, I'll tell you right now, there has to be some doubt creeping into their minds because every week that goes by, it's just harder and harder to say, you know, he can't do it or he's not this or he's not that. So, Guru, I love your shirt, looking fly, and Steiny, you have a hell of a year. Peace, y'all. I'm out.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Jeremy.
Speaking of which, Brock Purdy on the year, 9 touchdowns to no interceptions, 1,271 yards. He's currently the quarterback of an undefeated team. I'm just telling people, get ready. If I need to grease the skids, like, just that, like, I lost my voice last week defending him when the guy was like, it was Priest. Yeah. Like, Priest called us, like, this dude is in his bag. His coach is in his bag.
Are you challenging Priest?
No, I'm just challenging anybody that doesn't want to give credit to where credit is due. This dude's a star right now, man. And this team looks like Mike Tyson in his prime.
Can I tell you what bothers me? There's like
happiness.
There's like that doesn't make me happy. There's like one or two yahoos out there. Maybe not one or two. A few who don't give Brock Purdy credit, and then we act as though nobody's giving Brock Purdy credit. And I think that's wrong. I think that perception is completely wrong. Who out there right now is really going to say, Purdy's still not? Nah, he's not. He's not. Like, who's saying that?
Well,
who?
Well, we getting it on the text line.
Jimmy
YouTube.
One. We had one text, and that's why I read it, because it was an outlier. The guy Ruiz from The Ringer.
Yeah.
We heard him last week. Okay, but I mean, who really wants to?
Yeah, you got to really be a hater right now to not give him his credit.
Or you really think you see something that nobody else sees, which I don't know what. I mean,
ask Dallas about Brock Purdy. Defenders.
To me, the realization that Purdy's got this escapability is the thing that has really stuck out in the last year. I mean, he's elusive. He's elusive. Is Steiny having a good year? Is Steiny's having a good year leaking oil after Kittle's 3 TDs? No. Oh, no.
Who saw that coming?
Not even.
Kittle 3 touchdowns?
Like, who did not see it coming?
Yours truly.
But it's going to be a different weapon every night. Debo's probably going to get 3 next week. 888-9. You all right, bud?
Yeah.
Okay. 888-957-9570 is the number. And don't forget, Warriors basketball is back. And so is the Warriors Summit next Wednesday, October 18th. Join us at Fieldworks Brewing Company in San Leandro from 4 to 6. It's open to the public, so join 95.7 The Game for Warriors Summit, October 18th again, Fieldworks Brewing Company, San Leandro. And it's also sponsored by Caltrans Stormwater.
Let's change this to that by picking up after our pets.
20, knocked down at the 18-yard line. And Purdy's accuracy continues to be outstanding.
This guy's pretty good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth, NBC Sports. Debo Samuel. 5 catches, 30 yards. So his numbers were so-so, but not George Kittle. George Kittle. Why can't I? There he is. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was Debo's rushing. 5 carries, 30 yards. My bad. 3 catches, 55 yards. So Debo with 8 touches.
1 for 42 yards, Donnie.
George Kittle, 3 for 67 and 3 touchdowns. 49ers, 42-10. They beat badly the Dallas Cowboys, and the
number one defense.
Man.
They carved them up. It was 14-0, Snotty. The Niners up, obviously, before Dallas could get their first down.
I mean, the thing that I was surprised about was that not one time during that game did it feel like the 49ers were uncomfortable on offense. They just never rattled Purdy. They never got him moving faster than he wanted. They never had him throwing into traffic consistently. They weren't chasing him. I felt like, or I feel like he's had a lot of time to throw this year. When the pocket collapses, he's got a great sense of how to buy himself a little more time. And with that little extra time, he's able to put it right on the numbers, man.
And I don't feel like he was under a lot of pressure last night. That's why Micah Parsons, again, no shade at him because it was stylistically what Kyle was doing against Quinn, but he seemed comfortable. They had 421 total yards, and that's why they scored 21 points in each half. It was just a total beatdown.
650, would you agree with this? Guru, the train is off the track for Dak.
Yeah, I was here 3 years ago. That game, to me, they said it. The owner said it. Nobody will come out today and say it's not. I think that went a long way in them identifying this might not be the guy to get us to the promised land.
3 years ago?
Yeah.
Which game?
No, just
the last 3 games against the Niners.
Yes.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. But this was the one they talked about leading up to this game about how big it was from a psyche standpoint. And just to come in and just get slaughtered is just, good God. And I can't get over the first drive that didn't result in a 3rd down. That means everything you're calling, you're blocking everything. McKivitz, I was like, oh, they might try to take advantage of him. And you talked about it. The offensive line, Steiny, gave up 1 effing sack to the number 1 defense. So how, moving forward, can we even, the Niners might be, and you respect every opponent. But, dude, last night was that was a drubbing.
Yeah. I want to say the Cowboys came in with 9 takeaways in the first 4 games. I mean, they were turning teams over left and right.
They'd given up 41 points coming into the game, and they gave up 42 last night. Wow. Could have been more.
Doug's in Berkeley. Hey, Doug, how you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing great this morning. Doing great this morning. You know, that was I didn't see it coming to that degree myself. But I got a couple of takes. The first take is Brock Purdy, the system quarterback. He is a system quarterback. And so was the GOAT. I mean, the GOAT had great protection. Belichick always had a great offensive line, and he ran a system, Josh McDaniels' system. If the GOAT was a great quarterback, and he's the greatest, and people weren't saying, oh, he's a system quarterback, we really need to stop saying it, or whoever is saying it about Purdy needs to stop saying it, or recognize that when you can do that, that defines greatness. Second take for me is great win. I feel and I hope that we're different than the Dolphins, who crushed Denver and then got smoked by Buffalo, who then got smoked overseas. Right. We got to maintain a little rationality. But I actually feel we are different, and I feel like we've seen what happens to teams when they get overconfident. I don't feel the team is overconfident from everything I'm hearing from these guys, and I think we're on a roll this year. I think this is our year. It's us in Philly. Can't wait for Week 13. Thanks for taking the call.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can't wait for next week against
Gotta be,
Cleveland.
yeah. Well, what was it, Cleveland?
Cleveland, yeah, 10 a.m. game.
But
Cleveland's coming off a bye.
No doubt. We'll see. But
49ers
Cleveland
after
can be beat,
a bruising
Steiny.
game. Oh, no, that's right.
Well,
it wasn't. It was supposed to be.
Can we talk about Fred Warner? Steiny, he may be the best linebacker in the game. 8 tackles, 5 solo, 1 sack,
Might be
1 pick,
Greenlaw.
1 forced fumble. Okay, put them together, the tandem. Like, there's no better linebacker duo in the game. And they make their presence felt from the gate. That fumble on Pollard, do you understand do you know how many guys would have been like, oh, a couple other teammates got him, going out of bounds, I'm good. To fly to the ball, punch it out, and then just like a bunch of piranhas fighting for it, stay in and have a lineman cover the ball. It's special, man. And now we've been through what the Niners have. Robert Saleh, he parlays the defensive coordinator into a head coaching job. You're like, oh, man, who do we got? I'll step up D'Amico Ryans. They don't skip a beat. He's in Houston. Tough loss yesterday. And now Wilkes, who I was Steiny, I don't know about this unit. They used this game last night, the Niners defense, as a message. It suffocated Dak in that Dallas. Like CeeDee Lamb, nobody did nothing except the one pass to Turpin.
That's about it, Goo. That's about it. George is in the jungle.
I'm going to give you a 1.
Tiny, how you doing, Guru?
Hey.
Doing well.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
I'm believing that if Christian McCaffrey can get 1 touchdown a game, and you just give somebody else 3 or 4 for that day, I think our defense can hold up.
I mean,
it's going to be okay.
Listen, the 49ers have scored over 30 points in every game. So to me, it's unrealistic to think you're going to hold them to 10 or fewer. I think the recipe to beat the Niners is to can you keep them at 20-ish? But then you're going to have to score on that defense, and that's been difficult too, George.
You know what I'd really like to see? There's 2 things I'd like to see. The number 1 thing I'd like to see is when we do get a lead and it does get out of hand and you bring in the backup, who is a professional quarterback, you let him run the offense and you don't hold him down to running the ball. Because I'd love to see Darnold come in and take over the way Purdy did when he came in for Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo. I'd love to know we have a backup who can run the system and get the same results.
Yeah.
The other thing...
go ahead. You.
No, the other thing I'd love to see is I'd love to see Trent Williams get a touchdown.
Is that where we are?
You
George,
might
is
be.
that where we
I
are?
like it. Can we see it? Big Trent, 99.
Trent Williams.
99 on Madden, Steiny.
Yeah.
Well, we saw a flea flicker. And boy, did that work.
We absolutely did. Kyle Shanahan was asked whether or not this was the most complete game that they've played.
I mean, I thought that was our best complete game with all 3 phases. I thought our defense was amazing today, going against some real good players and a good offense there, and I knew that was going to be a challenge, and those guys were unbelievable. I thought it was their best game yet.
Best game yet for the Niners defense, according to Shanahan.
And they wore the Cowboy defense down, and you could look at McCaffrey's numbers. Steiny, 19 for 51 yards, 2.7 a pop, and you're like, okay, but here comes Jordan Mason, 10 for 69 at different durations later on during the game, 6.9 per pop, and that was just a byproduct of the body punches from the McCaffrey carries, the Debos. I mean, he was 5 for 30, as you mentioned. And then it was they wore him down, and Dallas had nothing. It was hard to tackle. You saw it.
Yeah.
And who saw Darnold in this game at the start of the 4th? I was just like, this is a TKO, man.
It was not a great performance by the Dallas Cowboys.
But there's a reason for that. And that's why coming into this game, I kept telling you guys all week, I just didn't feel like Dallas was on the Niners level, and they showed the world.
I think it's interesting. Just again, we kind of knew this was going to happen, and it's happening. And that is McCaffrey's the foundation of their offense, and then depending on who's got the opening on a given day, that's the person who the ball will be spread out to. And yesterday it was Kittle. It's been Debo a little bit. Certainly was Ayuk in 2 of the 5 games so far. So it's a heavy dose of McCaffrey, and then you sprinkle in the guy who can do the most damage by way of Kyle's thinking. TJ's in the city. What's going on, TJ? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up, Goog?
Hey. Hey.
Hey, Goog, man. I'm sorry your Cowboys lost the way they did yesterday, man. That was just brutal, man. But hey, real quick, I want to touch up on the Niners, man. The defense, man. We got a Super Bowl defense, flat out and simple. The Niners are a primetime team. You know what I mean? When you turn on the TV on Thursday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, Monday night, the Niners are going to perform. They've proven that. They've shown that. Fred Warner's putting up a DPOY contest for sure. I mean, you can't deny it. The dude is legitimately carrying the defense like damn near. He's going stride for stride with the fastest guys on the field. It doesn't matter who you put him up with. Fred Warner's going to make a play. He's going to make his presence felt. Brock Purdy, man, you know, I said this coming into this week that this is a real test for Brock. He passed the test. He looked good. He's making great use of the weapons around him, and that's what I expect him to do. It doesn't matter if he can throw 100 yards, 80 yards. If you got the weapons around you and you can make use of those weapons, that's what matters. If he can continue doing what he's doing, Niners defense play the way they play, who's going to stop him? That's my question. That's all I got. Thank you guys for taking my call, and have a great day, y'all.
Appreciate the call.
No lies detected.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't get pressure on Purdy, and there wasn't enough yesterday, he's just back there kind of picking you apart. And he's accurate.
And he hit your boy Juszczyk for 4 for 26 yards, Donnie. Longest 9 yards for Juszczyk. But he was featured
Longest
in the game.
catch of his career?
That I don't know. But he had 4 for 26.
Yeah.
Nobody had more than 4 receptions. So he had Kittle 3 times, Ayuk 4, Debo 3, McCaffrey 2, Juszczyk 4, just spreading it out.
Here was Shanahan on whether he felt like Brock Purdy had it going early.
Yeah, I felt that way with him all day. So there wasn't a time that I didn't feel he was like that. You just got to be careful when you feel that way from beginning to end that you don't just start calling too many passes. That's usually the challenge of a play caller because you do too many and eventually you're going to give them a chance to make a big play. But we felt if we can mix it in enough that he was pretty on and we could handle their protections just by him getting rid of it. And he was fun to coach today.
Yeah, he's been a lot more fun to coach than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, no doubt. Match made in heaven, Stoney. This is love.
Yeah.
This is what love feels like. I'm sure Kyle wants to say that, man. So far.
I mean, again, the one thing, even if there's something coming for Purdy, even if what we're seeing is somehow not altogether real, he's not gonna do a 180. I mean, he's not gonna just start being lousy.
So this is who he is, you're saying? Because that's where I'm at.
Again, I don't know if he's 25 touchdowns to 4 picks, which is what I think his ratio is since he started quarterbacking last year. I don't know if he's going to have a 25 to 4 touchdown to interception ratio for his whole career, and I don't know if he's going to throw 75% completions for his whole career. And I don't know if he's going to throw for as many yards as he's throwing, but he's not going to just disappear.
And I'll tell you what, he went up against a $40 million quarterback last night in front of the nation, and that quarterback threw 3 picks. He didn't throw one, and he's yet to throw one on the season. Like, damn, man, come on. Now, has he thrown a bad ball? Sure. But he has 0 interceptions on the season to 9 tugs, and last night's not just in his bag.
Travis is in Oakland. What's up, Trav? How you doing, man? You were at the game last night, huh? Mm-hmm.
Love to hear it. I was at the game last night. Awesome atmosphere at Levi's. I will say this, and I'm sure folks don't like this. There were a lot of Cowboy fans there, and I sat around some cool ones, I'll be honest. Like, I was pleasantly surprised. Also, too, I haven't seen any wild fight videos on YouTube or Instagram, so all around a good night for the red and gold. And also, too, even though the Cowboys got their butts whooped, right, I guess, no one got arrested, no one got hurt, which, it's what should happen at a sports game. I had 2 quick takes. I was born in '94, so I've lived through a lot of garbage, and I miss kind of what my dad referred to as the glory days. So I didn't get to see Joe play, and I'm not making a comparison or saying Brock Purdy's like Joe, but the stuff I've seen, that first touchdown to Kittle, where he rolled out and extended that play and made that throw, it reminded me of that too. The other big moment, I know that someone else called in and talked about this, that ball to Ayuk that got called back, and that, I don't know if you saw on TV, I saw it when I came home on social media, but Brock doing that mental reset and then hitting Debo on what was almost an even better ball than the one he threw to Ayuk. That's the stuff that I feel like if the stats don't matter, you can't measure it. Look, I'm not crowning him. I'm not putting him in the same line as the Holmes yet, but what he's doing, we have to appreciate it special as a Niners fan.
That's right.
But the last thing I'll say, too, I've been critical of Shanahan at times. Watching Willie McCarthy coach that game last night, if that guy has a Super Bowl, come on now, Shanahan's got to have one. I'd be curious, what did you guys think about McCarthy just laying down at the end of the half, right? 2 timeouts left, Dak gets tackled. I don't know if it was a sack, but he gets tackled. Clock's running, and he just packs it in.
I was just going to go ahead.
Downfield with 2 field goals.
I was just going to bring that up, man. That means you have no confidence in what you're calling because he's calling the plays, and you're sending a bigger message to your own team and the Niners. I thought, I have no confidence against this defense. You're down, Steiny, and you call the dogs off to maybe even get in position to throw a Hail Mary. I thought, wow. When do coaches worth their salt trying to, change momentum or get 3 or even make another mistake, but to call the dogs off with 2 timeouts in your back pocket, I thought that said it all.
What I'm looking, when was that?
Right before half.
I know, but I'm looking for where they were on the field.
They're on 25, on 30. They were backed up, but damn, call something. Let's try something.
50 seconds left. Shotgun. Prescott passing complete deep left. They went deep. Brandon Cooks,
who had Warner beat. He had Warner beat, but he threw it on the sideline.
Drake Jackson got hurt on that play. Yeah. That's the play he got hurt on. And then it was they went shotgun on the next play. Sack.
Man.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. San Francisco 49ers go to 5-0 with a 42-10 win over the Dallas Cowboys.
No, I was just going to give you some trivia, but you probably already know it. And look, the score was 42-10. What's the first thing that jumps out at you? Man, Brock Purdy and the 4 touchdowns. And it was that. But, Steiny, ask me how many yards Dallas had in the first 17 in the first quarter.
Well, they didn't have the ball, but 3 plays.
Okay.
0.
6.
Okay.
Okay, ask me how many minutes went by, Evan, you may know this, so I'll let you in on it. How many minutes went by in that football game before Dallas got their first down? This is why defense was everything. How many minutes went by in that football game yesterday before Dallas got their first down? This is when it's Mike Tyson. This is what I talk about, Tyson.
More than 15.
17. That's just... that's ineptitude on their part. But if you got a $40 million quarterback and CeeDee Lamb and you're supposed to be, this is going to be a good game, Steiny's excited. A quarter and 2 minutes went by before the other team got a first down, which is 10 yards.
Can we put a rat on the table?
Uh-oh.
When we're comparing Purdy to Montana, here's the bottom line. If you take out, let's say, the Super Bowls of Joe Montana,
kind of hard to do, but go ahead.
No, but we all know the drive to
Cincinnati.
Purdy's been better. He's been better than Montana. His numbers are better than Montana's.
You said take him out.
I'm just saying, he's playing better than this 10-game run is as good as any Montana's had. Any. Again,
I'm willing to put it up there with anybody.
22 touchdowns and only 4 interceptions. He
on the fly.
Takes care of the ball.
On the fly.
Exactly. Matt's in San Francisco. What's up, Matt? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo?
Hey.
Your show.
Thank you.
So I was at the game last night as well, and it was a fantastic atmosphere. Truly amazing. Best I've ever seen Levi's. One of the interesting things was when you went to get a beer at halftime, they shut everything down because there were fights.
Oh.
One of the security guards told me that there were more arrests and people in the hospital than ever before. This is anecdotal from a security guard, but I never saw anything bad in my section. In fact, the security at Levi's was fantastic in getting, alleviating any sort of situation. So kudos to Levi's. Kudos to, the Cowboys fans who were amazing. Kudos to the Niners fans that were amazing, and just had a fantastic time. That's all I got.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate the call. Goo, you see anything?
Nothing, and maybe that's why. But
did you square off with anybody at any point?
No, I was on the numb juice early. That was medication for pain. I knew what I was about to do and feel. So yeah, but if that's a way to alleviate that, I did.
Did you have fun at the game?
No, no, I didn't. And listen, man, just real quick here. It wasn't about the ale. It was about, you know what? Steiny, Evans, Spadoni, 95-7 the game. The world has built this up to be a playoff game, and it was get back for Dallas, a measuring stick. And you know what I thought about? This came too soon for Dallas. They have not figured out who or what they're trying to do. They made some changes, and I thought the Niners were going to take advantage of that, and they did. And it was a waste of a day. It was one of those, you know what, Missouri. I was Missouri. Show me. Because everybody thinks, and it was worse than I could even thought.
What time you get down there?
I want to say about 12:20.
Oh, you were down there all day.
Yeah. Then I had to, remember I lost my phone, went and got the phone. Just drama, man. I didn't get to IG the stuff like I wanted to do.
I know. I usually get my Sunday stuff sent to me, so I was kind of wondering where it was.
So, Evan.
Yeah.
How much? Oh, God.
You're good.
I got some trivia I'll give you and Evan on the way, because McCaffrey scored his 14th straight game that he had a touchdown. Only 3 dudes have more than him, and I want to see if you two can name them.
You mean a streak longer than 14 in a row?
2 have 15 and 1 has 17. Either one of you will never
Emmitt Smith.
Nope.
Other side.
All right, there you go, Evan.
It's 25-30.
I hope Evan don't look it up, because I wouldn't cheat and get the credit.
Also on the other side, we got a couple people paying for super texts.
Oh, whoa.
We got to read those on the other side on 95.7 The Game. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, it is a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners, they lay one on the Cowboys, 42-10, and we're talking about it. Best part of yesterday's game was that Brock Purdy's signature game as a San Francisco 49er quarterback. If it wasn't, it was pretty darn close. 888-957-9570.
Hi, I'm Nabil Ahmed at East Bay Law.
feels like what San Francisco does with physical and the finesse mixed together on offense, this kind of neutralizes you as a defense. Second and goal. Well, play pass. Purdy is jammed. Touchdown.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It was a participation trophy touchdown night for the 49ers. Everybody got a little...
Kittle like a niner. That brought a smile to your face,
well, yeah, I guess. Go ahead. Hey,
okay, I asked
go.
you, Evan and Spadoni.
First of all, hold on. Can I just... 888-957-9570. You want to jump into the conversation about the San Francisco 49ers, 42-10. Pretty dominant performance over the Cowboys. We're talking about what you liked most. And my statement of the day is, I mean, the way Brock Purdy's quarterbacked the first 10 or 12 games of his career, it's better than Joe Montana. It is.
Well, mine is he's a star, and this team is destined the best team in the NFL right now. But, Steiny, before the break, I told you guys McCaffrey scored, I believe, from the 1-yard line in the second quarter, and that extended his streak of 14 straight games with a touchdown. Now, there's 3 players, 2 with 15 and 1 with 17. Can you, Evan and Spadoni, name them? And I trust that you 3 have not went to the computer to Google.
You want to start, Evan?
Marshall Faulk.
I love doing the
John Riggins.
Okay, you got that 15.
You think I look? You know what? You think I look, don't you? You think I looked?
I do.
You don't know anything about John Riggins.
All right, let's get the other 2. Because there's one more with 15 and one, the leader, with 17. Go ahead, Evan Spadoni.
Adrian Peterson.
Good try. This guy's, I don't want to give it, he's local.
O.J. Simpson?
Good. That boy is smart. O.J. Simpson with 15.
I had O.J. I had Tony Dorsett also.
Now, this guy, he has 17. I don't know where I was. I don't know if you guys are going to get this one.
Jerome Bettis.
Jim Brown.
Good guess.
Ernest Biner.
That's a hell of a... Dude, what a guess. Tell me when we just wrap it up.
Sanka.
He was that era, though.
Oh,
boy.
Chuck Foreman.
No. Good paint knowledge, Evan.
Tom Matty.
No. Tell me when we want to wrap
Montgomery. Franco Harris.
And I'm getting excited like I concocted this one up.
Do not.
After a while, we got to shut it down. When was the last time
this guy was in the news?
Hold on.
Boy.
Hold on.
Let's wrap it up now.
Davis from the Broncos.
No, that's a good last pull. 10 more seconds, I feel like.
Sanders.
Oh, great call. Nope.
Marcus Allen.
That was a great time. All right, one more. You guys ready?
Hold on, one more.
17 straight games.
Archie Griffin.
Hell of a guess. Lenny Moore.
From Reading, Pennsylvania.
That I don't know.
He went to Reading. He's from Reading High School in Pennsylvania.
17 straight games with a touchdown. Lenny Moore.
What team? Colts?
Mick who? I knew you were going to ask that. Let me look it up.
I believe Lenny Moore was teammate to Jim Brown at Syracuse,
Lenny
if I'm not
Moore,
mistaken.
boy. I was like, Roger Moore, Lenny Moore.
Or he may have came just before or just after.
Lenny Edward Moore. I'm looking at it right now. Baltimore Colts.
Yeah.
Well,
why don't you give them hometown?
The Reading, PA.
Yeah, look at that.
Now, you guys had some hella guesses. Gail Sayers. Who else did you have? Barry?
I had Dorsett, O.J., Riggins, and Bettis on my list.
Riggins was a beast.
I got to say, I was disappointed to not see much Jerry Rice on the TV last night. Yeah. He wasn't playing.
And he's got a commercial. It's pretty good.
He didn't play. So, Goo, You didn't see any fights or anything?
No,
Evan?
I didn't know that they stopped serving the beer.
No, it was all pretty cordial. I thought both Cowboys and 49ers fans were awesome, especially pregame.
Can I say this to you
together, having a good time?
Evan, can I say this to you and Steiny and Spadoni? Do you think because it was Dallas, the 49er fans united because they hate the team so much that they didn't infight? You can be like, that's ridiculous, Goo, but if they stop selling the sauce early, that might have something to do with it.
I also think 42-10 helps. I just think if your team's winning 42-10, you're not as likely to crack skulls.
I'm gonna say that had nothing to do because when you get into it, you get into it.
Well, I actually agree because the majority of fights seem to happen in the second half of games or down the stretch towards the end, and by that point, the game was already over.
Man,
what about LaDainian Tomlinson?
LT.
What about him?
The texter saying I thought LaDainian Tomlinson had 18 games straight scoring a touchdown.
Well, not on my article. It's got 3 guys.
Oh, boy.
No, I got it right here. O.J. Simpson, Lenny Moore, and your boy, Zonka.
Riggins. Remember when Riggins told the First Lady to lighten up?
I don't remember.
Yeah, he told
yeah, actually, I hate to break it to you, Goo.
Oh, no.
18 games, most consecutive with a touchdown.
That doesn't listen. Christian McCaffrey scored on a 1-yard run in the second quarter after losing the fumble near the goal line earlier in the game. It was the 14th straight game he scored a TD in the regular season or playoffs.
Right.
The only players in NFL history with longer streaks are Lenny Moore, 17, OJ, I didn't do it, Simpson, 15, and John Riggins, 15.
And LaDainian Tomlinson with 18.
Who wrote that?
ESPN.
Staff writer, please. Name? Or does it say ESPN Services?
We're going to get them, too.
Do a search for Tomlinson.
AP.
I think it could be with a rushing touchdown. LaDainian Tomlinson's got.
Oh, Evan figured it out. That's a bad dude.
Wow,
that's it.
We got to be more precise.
AP didn't mess up.
No. You need to be just a little more precise.
No, I'm winning off. I didn't say right, but they got it right. Evan's a bad dude.
No, they got it right in the story, but we didn't.
I just read it to you. I read it to you verbatim.
So it was rushing touchdowns.
Obviously not.
You know what?
Obviously not. It wasn't rushing.
Who cares if Guru
you guys
was
still
wrong?
got him wrong?
So what?
Please, I stumped the Steiny. People giving me love.
I got Riggins.
Okay.
And not only did I get Riggins, you thought I cheated on Riggins. Yeah, what do you know about John Riggins?
He used to run over Dallas back in the fun bunch.
We played for the Jets. He got a mohawk haircut.
Now, I don't remember him. He was a Redskin.
He was a free spirit.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. 888-957-9570 is the number. Thanks, 510, for keeping us on the straight and narrow here with our trivia questions.
Yeah, by the way, apparently Lenny Moore also did it in 18 straight games.
Oh, boy.
Rushing and receiving.
Yeah, see.
I just read you the scoring streak. You guys can do with that with what you want.
You gotta look into it then. Then you got.
You think Christian McCaffrey's getting 19?
No.
I do.
Of course.
He's all the way out. Won every game.
Hey, Shanny, what's the significance of beating Dallas?
I mean, it sounds awesome when you say all that stuff, but absolutely nothing. If we would have lost this game, we would have been 4-1, and now we're 5-0. It's exciting, and all this is fun, but been in the NFL way too long. Been 5-0 and haven't made the playoffs before. All that stuff really doesn't matter. I mean, the way people talked about it during the week, we didn't see it that way. I told our team last night, whether we win or lose this game, I expect it to make us better. If we go out there and play like we're capable of, we should feel that and be able to carry it on the next week and get better. And if we go out there and we get beat, as long as we do it the right way, I think it'll make us better going forward after that. I mean, you want to be in games like this, just leading up to it. You want to be battle tested in every facet of stuff that can happen later in the season. And I'm glad we did it the other way. Being 5-0 feels good, but it means nothing until you get to the end.
I believe him.
Hold on a sec.
I believe what that man just said.
I have a doubt about one of the things he said.
I mean, it sounds awesome when you say all that stuff, but absolutely nothing. If we would have lost this game, we would have been 4-1, and now we're 5-0. It's exciting and all this is fun, but been in the NFL way too long. Been 5-0 and haven't made the playoffs before. All that stuff really doesn't matter. I mean, the way people talked about it during the week, we didn't see it that way. I told our team last night, whether we win or lose this game.
What team was 5-0 and didn't make the playoffs?
No, he said he made been 5-0 and made the playoffs. That's how I took that. He's like, I've been here and done that. We've been 19. They were 8-0.
I thought he said we were 5-0 and didn't make the playoffs.
Oh, I thought he said made the playoffs. Like, he ain't throwing no party. Like, they're on a mission.
You mind if I do it one more time?
Yeah. I mean, it sounds awesome when you say all that stuff, but absolutely nothing. If we would have lost this game, we would have been 4-1, and now we're 5-0. It's exciting and all this is fun, but been in the NFL way too long. Been 5-0 and haven't made the playoffs before. All that stuff really doesn't matter.
I've been here. I've been 5-0
and haven't made the playoffs before.
I heard it has been 5-0 and have made the playoffs before. Like, we're not throwing no parties for little victories, and that's what I love. Like, he's got his eye on the big prize. I didn't hear didn't make the playoffs because that don't even fit.
I heard 5-0, but
have made the playoffs, which he's done.
I mean, it sounds awesome when you say all that stuff, but absolutely nothing. If we would have lost this game, we would have been 4-1, and now we're 5-0. It's exciting and all this is fun, but been in the NFL way too long. Been 5-0 and haven't made the playoffs before. All that stuff really doesn't
5-0 and
matter.
haven't made the playoffs before.
When did he have a team that was 5-0 that didn't make the playoffs? Just curious. Okay, we'll get off it. More Shanahan.
Yeah, they've been real good. It's they got a lot of experience last year. You know Jake his first time really starting. Banks coming in. Burford got eased in, just splitting with Brunskill last year. But all three of those guys got to play a ton, and I thought they played real well last year, and they worked real hard this offseason. And usually when both of those things happen, you only get better. And Colton's come in and done a hell of a job too with those guys. And left tackle's not that bad either.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you on a Monster Monday. Brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. 49ers 42, Dallas 10. Nice. And that game was pretty much in the bag after halftime. And so Cowboys made it 21-10, but 49ers came right back and scored, and it was 28-10, and it was ball game. Let's talk a little bit about Brock Purdy. Let's listen to some Brock Purdy talking about this offense that clicked, and let's talk about this for a sec.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever felt, like feeling this good just with the offense and everything as a whole. I can't really think of a time. There's some good games, he played back-to-back games in college. But, right now, it feels like everyone's just on a mission, man. Like the mindset is right where it needs to. Everyone's so detailed in what they do. Play calls are great. So it's like all I got to do is go out there, do my job, and that's it, and just play ball. So obviously we feel good where we're at, but there's still areas we can still get better at. So
what do you think? What area can they get better at, 49er fans? Because that to me sounds like something you're just saying right now. 888-957-9570. Where can they get better?
He's staying humble, Stoney, because he don't want to say, we're perfect. But, man.
I'm just wondering, what can they do better right now? I mean, I don't think Purdy can play much better. Individually, guys, how can you play better? They're not getting penalized. They're not turning the ball over.
Keep going.
They're scoring 30-plus points a game.
Big
Their
plays.
defense is one of the best in football. They're one of the best tackling teams. They turn other teams over. Like, seriously, what can they get better at? I mean, okay, sure, you can always get better, but realistically, how can they get better?
I'm with you, and that's why they're undefeated. And you want to talk about 10.8 yards per pass in the air. We talked about him dink and dunk. That was a myth. But he hit Kittle for 38 yards last night on his long pass. Brandon Ayuk had one for 23. Debo had one for 42, Steiny. McCaffrey and Jennings each had one for 19. So those are wops to me. Okay? And I'm just like, I don't know what he's going to say, but he's being Kendrick Lamar. He's being humble by saying, because you never want to say our stuff don't stink.
888-957-9570 is the number. Is there anything the Niners can can do better. Telmo says they can play better. I mean, I guess they can, but can they play better consistently like they have in the previous 5 games? What's up, Telmo? How you doing?
Good, Steiny. How you doing today?
Doing well.
Guru, I appreciate you for knowing the realness of the situation and what was coming down the road. And you were never a homer or front runner about
all day.
Even though people gave you heck, but you were a professional and you knew that they were going to be outmatched. In terms of, he is being humble, and that's a good attitude to have, because to be humble means you're willing to put in the work, and even in a performance like that, see the areas where you can still improve. And I think unless a team defensively gives up 0 points and scores 7 points on every single possession they have the ball, they can always be better. But I think from the standpoint of yesterday's game, Christian McCaffrey had one of his lowest rushing outputs, I think maybe ever in a long time since he's been a Niner. And that could be an area of improvement. Brock made some throws that I'm sure he'd love to have back. They had a fumble. They gave up that big pass over the top on defense. So, yeah, I mean, they were dominant. And I think as good as the Niners looked, I think Dallas looked, poorly. And I don't know if one was a result of the other or if it was just a combination of both. But I think if you're a team that has Super Bowl ambitions and you're looking to be the one lifting the trophy at the end of the year, you always have to be willing to be humble. Like Guru says, get back in the lab and work on the little things that are going to make you a better team.
There you go.
Good call.
Appreciate the call.
Veggie Delight on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat says maybe they could get to the quarterback. They're getting better and they're getting closer, but Stoney, maybe they could get closer to the quarterback. Now, I thought Bosa had a sack, but it was a half a sack.
That's it?
Yeah, half.
Oh.
But they sacked Dak 3 times.
So he doesn't have 2 sacks in his last 8 games. He only has 1.5.
1.5. They got to Dak 3 times.
How many points are they giving up a game? Do you have those numbers in front?
No.
10 against I guess I could just look at the standings.
17 to the Rams.
I guess what I'm saying is, I mean, I know they can. There's plays here and there, but they're so they're giving up. See, this is where they're taking something away, like that. And I'm talking about the other team. Okay, the 49ers, sack-wise, they haven't been as dominant sack-wise, but they're only giving up 13.5 points a game.
Man,
so like, who cares? Like, who cares? Maybe what's happening is teams are getting rid of the ball so quick. They're not allowing the 49ers to get sacks because you can prevent a team from getting sacks if you want to throw quickly. I think that's what the Giants did a lot. And the 49ers linebackers still keep everybody in front.
No doubt.
It doesn't matter if you're not getting sacks, if you're not giving up a lot of throws downfield.
See, I like that you said that because I kind of didn't know, and we had talked about it. If we were actually seeing just a little regression from the D-line, Steiny, it was still good enough because this offense is just on steroids. But when you cite those numbers, and I watched the game last night, this defense is still stout, man.
510 on a nitpick Monday, I'd say they can get better in containing mobile quarterbacks. That's always been a big issue for the Niners defense since Shanahan has arrived. Yeah. And I always
Dak had 1 carry for 2 yards.
Well, I always say
looked slow as molasses too.
Yeah, he didn't look that great, I don't think. To the mobile quarterback thing, I always feel like, mobile quarterbacks give a lot of teams trouble. That's why everybody wants one. Mobile quarterback, or at least a guy who can make plays with his feet. But 888-957-9570 is the number. The 49ers, they win 42-10. It was a game that never really was close. It was 14-0. Cowboys score to make it 14-7. You figure, okay, right there, if they can get a hold, maybe we got a game. They not only didn't get a hold, they gave up a touchdown. Next thing you know, it's 21-7 at half. Night. And the Cowboys got beat. 3 interceptions for Dak Prescott, none for Brock Purdy. Who's more mobile of a quarterback, Dak or Brock Purdy?
At this stage, I'm going to say Brock Purdy.
Man.
I mean, Dak, I don't know what happened. I know he had that injury a couple years back, but there were times last night like run, and he's just, I don't know what it is, man. Something's going on upstairs, man.
Here's more Brock Purdy on having a balanced offense and trying to spread it around.
Yeah, he was doing a good job just calling plays where I could just, take a quick drop, get the ball out, get into a rhythm. And, so obviously for me, I'm always like, yeah, I'm willing to throw every down. But, just in terms of having a balanced offense, run the ball, it's what we have to do. And so, yeah, I felt good early on. I actually felt like, I missed a couple throws just with BA, some opportunity balls early on that I wish I had back. But outside of that, got into a rhythm and we were able to roll. So, yeah.
Man. Yeah. And Isaiah Oliver, we haven't even mentioned him, Stoney, a cornerback. He was on CeeDee Lamb, made a couple good plays. And I'm just like, it just keeps going, man. It's just, who? Isaiah Oliver, big game, Sunday night. CeeDee Lamb, the top 10 receiver in my estimation, Stoney. And I don't know if it was their offense, Dak, but he was a nuisance to CeeDee Lamb and that Cowboy receiving core. Just a ass whooping. That's what that was last night. Again, I saw it coming, but that even surpassed what I thought. And Never Go Full Jeff had something great on the YouTube chat. He felt like, and I talked about it, that playoff game where Dan Quinn actually got the dub, Steiny, holding the Niner offense and McCaffrey to 19 points, even though Dallas didn't win the game. I felt like on the way home, Kyle probably drove home like, man, he threw some monkey wrenches in what I wanted to do. That wasn't the production I wanted. And he just was saying he felt like Kyle was kind of making it a point to go after Quinn and that unit last night. Now, I know there was no Diggs, but boy, did they. And Stoney, open receivers all night long.
It felt like that. I mean, there were guys wide open. And
number one, defense, my ass. That's what the Niner players felt like offensively were saying.
And Purdy was putting the ball right in the what we used to call the breadbasket, ladies and gentlemen. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Joe and I see Bill. We'll get to your calls on the other side, but the San Francisco 49ers, they win again. They're now 5-0, and I'm looking at...
Tell me what you got.
Hold on. Give me one sec here if I can.
Dude, the amount of people that say he said have made the playoff is 50-50.
Well, I was right on that.
No. He said have.
Was Kyle Shanahan on the Atlanta Falcons staff in 2015? 2015, would that be Kyle Shanahan? Falcons started 5-0. They didn't make the playoffs. They were 5-0 and they finished 8-8. Let's see if he might have been on that staff. Somebody else is saying that when he was on Cleveland, they might have started 5-0 when he was at Cleveland as an assistant coach. But anyway, they're 5-0 right now, and
rolling.
I ain't betting against them.
Oh, there you go.
On making the playoffs.
That's what you call, Steiny, a sure shot.
650, they can get better at sharing the spotlight. I feel like the Warriors are reduced to less than by a line. I don't know what that means. 650 says Cleveland. I just texted you Cleveland. All right. Thank you, 650. But it's got to be vetted. I got to double check. 888-957-9570. San Francisco 49ers, they go to 5-0. And by the way, the Golden State Warriors, they beat the LA Lakers on Saturday in an exhibition game. Do you know Spinoni was in the house?
And Little Benny.
With Little Benny?
Yep.
Apparently. And you know what?
Apparently what?
By the way, I said this on the thread, and I'm going to say it now. Kudos to Little Benny.
What I miss?
Little Benny had a great time on Saturday.
Yeah.
You know who didn't play? LeBron James. Right. You see Benny shedding any tears? You see Benny holding up a sign?
I watched the game with Benny.
LeBron,
He's good. His nephew is good.
I came to see you play, and you didn't. No. Benny knows that he might not always get what he wants. I like Benny. He's tough. He is. Hey, Warrior Summit, it's coming up on October 18th. That's next Wednesday. Join us at Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Leandro, 4 to 6. It's open to the public. So join us for the Warrior Summit next Wednesday, October 18th. Fieldwork Brewing Company. We'll see you there.
Attention Bay Area sports fans.
touchdown 13 straight games. He's in the backfield. McCaffrey to the goal line. 14 straight games with a touchdown.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you. 95.7 The Game. Talking 49ers. They're 5-0. Boy, they've done it before. Under Jimmy Garoppolo. Remember, they started out 8-0.
Yeah.
How'd that end up?
Got them to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm. That's not going to be enough this time. Not going to be enough. This team's too good.
Loaded, man. They are loaded. Wow.
888-957-9570 is the number. As a San Francisco 49er fan, how you feeling about that game last night? Did you even think you were going to be challenged a little bit more? And after you watch your team dismantle the Cowboys, how much of it do you feel is your team and how much of it do you feel is the Cowboys? Niners are beating them 3 in a row now, eliminated twice in the playoffs, and now, boy, handled them last night.
Another statement with that opening drive. I know I keep harping on it, man. I mean, Steiny, how impressive is that you're playing, stat-wise, the number one defense, prime time, and you go 11 for 75 and don't hit third down? You can't tell me that's not precision coming from the quarterback when the ball's in the air.
He's been great, and he was great again last night. 4 touchdowns. It's his first 4-touchdown game in the NFL for Brock Purdy. And let's take a listen to what he said afterwards. This is Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I mean, like we said before, this team doesn't have, any ego. Everyone wants to win. I feel like everyone knows that they're good, and so it's going to be just a matter of time with their game. This game, George had, the touchdowns. He had opportunities, but still, Debo, B.A., Christian, everyone's able to contribute, J.J., and so, their time comes, and so they know that. But at the end of the day, we put winning first. That's what we want to do. There's no, selfish times where, guys are coming up to me saying, hey, man, I'm open. You got to throw it to me or anything like that. So I'm very lucky and fortunate for that, and we'll just keep it rolling.
Damn.
Any reason you think he didn't mention Kyle Juszczyk? Does he not think of him as a weapon?
Well, we
got a little controversy.
Please, he threw to him yesterday. Hey, from the Comcast Business text line, Steiny and Goo, we need a name for the Niners. It would be like the Lakers' old Showtime. The Niners are becoming so entertaining, we need a hook for our emerging new America's team. Brock and Ayuk probably won't work. Something special. But it's got to be the selfless something, because that's what he just spoke about. Guys could be like, man, I want some touchdowns. I like hog moss.
I mean, I would.
That's for Fridays, Donnie.
Just to quibble, I would say that they've kind of been boring.
They scored 42.
Yeah, they're methodical.
Surgical.
Yeah.
But their passes are going further than 10 yards, bud. Come on now.
I'm just saying.
What do you mean by that? I'm to go on my cap. What do you mean by that?
My guy Harry. 49er fan forever. What a boring game. Niners are boring.
Well.
Another win, another 30-point-plus game, except now it's 40. Another game that the winner right from the beginning. Another Purdy masterpiece.
Wow.
Boring. I preferred to watch the Niners when Purdy was not the quarterback. At least then the game was competitive, and you needed to watch to see who the winner was. I'd like to watch a game where I'm not bored.
Yeah, Harry needs to see the doctor. You know how many teams would give their right arm to kick ass? But so he's saying the Niners are where the Warriors were at with Durant when you and I were doing pre and post.
I think that's what he's saying.
Where we could be like, oh, they're up 30.
That's no.
By the way, shout out to Beans Brown on the YouTube chat who donated $10 in order for us to read that Brock is exposing fans being too focused on the superhero QB versus the reality that it's truly a team game. Purdy doubters are holding him to a perceived ideal. Football is not a Marvel movie. That's from Beans Brown.
Wow.
Do you feel he's talking to you there?
No, he's talking to you because you said you're going to read it, but you didn't read it.
I know. I did forget. No, but I mean, has Brock Purdy... in your mind, basically, has he made you rethink the level of importance you seem to always put on arm strength.
What are you talking about?
Have you rethought?
No, I'm saying the stats are backing me up. He ain't no dink and dunk or doink. Your boy's throwing the ball down the field. Like, that's taking care of itself on its own. No, I ain't got nothing to do with arm strength. Can you read a defense and get the ball to the open receiver? A++.
No.
I ain't tested nobody's arm strength.
No, remember you said the number one thing you want in a quarterback is arm strength.
And Purdy's got it.
Well, that's not his best suit.
How do you know? He's making every throw.
Oh, come on.
No, ain't no, oh, come on. He's making every throw.
So you're going to sit here and say his strength is throwing the long ball.
No, his strength is how he reads and processes everything, his poise, his pace, and the arm strength is up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For a quarterback, his arm strength's average. Doesn't matter.
But he makes it above average.
What do you mean?
Because the other things, he's a plus. Like, he ain't got no noodle arm.
Scott in Pleasant Hill. What's up, Scott? How you doing?
Hi. Nice to hear you guys talking now that the focus is off of him proving himself. I had a question. You can rewrite a will. Why can't they rewrite his contract, Purdy's contract?
Because the 49ers have no interest in doing that. Why would they do that?
To pay him proper cash?
Well, his day will come.
Oh, boy.
His day will come, Scott. Thanks for the call.
That it will happen, Scotty. He keeps this up.
Scotty. So, Scotty, he's under contract for 2 more years at, what, $1 million about? Maybe a little less? The reason the 49ers can have all these weapons on the team is because they're paying him so little. So they don't
owe him for a little while.
Nope, they don't. 415, I'd rather have a smart guy with an average arm than a big dummy with a cannon. Somebody's going to get, he's making
Jamarcus Russell, Ryan Leaf.
650, he's making every throw except the 2 that Ayuk dropped. Going to get to a point where BA is going to realize that he can't blame Jimmy G anymore. Wow, that's harsh. Come on, 650. That's harsh.
Yeah.
So Ayuk's dropping balls?
We didn't talk about it. I didn't see it.
I mean,
can't catch everything. Damn, and he got popped on one.
He absolutely did. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, they win 42-10. Next week, Cleveland.
Cleveland. Any given Sunday, I get it.
Yes, and I don't think they could do anything with Purdy's contract even if they wanted to, but they never want to. Can you imagine the Niners saying, "Hey, Brock, we want to do the right thing.
It's not pro sports.
We got you under contract for only $840,000. We'd like to give you $10 million. In fact, we think you're so great
blow
that we
up
want
our stuff."
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We don't live in that type of world, Stoney.
No, we don't. This is George Kittle. George Kittle. He had 3 touchdown catches yesterday. How'd that all happen? And how's your chemistry with this guy?
Just being able to practice with him and Brock's his consistency is what's really helpful. Also, being able to see Vernon pregame. I think he told me to score 3 to tie his record. So I was like, fine, Vern, I'll do it. I'll tell Brock. No, Brock's just so consistent every single day. He's the same guy he is on Wednesday as he is on Sunday. He's super detailed. He's super confident. It's everything you want in a quarterback. And he's just playing at such a high level right now. And I think really the best thing he does, you guys see it, he's just his ability to move in the pocket and keep his eyes up and see things develop. And so if he doesn't hit you where he's supposed to, he sees the second window. He's just very, very good at that.
Man.
There it is.
Hey, let me ask you a question and the listeners. Because I have my answer. If I'd asked you to give a game ball last night, who would you give it to?
Purdy.
I'd give it to the Wilkes. And Purdy's not a wrong answer, but this is becoming the norm. But I'd give it to the defense, Tony. This is their best outing, wouldn't you say?
Who?
The defense as a whole.
Kyle said it was their, I think you could say that.
I mean, I thought that was our best complete game with all 3 phases. I thought our defense was amazing today, going against some real good players and a good offense there, and I knew that was going to be a challenge, and those guys were unbelievable. I thought it was their best game yet.
So he thinks they played their best offensive and defensive games.
Evan, who would you get a game ball to?
He's off the. He's engaged. Why are we saying Purdy reads defenses though? He throws exactly to who Kyle wants him to throw to. It's schemed. Nah, it's more than that.
What is he watching? Yeah, man, Stoney, you got to scan it and see it. It ain't. Hey, Stoney, when you hike the ball, throw it to Evan. It don't work like that.
Everybody's making these Joe Montana or Tom Brady comps when it comes to Brock Purdy, but I see more Drew Brees in him, to be honest. What you guys think? Goo, you're a quarterback aficionado.
I'll take them. I would take them both, but there's no loser in that. If that's what you see, that's what you see. I just see a guy that has the ability to look downfield. He's elusive enough. He knows what the defense is trying to do, and he ain't scared to sling it. So if it's Montana, Drew Brees, keep going. I'll take it. And I'm sure Niner fans will, because both of those quarterbacks are Super Bowl champions.
415 saying, I'm giving the game ball to Shanahan for his use of McCaffrey and not overdoing it. Oh,
okay. That 27 did come down a little bit, Stoney.
But it's been 25. 25 to 21. I guess. It's only 4. Brooke Araya says, I envy you 49er fans. I really do. They're making it look easy. There's no doubt about it. The 49ers are making it look easy. They made it look easy against the Dallas Cowboys, a team that last year in the playoffs made the 49ers look a little uncomfortable. So,
but as you talked about, that was early, Brock. That was early on, and you asked me last week, you kind of stayed with me, how much do you think Kyle trusts Brock Purdy more? But last night was evidence, Donnie. There was no leash. It was just be all you can be. I'm dialing these up, and every other pass was, what about the 3rd and 14? I'm like, okay, Dallas is the number 1 defense. They're going to punt, the Niners, and he just drops back, pat, right over the middle, first down. Van Der Esch had his hands up. Donnie just dropped, beep, beep, right over, like perfect. They're living right, man.
He's pretty good.
I think that's what I'm trying to say.
He's pretty good, and Kyle Shanahan's really helping him out a lot, and he's taking advantage of it. And the San Francisco 49ers look like they are the team to beat in the NFC. 510 says, I see Brady comparisons in his post-snap decision-making. Montana was a little before my time. Okay, fair enough.
Super Bowl champ.
I mean, he's a tough guy to get to in the backfield. He's got this elusive, quick twitch thing that it makes him just makes him escapable.
Now, I didn't hear the game, but I heard in the morning on the TV shows they were talking about what you had brought up, McCaffrey and his usage. Again, Stoney, it's one game. It's a long season. But Jordan Mason, when I do see him run 6.9 yards a pop, 69 yards last night, do you think there's a point to where he may get more carries than Elijah Mitchell, especially if Mitchell's not available? But do you think we start to see more Jordan Mason just to spell McCaffrey?
Maybe.
He's a big boy, man.
I'm also 925. I'm also envious, but I'm confused as to why many fans are hating on Purdy. That's a myth. It's a myth. First of all, no fans are hating on Purdy. Why would a 49er fan ever hate on Purdy? The only people who could theoretically be hating on Purdy are the national media or fans of other teams. But
who was the guy you mentioned last week said we played the sound, they couldn't win it with him? Whatever. But some
guy from the Ringer.
Yeah.
Guy from the Ringer.
Yeah.
McCaffrey
Ruiz.
Yeah, McCaffrey was getting hit hard last night, according to the 510. Other teams will try to get him injured. Be careful. Well, it's football. It's football. They're gonna have some injury. Who got us? Somebody was banged up yesterday. Oh, Aaron Banks.
I thought you meant all the Cowboys. No. They had injuries left and right. Yeah. McCaffrey's longest run, Stoney, last night, if I had to give you a quick guess.
13.
8.
Oh.
8 yards. You don't see that often.
Steiny, never underestimate the Trey Lance fans.
Oh, man.
How can he be a Trey? Like,
I hear you. But they fell in love with what he was supposed to be. Let's move on.
415 says, what grade would you give the offensive line for their performance last night? I really didn't hear Micah Parsons' name called too much.
Or DeMarcus Lawrence.
Exactly.
Hankins made a few plays. He backed up and blocked, deflected a couple passes.
2. Knocked down 2 balls. Maybe Purdy's
I always
dead.
wondered why linemen don't do that more. If you know you're not getting home and you ain't got the tallest quarterback, back up. Put them big mitts up.
Maybe they found a little weakness of Purdy. Knocked down 2 balls at the line of scrimmage. Hey, George Kittle, why is Purdy so good?
I think Brock's always on. Like I said, when you see him on Wednesday, he's on. It's the first day. We get like 100 first and second down passes and 50 runs. And he knows all of the cans. He knows how to change the play. He does everything. So he's just so prepared every single day.
Easy to say after you score 3 touchdowns. Did he say that last week? And last Kittle on Purdy.
One of the things about Brock that allows him to be a really good quarterback is he played for 4 years at Iowa State. So he played a lot of, he's played a ton of snaps, and he's just been able to play, and he's had the highest of highs, he's had the lowest of lows, he's had to come back, he's had to, play through tough seasons, and just when you experience, all the highs and lows in college, and when you get to the NFL, you're just kind of prepared for it. And I'm not trying to compare college to the NFL, but he's just had so many reps that it's allowing him to play like a vet.
There it is.
Damn, like a vet.
55 college games.
17 of 24 last night, 252 yards, 4 TDs, no picks. Good God, Steiny.
He had it going on. The 707 says the best play for me was when Trent Williams threw Van Der Esch into Parsons' ribs.
Both got hurt.
Cowboys will lose next week. They're too beat up after last night.
They play Chargers Monday night.
Where is that game?
L.A.
Oh, so they get to stay out here.
I think they're going home and they come back.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But I don't know.
It sounds like you don't care either.
No, I'm just telling you, why would you stay out here? You need to go sleep in your bed, go to the lab, not on the road. But, man, and that one, that play that he's talking about, injured Van Der Esch, he's had some neck issues now. They thought it was career threatening. He's had the fusion thing already, and they say x-rays were good, but they're going to do MRI. He ran right into Parsons' ribs, too, so he took out 2 dudes. A mean man is all I'll say at Trent Williams.
408, Steiny, you sound kind of sad. Every time you have to compliment the Niners. Not at all. Not at all. I just wanted a little closer game so we would have had more.
Man.
Like, I'll be honest with you. 49er fans, it can't be this easy.
Well, we got to put the Ram game. But that Ram game was in the fourth quarter, Steiny. I'm just being real.
Don't do this. The 49ers have been the most dominant team in football. It's not even close.
But that doesn't take away from the Ram game being the fourth quarter game.
They have not been challenged. They have not been challenged. The 49ers have won every game decisively.
You know, I want to say Arizona down 5.
Yeah, they never had the ball. They never had the ball down 5. And they ended up. The 49ers have not covered. They've covered every game this year.
Man.
So, yes, ideally they get challenged here or there because if they're going to make it look this easy, okay, they're okay. Are they really a quarter of the way to 20-0? Because that's what it'll be.
Remember, I said I'm gonna be quiet.
It'll be 17-0. And then boom, 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 and you're 20-0.
Well, those will be the hardest, the last 3.
And you'll tell the Miami Dolphins to go pound sand.
Mercury Morris.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I just don't see them letting up. Like Dre Greenlaw and Warner, I believe they are now the heart and soul of this defense. I just don't see those 2 guys, not only Steiny not taking plays off, but last night they brought the thunder. I felt like the Cowboy Tony Pollard looked shook after that WWE move. But even before that, it's just the way that they gang tackle, their physicality, the way that their whatever schemes the offensive line for the Niners are running, their old linemen, they're putting their body on guys. And it can't be a good feeling, man. And that's why Micah Parsons was like Claude Rains, the original Invisible Man. That's what he looked like. And this is what the Niners do. Aaron Donald did nothing when he played the Niners. Because you got beef on you all day long.
We got any Eagles fans out here? Got to be a little concerned.
Well, both undefeated.
Eagles fans got to be a little
We don't
concerned.
know where that game would be played. I know we got to slow down. This Cowboy reaction to the Cowboys, but home field advantage to be determined, Stoney.
According to the 650, the game was over when the Cowboys had time left before the half.
Oh,
and
man. They couldn't even get a first down, but
thank you,
Steiny. You try.
It's easy to say that, but you're going to go 75 yards with 48
Maybe you get a flag on one.
They don't get flags. 49ers don't get penalized.
Hey,
they don't. They
the green light one, boy, I could right in front of the ref.
JD's going to be joining us at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, he was there too.
He was at yesterday's game, so we'll talk to JD at 1 o'clock about yesterday's shellacking 42-10 over the Dallas Cowboys. 408, yeah, my blood pressure's too low. I tell you what.
So you and Harry and that they want 21-20, huh?
See,
I would like. What are you?
This season has not been very for 49. It's been a great season for 49er fans, but for compelling football, no, it hasn't been right now.
Go watch the rest of the NFL.
It's been too easy.
Yeah. That's what happens when you're dominant, Steiny. I'm just saying it's early.
And my question is,
this is dominance we're watching.
Right, 5 games in. You tell me it's going to be this easy the whole season.
Well, I think the biggest opponent moving forward for every team is health.
I think next week they'll get their closest. They'll get their biggest challenge.
Cleveland, huh?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Cleveland's pretty good. They'll be playing at home. They had a bye this week. It's a 10 a.m. start. Maybe. Deshaun Watson, if he plays, I guess he can run around a little bit. Maybe the mobile quarterback, there's something to it.
Miles Garrett.
I didn't say win the game. Oh, shoot. You're right, 707.
What happened?
You don't know. You're right, though.
Oh, and I'm so mad.
Yeah. Yeah, you had it at your fingertips.
Evan didn't help me either.
No, he didn't. 888-957-9. Yeah, Niners didn't cover against the Rams. Thank you, 707. He's gutless. So gutless. I cannot believe he did that. Warriors basketball, it's back, and so is the Warriors Summit next Wednesday, October 18th. Join us at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro from 4 to 6 p.m. It's open to the public, so join 95.7 The Game for the Warriors Summit October 18th at Fieldwork Brewing Company. We will see you there. Also, it is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Frank and Steve. I'll get to you guys on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Soda, the nationwide.
Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
And Pollard, good job by Pollard to find some space. Lost the football. Was it in bounds, or did it go out of bounds? It is recovered on the sideline by Dallas, by Kevin Givens. We'll see if anybody was touching the football when they were out of bounds as it was coming. Fred Warner, the stud on defense, knocked it free.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth, NBC Sports, on the call last night. 42-10, Niners win, and dominant in all phases. San Francisco 49ers go to 5-0. Another impressive performance, and they remain undefeated along with the Philadelphia Eagles. But the Dallas Cowboys, I think we can agree that the Niners got their number right now, Goo.
Yeah, and what do you think of me saying maybe this NFC, and I'm including Detroit. That's what I did with yesterday. I threw Dallas out, put Detroit in. What would you say just about right now? It looks like those three teams, but this is about the Niners and Philly. But Steiny, you got to be careful because we talked about injury. But man, we were robbed of watching everybody at full strength last year. I kind of hope that's what we see, Niners, Philly, to go to the Super Bowl. Question is, and I know I need to slow my roll, is where would that game be played at? But if you keep getting performances, I can't speak enough about Fred Warner and Greenlaw being the leader of this defense, and it's no shade at Hargrave or Bosa. But Steiny, the bottom line is, to me, the way that they play, the savagery, they are the leader of this defense. And that's okay. Ray Lewis was too of his Baltimore Raven defense. But these two dudes last night had Dallas scared. And that's why McCarthy didn't want it. It was Roberto Duran. No mas.
They quit?
Yeah, at halftime. You got 2 timeouts. You down 21-7. What the hell?
They came out and scored a field goal right away in the second half.
I don't care. You could have had a field goal to make it something before it was halftime. That's what you do when you're scared or you lack confidence.
Well, they had a right to lack confidence.
But not coming in here.
Yeah,
it was Frazier Ali.
I wouldn't have.
Frazier Ali. Really?
They were going nowhere. There was 50 seconds left. They were at their own 25. And
Steiny, you
tried. They threw a pass early.
Yeah.
Then they got sacked, and then they were like, we got to pull the plug on this.
You played that play, Dak got sacked. You go, why didn't he just get rid of the run it to the side? Throw it away. They teach you that in high school.
That's why you punt it away, is because your quarterback cannot make the right decisions while he's evading the rush.
Man, that was awful.
I mean,
yeah,
I don't know.
I'm in love with watching this defense, and I'm in love with watching this team, and that's why I'm a real one. I am a real one. I give credit where credit is due, and right now, Steiny, we talked about it for 2 hours. What don't you like about this team? They're not who's your friend Freddie? I mean, they're not boring.
Harry.
This is exciting.
209 wants to know, Goo. Steiny, has the caller called who called Guru? Where's Fredo?
Yeah, he's hurting. And he would have to be me.
He'd have to have some guts.
Not
to call
even
in.
guts. He would just be a real one. Say, you know what, guy? I messed that up. We are in trouble. I see why you were down. You spy! Wow. Evan, where did the spy come from? Oh, boy.
It's kind of what you do to Dallas radio, right?
That was years ago.
You lurk a little bit. Wait, no.
Lurk.
Years ago.
Yeah.
Well, you told Alfredo one of the things that came out was Metroplex Darryl.
No, Cowboy Darryl.
Cowboy Darryl from the Metroplex.
Years ago.
Oh, man. 888-957.
I can't wait for JD.
888-957-9570. Yeah, JD, he was at the game. He'll be here at 9 o'clock. It's tough not to just lay compliment. Man. What did I say?
1 o'clock. Said 9.
Oh, why would I have said 9? Guess my head's not in the game.
Evan's so sharp. I didn't like. Well, if I was a real Robin, I would have heard 9. But go ahead.
That's all right. It's on me. It's on me. But there's not much negative to say about the Niners, if anything. If anything. It's a complete victory, and now here comes Cleveland, or they go to Cleveland. But, I mean, is there any team out there other than Kansas
City,
Steiny. And Kansas City.
Because they came and laid a whooping on your ass with McCaffrey last year. And I just marvel at Mahomes, and I'm not going to compare Purdy. But the Niner fans, they shouldn't be like, man, when are we going to get our next? You got something damn good right now, man. This dude is in a zone.
Take it from me. I saw the whole Chiefs game yesterday. They're beatable. Kirk Cousins had them reeling. Then the refs.
One touchdown, lost by 7.
Refs took him out.
I didn't see that play. I'm going to go back and find it on the Sunday ticket.
First of all, it was pass interference. It was pass interference, and then the dude took his helmet off.
How was that not a flag?
The ref said, put your helmet on.
He'll probably
didn't even give him a...
That'll be talked. Somebody's going to bring that up. But let's go here. I know this ain't the day. Any power rankings worth your salt? If you don't have the Niners number 1, I'm going to just rip it up. How about that? You with me? Nobody playing better, bud. You just said it. Kansas City ain't it.
The only thing would be
Buffalo lost.
The only thing would be somebody saying Philly. Yeah, they haven't beaten Philly yet. Yeah. So Philly was better last year. Philly's 5-0 this year. So Philly's still number 1 in the power rankings.
No argument for me.
Let me tell you what don't matter. Power rankings.
Well, you like to be at the top more so than the bottom whenever they come out.
I'll take the top 3's fine. Austin's in Redwood City. Hey, Austin, how you doing?
Yo. Hey, man, I want to say congratulations to the win for the 49ers yesterday. And also, as I was watching the game, man, even though with the blowout, I felt like, the fans were about to shout out Trey Lance to get in the game. I think Prescott did numbered after this.
Wow. Good. I ain't mad at you. I mean, he's getting drubbed. I mean, people are out, man. I've been out. No victory lap, but, Cowboy fans are looking for their Brock Purdy. Now, does that come via draft, or is Trey Lance it? Maybe a second time going around. But for Jerry to go pick up Trey Lance, Steiny, that to me, without asking or telling anybody, he may know that your boy Dak ain't it. And why does Dak look football fat? He don't even look nimble. There were times last night he could have ran. And it's just he's a lumber like Larry Johnson, old grandmama. I love you, Larry, but it's just hard.
I don't know. He didn't look like he had much mobility.
Man, that's what I'm
Brock Purdy looks so much younger and more lively. He looks more in control.
Keep going, poise. Pace.
Listen, and I'm not
precision.
I wonder what it's
pocket
like to
awareness.
Be able to just sit back there,
man,
like Purdy is doing.
Well, he wasn't getting that pressure like Dak was. I
know. That's what I'm saying.
He was like a hot potato.
Tonk says it ain't all on Dak. If Kyle coaches the Cowboys, they'd play a lot better.
Oh, I totally believe that. Steiner, we all believe that. But that ain't reality.
How much better?
Enough to where you wouldn't be losing 42-10 in a primetime game.
The one interesting part about last night is, one of the many interesting things about last night is the one thing that I thought might happen is there might be a stretch of the game, or maybe at least a few series, where it would feel like Brock Purdy wasn't in total control.
Oh, man.
And it never got that way. The 49ers never looked frazzled.
Boy.
Even their fumble by McCaffrey was a weird fumble. It was almost like not even a real it wasn't a real fumble. He was on his back and he had the ball taken. So, the 49ers played another really, really clean game.
But I do wonder, Stoney,
for a while now.
I hear you. Tell me if I'm being fair. I do wonder, those 3 penalties that you talked about, 2 that aided them for 20 yards on the first drive. There were a couple of times, where games settled down and you get to fourth down. Dallas did that 3 times, and for whatever reason, the Niners got the benefit of the penalty to keep it going. And I do wonder if you had more of a sound defense, what that game would have been like. But I think I got the answer. When you go the first 17 minutes of the game without a first down, it ain't your day. You're being dominated. And that's what the Niners
I mean, that's the other thing that's happened with the 49ers, and they're not only a really good team, they don't get behind. They've been up 7-0 or 3-0 in every game. Now, they ended up getting behind for a minute or two, I think, against the Rams.
Yeah.
But the minute they got behind the Rams, they drove and tied it up. So they have not played from behind. If there's 60 minutes, 60 times 5 is 300 minutes. They've probably played from behind for 3 minutes.
You might be on
3 to 5 minutes, maybe. They were never down to Pittsburgh.
The minute 40, they came back and they had a minute 40, came back and tied it up.
Exactly.
No more than that.
So,
but you do wonder, with Brock Purdy being so young, you just wait for that. And nothing's wrong with this, Donnie. It happens all day, every day on Sunday. A bad read and a pick. But he's just like he's pitching a perfect game in that category. He is not turning the ball over. That ain't got nothing to do with the system they're running. That has something to do with his uncanny, unique ability to not turn the ball over. Now it's going to come. He's thrown some that should have been picked, but guess what, partner? I can't talk about something that's happened.
See, I think, and you can say two things at the same time.
All right.
I actually think Shanahan's system is a system that throws fewer interceptions no matter who's the quarterback.
Now, how about Jimmy, though?
Never threw 3 in a game.
But what about when they happen?
Well, when they happen is when they happen. The 49ers have never been a high interception team. Under Shanahan. And, of course, they're not, because a lot of their passes are safe, and now they got a guy who can actually throw downfield. And that's something that clearly Garoppolo didn't do well. Purdy is the fountain of youth. He looks like he's 19 years old. Yeah,
he does. He's only 23.
But he's got 55 games of college football under his belt. And you can't tell me that doesn't behoove him and hasn't behooved him.
I tried to watch some of the game when I got home, fell asleep, Stoney, but they showed pictures of him in a Miami Dolphin uniform as a kid. So I get the 55, and I'm not saying he didn't learn from that. But, Stoney, some guys are just born with the DNA, the IQ, that whatever they do, they're going to succeed. I'm not saying Iowa State is not where he got all this from, because it was his foundation. But I'm just talking about upstairs, man. His ability to read and react. I'm right now. I ain't gonna say second to none. It's top 3 in the league.
Right, and that he had before he got to the Niners.
Man, that's what I'm trying to say.
So that was something that he must have had at Iowa State, but when you're not winning all the time, it probably is harder to see. Trucker 23,
our guy.
Yes, sir. Cleveland's going to be the biggest test before Philly. That would be my guess. And maybe because of Brock Purdy, they will stop paying draft picks with little or no experience top dollar. What does that mean? Quarterbacks? I don't know if he means quarterbacks or not. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump in, talking San Francisco 49ers. And don't forget, next Wednesday is our Warriors Summit. Warriors basketball is back, and so is the Warriors Summit next Wednesday, October 18th. You can join us at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro from 4 to 6 p.m. It's open to the public, so join 95.7 The Game for the Warriors Summit, October 18th at Fieldwork Brewing Company. We'll see you there. Did you watch the Warriors on Saturday?
Yeah. I just got to be careful because I don't want to come in here and I'm
Pajemski?
Yeah.
Star? Is he a star?
No, stop.
Hall of Fame?
No, he just looked like he belonged on the court.
Oh, that's a good start.
IQ. I liked a lot of. I saw a second 5 that got me excited. I thought about Who was it?
Give
They
me some
had
names.
Jackson Davis, GP2, Pajinski, Sarich, and there's who am I missing? I was like, I could get you
Rodney Magruder.
No, he wasn't in there. Come on, Stoney, give me one.
Patrick Baldwin Jr.
No, not on the team.
He's got traded.
Yeah.
What about
Moody? It was Moody, Kuminga, Pajinski, Patrick, Sarich, and who was my fifth? Anyway, it was just I was like, oh, they got
Evan.
If this
Who
pans
was,
out.
Who we talking to before the show? And they're worried about Moody.
Who said that?
Who was that, Evan? Was that was it
You can't be snitching.
was it Joe? Who said they were a little
Nobody
concerned
worried
with
about
Moody?
You're playing.
No. Somebody said he looks
It was
like an
one
afterthought.
game.
I think it was Shasky on the air. He said, "Yeah, Moody seems like an
I'm gonna
afterthought."
text him. I'm gonna call him back.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think so, though.
No, he's got company now. That's all.
Who?
Moody. Like, normally I like what I saw. It's early. We'll see.
Sean's in Oakland. Hey, Sean, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. How you guys doing, man?
Talk to us.
Doing well.
Hey, look, man. It's okay. It's just time to just shut all the doubters about this man, Brock Purdy, man. After I seen what he did last night, especially with that flea flicker, and it's like, what else cannot do? That everybody keep on saying this little negative stuff about him. It's like, just let it go now. It's time for this boy to get paid and getting him ready right there, along with Joe Montana, Steve Young, and all these other cats, man. It's time for him to just be a permanent starter with this team. They shouldn't be shopping him around or looking for anything else. This man is the Niners' future. This man ain't threw no interceptions since he started. That don't make no sense. So it don't make no sense. I ain't never seen this happen before, ever, when a guy just started like this and you never see where he came from and just came out and just shocked the world right now. So I don't see any team stopping him at all. Philly probably the only next test for him. But even that, man, I don't see anybody else stopping him.
Yeah, and he didn't add that he's undefeated, Stoney, regular season games.
It's tough to see how like the 49ers get beat right now.
That's man.
925. I think what the caller was trying to say, and I've heard other media types say it, maybe don't try to draft the quarterback so high and then look at some quarterbacks later in the draft that can succeed. That way you can keep the payroll down to pay other players. Well, if you can get
you'd be doing running backs at the quarterback position, right?
I mean, if you can guarantee you get somebody like Purdy, that's probably the way to go. And I'm with you, 650. I'm getting sick of this. Who's saying all this negative stuff about Purdy? I agree. I'm sick of these calls.
We ain't took one today.
Stop making stuff up. Creating these straw men that don't exist. One guy, Ruiz from The Ringer. Come on.
Well, how about this?
Please.
I think what we're doing is throwing you in there or people that said they needed to see more.
Well, you're an idiot then. Not you. You are plural, an idiot. That's... Oh, I need to see more. Oh, you're a hater. Oh, you're a hater. Shut up.
That was the number one D last night.
There's no haters. No haters. And even if you say, man, I can't believe this is happening. Do you think it can continue? It's got to come to an end, doesn't it? Well, what does come to an end mean? Well, he's not going to throw no interceptions all year, is he?
You would think not.
You know what? Like, nobody hates Brock Purdy. He was a 7th round pick. You can't hate him. He's just a guy who was the last pick in the draft.
And the script is being written.
You know what a straw man is, right?
Yep.
It's a created argument. It doesn't really exist. But you use it to, I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've used straw man arguments because they work. But in this case, no.
Yeah, I'm with the caller, man.
In this case, no. Which was a caller?
The one that just said, just give this guy his just due.
People say that Purdy would not play this well and he was in a different system, but who cares? Yeah, I agree. Okay, you know what? Here's the other thing. Oh, Nick Wright.
Nick wrong. That's the best.
Oh, my God.
But now he's got a platform. You're on TV.
Yeah, one guy.
Yeah.
So one guy gets to,
Yeah.
Daniel's in Martinez. What's up, Daniel? How you doing?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Doing well.
sorry for the rough loss there, young man, yesterday. But I have a feeling that my team's going to be doing it this Sunday as well.
Oh, what's your team?
What chances do you give the Browns of winning? I say 17%. That's just because I'm a Browns fan. I'm wondering what you guys think. Steiny, you were at the game with me back in '88, but when the Browns won that game, but like that ain't going to be like that this week.
You know this guy? 88 Browns game?
Was you're talking about the Browns and the Oilers?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We had this conversation a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll explain it to Goo again. Thanks, Daniel.
What?
I told you this. I drove to Cleveland. It was the last game of the regular season. They had a home game against the Oilers. They won, which meant they made the playoffs, and they hosted the following week's wild card playoff game against the Oilers. They beat the Oilers, then they had to play them the next week.
So that was at the Dog Pound.
Correct. Both of them were. So the Oilers, the Browns beat the Oilers in the last regular season game to make the playoffs and get home field for the wild card game, and then the Oilers beat them the next.
So was that Sipe or Kozar?
Kosar.
Wow,
it was Kosar.
Steiny. I didn't know that.
It's Kosar.
And how did he remember you?
Because he's heard me talk about being at that game on the radio.
It's a small world, man.
You don't.
Nah, that don't ring a bell. I know all your stories.
It's funny because you were asking me how long you thought we'd work together during the last break or before the show. Remember that? Just deciding how long do you think?
Oh no, I'm saying how long we've been here because we're about to wrap it up and be at a new location.
Oh,
about 18.
Is it 5?
I think it is.
When did we move from that other building?
I'm saying 18 is my guess.
Steiny, CP3 did not answer the question of what we do about size. Anthony Davis pretty much scored at will.
It was a preseason game.
Yeah, I know, but we can talk up Pajimski. We'll talk up Pajimski, but we can't talk about the size problem that the Warriors might have. I know how we do it. Pajimski.
Who are you?
Pajimski, baby. OG. Yee. Hey, yeah, Dale Davis's kid. Yeah, D. Davis's kid. Woo! Like where the nine looking pretty good. All right, 408. You named 3 guys. You got 3 guys.
I thought he included you in there.
Don't even try.
Yeah, no, I didn't know. I looked Steiny, Ruiz, Nick Wright, and Skip Bayless. I didn't know if that was his Mount Rushmore. That's how I read it.
No, he means Steiny, Steven Ruiz, Nick Wright, Skip Bayless.
So it's only 3.
No, I'm capable of talking about teams and players objectively and have over the years. 888-957-9570. You've been different today. Not good, not bad, just a little different. That's all.
I've been giving love.
No, I know. Yeah,
I mean, they deserve it.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
No, I've been giving the Niners love for coming into
you've come
who
to
was
the Bay
my
Area,
real quick
since you've gone on the radio.
Who was my Super Bowl pick?
The Niners, probably.
Yes, ain't no probably. You should know.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you pick them every year. You pick that the Warriors every year.
I want to throw a rock that it wouldn't hurt you.
According to 650, Skip Bayless called Brock Purdy the best quarterback in the league this morning.
I respect that.
Well, see, that's growing.
Take that to the bank. Uh-huh.
And we got JD coming up.
How can you not say he isn't the best
What about it? What Willard did? I'll save it for him. I got some kudos. MVP. Brought that up last week.
Oh, I thought it was McCaffrey.
It's trending there.
What about McCaffrey? We all said McCaffrey.
They both can be in the conversation.
No, they can't.
Oh.
One or the other.
Nah, it don't work like that.
Durant and Curry cannot be.
I hated that.
Yeah, but it was true, right? Because if you had to give an MVP, it wouldn't have been Steph Curry. You would have had to give it to Kevin Durant. Everything changed when Durant got here. 888-957-9. No, actually, we got John. And I'm kidding about the Warriors. They look like they're going to be a spunky little team this year. John Dickinson is on the other side, and it's all brought to you by Lucky California.
Time's running out. Don't miss your chance to play in the prize-packed Monopoly Kick-Off the Savings game at Lucky. Sargento Shredded or...
defense in the league last year in points and yards allowed. Great start this year. On third down, they get to Prescott, and it's Nick Bosa. With just his second sack of the year, he's been getting close. Finally breaks through.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. And let's go visit with John Dickinson. He's our 49er insider for Odyssey. JD was at the game last night. And JD, I mean, what were you more impressed with, the 49ers offense or their defense?
I think the 49ers offense is what's impressed me the most overall about this team this season, and especially their ability to score early. The 4 touchdowns in 5 games, and it really could have been 5 in 5 games, but they kicked the 1 field goal, I think, against the Giants it was, and to be, to only get 3 early on there. But last night specifically, I mean, I thought Fred Warner was just a monster. I thought he set the tone. It reminded me of the tone that he set in Pittsburgh in Week 1 when he's just, tackling people with reckless abandon and flying all over the field. And I think the 49ers defense, which I don't want to say maligned, but I think we all felt, at least I did, was a little bit more vulnerable than maybe they've been in the past. I think they made a statement hearing a lot of what was being said about how great the Cowboys defense was coming into this game, that, as Fred Warner said post-game, they wanted to be the best defense on the field, and they were the best defense on the field, and really look a tier above Steiny and Goo overall. The Niners are just a tier above. The Cowboys are not on the Eagles or the 49ers tier. I think we kind of knew that with the way the Cardinals were able to take it to Dallas, but I think Dallas is officially in a tier 2 category now in the NFC with the 49ers and the Eagles, the class of the conference.
Yeah, JD, all stellar points. And I didn't get a chance to talk to you last week, but I told the fellas here and everybody that was listening, I expected a blowout, but I didn't even think it would look like that. JD, I was up close. I got to see who you just mentioned, Warner and Greenlaw. Greenlaw with the slam of Tony Pollard, no flag. But I got Ray Lewis vibes, and I got to slow my roll here from Warner. But if you could give me 2 other linebackers, a tandem, Jay, I mean, they are really, and I know they got Hargrave and Bosa, but they set the tone last night. Maybe it was, that ain't the number 1 defense, Dallas, but, I mean, that was special. Right now, like, what can you nitpick about this team on any side of the ball right now, Jay?
There isn't much. Yeah. I mean, there really isn't. And as far as two linebackers, it is reminiscent of Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman. I mean, the 49, it felt like a Harbaugh era defense, right, for the 49. It really did, with the way the linebackers were making plays and just the violence that they were playing with. The 49ers are a violent football team. Greenlaw toes the line. And I thought he was going to get flagged for the hit on Pollard, especially because he's starting to develop a little bit of a reputation. But you know what? I think the fact that it had been discussed within the last couple of weeks in the media that maybe he was starting to get a reputation might have helped him, because I think the officials and the league takes a lot of that into account, where it starts to – I think as long as it gets brought up, I think then officials and sometimes the league want to be a little bit more careful that they're not maybe giving penalties to a particular player that toes or crosses that line as frequently as Greenlaw does, that they don't want to be giving him reputation type fouls. But the 49ers are just, they've got the whole thing dialed right now. Everybody's making plays, Steiny, offensively. I know we talked a lot in the lead up to the season, and also once the season started, can you keep everybody happy? And you look at yesterday was George Kittle's day. You had Christian McCaffrey with his 4-touchdown game the week before. Ayuk had a monster game against the Steelers, and Deebo Samuel had a monster game in the home opener against the Giants. So everybody's been able, among the 49er playmakers, to get theirs and stay happy. You got Brock Purdy talking about the fact that there's no ego and this team's on a mission. I mean, we're at the point now where it starts to become, as I look at the schedule, well, when is this team going to lose? And, of course, they're probably going to lose a game we don't see coming, But the reality is this is a two-team race for the top of the NFC right now between the Eagles and Niners, and the Niners look like the best team in football right now with the Eagles, right there on their heels or right there, on that same level running side by side.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's our 49er insider for Odyssey. Let me ask you this. The offense looks different from Brock Purdy to what it used to look for Jimmy Garoppolo. I think we can all acknowledge that. I guess the question I have for you is the playbook for those two guys, or was it essentially the same, and it just looks different with Brock Purdy quarterbacking that system under Kyle Shanahan than Garoppolo? Or has the playbook changed because Brock Purdy can do things Garoppolo can't?
I think it's essentially the same. I really do. I think it's more Brock Purdy can do things that Jimmy Garoppolo can't. He can make the plays and see the plays that are there to be made. Like I just think he hits more of the schemed up plays at a higher level, and he has the ability to make more off schedule explosive plays when the play breaks down, or maybe it has to go deeper into the reads. So I think it's the same offense. I also think there is a confidence that Kyle Shanahan has in Purdy to be more aggressive within the offense, right? Get a little deeper into that playbook, get a little more risky, balance things out to a point where the plays are going to be more open. I also, though, think Christian McCaffrey's a huge part of that. Christian McCaffrey's opened up the playbook for Kyle Shanahan and for Brock Purdy as well, just based on what a safety net he is as somebody that you can run an inside toss to, and he's going to pick up not 2 or 3 yards. He's going to pick up 5 to 7 yards. I mean, how many times do the Niners run that basic inside little pitch, toss play, and you think, oh, that's going for a 2-yard gain, and all of a sudden McCaffrey's just kind of sneaking and churning, and you're like, oh, gain of 6, 2nd and 4, or picks up 7 on 2nd and 6, first down, 49ers. And that just, I think, one, is demoralizing for the opponent, the ability to get that. But two, it just sets up everything else that the 49ers want to do in the passing game. It's just a perfect complement right now between Purdy and Shanahan and McCaffrey. And I think it's really allowed weapons like Kittle, Goo, and like Ayuk, and like Deebo Samuel, who's back, I think, closer to body type where he was a couple of years ago or even 4 years ago. It's allowed all of them to thrive when we used to look around after a lot of these games, and I could hear Steiny Goo saying, well, are the 49ers playmakers even that good? Because they can't consistently make plays. Now they're taking turns, Goo.
Man, it's incredible, Jay. And I got to be honest with you. I told Steiny before I left here Friday, I was worried about the Niners offensive line outside of Trent Williams and Dan Quinn and Micah Parsons and the DeMarcus Lawrence. They were going to try to wreck shop and test him. But, Jay, were you at all shocked that Micah was lined up over Trent as much as he was? And two, I'm shocked that the Niners offensive line held up the way they did. I mean, Purdy, there was some pressure, 1 sack. Dallas couldn't get home.
They couldn't get home. I was a little surprised at how much it was Parsons versus
Man.
Trent. Mano a mano. But you know what, Goo? The 49ers, I don't mean this to come off as disrespectful to the Cowboys.
Go ahead.
The Niners, but I just get the impression that the Niners don't fear the Cowboys. I think they respect them, but they don't fear them. Like they feel that their talent and their scheme is good enough and just better. And they're, here's the other thing. They're just a much more the Cowboys are so much more undisciplined than the 49ers. How many times are the Cowboys going to get penalties in these head-to-head matchups in key moments that give the 49ers a first down when otherwise they have a stop? Like standing over a dude after you get a third down stop that gets you off the field, and I know that penalty was declined for the other penalty, but either one of them would have done the job. Like, it just feels like the Cowboys, it reminds me, Steiny, of teams, and I'm just speaking about the Cowboys specifically here. The Cowboys remind me of a team that would talk and talk and talk and talk about the Warriors when the Warriors were dominant, and the Warriors would just kind of lay back and, big game. Yeah, big game. Going to be fun. Big game. We're looking forward to it. Yep, big game. And just stomp them. And then the Warriors would just stomp them and embarrass them and send them packing. And then the Warriors would be the ones at the end of the night, with the little barbs, the little shots, the little sneaky shots that basically are like, you know what? Get out of here. You're not on our level. The Cowboys, to me, remind me of a Clippers or a Rockets or a Thunder or, at times the Cavs. I know the Cavs did win the one title, but all these teams that thought that Portland, all these teams that thought they had action against the Warriors, and the Warriors would just show up and it would be business as usual, and they would wind up being the team that got the last laugh at the end of the night and got to talk all kinds of smack about the opponent.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's our 49ers insider. Let me ask you this. Kyle Shanahan and Lynch were extended. I guess they were extended before the season, and the announcement came after the first few weeks. Is there any perception that you have that Kyle Shanahan may be not changing, but is he a little more relaxed than you've ever seen him, or it's the same Kyle Shanahan you've covered for the last 2 or 3 years?
I think he's the same. I just think they're winning more, and he is happier because I think he truly loves the team that he has, and I think he's not taking for granted the fact that the Brock Purdy thing's working out, and he's not taking for granted the fact that he knows how great Christian McCaffrey is and how much it's helped unlock everything that he wants to do, and how the defensive side of the ball has a bunch of players that he likes the style of play. He wants a violent football team like we were talking about a few minutes ago. He wants a physical team. He wants a team that will, win the knockdown, drag out moments of an NFL season. So I think if anything, they're winning, which obviously makes him come off as a little bit happier. But I just think he truly has an appreciation for how good this team is and how this is really the best shot that they've had. I know maybe you guys have talked about this. This is a big topic of conversation last night just among media members, 2019 versus this team. And to me, it's not even close as far as when you look at the offensive side of the ball. I think on the offensive side, if you remember the Niners when they were 5-0, 6-0, 8-0 in 2019, it felt like in the moment they were getting every break in the book. There were some, every bounce, close plays were going their way. A team would be ready to go in for the win and they'd fumble. Like it felt that way. It felt not, I don't want to say like it wasn't real because that team won 13 games and went to the Super Bowl and damn near won the Super Bowl. But this team is just better. They're leading the NFL in point differential at plus 99. They've allowed the fewest points in the league among teams that have played 5 games with 68. There's some teams that have allowed fewer, but they've only played 4 games. So you got to throw that out. And then it just, to me, they're just more dominant. Now, it doesn't mean they're not going to be challenged. The Eagles and Seattle and, hell, I think Cleveland even next week, 10 a.m., with the Browns coming off a bye, could be a sneaky game where you look up at halftime and the 49ers are down and they got to scrap to win it in the second half. That's just the nature of the NFL. But I think this team is the best team that Kyle Shanahan has had in his tenure with the 49ers, and I think he knows it, and I think that's why he's embracing every moment of this team's opportunity to win a Super Bowl.
Man, JD, I don't disagree. The first drive last night from the Niners, 11 plays, 75 yards, don't even hit a third down against this vaunted defense. That was without Trayvon Diggs, but still, that was incredible to me. But on the other side, Jay, where are you at? Because I know how social media works and themes and jackets tried to get applied to players. But if you want to put in this for anybody, Brock Purdy and MVP, whatever, I'm okay. I don't even care because I'm giving this dude his flowers for what he's done thus far, Jay. And it's not the system. And I feel like he's bringing something to the table. Talk to us about where you are on this Brock Purdy journey, because right now, Jay, the dude's just majorly impressive, man.
He keeps checking every single box. every box every week, and it's fascinating because I do still think we're learning about Brock Purdy, but every time there is something he hasn't done or you wonder how he's going to react to a certain stage, he just handles it, and the 49ers handle it collectively as a team. And I really think his greatest trait as his career continues to evolve and we continue to watch him every week is he just seems unaffected by pressure, really. Like he just seems real calm and matter of fact about his movements and about what he has to do and where the plays are going to be made for him within the context of the offense, and he just seems to be that quintessential not too high, not too low, just goes about his business in a real humble manner and gets the job done. I mean, in a lot of ways, you take where he was drafted out of it and you just look at what he's brought to the table to this point in his career, and everything about him says franchise quarterback. Everything about him says to this point. I mean, does that change down the line? I don't know. I mean, how does he react to a loss? I guess that's the one question mark. How does he react to a bad game? Because he hadn't really had a bad game yet. Certainly hasn't had a bad game that's cost the 49ers. And, of course, we all know the story with the one loss being the game where he got hurt against the Eagles in the championship game. So I just keep looking at it as every box gets checked every single week. It's impressive as hell. And I have had the thought in recent weeks, fellas, like, are we witnessing something special? Like, are we 4 years from now? And I'm not saying I know the answer, because I don't think we do totally know the answer, but I have. It's the whole, hey, the Warriors have the best record in the league in 2015, and Steph Curry's playing unbelievable, and then he comes back and they win the title. He comes back the 73 year, he's even better and makes 400 threes and all this. Draymond goes from second round pick to Hall of Famer. To use the Warriors parallel, like, I think in the moment we didn't all realize how special what the Warriors were doing was, and what Steph was doing was, and Draymond and the like. And we went back on it a couple of years later and thought, oh my God, like, this is historic. This is some of the greatest stuff we've ever seen. I'm not saying Purdy gets there, but he's done enough to where I've had the thought of, oh, is this guy going to be Roethlisberger and in 3 or 4 years, or is he going to be Brady in 8 years? Like, are we going to look up 6 years from now and the Niners have won multiple Super Bowls and Brock Purdy is just that guy that's one of those quarterbacks in history of the game that have won multiple Super Bowls? I've allowed myself to go down the road and think, are we witnessing something special because we just haven't seen it at this level at any point? At least I haven't, and I've been covering the league for a long time.
JD, real quick, what'd you think of the Warriors Saturday and their preseason opener?
I'll be quick because you know me. I don't like to take too much from preseason basketball and preseason anything, really. But the nuts and bolts of it for me, Chris Paul, I thought he looked pretty good. I thought he looked healthy and energetic and better than I expected him to look. In command was how I put it. I was impressed with Chris Paul. Podziemski, he looks like he's the guy that's going to get the opportunity that maybe wasn't going to be in the rotation, but will be in the rotation, or at least get a chance to be in the rotation because Draymond's out. I kind of went through the depth chart, and the other 9 players who played were 9 players that were going to play a lot. Podziemski was the 10th. And I know he's been impressive in camp, so he looked pretty good. Kuminga, of course, to me, it's not what he did in the fourth quarter and the third. Like, it's not when he was racking up his numbers. I think that's irrelevant, although that's what got the headlines. To me, it was the rebounding, it was the defense, it was the hustle plays. Like, I thought Kuminga's motor was where it's going to need to be. And I'll say this: I thought that it appeared as if there was all like Kuminga was doing the things that the Warriors wanted him to do, but I also thought there was a little bit of an effort to, we're going to try to get the ball to you in areas where you want the ball so you can do the things that you want to do. It was like a pseudo handshake agreement. Like, hey, Jonathan, you do these things, we'll let you cook a little bit, and get a taste of that. So you'll feel like you're getting, like you're more a part of the action than just doing the little things behind the scenes. So those were the three that really stood out as far as Saturday night goes. Chris Paul, Podziemski, and Jonathan Kuminga. All positives.
All right, JD, appreciate your time, man, and we'll talk to you next week.
You got it, fellas. Always fun.
All right, that's John Dickinson, 95.7 The Game's 49ers insider. You can see him at virtually every Bay Area sporting event. John Dickinson.
Yeah, another one. Chalk one up for Podziemski. That's two people.
Who's the other one?
Me. You didn't mock him like you did me, though.
Well, he was at the game.
What, he was, too.
He was.
He was. I'll give you that.
Podziemski was very bad in the summer league.
No doubt. I saw him, and I said it.
What happened?
I don't know. I didn't know if his foot speed if his feet were quick enough. But boy, he was working out with Curry. We saw those videos, but he looked like he belonged. Maybe he could take and benefit. So Rudy Gay was the other guy that I was saying when it was on that 5, Stoney. But I can't wait. I'm excited for the next game.
Rudy Gay? Let's see. Rudy Gay was 7 minutes.
Yeah.
4 rebounds in 7 minutes. 3 fouls. But Rudy Gay had 4 points.
Mm-hmm.
But looks like they used about 16 guys. So they beat the LA Lakers.
Quinones got in, my guy.
How did he do?
He's all right.
Well, let me look.
See,
12 minutes.
But you're going to just look at points. They won't tell us, like,
how many do you
have? How many do you have?
4.
All right.
I'm sorry, 2. But he had 3 rebounds.
How many assists?
1. But they give assists for everything in the NBA. You know what I mean?
I
mean, you can just accidentally throw it to a guy and get an assist in the NBA.
Count it.
Quick injury, guys, from the 49ers yesterday. Aaron Banks, who left with a biceps injury, is day-to-day with actually a shoulder strain, as it's been redescribed. Also, Elijah Mitchell will be working his way back from a knee injury. He is currently listed as day-to-day.
Wow.
I think that's good news on Aaron Banks.
2 players. That's pretty damn good news.
I heard the morning show, Morning Roast, and they were talking about like it was possible that Banks could miss some time, but now he's listed at just day-to-day. So that's good news for the 49ers. Hey, it's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also, Warrior Basketball, it's back, and so is the Warriors Summit. Next Wednesday, October 18th, join us at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro from 4 to 6. It's open to the public, so join 95.7 The Game for the Warriors Summit, October 8th, Fieldwork Brewing Company. We'll see you there.
So what are you reading?
I'm checking out the ratings on the new TVs, and it looks like Samsung, LG, and Sony got the best scores.
loan rates and super simple online application process.
Dak trying to make something happen. Downfield, intercepted to Sean Gibson. Caught it like a punch, and he's got a ton of room here. Coming back down at the 37-yard line. Prescott intercepted for the second time this year.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Dak Prescott would throw his second, third, and fourth interceptions of the year.
Terrible,
all
man.
in the second half. The three last night were all in the second half. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. Talking about the 49ers, 42-10 blowout victory of the Dallas Cowboys.
Boy.
And all phases, they looked absolutely terrific.
You know what's funny? As good as Brock Purdy looked, Dak looked that bad. What do you give me for that?
I think it's a fair point. Well,
to
think
4
about
touchdowns thrown and no poise. Dak looked rattled. Talked all that junk coming in. Micah, that's what I hate. At least Draymond Green does his podcast and he backs the stuff up. I hate pro athletes that talk and then turn into a mice on the court or on the football field.
Who in particular?
Micah. He does it. He's got this little podcast. And then after the game, he's saying, "Oh, we still as good as him." No, you're not. You don't just. No, you're not. And if you think so, save it. You don't get the right to say it. They just kicked your ass. Well, we're on the same pages, and we understand. No, you're not. And Dak was saying, "Oh, this is." I just hate that.
Dak Prescott.
Didn't see it coming. As you said, put everything into this and got punched in the mouth. Called a couple of weeks ago, humbling against Arizona. But this may be the most humbling game I've ever been a part of. Felt good about the preparation. Felt good about everything, honestly, coming into this game, matchups, and they beat us in every aspect.
You didn't get punched in the mouth. You got kicked in the ass.
No, they
took your wallet.
What he did was what you must do. What all great athletes must do is look in the mirror. And he did. That's what I heard.
The rest of the season. Obviously, they're further ahead than us right now.
Just a little.
Yeah, so we've got to close that gap and be ready, as you said, to get to where we want to get. We know we're going to have to go through this team and most likely come back through this place.
That's what leadership sounds like.
So let me get this straight. In the football season where the hoodie may get fired and his GM status and his Elliott Ness status, which untouchable, is he's just miserable. 2 back-to-back almost shutouts. Kyle's just riding on his horse, got his team at 5-0, found a quarterback in the 7th round, put together this dominant defense, this physical offense. I mean, times have changed, man.
Yeah, I'm sure Belichick still wouldn't trade places with him.
You mean the 6 ring?
With all due respect.
I got you, but I'm just pointing it out. Boy, Kyle's in a good spot right now, Steiny.
He absolutely is. Man. So the Niners, 5-0. 5-0.
Who'd you give your game ball to? You said
Brock.
Oh, yeah.
Let's not overthink it, guys.
Well, you
can
give it to him every week, just like
No.
Yeah, I'm giving it to Wills.
No, this is coming out.
I'm going upstairs, giving it to the D coordinator.
Bosa was only given a half a sack on that play. Jeez.
Now it sounds like you got a problem. I thought he got there.
So now he's got 5.
Come on, Steiny.
He's only got 1.5 sacks in his last 8 games.
The team's undefeated.
Well,
and the pressures.
But it's about individual numbers. It's not about wins and losses. I thought we realized.
Yeah, it's about his that contract he got. He's your boy's fine.
1-2-2. Realizing the Niners have 2 Thursday night games this year. Well, one's already played, right? They played the Giants on their season opener. And the Giants were in a short week that week, too. So it didn't hurt one way or the other. But did you see the Warriors? They beat the LA Lakers on Saturday.
Yeah.
And JD said Chris Paul looks very good. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he said very good.
No, he said very good.
Well, Chris Paul's problem.
3 takeaways.
He
Paul,
always starts
Pajemski.
off and looks spry. It's about at the end when you need him most. It's when them handies start barking. That's all I'm worried about with Chris Paul.
Clay was 2 for 8 from the floor.
What? Like
Because I said Paul was good, Steph looked good. Talked about we're not allowed to. See, this is it.
He's working on his shot, man. I know what you're doing. That was a subliminal. I asked.
It's not a subliminal.
What was Curry? How many was Curry?
What is this? This is
2 of 8.
Grade school radio. You can only cite positive statistics.
That's not what we do. 10 to 2.
That's fair.
That's not what we do.
Well,
I just thought it was funny in a preseason game. You would give me the shot. How many he made against how many?
2 for 8.
He was working on his thing, letting him go.
Okay.
Boy, you're special. Man.
I should. You know what? I apologize, guys. I apologize to Klay Thompson for reading off his stats. Sorry about that. I should know better. I won't do that.
Boy,
I won't do that anymore
funnier.
unless he shoots 50% from the floor. And if he shoots 50% of the floor.
Because I thought you were going to do what Joe Lacob did, who joined Kalina and Fitz on the broadcast now. And he was like, you know what? He's excited, but he was like, he wasn't going to let Saturday's result dictate to him if it's a success or not. And I kind of appreciated that. But you had to go to the box score.
Well, that's where you find the stats. That's where you find how many shots guys make.
Now, Evan, had he went 7 for 8, he would have been started. He would have been like, oh, it's preseason.
If had he gone 7 for 8, you would have mentioned him 17 times already. Steiny, did you see Klay? Did you see Klay? He's been working hard this summer. He's been in the lab.
Well, looks like the Niners are, I got to slow my roll.
But 20-0, they're going.
Dude, you say that, I ain't going to throw nothing at. I'm just like, the Warriors know the Niners are off to a great start, and they're going to get off to a great start, especially after last year's debacle on the road. So that's why I'm looking forward to the start of
I think it's interesting because I don't think there could be 2 things more irrelevant than one team's season and another.
But if I find it relevant,
Niners are gonna
don't care what you find relevant.
No, you can find it relevant.
Well,
I'm not telling.
I said it, yeah.
I'm not telling you not to.
I don't need it Steiny approved.
I'm just saying, Steph's talking to Aisha and Cannon tonight saying, guys, those Niners look good. We got to come out, play hard.
No, I didn't say Steph.
Basically. You're like the 49ers are motivating the Warriors.
There you go.
Yeah. What's the other Thursday game? I want to say Jacksonville.
I'm going to say Baltimore.
Down exactly. Except thank you, 925. You darned if you do, you darned if you don't.
Then read the one above that.
If Guru quoted the preseason, Steiny would be mad. I ran down everybody's stats.
No, it's not about the stats. Just about had I done that.
Had you done what?
Read the whole box score.
Well, you wouldn't have read the whole box score. You only would have read
it's preseason.
The positive. Like you wouldn't have read
the score.
That Klay was 2 for 8.
No, I would.
Like you wouldn't have even mentioned that. You know what I mean?
Seahawks on Thanksgiving. Wow. That a good divisional game? That got me excited.
Somebody else didn't play well. Oh, Looney was struggled. I noticed his name didn't come out of your mouth either. Come on.
Yeah, he didn't. I didn't see him struggle.
Then that's why we don't.
Well, why'd you say struggle?
Well, I was just looking. It didn't look like he did much. I also didn't hear you talk about him.
It's the first game of preseason.
Oh.
Yeah, not game 7 of the final.
But we're excited about Pajemski.
JD was excited about Pajemski.
No, you were excited beforehand.
And your tail got tucked between your legs because you didn't stick it to him like you wanted to stick it to me.
Pajemski.
He looked good.
Yeah, he's going to look good in Santa Cruz, too. Pajemski. How does Herb Sendek, what's he doing? How the hell do they send guys to the pros and they're 9 and 18 every year? I'm sorry. What were they last year?
They had a winning record.
Did they?
Yeah, but it's not at the top. Yeah, I'll get it for you when we get back.
All right. 888. Well, never mind. It's the crossover on the other side. And you know what's happening next Wednesday? Warriors Summit, October 18th, Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro, 4 to 6 p.m. It's open to the public, so join 95.7 The Game for the Warriors Summit, October 18th. Fieldwork Brewing Company will see you there. Also, that segment was brought to you by Consumer Cellular.
Consumer Cellular.
comes up with the interception. The third interception of the night thrown by Prescott, and the former Green Bay Packer comes up with the pick.
How many times do you think this 49ers defense has seen these plays? West Coast offense. We invented the West Coast offense. Don't try that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny Guru now joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. It is the crossover on 95.7 The Game. We'll get everybody else in here.
Yep.
Guru getting elbowed out. What's going on?
What happened?
You're not on the YouTube
No,
chat.
we got it. We got it. Grandy's on the case.
Well, I was too eager to give my boy Willard some love.
It's a no Cowboy fan allowed zone,
Yeah.
apparently. You
But
made me laugh today. I got to give it to you.
What did I say?
If you give somebody an actual out loud laugh as they're driving around, there's no better compliment. So I got to thank you for that.
What did I do?
No, because I think Steiny at one point, just you guys were talking about last night, and he goes, "Did you have a good time at the game?" And he goes, "No."
Yeah,
that was pretty funny.
Nope. You didn't even hesitate. No.
But
no.
I told you guys what was imminent. And Dan Quinn, I can't second guess you, but I will here. Why would you have Parsons, your Lawrence Taylor or game wrecker, over Trent Williams so much of the game? And he did nothing. It wasn't just I didn't understand that from a schematic standpoint.
Yeah, they like to move him around a lot.
Yeah, I get
and,
that.
Over Trent wasn't working. Over McKivitz, not effective. Over the center in the A gap, not effective. I don't think it was going to matter. And by the time maybe you were going to make all the adjustments, you were down by 2 scores, then 3 scores. That thing was a wrap.
Yeah.
And I was giving you love for your video because I'm ready for the Brock Purdy. What else do you? Hey, I'm not saying where he's going, Canton, but give this. One guy went the other way, career may be over, or the timer is on deck, and the kid just showed the world that I can carve up for the second time. He didn't actually carve him the first time, but he won the game. Talking about Brock against Dallas. I just don't know what else you need to see.
Yeah, no, there's nothing
I
left.
just don't, man.
I thought both quarterbacks had an opportunity, and I don't even know how much they care about this, but they had an opportunity in a game like this to go sort of switch what they hear people say about them.
That cared.
Okay, and maybe. I'm sure they both do. But that's what that kind of a game, we talk a lot about who's got more pressure on them. And in the end, it's like it's week 5. And these guys face stuff like this all the time. So I didn't think anybody was going to crash and burn, but it was an opportunity for Dak to kind of slay his dragon. And it was an opportunity for Brock Purdy to finally get to a point where it's like, you're kind of out of ammo. And I heard what you said, Steiny, earlier about stop inventing these straw men who are out there. Like there is still that. I mean, Dan Orlovsky this morning said Mac Jones would be playing like Brock Purdy if he were a 49er.
Oh, Danny.
So there's still, it's still out there to a degree being debated, but I think we've reached the point where if you are still trying to qualify what Brock Purdy's doing, you're the one whose eyes are jaded by something, or you're just a part of the lunatic fringe.
There's no way you can watch that game last night and not say, damn, Brock Purdy's pretty good.
Those are NFL throws.
Exactly.
Like
And
this
he's
is
put it right on the money.
There
Yeah.
was Dink and Dunk had no tickets to that game.
I don't want to go there. I'm going downfield.
Yeah.
I'm going downfield.
They were both absent for that game last night. Those were NFL Pat, Josh, Joe, Justin throws repeatedly. So, and the supposed best defense in the league, I knew there was a question mark there, not whether they're still they're a good group. They're missing an elite corner.
And that has messed it.
But
It's wrecked. No excuses. It's wrecked them from being elite.
Their 3 wins are against Daniel Jones, Zach Wilson, and Mac Jones. You can't judge a defense on that. Those guys aren't moving the ball against anybody. So I still got questions about Dallas's defense.
The one thing I noticed, obviously we all did, is so last year in the divisional playoff game, Dak struggled, and Purdy had his least effective game. And how did each of them respond this year? Like, Purdy was terrific. So Purdy quarterbacked the game against the Cowboys, who are a great defense. So they don't There's not a number to be had there. And it just looked like the 49ers have figured out Dak Prescott and the Cowboys.
Right. And I think the best defense in the league was on the field, and it's the 49ers.
Wow.
And so Dallas is in a tough spot. They like to play physically, but the Niners were more physical. So there's a lot of hard hits in that game, but more and more it was 57. Dre Greenlaw laying the lumber. I love watching him play.
It's incredible, man. I was late to the party. Them two are incredible.
Yeah, and Fred Warner plays. I mean, the word finesse is used as disrespect when it comes to football players or all athletes, but he plays so fast and so smart. His not buying the pump fake and getting the snack, the punch out to create that first fumble.
Do you know how many guys on the punch out would have said, "Oh, my couple other brethren got him. I'm cool. I'll just watch. He's going out of bounds." He ran like a hungry dog. Like that wasn't even your play.
And maybe it's your year when you punch that ball out, and 99 times out of 100, that ball is going out of bounds.
Totally. Or at least hitting someone's leg while they're out of bounds. It was like the ball had eyes.
Yes.
It was like diving out of the way of guys' legs. And it's like, whoop, the sideline's there.
Yeah.
Incredible.
It's like playing golf with Steiny, the rare time he hits in the trees. It's like, branch, trunk, middle of the fairway. There you have it. But I've watched that replay now probably 30 times, and I still don't know how that ball. Because it bounced like 7 different times.
Seriously.
Still in. Oh, it's going out? No, still in.
But the football gods gave Dallas some love on the McCaffrey fumble, which I still. It wasn't somehow. I don't even know if it was
out of his hand.
I said, "Oh my God, you're saying there's a." But the Niners' offensive line, they hit too. They run at the guy that's supposed to be the dude. Normally, we're afraid of him. We can't. They're running, and it was like a body punches in a boxing match. So when it's time to go after them, Parsons like they're worn down, man.
Yeah. Well,
it's
how
just
can you
incredible.
not be? Because the Niners take 6 minutes, march down, and they score, and then it's 3 and out. So you're the Dallas defense, and you just
back out there.
You just got an orange slice and a little sip of Gatorade, and you're back out there, like you're saying, Goo, knowing that the Niners are going to run it, and the fullback's going to hit you, the tight end's going to hit you, 71's coming out, and he's going to hit you. The Niners run it with such a physicality that it takes the life out of the defense.
They're good everywhere.
Oh, there you go.
They're good everywhere.
On the sideline, too, with the coach, with the headset.
Here's what one of the things that really grabbed my attention after the game, and it's not going to sound new, but it caught me yesterday. When Purdy, and I've heard you guys play it a couple times, when Purdy's talking about how there's no egos here, and I've never had a receiver come up to me and tell me, hey, I'm open, and I need the ball. And I started going, man, look around the league at some of the teams that are going to be competing with the 49ers as we go here. And I know they've had a tough start, but Jamar Chase won everybody your fantasy leagues yesterday, but he's tweeting out a picture of 7-Eleven after the game because he's always open, and he had that thing. And that's great. It's like it's entertaining, and he's not wrong, but A.J. Brown is screaming at Jalen Hurts.
Jefferson.
Stephon Diggs.
Keep going,
and
man.
so you go team by team, even the good ones.
CeeDee Lamb about to explode.
The receivers are screaming at the quarterback. Meantime, Instagram scrubber Deebo Samuel a year later is like, I better get in shape. And like, I've got 2 weeks where what did he have? Like last week, like nothing. Yeah. This week, couple catches, 3 catches.
Yeah, a few carries.
And nobody says bleep.
Man.
That's why they're the best team in the NFL.
And if you don't think that helps a quarterback, come on, man.
Especially a young one.
Well, it helps everybody, and then you realize that your backup running back, not the one who's hurt, but the undrafted kid, is legit. He probably starts for half the teams in this league, and he's an absolute battering ram. And
he can play.
Nobody drafted him, so you just signed him, and now he's your backup, and he's a great change of pace. Just the top to bottom roster is unbelievable.
I mean, look, the 49ers handled the Cowboys, no doubt about it, but every Sunday I'm amazed at how one play can really impact the game. Like, did you see the
which one are you thinking about last night?
I'll tell you that. And I'm not putting it in the same category because they did get blown out. But did you see the Ravens-Steelers game?
Yes.
Ravens are up 10-3, and Lamar Jackson hits a guy for a touchdown. It's right in his hands. He's gotten everybody beat right there. He drops it.
Yeah.
10-3, it stays.
That was Zay Flowers.
Ball game.
Yeah.
If it's 17-3, the game's over.
He had a
Pittsburgh
couple
can't
of
score.
Well, go back to what for the
He had a
Niners
bunch of
season.
them.
The Niners season, yeah, he did.
That's my quarterback.
He had a rough game.
fantasy
That's
receiver.
my fantasy quarterback.
He had a rough one.
Catch the ball.
No, if you're going to point to that, the Niners this year, and I forget which Rams receiver it was, but early second half, right off the hands.
Oh, yeah.
Pops up. and
Williams.
It changed the game. Yeah,
Running
Kyron
back,
Williams.
yeah.
I don't know if the Rams win the game. Probably
But that
not.
changes everything,
But,
man.
I put it this way. I know Rams fans think it did.
Well, I don't know.
plenty of-
Last night, this didn't change the game, but if you're watching it and you're saying, once 14-7, Cowboys score, 3rd and 4, and then the Cowboys get the helmet to helmet,
On
and then
Christian.
the taunting,
On
an
first
incomplete
down.
pass.
It's like, I get it.
It was
You're not going to win
definitely
the
a
game.
penalty. It was definitely
I
a
know.
penalty.
But what I'm
Letter
saying
of
is,
the law.
if you get to stop there, now you're only down one score. You get the ball back. Instead, it's 21-7. It's night-night.
That is a reflection of coaching, and this is why your guy might be in some trouble. Opening snap of
he
the
ain't my guy.
game, the Cowboys commit a penalty.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, 3rd down, it's a clear cut, helmet to helmet, that's 15, and you're going to taunt on top of it. And I know you only accepted one of the penalties, but that shows a grotesque lack of discipline and awareness right there in a spot like Steiny said.
And led the
where-
league last year in flags.
20 on the first drive of the 49ers, Cowboys gave them 20 yards in penalties. The very first drive. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit.
Yeah, one thing I really want to point out there is I thought that what Kyle Shanahan would do. Someone asked me earlier in the week, they're like, how do you see Kyle Shanahan sort of attacking this defense? And this, look, I'm not an offensive coordinator, but I bet there'll be a few plays where Kyle uses Dallas's aggressiveness against them. And the larger view of that point is I do think Dallas came in with too much emotion in the game. The 49ers all week are like, yeah, Sunday night. Right.
They need it.
We're chilling. Absolutely chilling. And then the play where it really caught my attention where I'm like, oh, Dallas they're not here mentally, was the 49ers committed a penalty, or maybe they lost yardage on a McCaffrey run. I think it's 2nd and 12. They're just around midfield. And they ran that screen pass to McCaffrey.
First down.
All 5 defensive linemen bit. They all chase Purdy. And Purdy's like,
On the screen.
boom!
Yeah.
And Christian turned around. He's like, which way do I want to go? And
he ended up running into the back of Burford.
I know. He's like, I got to pick a Niner to run into because there's no Cowboys out here.
It's amazing,
and it's like,
man.
if you're a football player, on 2nd and long, that a screen pass, like, don't
draws and screens.
Don't bite, draws and screens. And they all left. And I'm like, there it is. You use Dallas's aggressiveness against them.
And also on the little Husker Du flea flicker where it's Christian to Debo back to Brock, that was them totally playing into Dallas's need to stop the run. So you do a little hand jive with the football. They all come up and you sneak George down the field. Boom. Easy play.
You see, Detroit ran the exact same play yesterday. And same house call.
And I want to say it
the
was
end of that play.
I
Everyone's
thought it
gonna
was
be
your
ready
show
for it now.
but it was Bonte Shasky. True story. Last week had a caller call and say he's waiting for Kyle to dial up the flea flicker, and then they went at it about had they seen it or not. And then Detroit did it earlier in the day. But my thing about athletes and talking is, and I told Steiny this, Draymond does his podcast, but 9 out of the 10 times, Dre is going to hard foul you, get a tech. Emotionally, he's going to bring it. So when I look at Dre, I even say, you talk too much, but he backs it up. Micah has that podcast thing going, and there's been too much talk, and I kind of touched on it. But last night after the game, he threw and pointed the finger along with DeMarcus Lawrence, saying he didn't feel like the defense got blown out. He felt like, and he said as much, DeMarcus Lawrence, we were going out there after we stopped them right back. So he's saying it's kind of hard when we can't convert a 3rd and 4. And I said, I'm pointing my finger. That's it. That's where this team. Michael was like, we're still on their level. We didn't. No, you got to be quiet. And Lawrence Taylor, a.k.a. they calling you all this and that. You put up a goose egg. You can't. I know you're young, but you can't say. You were supposed to say we got our ass kicked. We going back to the lab. But to say we're as good as that unit, I said, oh, boy, this thing's off the track, McCarthy.
Brock was chilling last night. He dropped back and he was
could have shaved, brush his teeth.
Parsons got him once.
Okay.
Well,
I mean,
got him.
You get hit in a football game,
Sure.
but largely, like when you watch that game, and there was one moment where they put Micah Parsons' graphic up on the screen, and it was about 26 plays and
0-0-1. Yeah.
One pressure. So, yeah, there were a couple times where Brock was about to get hit, but, I mean, that largely, if you just watch the game kind of casually, it did not feel like Brock was under any duress whatsoever.
He's got a way of making it seem like he's under less duress than he probably is.
It's probably true.
You know, he really is incredible at feeling where to go when the pocket changes. And that buys him 2 seconds, and that's where he's been terrific. And I get that. I guess that throw to Kittle in the end zone.
Beautiful.
Just right on the money. I mean, just
which one of the three are
the
you
one
talking
where
about?
He dropped back,
rolled to the right,
and then he stepped up and to the
one,
right.
The really deep one or the really, really deep one?
He was going to his right, and he hit him in the right.
Oh, that was the first one.
Back in the end zone.
That was the first one.
He had to get it over a defender's head, but he couldn't throw it too high to be out of bounds, and it was just right there.
They had a penalty, erased Ayuk, big gain. It was 3rd and 14.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, Dallas, here you go. And Purdy throws it right over Van Der Esch's the middle. Like, dude, that was a perfect throw.
Those are NFL throws.
I'm like, damn. 3rd and 14 converted, but he can't throw out. He got a rag arm.
Right.
I'm just like, this
Right.
thing's out of control with it. He's earning everything you want to, whatever adjective you want to put in the positive dibs. It's real right now until we see otherwise.
And that's why your video was, I think, pitch perfect last night, because it's a wrap and you have to stop. He did it on a national stage against America's team, and he racked up massive numbers in an absolute laugher of a blowout. And it wasn't dink and dunk and watch the yak and McCaffrey rushes for $190. This was the babyface kid. Wop, wop. Exactly.
That's what it was.
Making 20-yard, 30-yard throws down the field to guys who, were schemed open, but he's delivering a beautiful ball, and they are just dominating people.
I'll just say it for everybody. We've got a timeout chair here in the studio for us, and if anybody says I need to see more, you have to sit in it.
How about small sample size?
You can want to see more.
Yeah.
That's
well, you will
absolutely
Sunday
fine.
in Cleveland,
You
right?
No, that'll be interesting. Now, that's the best defense in football.
Right, I'm not saying it's going to be a walk in the park, but I feel like it is.
Well, I mean, that's sort of like the ebb and flow of professional sports, right? Is like you win this one, and everyone goes, okay, we're done here. This team's unstoppable. And then you have to go on the road and play what is by numbers another very, very good defense, and Myles Garrett and all that.
That's real.
And if the 49ers only score 20 points, 24 points or whatever, does it
Denzel in the back,
come back to earth? I don't know.
secondary.
That's a different challenge this week. But yeah, man, the guy is obviously phenomenal.
Oh, look at the 408.
What's up?
What happened?
Is Brock the new baby-faced assassin?
I would give him a 2.
It is funny to watch.
He does look like he's about 16.
He's 23 only, but he looks at 18.
Hey, his backpack was only on one shoulder yesterday. I was like,
And
oh,
he
is that
looks
your
like
new
he's
look?
going to
Yeah,
class.
your backpack is all like.
Who's your guy who lined up off sides on a third down?
Oh, curse.
Yeah.
Yeah, just.
What was that one again?
And it was a third down stop.
Of course it was.
It's the lack of
He was
discipline,
McCarthy.
the
you
lack
gotta-
of attention to detail, and he wasn't even in the neutral
Dude.
zone. He
What
was
are
in
you
the
doing?
backfield. I mean, that
and
wasn't
I'm
even
up
like.
front watching it like, why would I do this to myself?
Dude, I'm watching the start of that play, and I'm like, this is offsides. This is
Happened a couple
offsides.
times, Dibs. It wasn't just a one-off. Happened. Somebody else was off.
With the line
Parsons
of scrimmage
was off.
camera, you couldn't even see the football.
Exactly.
It's a bad sign.
Exactly. And it was blocked out by his knee, and he was still leaning over. Oh,
Attention
boy.
to detail. My buddy Lo Neal would always talk about that as a reflection of coaching.
It's
and
big.
That's, when you open up the game with a 15-yard face mask because you don't have any control of your limbs, and you go ahead and you grab Christian in the face, that just shows you all you need to know.
And I'll say this, Kyle and the Niners, I believe top 3 in motion pre-snap, before the snap. That's the new era of football. Like, just put something on the defense's mind. Dallas it's like the Niners and Fred Warner and company knew what was coming. Like, there's no motion. It's just stale and old and outdated. Like, And you don't got Emmitt Smith or Larry Allen. So, I think that's how they tried we're going to run football. Pollard, I love him. He ain't that type. You guys are not the Niners.
You tell me, right? You follow that team more than I do. If I were a Dallas fan, I come out of that game way more worried about the offense than the defense. The defense that everyone, this is the best defense in football. It's like, no, you got steamrolled by what might be the best offense
and
in
Arizona
football.
did it, but Diggs hurt.
Right,
Okay.
but on offense,
oh my gosh.
Like Daniel Jones moved the ball better than Dak Prescott did.
So did Dobbs.
Matt Stafford definitely did. I mean,
that's scary.
Well, if I'm CeeDee Lamb, I'm rightfully angry because if they're able to take you away with Isaiah Oliver, no disrespect, and okay, fine, you're being taken away. How about you get him the ball in other ways? Run a reverse or put him in the backfield and let him run it. Do
Our
something.
own Evan Giddings was in the Cowboy locker room. I can't name the reporter, and told the reporter F off because the reporter kept pressing on why you're not getting the ball. And he wanted to say it's because
CD told the reporter to F off.
So that lets you know he's about to snap because he knows what's really the problem. And I've been knowing this.
Like that team is going to say, I've seen all the quotes out loud of, no, we're on their level and we're this, we're that. We did it to ourselves. It's like, come on, man.
Really?
The lights go off at the end of the night and you all know what just happened. You're not close.
Again.
You're getting further away. Well, that's the problem.
And that's interesting
You're getting further away.
Because we've got a team that was owned by the Niners but beat them in the one big game in the playoffs. And that's the Rams.
Wow, man.
I cannot see the the 49ers, to me, have outclassed the Cowboys. Like, they have them on every level, it feels like. And so, I was saying to Goo, you never know. The Cowboys can lose, get week 5, and then beat them in the postseason. But it's tough to imagine that after watching the game last night.
He's going off of what the world saw last night.
Well, and Dak even already said, like, if we're probably going to have to go through them again, or we're probably going to have to do it here. Like, he already,
you may not make the offs. You got the Chargers this Monday night.
I think they probably will. But yeah, you're 5 games in, and you're already handing home field advantage.
Okay.
To the 49ers.
And so is your owner.
5 games in.
He handed the Super Bowl.
Yep. Yeah. So
Niners, man. I'm envious, dude. You got this. It's incredible.
All right. Great night for the 49ers last night. They win 42-10. Guys, have a great show. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Bye, boys.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, it does remind you, like, let's change this up. Let's stop saying Brock Purdy reminds us of Joe Montana. This team reminds me of Joe Montana's teams. I remember back in the 80s and early 90s, it was a thing. It was a thing to make sure if you had tickets or if you simply had a remote control, make sure you are in place by the opening drive because the 49er offense is about to take the field. And we're pretty sure what they're going to do. They're going to go right down the field and put points on the board. That's 5 for 5. One game it was only a field goal, but that opening drive has put points on the board 5 times in a row. The opening drive for the other team 5 times in a row has put nothing on the board. And therefore, it's we get the ball, you get the ball, and boom, we've got a major advantage in this football game. It means we've got the ball back in our hands and we've already got a lead, and off to the races we go. Like this team, you said it earlier, they don't have a weakness.
Right.
And so this is reminding me of the feeling of the 80s when you watched a game and the confidence that you would have, not just that the Niners would win, but that at every time the ball is released by your quarterback, it's going to land in a pretty good spot, probably in the arms of one of your receivers. The confidence that you feel right now after last night as a 49er fan, I do not think you have felt in in 30 years.
That could be absolutely true. And I'm thinking about the great teams that Shanahan have had and that Harbaugh had, going all the way back to the last Super Bowl title, which was almost 30 years ago. I don't remember the Shanahan great teams ever feeling like this, and even the Harbaugh teams where once Kaepernick was rolling and you had that nasty defense, you felt confident, but this team feels like and looks like they can't be beaten. Now, can they beat themselves? Absolutely. I don't know what team out there, and we can start looking at the Philadelphia game and we can count down to that. Luckily, we have many more games between now and then, and they're favored by 5 on Sunday at Cleveland. I think it opened at 3 and it already jumped up to 5. And you may want to get to it now if you want to bet the Niners, because I think that number is going to keep going up, even though Cleveland is at home off a bye, which is a big advantage. This team is humming to the point where, you're right, Mark, I don't remember when I felt this confident. Even when McCaffrey fumbles inside the deep red zone, you weren't thinking, oh, boy, this is going to turn the game around.
No, I was thinking the Niners have the Cowboys have the ball at the 1, and this is probably about to be a safety. That's honestly,
Exactly.
I'm like, oh, okay, it'll be 9-0 instead of 14-0. That's a bummer. And yeah, they did. If I remember correctly, that's the third down that ended with the Warner sack of Dak Prescott, and so boom, you had to punt from your own end zone. And 2 minutes later, George Kittle is flying down the right sideline to make it 14-0.
It was the very next play.
It was stress-free.
Yeah, Ray returns it to about the 38 with a great punt return. Then you go for the little okey doke with the double handoff pitch back to Brock. Touchdown. One play.
So pretty.
And it was, 14-0 night.
How many times this year have you been stressed during a game?
I don't think at all.
Like that angst. And what I mean by that is that angst feel of like, okay, we need this drive. Or,
right.
or like, ooh, this is getting a little uncomfortable. For me, the only game that even mildly presented it was the Rams game. It was the only game that even mildly presented it, where I think when the Rams went up with their third score and I think it was early in the second half. I'm trying to remember. That's a few games ago now. But when they went up, you sort of felt frustrated. Like, God, hey, man, the Rams are moving the ball.
End of the second quarter.
There you go.
They go up 17-10.
That's what it was. Kyron Williams, right?
Yes.
He goes in, and you're like, man, come on, Niner D. What are we doing here? Still didn't feel like they were going to lose the game, but there was a frustration there, that angst that you feel as a fan. And that's it. That's the only time.
Yeah.
All year. I mean, I was super thankful for it last night because, as you know, we're doing the show in the middle of the game, and it gets hard to focus and whatnot. And if you've got these plays going if it's, okay, the Niners are lining up for a field goal, they're down by 1 in the fourth quarter, it gets super hard to focus. But, man, this thing got easy fast. And I'll admit one right and one wrong, which is that I had a feeling Vegas knew that at least one of these offenses was going to boogie with that over-under being 45.
Yep.
It did not feel right, and the Niners almost covered it themselves. But where I was wrong, by no means did I think that this was going to be an absolute runaway, like a total outclassing of an opponent. I did not see that coming at all.
Yeah, 42-10, and it really wasn't that close. If the Niners needed to score 50, they could have.
Easy.
I'm looking at the snap count just to see how much Sammy D we got. But if you're a Sam Darnold guy, you got a healthy dose in there.
How early in the fourth quarter did he come in? Just in terms of time.
I think with about 10 minutes left. Dude. I think I would have to.
I tell you what, like some of the Niner players in the locker room last night were almost. It was like they were forced into a spot where, like, okay, we don't want to say too much because we don't want to, gloat on them as they're leaving town. But it was embarrassing.
Yeah.
They all sat down. This was a Durant Warriors game. The fourth quarter need not apply. All the good players of the Niners were like, yeah, let's just go sit down.
12:50 to go.
Jeez.
The pass from Dak picked off by Oren Burks. And at that point, it's Mason, TDP, Sammy D. Let's do this.
Unbelievable, because Kyle, as he's been criticized for, leans in the direction of, I'm keeping my guys in a little bit too long rather than too short. I'm not going to assume a game is over. the whole fourth quarter, essentially.
Yeah.
The Niners they're like, see you later.
42-10. They get the ball back off the pick with about 13 minutes to go. And at that point, you're up by 32 points, which is 5 scores. You feel pretty good, but you're right. Kyle, in the past, has tended toward, let's get this thing down under 5 minutes, and then we can go to the bench. But Mason, TDP, Sammy D, Mitch with a couple of chances just to punt and stay fresh, and we'll see you in Cleveland.
I'm addicted to this team. I'm addicted to them. And
let's go to Mark. Hi, my name's Mark, and I'm a Niner-holic.
Thank you. I'm gonna. This is my first meeting, and I know the first step is admitting that you don't
have a problem.
Have any problems?
Exactly.
I am addicted to this football team, not because they score a lot of points, not because it feels like they've got the answer at every position, but because of what they sound like before and after the game. I really honestly believe the reason that the 49ers are the Super Bowl favorite is not just because they seem to have all of the good players and all of the good scheme and all of the good everything in terms of X's and O's. It's because of that vibe. It's because A.J. Brown's not yelling at Jalen Hurts. Stephon Diggs is not throwing a helmet. CeeDee Lamb is not telling reporters to F off in the locker room. Guys that make tons of money and are incredibly talented, the most talented people at their position in the world, are totally fine with the other guy getting the shine. That is special. It's
rare.
That does not happen in sports, and that is why I am addicted to this football team.
It's just a fun watch, and if you're a fan of the team, it's football porn. And if you just like football and you have no real interest in who wins or who loses, you can't help but enjoy watching the way they go about it. They block well. They run the ball incredibly efficiently. Their quarterback is, like you said, neither dink nor dunk was allowed into Levi's Stadium. The guy sets back. He makes the right throw. He throws a beautiful ball. Brandon Ayuk and the routes that he runs. George Kittle breaking free as the tight end. Christian McCaffrey, so quick to the hole. And Kyle Juszczyk. I'm glad that Goo was mentioning it.
Great game.
You might have said it earlier
Great
about
game.
just what he does in the run game. Then he gets out there and gets a couple of catches as well. They're a fun watch.
It's hard to watch a game like that, and I feel like we've been fighting this for 2 months already, which is getting ahead to the Super Bowl. And you don't need a reminder if you're a 49er fan, or even you don't need us to tell you the examples around the league of how this can all change on one play, any player. They've already had to play a game without Ayuk. They've already essentially had to play a game without Debo. We've watched Dre Greenlaw deal with injury. Aaron Banks dealing with injury. Drake Jackson now dealing with injury. Nick Bosa not quite ready to go, what have you. It can all change in an instant. So I'm still, my mind doesn't really go to the Super Bowl. It's more of a general sense, which is the feeling that if blessed with the breaks that you need in order to have at least most of your team intact for most of the way, it is hard to imagine this team getting stopped. Right now, it's hard to even imagine them getting stopped on a Sunday. Maybe in Philadelphia? I mean, and it's football, so
you never know.
Sure, I would still bet they're going to stub their toe somewhere along the way. Maybe it'll be this weekend. I could see that. Cleveland's a really good defense.
Yeah, well rested, coming off a bye at home.
But Deshaun Watson's moving the ball on these guys.
I don't see it.
I doubt it.
Yeah, and
I really doubt it.
As good as Cleveland's defense is, and statistically, and we'll get into it all throughout the course of the week, statistically, they are the league's best defense in certain metrics, but I look at how this offensive line is working as a 5-person unit and the way they run the ball with the laminated play sheet and the 21 personnel, Juszczyk leading the way if he needs to, flash him up as a tight end, Kittle's a blocker, Debo loves to block, Ayuk can block. The way that this team goes about running the ball, they take your soul. They take away your will to to want to compete with long drives and physical runs.
888-957-9570. That is the number. It is a Victory Monday. So it's what'd you think? You can call in with anything you want. Comcast Business Text Line as well. And good afternoon to our very large audience on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you for watching, for commenting as you do. Let's interact on this thing. What'd you think? But at a little bit of a deeper level, I also think this. And today is about, as we've said, that today is about the whole team. It's not about any sort of a Brock Purdy debate because, quite frankly, there is no debate. If you needed to draw on a piece of paper what Brock Purdy and the 49er offense needed to do in order to sort of put a bow on the conversation, stick it in the mail, and send it to Siberia, it was last night's game. It was that one because, A, Sunday Night Football. B, you're going up against supposedly one of the best defenses in football. Rivalry game, big emotion, all of that. But did you also notice no massive, overwhelming game for Christian McCaffrey? And even the big plays did not come because he tossed the ball out to Debo in the flat and then Debo ran 65 yards. This was downfield passing on a dime, on time, with accuracy. NFL throws, like throws that would make Mahomes and Allen blush, were happening on almost every drive. Total control, 4 touchdown throws, 0 interceptions. The questions are over. The questions have been answered. And we can move on. We can move on. We don't need to see more. The 49ers have their quarterback for many, many years to come. Simply that he has provided health like any NFL player.
Yeah.
But they have got themselves one of the NFL dudes.
Yeah.
That's decided.
It's been decided for many people long before last night, but you mentioned the national stage, 17 of 24, 252 and 4 touchdowns, and still I don't even have to knock on wood about the interception count because he hasn't thrown one. And I guess we could theorize that eventually he will throw one, but I don't even want to say that because he may not ever throw an interception. It's possible.
Or lose a game.
What do they have? They have 2 turnovers now as a team with the Christian McCaffrey fumble.
The Purdy fumble and the C-Mac fumble.
They fumbled twice in 5 games, and that ends the list of turnovers. So they're efficient. They protect the ball. He spread it around yesterday. Nobody had more than 4 catches on that offense. It was Ayuk and Juszczyk with 4. Kittle gets a little taste. Like you said, it wasn't a CMC heavy game. 69, or actually 51 yards on the ground. He did enough on the ground to keep things moving.
It was a Purdy game.
Yes.
Yeah. You want to look at the offense and go, okay, who stood out? It was the quarterback.
Yeah.
The quarterback
and the
stood
tight
out.
end, thankfully, for my fantasy team.
Oh, good for you.
Monster week, and I'm still going to lose.
Jeez.
Lubman's got, man. Lubman needs
Who did
Christian
he have? Who did he have?
Jamar Chase.
Oh, that's why you
7-11.
And you didn't have DJ Moore or Justin
I got
Fields
171 points right now.
And you're going to lose?
It looks like
That's
it.
ridiculous.
Rough. Bad beat.
We're sponsored by Local Arena Ticks. Anybody can throw that in tonight, too. What do you need tonight? What do you need tonight? I love doing that on a Monday
I need
afternoon.
a Christian
What do you-
Watson sick day is what I need.
Okay, well.
Nothing too bad.
Yeah.
Just a sniffle.
Yeah, you're right.
Sniffle.
Gosh, I hope the sniffles don't keep him out. All right, what'd you think? 888-957-9570. And in any way, is this starting to give you 1988 vibes like it is for me, if you've even been around watching football that long? We'll take your calls next on this Monster Monday. It is Willard and Dibbs.
Attention Bay Area sports fans, get ready for a game changer.
process.
From the 19, 5 in the pattern for Purdy, who escapes and fires end zone. Touchdown, Kittle! First of the year for George Kittle, a perfect opening drive.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
4 for 4 on the opening drive as Brocktober continues. And again, for me, the fun part about it, especially if I think most of us watch these games on television, is that when you watch your quarterback, it just reminds me of Montana and Young in this way. I don't want to get into Brock Purdy, a Hall of Famer. We're not doing that. What I'm saying is it reminds me of Montana and Young. When the ball's released, you just have the utmost confidence. You can see when he's releasing it in rhythm, you're like, oh, he sees something. And you're confident that it's accurate, that the receiver's going to be there. And it reminds me of how I felt when Jerry Rice and John Taylor and Dwight Clark, these people were running around on the field. And it is a true fan swagger. Like watching these games, there's a confidence, there's a fun, there's a pride in it for sure. This team reminds me of those 49er teams because as soon as that opening drive is done, I have exact same amount of confidence in the group that's going to come out on the field and make the other team go 3 and out.
And the way that group comes out on the field and the way they handle their business so quickly and so efficiently, it keeps them fresh. And when you look at this defense, in the second drive, the third drive, the fourth drive, they're fresh because they're forcing this other team to go 3 and out. And then the Cowboy defense has to trudge back out there knowing that it's run or pass. We don't know what's coming. And one thing's for sure, though, Juszczyk and Kittle are going to be involved in some serious blocking. Trent Williams is coming to pancake you, and you just got off the field after allowing a 75-yard drive.
They have got answers, man. They've got answers at every spot. We really want to go to the calls, and we've got them all over the country, not just here. Some of them are in Dallas, although that's Dallas, Georgia, right? Anyway, we're going to get to all of you because it is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com or turn on a Niner game. I have found them to be very stress-free. So if you've got toxic stress, turn on a 49er game and you will no longer feel stressed because they are the least stressful parts of my week. The 3 hours where I'm like, well, here come these guys. This is not going to be angst-filled at all.
Yeah, you haven't had any real angst. And you mentioned the one time all year that the Niners have trailed. And they've trailed for a grand total of about a minute 50. Because against the Rams, they were down 17-10, and they promptly went down and scored. Do you remember the Brock Purdy with 1 second left
yes.
punching it in to tie the game, and they would not trail again in that football game. So it doesn't get much more stress-free than that when you don't ever trail.
Interesting one this week because obviously really good defense on the road, early window, all of that stuff. Look forward to talking about that a little bit later in the week. Let's get out to you, though. Let's start with Jonathan in the city on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Just making coffee, man. The party just went on. The party started second half, even before the second half started because it was over. And I just want to say, man, Brock is good, but people, where are you at? After this performance, if they don't shut up, they will never, ever, ever will. Mark and Dan Dibley. And also, I just want to say, I don't want them peaking too early. I said that before, and I called up, and I think they're not peaking yet because, they're scary good now, but with this latest addition, imagine if the pass rush gets there more often, then we become a monster. I'm going to enjoy this win, man, and until next Sunday, go Niners.
Yeah, Jonathan, I'm with you, and I know it's a challenge because we're not on the team, so we don't have to, not get caught looking ahead. We don't have to do that because we don't have an effect on the game. But I really do try to and I encourage you to do this as well. Like, just keep it week to week. I really try. It's hard to not think about the Super Bowl when games like this happen. It's impossible to not think about it. But football can change every week on one play. Anything can happen. So just keep it week to week and have a ton of fun with it. And it doesn't mean, it's not Super Bowl or bust. That can absolutely be your expectation. I just look at it more in terms of how can this team be stopped? This team is the best team in the NFL for a lot of different reasons.
Right.
For a lot of different reasons. And
we can play Find the Weakness, and we could spend the next 3.5 hours discussing what it is, because I think it's a reach. And we could talk about the secondary, and then you watch the deep throw, and Mooney Ward is all the way down there on Gallup, reaches up and just bats it away on a 50-yard throw from Dak.
He was fantastic.
Right.
Ward was incredible. I think most people would answer your thought by saying, is it Thomas and Lenore if the quarterback on the other team gets time? Maybe, but I'd argue in the NFL, if the other quarterback gets time, you're in trouble. You're in trouble as a defense if the other quarterback gets time.
Yeah.
No matter who your cover corners are.
Matt Stafford threw for 297, and that's the biggest number, and he did it to your guy, Puka Nacua, with just 1-2, boom, quick throw, quick throw, quick throw. Niners are playing off a lot in that game, and since then, they've been playing a lot more man-to-man, and with help behind it, because you only need to rush 4 and at times 5, and so you've got 6 in coverage to cover their 5 guys. You've got extra bodies, and you don't even need extra bodies a lot of the time.
We're taking your calls. It's Willard and Dibbs, 888-957-9570. Victory Monday. It is totally guest-free. You are the guest. What'd you think? Let's get into it. And is this team reminding you of Niner teams from 30 years ago? I don't think the Niners have looked like this since then. I'll put it that way. It's only a 5-game stretch, and obviously it doesn't matter when you don't finish the whole job, and so we'll see where this ends. But 49er football, to me, it has not looked like this on all sides of the ball in 30 years.
It's incredibly dominating football on both sides of the ball. The offense, I can't remember a long stretch this year where they've been stopped. They've been slowed, and they haven't stopped themselves. And defensively, you can't run on them, and it's tough to pass on them because they can get home with 4 or 5 guys. So what are you going to do other than, hope for turnovers, which there's only been 2 this entire year? And I think about the expectations, and you and I can get ahead of it and start to dream. I actually had a conversation with the lovely Supper this morning about Vegas and the Super Bowl, and how she's going to come out for the second half of the week, and she's going to be shopping, and I'll be broadcasting, and we'll meet up later at the tables and all the rest of it. Vegas, Mark.
Have you spoken to the people who actually have the power to make that happen?
That would be the wife, and yes, Supper. She's in. We're going.
Okay. So you've got a spot for us to broadcast the show already?
Done.
Okay.
Everything, all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed.
Damn, I better get to work then.
Yeah. Well, if they go, we go, and we're all going.
Okay.
Ladies can hang out poolside while you and I grind over 4 hours of sports talk.
Where are my kids going? Are they coming?
Yeah, boy, that's a wrinkle. They're coming to watch my baby.
Can we go back to Zoom school? Is that possible? Let's do some Zoom school.
Let's zoom it up.
No problem. I'm going to need a big room. That's all I can tell you. Doug in Wichita. Hey, Doug, you're on with Willie and Dibby. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm just getting off of work, fellas, and just enjoying a beautiful day here in Wichita with a good feeling because the Niners smacked the Cowboys just like I said they would. The only thing is I undersold the score. I was thinking 30-17, and the way that went, oh, man, I just couldn't be happier, man. People in my house thought I was crazy because I was so into the game. And, hey, on a serious note, I hope Van Der Esch, I hope his neck is good. That didn't look good, but other than that, the Niners put down an old-fashioned beatdown, and then just when Dallas thought they could just send everybody to the house, we went over their heads. I can't even count how many times. And, man, Brock Purdy, just every game, the man just looks like he can't shake him. You can't do it. He's cool, man. That's all I can say, brother. Bang, bang, Niner gang. Let's get Cleveland next week.
Hey, Doug, thanks for the call. I remember Doug's call last week when he said 30-17, and I remember thinking, boy, that'd be great. I don't know if they're going to get 30 against this team. I was right. They got 40. Holy smokes.
42-10.
I mean, and you're right. And they bailed on the last quarter.
Completely.
They bailed on the last quarter with 42 points. It is reminding.
Sorry, Jordan.
Yeah.
And Sam and TDP. But yeah.
No, they did. They bailed. The starters bailed. I mean, it does remind you. I keep bringing up the Niners of the 80s, but also this was sort of a thing, and Lucas will remember this really well. The Pete Carroll era at USC, there was a thing. There was a dynamic that you would talk about, and people would try to guess the score because the score would essentially be around the same thing every time. You just knew there was a game flow, and it would change based on, I don't know, are there a couple extra interceptions this time? Do you get a short field? That would knock it up a few points, but it was basically the same idea. The good team would have around 6 to 7 scoring drives, and the bad team would have 2. And that leads to things that look like 38-13, 35-14, 42-10. It didn't matter who the opponent was. That was the final score.
Yeah.
Because that's just the way that team was, and they were that much better than everyone else. That's what this group is starting to look like. And you kind of now have to remove the whole, the schedule. I mean, have they played Philly? Have they played the Chiefs? No. They've played the Rams on the road. They've played the Cowboys now on Sunday Night Football. It looks the same. Looks the same no matter who they're playing.
December 3rd is at Philadelphia. Yeah. So between now and December 3rd, they're not going to play a team that is as good as Philadelphia. But I like what you said earlier, Mark, about just trying to enjoy each and every game. Yes, we can skip ahead to the Super Bowl or to December 3rd against Philly and all the other games that you want to talk about that are down the road. But the one thing I'm trying to do with this team is just enjoy each game because it really is a 3-hour party. An offense that is so efficient. It's fun to watch. The expectation of the pass being completed. There's not any worry. Like even Colton McKivitz, is he the weak spot on the O-line? Well, he sure hasn't been.
They were fine. They were absolutely fine. It's a stupid question. I'll say it out loud. It's a stupid question.
Stupidest question ever?
No, it's not the stupidest question ever, but it's not. Don't play Zaza because it's not a great question, but also a stupid question.
I was kind of asking for the Bonte, but go ahead.
It's just a stupid question.
Stupidest question ever.
Not ever, but stupid. But just for fun. Do you think that the 49ers will be 11-0 when they get to Philly?
Yeah. Yeah, unless they can squeeze in another game before that and they'll be 12-0. I mean, they're favored by 5 at Cleveland.
It's at Cleveland, and then it's at Minnesota, and then it's home to the Bengals. And then it's a week off, and then it's at Jacksonville, it's home to Tampa, and at Seattle. I mean, there's no total pushovers in there. I know people will say Minnesota's 1-4, but that's the Vikings.
And it's the second half of a road trip. Do we know if they're staying in Youngstown? If they're doing
I don't know.
A stay away, a play and stay?
And it's also a Monday night in Minnesota, so they do have an extra day. You know what I mean? It's an 8-day week, not a 7-day week.
6-game slate, the toughest game is at Jacksonville, and you're coming off a bye. Jacksonville sure looked good.
Jacksonville's good. I don't know if they're ready for the 49ers. At Seattle on Thanksgiving, that's always a thing.
Yeah, double short week for both teams. Yeah, but between now and December 3rd, 6 games, I'm trying to take your advice and just enjoy them all week by week, because it's so fun to watch this team, offense, defense. It's a blast.
One thing I do want to caution, and I'm not saying it's not going to be a tough game, and I'm not saying that Philadelphia is not the biggest competition to the 49ers in the NFC. Here's what I am saying. Philadelphia is not going to be anywhere near 11-0. I will promise you right now, go ahead and mark the tape, that the Eagles will have at least 2 losses by the time the 49ers get there on December 3rd. Lock it in. Lock it up. Listen to this. This is what Philadelphia has.
Yeah, I'm looking at
by
it.
the time they get to December 3rd against the 49ers. Even their quote-unquote games off are not that. Next week, at New York against the Jets. Let's see Jalen Hurts against that defense. I'm interested. Then they host the Miami Dolphins. Sign me up to watch every single play of that one. Then they go to Washington, a team we already know gave them trouble last year, gave them trouble last week. So, and then they're home to Dallas on November 5th, followed by a bye week, and get ready for the 1-2 punch before the Niners come to town at Kansas City, home to Buffalo. The Eagles stretch, like you want to talk about a first-place schedule. Good Lord. And by the way, once the Niners are done, it's at Dallas, at Seattle the next 2 weeks. Philadelphia's schedule for the next 2 months is insane.
Difficult.
It is insane.
To be certain. So 6 games for Philly between now and the Niners. 11-0 would be, wow, quite impressive. 10-1 would be impressive,
Totally.
considering you have Buffalo on a short week, too, because you play Monday night at Kansas City.
Good point.
And, it's not ever easy when you play a divisional game, especially in that division. Washington and Dallas back-to-back.
Well, and the Eagles are not blowing people out. Like, for whatever that's worth. The 49ers are blowing people off of the field. The Eagles beat Tampa by 2 scores. They beat the Rams by, I guess, 2 scores, a score and a half, a touchdown and a half, right? But Washington, an overtime game. Minnesota, we remember that one went down to the end, 6-point game. And the New England Patriots, a 5-point game, especially looking at who they are now. Gosh, they're one of the worst teams in the league. So all credit to Philly, they're 5-0. But this is more a nod to who they've got to go through over the next month and a half. It is as intense of a schedule as you will see across the entire league.
Without a doubt. And, you talk about Buffalo and Kansas City back-to-back, and then the Niners?
And then the Niners. Those 3. And Dallas after that. Think of that now. That's 4 straight weeks. Chiefs, Bills, Niners, Cowboys.
Well, it's 5 straight games because they have Dallas going into the bye. So
correct.
Dallas the bye, Kansas City, Buffalo, Niners, and Dallas again. Then to Seattle, a team that likely will still be playing for a lot. So it's quite a gauntlet. And I wonder if the league, the powers that be, didn't do this somewhat on purpose to smote Philadelphia. Keep them down,
That's
Mark.
about enough of that brotherly shove. Is that what you're saying?
That being said, that brotherly shove's going away.
I agree with you, although there's a fair debate as to whether or not it should. It will, because it's just a bad look. And the NFL makes
now
bad
people
looks.
are getting hurt. The Giants lost 2 players during that play last week.
But would you blame it solely on that play? Like, people get hurt on every play in the NFL. You know what I mean? I agree with you. I think they're going to do it. I think they're going to blame safety.
Sure.
I don't think it's necessarily a fair reason. I think they just don't like the look of it. It's a fait accompli play for the Eagles.
Right.
You can't stop it.
Well, the way I would try to stop it is I would send somebody after the quarterback.
How do you even send someone after the quarterback? He's in the middle of a pile of humanity.
You go headlong straight up the gut.
I don't
like
even know how to get to him.
Yeah.
Like he's insulated.
Yeah.
He's in there somewhere. I can't even find him.
So's the football,
Right.
allegedly.
David in Modesto here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, David. Thanks for calling.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Same old, man. Y'all excited from the last night's game? Kind of hungover? Drank too much?
What did you drink, David?
We drank siete ligas, which is Leguas. It's a tequila.
And how many of those did you have?
Well, the Niners scored so fast, we were 6 shots right off the gate. You know what I mean?
Oh, you were playing that game. You were doing.
Oh, yes, we did.
Oh my gosh, that's almost like the Roxanne drinking game. Remember I told you about that?
Yeah.
Where like you shot a beer every time he says Roxanne in that song. It's kind of the same thing. Watching the Niners score, you took a shot every time they scored.
Every time they scored, man, they scored faster than I thought. I expected I was going to take 3 shots, but they doubled down. You know.
Good for you, David.
But, oh yeah, I went to work and it was a bad day today. But anyhow, hey, so I got a quick question. Did you guys see I'm sure you guys seen it when McCaffrey got hit? I kind of thought he might have had a little concussion there. I remember when Alex Smith got hit like that. He went out for a couple plays, and that's when he told himself, "Hey, I'm not feeling good." To me, McCaffrey didn't look that good after that. Also, his eyes look foggy and everything. I don't know. I just want to take your guys' take on that.
Well,
if they should be looking out for that.
First of all, on the story you just told us, it might have been that your eyes were the foggy ones, not Christian. So I don't know how you can, after 6 shots of tequila, I'm not sure if we're going live to David for any thoughts on what CMC looked like. I'll tell you this. I'll just say this. Certainly when you see a play like that, when you watch football in 2023, it's the first thought that comes through your mind. And Christian jumped up so quick that it almost made me think, players know if you get hit in the head and you don't jump up right away, you're going to the tent. You're going to the tent. So I don't know if Christian was just like, stand up. But I didn't really see anything visual other than that. It certainly looked like a concussion play.
Sure.
But I didn't see Christian. He didn't look any worse for the wear to me.
At all. And they have the eye in the sky who can call down and remove players from the field. So if you see something from above, although it didn't work in the Tua play last year where he basically was bumbling and stumbling trying to get to the next play, but they have somebody watching for that very thing. So the hit happens, McCaffrey jumps up, and the concussion protocol people are all eyes on McCaffrey to see of any signs. And I didn't think that he was showing any signs of concussion. He didn't look like he had a blank expression. Now, he would go out and lose, I think, 3 yards on the next play.
The next play was a run play.
The next carry, yeah. But I don't think that he lost that yardage because he was concussed. And I would not be surprised if the word came out that he did have, some lingering effects because he got hit so hard in the head.
Well, I mean, we know this about concussions. There can be a delay. There can absolutely be a delay. So maybe he woke up with a headache this morning. I certainly hope not.
Yeah.
But I didn't see anything in that moment that would suggest there was any sort of a problem. Christian's got kind of a, he doesn't have that expressive of a face to begin with.
Game face.
It's just all business, yeah. You know what I mean? The whole team. Presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We're here all afternoon for your 49er phone calls, texts, comments, tweets, whatever. 888-957-9570. I think 49er fans, you got the best team in football. What's your reaction? More of your calls coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Here's a message for Bay Area architects.
defense in the league last year in points and yards allowed. Great start this year. On third down, they get to Prescott, and it's Nick Bosa. With just his second sack of the year, he's been getting close. Finally breaks through.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, you want to play the game? We're going to keep going with the phone calls. We'll go to you here in just a sec, but play the game. Where's the weakness? I
asked you that.
I know. The best thing I can come up with is Lenore and Thomas if the other quarterback gets time.
Boy, that's a great question.
But I don't even know if that's a fair answer because in the NFL, if you give the other quarterback time, the fastest human beings on the planet are going to get open. If you give Tua time, as they would say in college, strike up the band. You're not going to. What are you going to do? Ask someone to stay with Tyreek Hill?
Good luck.
Good luck.
Yeah.
So I don't blame the guys for that. You know what I mean? Like that, it all has to work in unison, and that's why the Niners have built this whole thing on pass rush, because you can't ask corners to cover for 8 seconds. You can't do that. So yes, there have been guys are going to get beat on certain plays. You're not going to shut out the opponent every time. I don't see anything that makes me go, oh crap, this is right. This is a bad matchup, or this is the weakness on the team. I don't see it. We looked at secondary and offensive line. That's what we were worried about before the year. I think they've both passed the test so far.
And now we may have to look at the depth of the offensive line with Aaron Banks sustaining the biceps injury. We don't know how much time, if at all, he's going to miss. I saw that Kyle, in his post-game comments, said it's not the kind of bicep injury that is going to cost him the year, it looks like.
They call him day-to-day? Did they call him day-to-day?
Yeah, I'm not
sure. Was that official?
Sure.
Someone said day-to-day because, sometimes they'll give you a little tip. Day-to-day, week-to-week, going to miss some time, what have you. I didn't see any of the official comment, but anyway.
Kyle's comment was, fortunately, it was a higher one. The low ones are the ones where you missed the year for, but we don't know if it was strained or pulled, but it was higher.
Got it.
So higher up toward the shoulder.
He has since spoken again today on his conference call with the media and said it was a strained shoulder and will be day-to-day.
Okay, good.
Day-to-day.
So not a torn biceps.
No.
A...
Day-to-day sort of makes you feel like the worst-case scenario a couple games?
Yeah.
It feels like the worst-case scenario.
Yeah.
Okay.
Best-case scenario, he's ready to go.
Yeah.
And you do have Feliciano, who played about half the game in his stead. So you got a veteran there. And, I mean, again, we're kind of reaching here looking for weaknesses. Your kicker hasn't missed. Your punter is incredible. Your kick returner has made great decisions on fair catches and, little 15-yard returns when necessary. There hasn't been anything.
I know.
It's a pretty easy watch.
It's really fun. It's really easy watch, but it's almost like there's weird emotions that come in. I know people who are like, and maybe this makes them nervous Nellies, but it's like, are you waiting for the other shoe to drop? It doesn't go like this. You don't just cruise through everybody, win the Super Bowl, and go home. There's going to be adversity somewhere at some point.
Yeah.
You'd think. There's no adversity-free season in the NFL. I don't think that exists. Does it?
Usually not. And
golly.
Even if you go back to the Dolphins and their famous undefeated season, I'm sure they had some spots where they were trailing and they had to pull stuff out, pull the rabbit out of the hat. So far through 5 games, this has been completely stress-free. As I mentioned, you've trailed for less than 2 minutes in the entire season.
And we can't find a player who's playing poorly.
Right.
There's no such thing as that in the NFL. You don't have 22 people plus, because there's also backups and others. There's no fan in America who's ever been like, yep, I like them all. They're all playing well.
And that's been the case. And, we keep waiting for a test. In this Sunday primetime spot against a really good team, we thought, an elite defense, we were told, and they went out there and you absolutely hammered Dallas. Hammered them.
Yeah, it's crazy. Let's keep talking to the peeps. 888-957-9570. How about Nick out in Ohio? Hey, Nick, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, fellers. I just wanted to know, I watched both the Lions game and the Niners game, and I just wonder if you guys also see a lot of similarities. Both have creative coaches and making good plays, offensive plays, and both have balanced offenses and defenses. Hutchinson is like, having a brain fart.
Aiden Hutchinson,
Niners defender.
Yeah, like
Hutchinson,
Nick
for the
Bosa.
Lions and
yep.
And who?
You said you're going to say Hutchinson's
anyway.
kind of like Bosa.
Yeah, there we go. It just seems so many similarities. I just wonder what you guys thought. I know the Lions aren't yet on the Niners level yet, maybe not, but just seems like they play a lot of the same way. And both quarterbacks are kind of, similar. They're not, playing like like Hall of Famers, but they're getting the job done and very efficient.
Well, Nick, I will say this, and don't trigger me, Nick. Don't say Brock Purdy's not playing like a Hall of Famer, because yes, he is. We simply can't have that conversation yet. I guess the similarity between Jared Goff and Brock Purdy is that both of them are undersung. Like, both of them are absolutely, like, we did this last night. Fun game to play. Remove the name and their picture, and then just go stat line and figure out who you're talking about. Well, let's see. This guy has a 3-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio. He is well over 1,200 yards, like averaging, somewhere north of 250 yards, and he's 4-1. I know you know who I'm talking about, but that's Jared Goff. Like, Jared Goff's numbers look a lot like Mahomes and Allen and Hurts' numbers. And obviously Purdy's do too, even more so, though, because he's got that 0 in the interception column.
Right.
So
you can't even do touchdown to interception ratios because the 0 does not allow for a ratio. There is no ratio.
I'm just here for the ratio. Sorry, we don't have one.
No
here.
ratio.
Yeah. So, but I guess there's a few similarities. They do like to they like to utilize the run game a lot. I think their coach has instilled a toughness in them. They do play selfless football, and they're balanced. I think the Lions are really good.
Yeah, and they scored 42 points.
Yep.
So that's where the comp, I think, lives right now here in Week 5. And they went out and they throttled Carolina. But still, for Detroit, this is a Detroit team that historically can't look past anyone. And now you sit at 4-1, and it's easy to say they're the third best team in the NFC, and they might be knocking on Philly's door.
Yeah, they're a factor. And the other thing about them is you can go ahead and give them that division now. That sucker's toast.
It's over.
They're winning that division. Minnesota's 1-4. The Bears are 1-4. The Packers are fine.
With a win tonight, they keep pace. They'd be a game back.
Yeah, but they're not. The Packers are going to be inconsistent with a quarterback who's starting for the first time and really nothing else that stands out as amazing. If you watch Packer games, it's the same thing every time. They're kind of like, we'll do enough to stay in it, we'll do enough to not run away from somebody, and some crazy stuff could happen in the fourth quarter. They've had somebody come back on them, and they came back on someone, but when the Lions came to town, they got totally outclassed. So they're just not good enough to hang in there. The Lions are the class of that division, and how many times has that sentence ever come out of anyone's mouth in the history of ever?
I got a good friend, Derek, who is a Lions fan from Detroit. He's a Detroit guy through and through.
Okay.
And he gets emotional now on Sundays because
good for them.
He's a little older than me, so his whole life has been spent of the Lions being a doormat and a punchline, and now all of a sudden you're good. I mean, you're really good, and you're exciting, and the head coach has things working out there.
They don't actually bite kneecaps, but that press conference is not as funny as it was when it happened, right?
We're going to bite a kneecap off?
Attaboy, coach. Like he did it. I was front of the line. We laughed our faces off at that when it happened. But he's done a great job. He changed the culture.
Yes, the guy came across as a bit of a clown, but now he's backed it up with a team that's 4-1. They're exciting, and their quarterback, who everyone wanted to cast off, He did more than just hang in there, big guy. Detroit is everybody's second favorite team.
I love them. I have a ton of Detroit stock in fantasy. A lot of golf stock, a lot of Amon-Ra, too much Jahmyr Gibbs.
Did you survive in the fantasy this week? I mean, in Survivor?
Pick the Lions.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Pick the Lions.
There you go.
Piece of cake.
All right.
On to the next.
Okay.
Everybody had either Detroit or Miami, though, so everybody's fine.
Okay.
A couple of Buffaloes woke up early and ruined their day. But
Whoa.
Yeah. Night.
Yeah.
All right. Gloria, Dollar Bill, the rest of you, we're coming straight to you at 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Local Arena Ticks, and it's Willard and Dibs.
Doesn't matter if you have...
touchdowns the first 4 games, 2 touchdowns the first 2 quarters tonight for George Kittle.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
And, of course, there's 3 touchdowns in 3 quarters, and it probably would have been 4 touchdowns in 4 quarters, except for the 49ers decided not to play the 4th quarter, because why? So, an absolutely dominating performance from the 49ers over the Cowboys. I think we'd like to explore the early Defensive Player of the Year candidacy for one Fred Warner. Although that could come to an interesting head this weekend. We'll do that in a little bit, but we want to stick with the phones here for sure with everybody chiming in on a Monster Monday.
It's a Monster Monday. It's a Victory Monday. And, God, it's just so sweet. These Mondays are so fun. I was thinking earlier, though, today, like, wins are great. Victories are wonderful. But for our business, sometimes it's nice to get a little of the controversy because is Purdy good? That's a wrap. Is Kyle Shanahan safe? Well, he's got an extension and he doesn't lose. That's a wrap. Nick Bosa, he's been amazing. Fred Warner, well, he just makes plays all over the field. So what do we talk about from a sports talk radio standpoint? You and I, not that we like to argue because we're authentic, but sometimes it's nice to get in a debate. Is this guy good? Who's the reason why they lost? Who's to blame? Point the finger.
Do red and gold really go together?
Totally.
Like, let's have that conversation.
Is that where we are?
I mean, it is a Monster Monday. It's brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. You're not wrong. Mondays this time of year are kind of like the Buffalo Bills. They're really, really good, but something is missing.
Yeah.
Something is not
it's a 4.
Quite
it's a great analogy.
There. And for us and for all of you, it's the, what the hell am I supposed to get mad about? Or what am I supposed to worry about?
Right.
Or what's even the little thing? Like 5-0, okay, but what about this thing that might get them? The 49ers right now look like a team that is weakness-free.
They scored 42 points, and I'm just looking at my notes because I watched the game back again this morning, and I texted the group this earlier. They could have played better. I mean, they made some mistakes. They were not perfect, and they scored 42 points.
That's kind of inherent, though, right? Like, yes. I mean, you're always going to commit a penalty or do something.
Shanahan was mad at the Brock Purdy delay game because he didn't get the play out in time.
Infuriating.
I mean, I was mad too.
Where's Darnold?
Seriously, Sammy D got some time now.
Enough of this crap.
Yeah, Sam Darnold, a perfect 1-for-1 for all you Darnold haters out there.
Oh boy, you were right. There was no drop off.
Brock is hearing footsteps. 1-for-1 for 1 yard, my man.
Gloria in the city. Hi, Gloria. You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, thanks for calling.
I just wanted to chime in and just talk about the dominance of the 49ers in all facets. In years past, they've been good, but at times maybe their special teams weren't good, and maybe the back end of the defense wasn't good, and certainly we had questions about the offensive line. Well, yesterday they were good in all facets, and it just showed. And I'm wondering, are we considering the measuring stick for them when they go to Philly and play? I'd like to take your answer off the air, but I feel confident that we could match up to them and even beat them. Thank you.
Yeah, Gloria, thanks. I would agree with your confidence. I share it. However, I would say that it's almost even still too early to go there. Like, we're only halfway to the Philly game. In fact, maybe even a little bit less. They have 11 games, I think, before, and each of them have a bye. So it's week 13, December 3rd against Philly. Right now, is that the measuring stick game in the NFC? Sure, there's no question. However, as I've said, I will guarantee you right now that not both teams will be undefeated. The Eagles will have at least 2 losses. We'll see what the 49ers have. It's not that easy to just go straight through the schedule. So I don't know what the Eagles are going to be offering come December 3rd. I hope that both teams are healthy and still moving in the correct direction. But if we're using the eye test or even like just kind of what they're doing against opponents, the Niners are better. Right now in a neutral field, the Niners would be favored. And to the point you were just making of like, there's nothing to come in here and say on a Monday. Well, there is in Philly. I promise you, our boss used to run a station in Philly, and he's got friends out there talking about how the head coach interview every week sounds like everybody's freaking out as if there was a loss. They're 5-0, but people are moving the ball up and down the field on the Eagles. Jalen Hurts' touchdown to interception ratio is 1.5 to 1. That's not that great.
No.
Look, they're 5-0.
2 5-0s they can look differently.
Yeah, and theirs
Absolutely.
does. Theirs does. Overtime at home against the Commanders, like they're having to battle in order to hold people off. That's not to take anything away. They're great, but the 49ers are in better shape than they are right now.
The 49ers are in better shape than just about
anyone,
any team at any level right now.
Ever.
Well, I mean, after
It's
5
actually
games,
right.
It's not that far-fetched. And again, this is after 5 games. No one's saying that this is the best team in the history of the NFL. They still have a long way to go, but they're on a course to where they might be able to prove that if they run the table and they don't lose and they win every game, including the game in February in Vegas, well, then they would go down as the greatest team in NFL history.
They would.
If you wind up 20-0, you go 17-0, and then you win all 3 playoff games.
I mean, I certainly would not predict that, but here's the funny thing.
Of course
not. The more crazy stuff that we start to imagine, we're getting closer each week to it being moderately believable. And I'm not saying that after 5 games I believe 20-0, but again, listen to this. You know I don't love stats, but I'll throw them out every now and again when one comes along where you're like, holy hell, you kidding me? And shout out to Mayoko, who tweeted this last night. I was there in Vegas the last time Purdy threw a pick. Okay? I was there. Which is why I'll never go to another football game again.
Good.
Just kidding. I went to the Giants game. Although that one looked a little wobbly there too in the first half. But anyway, yeah, no picks. Since Brock Purdy's last interception, you ready for his stats? He has had 235 pass attempts. He has completed 162 of them for 2,179 yards, 15 touchdown throws, 0 interceptions, all good for a passer rating of 119.4. Your Madden team is jealous of Brock Purdy right now. That's a fact. And so if that's believable, and it is because it's real, well, then what's not? What's not believable at this point? Mr. Irrelevant is leading the race for MVP. That's fact.
He hasn't thrown an interception since New Year's Day.
Right.
And now we're talking about 10 months, and during which time he had a complete elbow surgery. Right. Let's not forget about that little wrinkle in the story. So all the talk throughout the spring and summer was, is he going to be able to make it back? And the timeline, 6 months after the surgery, is it going to be Trey's time to shine? What will they do? Woe is us. And now the guy's come out, elbow looks pretty good, and he hasn't thrown a pick in 5 games, and you're 5-0.
I mean, since you brought his name up, what'd you think of the "We Want Trey" chants fourth quarter of the game last night? Yeah, it made me a little uncomfortable.
Well, and that was a crowd that was feeling itself.
Well, yeah, but
sobering up though by then because the beer sales got shut down at halftime.
I have a feeling they were still feeling it though, to a certain degree.
It was an inebriation sensation.
Very
is
well
what
played.
it was.
Very well played. Yeah, everybody knows that Trey was not allowed to play last night. Everybody knows that, right?
Unless the other 2 guys got hurt.
Correct.
He was in uniform.
Yes, but the Cowboys could not put him in. And you want to talk about mean-spirited. If they had put him in, that'd have been the meanest thing I've ever seen a coach do to a player. You do not stick him into that game against that team in front of that crowd with that score. That would have been awful. Y'all get that, right? For Trey.
It's a proving ground for a young player.
That would have been absolutely awful for him.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
If that was the next time he gets into an NFL game. So, all of you drunk people, I hope you were kidding. That's not nice. You be nice. Let's go to dollar bill. with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Dollar Bill, what are you doing?
Hey, boys. Happy Monday.
Indeed.
Well, going back to Brock and why he doesn't get the love he deserves is because he is the most boring quarterback in the league. Here's why. He doesn't really have any interceptions because he doesn't make stupid throws. He's never overcome adversity because he doesn't get from behind. He didn't get down. He doesn't throw it at 19 different arm angles. There's no drama. All he does is he throws accurate passes to his weapons in time, in stride. It's boring. And I'll tell you what, I'm not particularly a 49er fan. I'm a football fan. This 49er team, they're unbelievable. I hear coaches talk about complimentary football. The Niners don't play complimentary football. They're dominant on every side of the ball.
Bill, who are you a fan of?
That's it for me.
Yeah, can I ask, are you a fan of a certain team?
Oh, yeah.
Who?
I'm a fan of the most exciting quarterback in the league.
Who's that?
The Jets. Zach Wilson. You never know what's going to happen next. Is he going to fold in the pocket? Is he going to throw it right to another defender? Is he, you don't know what's going to happen.
Well,
and it's terrifying.
You're not wrong. Jets games are crazy, man. They are totally drunk. These games this year, all the way back to the first 4 plays of the season and everything that's happened since then. Like, there's been a lot of wild stuff. The games against the Chiefs and Broncos the last 2 weeks. But I know maybe you're doing it tongue in cheek. Maybe you're just trying to make a point. And I get it. But if he's on your team, if your team, and thanks, Bill, looks like this, it's not boring. I get how everyone else might think it is. I totally get why, like a Johnny Every fan is probably not that into watching 49er games.
Well, it's just complete domination. And if you're watching football and you want to enjoy greatness, you're seeing it with this 49er team. But if you're tuning in a game looking for a little back and forth and some drama and some intrigue, you don't often get a lot of that. Even yesterday when McCaffrey fumbles, you never thought like, okay, that's going to be the one that turns this game around. And Dallas ends up punting it back, and then Kittle on the flea flicker, and now it's 14-0, and it's a wrap.
Well, so let me throw this at you, and here's something else, because I think this is right up the alley of what Dollar Bill is saying. And I've heard a lot of people, I think even you this morning have said, this is like the Durant Warriors, right? You're just absolutely trucking people.
Yeah.
And there's zero concerns about anything on all sides of the ball. And I think it's a good comparison. However, if you go back to the Warriors' 4 championships, all of us rank the 2 in the middle as the least fun because we knew they were coming, because they didn't feel as homegrown. The first and the fourth felt the most special. Well, transfer that now to the 49ers. And I would argue that even if they are as dominant, and if it is as much of a fait accompli, if they do get to the playoffs and just absolutely torch through everyone, I don't think you get to the end of the year and feel the same way as you did when the Warriors won a title. When the Warriors would sweep in the NBA Finals, you're just kind of sitting there like you're super happy and impressed, but there also was that thing where you kind of look over your left shoulder and over your right, and you're like, oh, God, I kind of almost sorry for everybody else. Like, sorry we just absolutely bulldozed your whole face. This is different because if McCaffrey is the Durant, the outside acquisition that came in and made you go from really good to great, it's different because the 49ers haven't won one already. There's nothing that was, your quarterback didn't show up until essentially after McCaffrey. So this has a much more organic, still homegrown, kind of win one for the Gipper, get over the top feel.
For sure.
Than the Warriors did.
The Warriors won one and then lost one and then went out and kind of bought a couple. That was the feeling outside of the Bay Area. It's like you already got one and now you're going to get 2, but these ones don't fully count because how could you not win with that team? They won 67 games KD's first year, and then they went 16-1 in the playoffs. That was a complete demolition of the rest of the association. In football's different, too, because even yesterday, what did we see from Christian McCaffrey? Opening play, they grab him by the face mask and yank him to the ground. Later in the first half, he gets an absolute helmet-to-helmet shot. So there's that edge and a little bit of the anger that comes with being a football fan. And it never, like you said, it never feels like a fait accompli. I was just looking at the Patriots 2007 year when they went 16-0.
Yeah.
And they played some tough games because I was looking to see what the latest point in a year was where two undefeateds met.
Okay.
And it was that year.
Okay.
Patriots were 8-0. The Colts were 7-0. And they squared off. So if Philly and the Niners do remain on this collision course of unbeatenness come December, that would be the latest that any two teams ever squared off as unbeaten.
Yeah.
So I'm pulling for it for that reason.
Not going to happen.
I know you've been poo-pooing it. You're a naysayer.
No,
Negative Nelly.
Nelly.
We're taking it one game at a time here. And I want Philly and the Niners to both be undefeated at, would that be 11-0 at that spot?
Yeah.
That would be even extra sweet.
I'm not rooting against it. Philly just can't do it. They're not good enough to do that against that schedule.
It's a gauntlet. We've talked about it.
I think this is going to really grab you. You said it's 11 games?
Yes.
I would sooner believe that the Eagles are 7-4 than 11-0.
Wow. I don't see 7-4.
I doubt it, but the schedule is there for it to happen. You don't have to stretch your brain very far to see them losing 4 games.
I think that's a stretch, but
Miami, Dallas, Kansas City, Buffalo, road trips to Washington, the Jets, which is a good defense.
Oh, the Jets with a nice performance yesterday.
Right? I mean, against the Broncos, but
whatever.
Jets games are fun.
Zachy Poo looked good yesterday. He came through.
I don't know. The defense kind of came through.
Yeah, but he made some big throws late in that game.
Brees Hall ran wild, and the defense
did run wild.
Yeah, Brees is ready to roll, by the way. Brees is ready to roll. Dalvin Cook, that was fun. Thanks for showing up for a year. You're a backup. He is. Brees looks fantastic. He looked incredible yesterday. But I'm not kidding, man. I like at least 2 losses on the Eagles schedule. But let's explore this for a second. I think this is an interesting conversation for 49er fans. And I know what most of you are going to say, I think, at least because we're 49er fans. How can you not love this? Who's got it better than us?
Nobody.
Thank you. You're not bored, are you? You're not, right?
I don't know how you're bored.
I mean, I keep hearing and seeing the word come up today. And maybe it is from people who aren't Niner fans.
Dollar Bill's a Jets fan.
Yeah, that's fine.
a whole nother cardiac experience.
So if you're not a Niner fan, give us a buzz. Like, is this in some way too easy? I mean, look, last night was, as you said, last night was like sex if you're a 49er fan. There's no better feeling than doing that to the Cowboys. It's tremendous. I loved every second of it.
Oh, yeah.
But it's not the way that I thought I was going to feel. Rudolph and I got started, and we're doing our thing, and then you're up on the edge of your seat, and then I'm like, all right, here comes the part where Kyle's going to have to do more talking because I'm focused. And the Niners go right down the field, and it's 7-0, and then the Cowboys go 3-and-out, and I my back hit the back of my chair because I'm like, oh, the game wasn't over, but I'm like, oh, they're clearly the better team. All right, let's see how this goes. And then a few more minutes go by, and you're like, oh, yeah, that's a wrap. Okay, night. That's not how I thought last night was going to go.
Yeah, it took a little bit longer to get into that it's a wrap spot because they swapped 3-and-outs. Dallas goes 3-and-out again. Niners with the good long drive, but penalties, and he throws behind Ayuk. The one throw that Kyle was mentioning that was the only bad throw he made. He throws behind Brandon, and then he's too high to Bell, and they end up having to punt. Then Dallas fumbles, and you're thinking, okay, now it's time to cash in.
Right.
But then McCaffrey fumbles. Right. So it's only 7-0 at that point, but then Dallas has to punt again. Dallas goes 3-and-out, fumble, 3-and-out. That's their first 4 drives. So, and then the Niners do get the 1-play touchdown.
Yeah.
Dallas, though, with the answer, but even when they answered to make it 14-7, it still didn't feel like it was getting away.
As soon as they went 14-0, I'm like, Niners are winning this game. When the Cowboys made it 14-7, you're like, oh, this is one of like when you walk through a big bunch of gnats. You're like, kind of annoying. Get out of the way.
Yeah.
And then the Niners went right back and made it 21-7.
75-yard drive.
You're like, okay, see, world back on its axis. We're fine. And then the feet went up. I did not wear shoes during that game last night.
No. And if you had them on, they were off by halftime.
So it's fine. I love it. I mean, you'd be ridiculous to suggest anything otherwise. But if we are here to discuss with all of you what the fan experience is, even those of you who are not diehard 49er fans, is there something to it? Because I do see the word a lot today. I really do. And some people.
The B word.
Yeah, it's like it's tongue in cheek. My mom used it. I called my folks on the way in. And I was like, "That's boring." I'm like, well, Mom, take it easy. Mom's life.
Take it easy.
Mom's
Ellen.
life's a little boring right now. She broke her leg and she's on the couch a lot, and so she wanted to be entertained.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys did not hold up their end of the bargain. So she was joking. She's not giving it back.
Right.
But yeah, that was really easy. It was really, really easy.
If you wanted maximum entertainment on a 5-0 team, you'd be talking about overtimes and 10-point deficits erased and pick sixes and fumble sixes and, double reverses on kick returns. But you're taking 5-0. You'll take a dull 5-0 over an exciting 3-2. That's
Absolutely.
for sure.
The Bills have a very exciting 3-2.
They've been really fun.
But frustrating.
Yesterday was, an early morning dud.
Well, I think that the league needs to examine.
Oh, it's not fair.
Well, I think it's fair except for one aspect of it. And if you don't know what we're talking about, the Jags staying out in London for a full week and getting 2 games out there while the other team travels to London and the Bills looked asleep and the Jags did not. Gee, what a shock. Look, traveling is part of life in the NFL. You got to go travel to play someone. This one's excessive, but that's the deal. But here's the problem I had with it. The Bills were the home team. You can't take a home game from someone and then make them go to London to play someone who's been there for a week and a half. That feels wrong to me. If you want to make it a road game, that's the deal. You got to travel for your road games. But to take a home date away from the Bills and make them do that, that's to me the unfair part.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't even think about it in those terms.
Yeah,
but
it was a Bills home game.
Yeah, brutal. 3,561 miles away, which a little further, extra 1,000 miles than what they'll do if they ever come here to San Francisco. So Buffalo, and it's 5 time zones instead of 3. The fact that is a home game is brutal. Now, I know the Mexico City game last year, was that a Arizona home game?
Correct.
So, but at least that's close enough.
Closer.
And, it's going to be a road game anyway, playing the Niners.
And they were both traveling at the same time.
Correct.
As opposed to being out there for a whole week.
That is the part that I think is most unfair. But I hadn't thought about the home game part of it. But Jacksonville being out there already for a week, that is a huge advantage.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, and we will keep going with your calls next, 888-957-9570. Is there some sort of it's too easy going on in your mind with regard to 49er games so far this year? We'll take your calls on Willard and Dibs.
I'm living the life.
Staples.com/print for details.
McCaffrey, a touchdown, 13 straight games. He's in the backfield. McCaffrey to the goal line. 14 straight games with a touchdown.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Can I make a snide remark before we go back to the phones?
It's a little off-brand for you, but if you're authentic about your feelings, then let it fly, kid.
It's actually it's a setup for a potential snide remark.
Okay.
It's more of a question, I guess. All right, Bay Area sports fans, what's more fun on any given weekend?
What do you do, hotshot?
What do you do? What's more fun? Niners cannon the Cowboys? Or watching Clayton Kershaw's annual playoff meltdown?
Annual, that's mean-spirited.
Yeah.
He's had some gems along the way.
Yes?
I'll look it up.
Yeah, he's had a few. They're usually like first-rounders. Dude, 6 runs before he got an out? 6 runs before he got an out.
A lot of cheap hits in there.
No, none. Just absolute line shot seeds flying all over Dodger Stadium. 6-0 before they got their bats. I was like, I just wanted to send that GIF out all over social. You know that GIF where Seinfeld takes a little popcorn and goes, that's a shame. Gosh, 6 runs in the first inning for the D-backs? Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame for the Dodgers. Too bad. So sad. I know the answer is 49ers over the Cowboys, but it's close.
Yeah.
It would be equal if it was the Giants actually hitting the ball off of Clayton Kershaw, but the Giants don't hit the ball much right now.
And the Giants don't get to play in October unless the schedule maker deems that they get to play in that month.
Bruce Bochy's still playing. Carlos Correa's still playing. Dodgers are still playing.
Yeah. It's a shame.
Anyway, let's go to sophomore in Pacifica. Hey, sophomore, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Gentlemen, hey, I want you guys to rediscover your inner fan. No one out here is bored. If you spend all your time thinking about sports and talking about sports, then maybe you're bored. But like you said, this is not the KD Warriors. This is fun. Like, Brock Purdy looks like he's in high school. It's a blast. Last night, during the game, the first few series, we got that touchdown, right? For a while then, it looked like neither team could score on the other team's defense. We were getting beat up just like they were for a while there. And it was a little anxious. So nobody out here is bored. I don't want you guys to be bored. Find what's exciting to you about it, because it's a long season, and I'm going to enjoy it.
Sophomore, be very careful where you're going here. I'm not bored.
No, neither am I.
Dibs
sophomore,
is not bored.
No.
I keep seeing and hearing that word, though, and one of our callers brought it up. Thank you, sophomore. I am not bored in the slightest. But I pose the question, is this a thing? Because I've heard it about like 4 different times today where people are like, and again, sometimes it's tongue-in-cheek, but it's like, man, they're so good, it's boring. So I'm like, wait a minute, are some of you actually like, is this too easy? I do not have any issues with how the 49ers. I find it to be awesome, not just for the football fan in me and the visual aspects of how good they are. I also find this team incredibly easy to root for.
Yeah.
On an emotional level. Like, and I mean that sort of what I said off the top of the show. The reason the 49ers, I find them right now, today, to be the absolute clear-cut favorite to win the Super Bowl is not just because they've got good players at every position and they're humming, but I look around at some of the other good teams in the NFL. The Eagles are 5-0, but their top receiver's screaming at their quarterback on the sideline. The Bills are only 3-2. They're really good. Their top receiver is literally got like 1 billion touchdowns in the last 2 weeks, and he's hucking his helmet off the ground, and Josh Allen is looking at him like, I'm so done with you. I'm so done with you. CeeDee Lamb is bleeping reporters in the locker room. Like Justin Jefferson's already talking about whether there's a trust level about who's his quarterback going to be next year. The Lions are super chill. They look like they've got their heads screwed on straight. I think the Chiefs largely do. The 49ers right now, this team is truly that. They are such a team. Brock Purdy talked about it yesterday. No egos on this team, even though I'm sure there are some.
But the team, it feels like the team comes first. George Kittle's a great example. Hasn't scored a touchdown all year. You haven't heard a word from him. He's out there blocking his tuchus off, loving it, and then yesterday he gets the 3. You haven't heard Debo say anything about his touchdowns, or Brandon Ayuk, Christian McCaffrey, the workhorse, is out there humbly doing what he can. Kyle Juszczyk yesterday got 4 catches, but normally doesn't really get to touch the ball very often. And all of this behind a guy, Kyle Shanahan, who's just going about his business one game at a time. The defense is a hard hat bunch that doesn't seem to, there's no finger pointing. Yep. There was no animosity toward Nick Bosa, who skipped out on the entirety of training camp. They are a completely unified group right now. And I know it's early, and adversity brings out the worst in all of us, and they haven't had that adversity. But you mentioned Philly. You're undefeated, and you've got some chirping going back and forth. This team is chirp-free.
This was the comment that Purdy made after the game that sort of got my attention on this particular conversation.
Yeah, I mean, like we said before, this team doesn't have, any ego. Everyone wants to win. I feel like everyone knows that they're good, and so it's going to be just a matter of time with their game. This game, George had, the touchdowns. He had opportunities, but still, Debo, B.A., Christian, everyone's able to contribute, J.J., and so, their time comes, and so they know that. But at the end of the day, we put winning first. That's what we want to do. There's no, selfish times where, guys are coming up to me saying, hey, man, I'm open. You got to throw it to me or anything like that. So I'm very lucky and fortunate for that, and we'll just keep it rolling.
There's 2 sentences to me that stand out. One of them is, everybody knows they're good. I love that. It's like, dude, we all know, and especially good, it's coming from him. Because while the nation is out here going, is he good? Is he really good? Is he a product of the system? Is he this, that? He's like, dude, I know I'm good. I don't need your validation. I know I'm good. Debo knows he's good. Brandon knows he's good. Kittle's obviously good. Trent Williams, are you kidding me? And we can keep going on and on. There's more and more names. We know we're good. And we know that matters most if we're acting as a collective as opposed to individuals. It's easier said than done at the professional level.
Absolutely. And I think you can take the cue from your quarterback, who is making a fraction of the money all those guys are making. And now Ayuk isn't yet making that massive money, but he's doing all right.
First round pick.
Right. Yeah. So he's making that first round money, but he's not making the money he will be making in a couple of years. But Trent makes a ton, and Kittle, and you got a quarterback who is sharing his house with 2 other teammates because the South Bay is expensive, and yet he's not complaining. He just goes out there, puts his head down, shares the ball, spreads it around, and if he's humble and the team is all humble around him, who's going to step out and be that me guy?
At Brock's current salary, in order to make what Brandon has made in his first 4 years, Brock would need to play the same number of years as what he wears on his chest.
13
years.
He's making $800,000.
Right.
And
Brandon's contract is for 12 and a half.
Okay.
Through 4 years, and he's in year 4.
Wow. So he would need to play 13 Brock Purdy seasons making $800K.
Yeah, in order to match Brandon's number.
Yeah, and geez, for him, I thought you were going to go to if Brock Purdy wants to buy a house, he's going to have to probably play a couple of years.
Way more than 13 years. In the Bay Area, 22 years, maybe be able to get like a duplex, something like that.
McCaffrey's got 8 touchdowns. Kittle's got the 3 we know. B.A. with 2, Debo with 2. And yet these guys aren't stepping out and saying, where's my share?
Right.
Where are my tutties? And, the fact that you're 5-0 makes it so that doesn't happen, but you got 5-0 chirping from Philadelphia, which to me,
no doubt,
that's a bad sign, because football above all, is a team game, and you're all out there literally putting your lives on the line.
Well, and the Niners do have some scenarios in play that would, if you had different human beings and a different culture, that could lead to that kind of stuff. Brandon's in a contract year. Every 100-yard game for Brandon is big dollars. And every time he only gets 38 yards receiving, that's a loss of dollars. He is playing to try to convince the 49ers that he's a top 10 receiver in this sport. That's all on the line. But no chirping. And Debo, on the other hand, yes, he's already gotten his money, but he's sitting there going, I thought I played terrible last year. I worked like crazy to get into a different shape, and I want to prove that contract. I want to stay on this team. And for 2 weeks in a row now, he's barely touched the ball. Nobody says a word. Like, that's not given. It's not given in an NFL locker room. So,
the Ayuk point is a great one because he's 37th in the league in catches. He has 21 catches. McCaffrey has 20. Debo has 20. Talk about sharing the ball.
Share the rock.
And, McCaffrey obviously has the most touches because he's got 99 carries, leading the NFL. But Brock's spreading it around, and they're winning. Everything should be good in the hood when you're winning. But as you were mentioning, other teams that have been successful this year, you're already seeing some grumbling.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ayuk, that's the label he wants. Ayuk right now wants it to look like he's a top 10 receiver in the game. And when we look at it from a talent perspective, I think a lot of us think he does come pretty close at least to fitting in that conversation. But the numbers may not bear that out because a lot of mouths to feed, great run game, fourth quarters where you're not even playing. He missed a game earlier this year. All of that stuff. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Willard and Dibbs, we're so glad you're with us, taking your phone calls on 49er football. What'd you think? Comcast Business text line there for you. Twitch and YouTube, as we mentioned, the chats are on and popping as always. LJ in San Francisco on with Willard and Dibbs. Hi, LJ. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm in traffic on my way back to the East Bay, heading out of SF. And, real quick, the wife and I stopped by Quick Drop. Still works in San Leandro. Nice spot. You guys are going to enjoy it. Sure is same as the other location. But on the game, man, it's been baffling to me here, and I'm sure there's been some jokes about the boredom. But as a Bay Area sports fan, that was an incredible game. I mean, it was entertaining. I know we had a few misses here and there. But what about that defense? I mean, I think the word that folks should be saying is synergy and identifying that between the offense and defense. These guys are on the same page. And I think this book isn't going to get lost in the chapters. The best is yet to come, as well as, the greatest challenges. So it was exciting. And the defense is really what was exciting. And I enjoy watching them. I have faith in Purdy, and I'm an underdog rooter. But that was something.
LJ, I think we're with you. I for one, Dibbs, I don't know if you agree with this. When you factor in the opponent and the situation, and then also just the look, I thought that was the defense's best game so far.
I would agree in terms of, what you were up against and how you went about doing it. And 3 and outs is what you've kind of become accustomed to seeing. And then the Fred Warner punch out was just a thing of beauty. And then watching Dre Greenlaw absolutely burst onto people. I thought maybe he got away with a flag they could have thrown when he body slammed. I think it was Pollard. Picked him up on the apron and discarded him pretty violently.
Can you imagine if he got hurt again?
Yeah.
That's just like Dre. Once a game, I'm like, Dre, could you calm down just a little bit?
I know you've said that in the past.
I love him. He's so underrated. He's fantastic. But he plays just right on that edge, which I know that's part of his game.
Oh,
That's why he's so good. But, man, he rides the line of a personal foul every single week.
Every single snap.
Yeah.
Because he is out to finish you. He's out to win the play, and he's out to – I don't think he's out to hurt people, but he plays with that violence. And he gets his hands on you, and he's putting you to the ground. And that was one where I thought, ooh, No flag? Okay. We're back to the huddle. But the defense, they played amazing. It's not only, creating turnovers and getting the picks, and Dak's going to give you a couple, we know that, but just the way they hit. That was a hard-hitting game, and they took Dallas's will.
Yeah, they were fantastic. I know if you look at their 5 games, talk about the best performances from the defense, maybe the Pittsburgh one stands out too, but I'm also looking at what is being presented to you by the opposite offense.
Right.
Kenny Pickett and the Steelers, Pickett, he's not terrible, but that team's going to struggle to get to 20 points every time they play, period. They won a game yesterday by scoring 17 with 9 of them coming in the last 5 minutes of the game. A little bit of a fire drill there in the end. Like, that's the Steelers. And by the way, just while we're on this was kind of funny last night because there was a moment where it looked like the Broncos were going to come back against the Jets. And Rudolph texts me. He goes, dude, is it Russell Wilson magic time again? Is Russell Wilson magic back? And then, no, Russell Wilson magic is not back. But I'm like, who has the magic? It's still Mike freaking Tomlin. The Steelers are in first place. They're 3-2. They've gone 3-1 since the Niners left town after the way they looked against the Niners.
Yeah.
And here he is with a winning record again. Even though you're looking at him, you're going, they don't do anything well. It does. I mean, TJ Watt.
Minus 31 point differential.
Unbelievable. Mike Tomlin, I don't know what it is, but he's going to have a winning record no matter what the scenario is.
They've scored 79 points in 5 games. For Miami, that's called an afternoon.
What a no joke.
That's 16 a game, Mark.
Oh, my
5
gosh.
times 16 is 80. So they're averaging 15.8 a game.
In first place.
3-2. And they had no business winning that game yesterday.
None. Baltimore ran them up and down the field for 3.5 quarters. They just couldn't score.
I got Lamar as my fantasy QB, so I watch a lot of Ravens. And I was thinking about the Niners watching the Ravens drop ball after ball after ball. They had to have had 6 drops yesterday, including 2 that were absolute walk-in or standing there touchdowns. And I was thinking, like yesterday, last night's game, did the Niners have a drop? And I know the previous game they didn't because the guy went 20 for 21. So
I don't think so.
Do the Niners, and I'm not jinxing them because I'm not in the locker room, but how many drops do the Niners have this year?
I don't know.
It's probably on one hand.
I tell you what, I think you're right. And I look at last night, were there a couple of, and these were contested balls or over the middle, 2 defenders. Could they have held on to it? Sure. Would I call it a drop? Hell no. I mean, when you're getting absolutely trucked in between 2 defenders right as the ball's getting there, Brock gives you a chance to catch it, but, it's not a given by any stretch. I cannot think of one that was not caught that you're like, that should have been caught. I think, was it Ayuk or Debo had one that Brock threw just a touch behind him?
It was Ayuk.
And
it's not a drop.
No, it's not a drop. He reached back. He could have caught it, but it was not a drop. No, they were fantastic. They're fantastic.
It just reminded me of that when I was thinking about Lamar, and then you watch that game last night, and it's just, they're clinical. The offense hums because the play caller is a genius, and because the quarterback is unbelievably proficient. The schemes are advanced, and then they execute. They don't give you free stuff. Yeah, offsides, or there's a false start on Trent. There was a delay game, some of the parking tickets that you're going to get living your life, but this team is so efficient, and they don't give you any freebies.
I got a Christmas present for you.
All right. Early. Coming early.
Yeah. Sit Lamar on your fantasy team on Christmas. I'm just thinking about the matchups here, and I know the 49ers traditionally have struggled at times with mobile quarterbacks. I'm not saying Lamar might not break, off a run or 2 here or there, but just in watching that Baltimore team as much as we have, that is a bad matchup for the Baltimore Ravens. Christmas night against the 49ers.
And that's
a bad matchup.
What week is that? Because I don't even know if here I'm looking right
16
now.
16 or 17?
That would be probably the Super Bowl then for our league, or the second round of the playoffs. And I'm just hoping to get there, Mark. I'm just hoping I'm still playing fantasy by December 25th.
That's right. The playoffs start by week 15, right?
Yeah, we have 3 rounds of playoffs. 15, we got 6 teams getting in.
And that's week 16. So that's the semifinals.
If
It's the
I hope
semifinals.
that I have to worry about
That's
that.
a good point. I forgot that. I forgot that we might not be playing by then.
According to NFL advanced stats, the 49ers have dropped. How many drops do you think they have this year, Mark? Grandy, if you would, please. Game show music, please. 49ers drops. The drop numbers are out. The drop numbers are here, Mark.
Have they dropped?
They have dropped
Okay.
passes.
No. I mean the drop numbers have
The drops have dropped.
They've dropped.
Yes, the stats have dropped. And the numbers are here. And the numbers are out. How many team drops, according to ProFootballReference.com? How many drops?
4.
Look at the big brain on Mark Willard.
Did I nail it?
4.
The answer is 4.
Hey!
4.
Thank you, Hoosiers. How many drops? 4.
Totally. I'd say who has the drops, but I think we've taken this far enough. I can just tell you, Ayuk is credited with 1. Eli Mitchell with 1. George Kittle has 2. So ends your list of 49ers with drops.
No drops for Debo.
Or Snead, or Ray Ray, or
Christian.
Ronnie, or Kyle, or Jawan, or Christian.
Damn.
Brock Purdy actually has more drops than just about all the receivers. With, he's dropped 2 snaps. 4 drops, Mark. So what I was seeing with my eyes is actually proven out in the stats. They just don't drop the football.
Brother, it's clean right now.
Bro, Baltimore couldn't hold on to the pigskin.
Chieftain.
You
I'm
always got a
telling you.
chieftain.
I know. I need to use like jabroni or something like that. I'm telling you, doctor. They are playing so clean.
Clean, yeah.
So clean. What does this remind you all of? What I said earlier, and I don't want to get into Purdy versus Montana and Young and stuff like this. But to me, this is, and we're 5 games in, but watching this football team right now, this reminds me of 30 years ago. I don't think, I said 2 weeks ago that this is the best roster the 49ers have had since 94. And I stand by that. But now let's take that a step further. I think this is the best stretch of 49er football I have seen since then as well. This is 49er football from the Super Bowl era. Nothing has looked this good. Even the teams that went to the Super Bowl, even Garoppolo's 8-0 start, even Kaepernick's 49ers run, nothing has looked this clean, this buttoned up, this sustainable, this dominant. So it absolutely reminds me of Bill Walsh era football, where you had to make an appointment to get to the TV before the 49er offense took the field because you knew something dominant, something special was about to happen.
They've played 300 minutes of football, and they've trailed for 1 minute and 45. Now, they've been tied, Mark. They've been tied a bunch. Not really a bunch.
No.
1 minute 45 of 300 minutes they've been trailing. And that was in the second quarter against the Rams.
Yeah, and I was furious, by the way, when they were. For that whole minute 45.
The longest
I'm like,
minute
what the hell are they
45.
doing? What are you doing? Get the quarterback.
They haven't trailed by more than 7 points, and that was for 1 minute 45. It's incredible.
Yeah. So
It's been boring. I don't think so.
What do you want to compare this to? And yeah, does it, like 49er fan or not, is this too easy? These Ottoman games that we're watching? You know what's really? I'll tell you this: we're missing out. We're missing out on something. We all should be betting the house every single week. That's what we should be doing because we'd all be rich by now. Golden State Warriors 2023-24 season presented by Kaiser Permanente is coming up soon. Do not miss the excitement live at Chase Center. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives are standing by. We'll keep taking your 49er phone calls. What'd you think? 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
When you want to have fun and have scratchers to scratch, there's a playful way you can do just that. Scratch.
Jesus, you guys, everybody, unbelievable today, man. I can't wait to watch the tape and enjoy it.
That was fun as hell, boy. Hey, I love every single one of y'all in this huddle. You too. All right, that's love over fear right there. Yep. That's what it looked like. All right, it's never about them, it's about us every single week, one at a time, baby. Let's go get it. Niners on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's from the 49ers. You heard the voices of both Kyle Shanahan and Fred Warner. Love over fear. I'll take that any day of the week. And that's kind of the vibe you get out of this locker room right now. I also like hearing him say, and I know teams say this all the time, it's always about us. It's not about them. The larger point being that, like, block out the noise, block out everything else going on. It's always about us. That's only true if you are the best team. What's funny to me, and this is a very pro athlete thing, I don't rip it because I get it. Pro athletes, by nature, have achieved unbelievable levels of success at their craft.
Think about that.
Okay.
I mean, if you're a pro football player, you are one of the best football players on the planet. And you're probably a ferociously fit and strong athlete.
Correct. So how hard would it be for that person to admit, oh, that other guy or that other team is better than us? Teams don't usually do that. Players don't usually do that. It's always like, no. We made mistakes.
Yeah.
We caused it. Serena Williams was famous for this, but for her it was actually true because she's the best. But if she ever lost, she'd go to a press conference and you'd never hear her be, well, I mean, she just beat me. It's like, no, I messed up, and so I lost, and that would trigger some people. This one's funny to me, though. Micah Parsons is absolutely one of the best defensive players in the game. We know this. And I like Micah. His podcast has brought to light some interesting stuff in recent weeks. He was one of the first players to really start saying, hey, Brock Purdy, can we stop with the whole, like, oh, product of the system? This guy is a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. But some of the stuff that Micah said yesterday, I mean, you tell me what you think. Quote, I don't think the 49ers are at a higher level than us. I think we're the same caliber playoff team. Same talent, same standards. I just feel like we need to reconsider and fix some things. The score doesn't really show what happened out there.
Well, the last part of it is the laughable part for me. Now, he can think that they're at the same level, and I don't believe that they are at the same level, but to say that, you know, what happened on the field, the score does not indicate what happened on the field is completely false because the 49ers played 47 minutes of offense and 13 minutes of we've beaten you, here are our number twos. And if you look at the snap counts, there's guys who played 11 snaps last night who never play, just straight up backups who came onto the field because they let everybody play. They called off the Dogs up 42-10. So you're right. The score doesn't really indicate what happened on the field because you should have lost 60-10.
Right, or at least 49-10, which would have been a little bit more appropriate.
I think 56-10.
Maybe.
I think you would have scored.
If they wanted it to.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I guess what he's saying is not wrong.
I guess.
But it's wrong because he's saying it in the wrong way.
Look, when you see games, there's always, it's so funny. I do this all weekend going to soccer games. You know, my daughter plays, and you got the whole parent circuit, and everybody's going out to soccer games, and they're coming from games. Oh, my son played over here, my daughter played over there, and people are just going, oh, how'd the game go this morning? Oh, we should have won. But, and then you go into what, it's like everybody thinks that. You always think that your team should have won because you're not looking at the game through the perspective of the other person. So that's fine if Micah Parsons thinks they should have won. The problem is the Niners didn't win 24-17. They won 42-10 and stopped playing in the fourth quarter. Same talent? No. Not even close.
No.
It's not even close. Micah, are you talented enough to be on the Niner defense? Yeah. Anybody else? Very few.
Right.
Very few. You tell me go position by position in these two games.
Sure.
Tell me how many Niners you'd swap out for their counterpart.
Yeah, not many. Not many at all.
Micah literally might be one of the only ones.
I was thinking about CeeDee Lamb, but like CeeDee versus Brandon Ayuk, that's close right now.
Well, same draft class, same round. And CeeDee has had, I guess...
He's had bigger games.
Well, I think he's got the resume over Brandon.
Yep.
But only in spots. Only
Correct.
in spots.
And again, it comes down to what Fred Warner was talking about in that soundbite that we played on the way in, and it's about what you were saying, the humility and the unity. Brandon Ayuk understands now what his role is on this team, and he plays at a consistent level. He's a better blocker than CeeDee Lamb is.
Yep.
And so in terms of fit for the 49ers, I would take Ayuk over CeeDee Lamb.
Just looking at this, okay. Brandon Ayuk has 2,967 career yards and 20 touchdowns. CD, 3,700 yards, 21 touchdowns.
Okay, so about
he's
800
got
more
800 more yards
and one touch.
And one more touchdown. Yeah. 287 catches versus 215 catches. CD over Brandon. Now, Brandon also spent more than half a year in Kyle Shanahan's doghouse. So there's also been some injury stuff there. CD's played 4 more games.
Right.
Than Brandon.
And Dallas, the offense that Dallas runs, which is a ton of 11 personnel, 3 wide receivers, they look to throw it a lot more. Brandon Ayuk plays for a team that loves to run the football, so he's not going to get as many opportunities.
CD has also been, starting at year 2, he was a clear wide receiver 1. They traded Amari Cooper.
Right.
Brandon Ayuk has been next to Deebo Samuel.
And now he's wide receiver 1.
He's traditional wide receiver 1.
Right.
I'm still not sure he's wide receiver 1. Like 2 weeks ago when the Giants were in town, and I know he was out, but like Deebo had every bit of a look of wide receiver 1.
I think when both are on the field and they run a lot of 2 wide receiver sets, if you're looking to make a big play in the pass game involving a throw down the field,
Brandon.
It's going to be Brandon.
Agreed.
If you're looking to get the ball in the hands of a guy who Collinsworth last night said he's all thighs, I would hate to have to tackle that guy.
He is.
And I thought that was a hilarious descriptor, but if you want to get the ball to a guy who can get the yak and make a play, inside the 5-yard area, it's going to be Deebo.
Look, there's also bias because each of these guys were drafted by their team. Their fan base loves their guy. But I just think largely, resume aside, if you offered to 49er fans right now, would you trade Brandon Ayuk for CeeDee Lamb? Your answer would largely be no. No. I'm not wanting CeeDee Lamb instead of Brandon Ayuk.
And you wouldn't give up Greenlaw or Warner for Van Der Esch, who's a very good player.
Nope.
And you wouldn't give up Trent Williams for their left tackle Smith, who's a very good player.
No, tell me like it's Micah on the opposite edge of Nick Bosa is literally,
that's your upgrade.
If Diggs were healthy, sure, Diggs would make the 49ers. Micah would make the 49ers starting lineup.
You wouldn't give up Mooney for Gilmore.
Nope. Not giving up, obviously, McCaffrey over Pollard. Purdy over Dak, don't even get me freaking started. Kittle over Jake Ferguson. Same talent? Well, you're kidding me, Micah. There's 22 starters. 22 starters. I think 2 of you could make the Niners starting lineup.
And let's not even get into laminated play sheet versus looking flummoxed and baffled.
Seriously, great point.
And even, the kicker, their young, unproven kicker versus our unproven kicker.
The one who hasn't missed yet?
Their kicker's only missed once.
Okay.
So I'm still taking Jake Moody.
That's one more than Moody.
You know what? Anger and Wisnowski, 888-957-9570. Let's debate.
Break it down.
Because Anger, I think he went to Cal. He's a good punter. Yeah. I think he's top 5 in net punting this year.
Sweet. He gets more work than Wisnowski does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, maybe that's 3.
Niners don't even need a punter last night, Micah.
They got 99 problems and a Mitch ain't one.
Nicely played.
We do know that. That's a Willard original.
We're not done with Micah. Micah's got a podcast.
Bonus Micah?
Got a podcast called On the Edge. Get it?
I
On
do.
the Edge. So George Kittle last night And what was it? What did the shirt exactly say? Just F Dallas or what? What did it say?
Yeah, it said F Dallas, and it has the Dallas Star on his undershirt. So he pulled up his jersey after scoring a touchdown and showed it off to the fans.
F Dallas with a star on it.
Now,
George
was
Kittle.
it just F, or was it F space, or
did it actually say the word?
I think it was F and then like dashes.
Okay.
I think so.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Micah didn't like it.
George Kittle had 3 touchdowns on us, and he posted this thing to IG. He said F Dallas. I just feel like he's making it way more personal than it had to be. Kittle's my guy, but I'm going to say this. Laugh now, cry later. We got something for that. Just trust. If we see them again, just trust. And we're going to put it just like that. I ain't going to put too much on it. You're going to make it personal. We can make it personal. That's cool.
It's a Drake song. Laugh now, cry later. Shout out Drizzy Drake.
Okay.
It's, well.
I love it. Oh.
It's bulletin board material, Mark.
Oh, hold on, everybody. Let's play it again because now Micah's mad. Now let's try it and see what it looks like. I didn't know that Micah forgot to get mad. If only Micah had gotten mad, I bet the 32-point complete dismantling of your franchise from top to bottom would have looked different if only you had been a little bit perturbed.
You won't like me when I'm angry. When Micah gets mad, watch out.
Okay, Micah.
By the way, Kittle's shirt did actually have the full spelled out. I just saw the blurred out version on Twitter.
What a terrible example for
Exactly,
America's youth. Awful. Isn't today's Kittle's birthday? You get a birthday for George Kittle today? Or sometime around now? I think I heard something about George Kittle's birthday. Give me a...
You would be correct.
Yeah. Happy birthday.
1993.
Bleep you, Micah. It's George's birthday. He's 30 today.
30.
Woo.
Man.
Huh.
Well, it only makes perfect sense then that they got him 3 touchdowns on his birthday eve.
Celebrated each decade with a tutty against the Cowboys.
And today they get to watch the tape, and I'm sure it's popcorn for everyone just sitting back and just laughing. It's an absolute comedy. You know, every movie that they've watched this year of their game film, it's been an enjoyable watch. I'm picturing them all like sharing popcorn and red vines and maybe some milk duds.
Yeah, this one's a romantic comedy, but kind of R-rated. A little bit of an R-rated romantic comedy
for sure.
Last night, I thought. I mean, look, again, Micah Parsons is one of the best defensive players in the game. I would never expect Micah to walk to a microphone and be like, they're better than us. What do you want me to do? Can't play with them. Of course he doesn't feel that way because through his eyes, it's not that way. He can. He's Micah freaking Parsons.
Well, what he really wants to say is my quarterback is not good enough. Our defense wasn't the problem. That quarterback had us out on the field every damn minute of that first half. That's the problem, guys. Our defense never had a chance because we were exhausted because our quarterback and our running back fumbles, our quarterback throws picks, our wide receiver, who is a superstar, can't get open. And so every damn 5 minutes, I got to find my helmet and get back out there and play football.
Although, I don't think you can say that when you also got no sacks and only 1 pressure. Like, Micah didn't do anything in this football game either. Listen to the quote again, though. Same talent, same standards. I just feel like we need to reconsider, ... He stops. And fix some things, ... The score doesn't really show what happened out there. Oh, Micah, and I'm sure no reporter did this, and I'm not ripping them because I wasn't there, and so I don't know what the flow of the conversation was. But if I heard a player last night say, we need to reconsider, I certainly would have tried to say, reconsider what? What? What do you want to reconsider? I wonder what he was getting at. That's not a word you usually hear after a loss. We need to reconsider. Reconsider what? What is it that you're doing the wrong way that led to this 32-point loss?
Reconsider why we gave our quarterback all that money when he's not that good.
Reconsider why we got on the flight?
Reconsider why we chose to defer and let San Francisco have the ball first.
Reconsider why we reshuffled our coaching staff so that Kellen Moore is now calling plays for the Chargers.
Reconsider why we decided that Mike McCarthy was the guy to lead us into the future.
I mean, I don't know. What is it you want to reconsider?
Reconsider letting Ezekiel Elliott go, even though he's closer to washed.
Exactly. Is no shade on Micah. He's a phenomenal football player, and if I were him, I wouldn't feel any different. But I do think that this is part of pro sports. When it gets handed to you, it's not going to play well to come out and be like, no, we're just as good, but it just didn't go our way that night, or we messed up. No, you didn't. Like, I'll give Dak Prescott sort of the opposite acknowledgement. I thought Dak in front of the microphone was great last night. He called it the most humbling game that he's ever been a part of in his entire career. There was no, well, I missed a couple throws and that could have changed the game. You didn't lose by 5. You lost by 32.
Yeah, and it wasn't that close is the thing.
No.
The Niners called off the Dogs with 13 minutes to go. And all of you Shanahan haters who have been agitating for him to use Christian McCaffrey less and load manage CMC, you got your wish. With 13 minutes to go, it was a wrap for Kittle. And McCaffrey actually had sat earlier in the first half. You got a lot of Jordan Mason. So he's hearing you people. He's starting to spell Christian McCaffrey a little bit along the way.
Still got over 20 touches. Does that surprise you?
No.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
21.
Right, because I'm looking at my game log here, and they bring Mason in. He goes for 7. He goes for 2. It's 3rd and 1. Let's bring him back in. Let's bring McCaffrey back in. 2 plays off. That's probably about enough of that.
Yeah, 41 carries in the game yesterday. 41 rushing attempts, obviously. 25 passing attempts, and that got out of whack in the fourth quarter when it was just run right, run left. Here's Dak Prescott after the game.
Didn't see it coming. As you said, put everything into this and got punched in the mouth. Called a couple of weeks ago humbling against Arizona, but this may be the most humbling game I've ever been a part of. Felt good about the preparation, felt good about everything, honestly, coming into this game, matchups, and they beat us in every aspect.
I mean, that's
the answer.
That's the truth. It's not just that it's the answer. But you're right. But like that's the truth.
But that comes across as a guy who understands what happened and has the class and the wherewithal to say, yeah, we got punched in the mouth. I got punched in the mouth. It was humbling. And, that's the proper way to handle that.
Yeah. I mean, Dallas, will the 49ers see them again? It's certainly on the table. I don't think Dallas is going to win the division. They're probably going to be a wild card team this year. That would be my guess. And so could that end up even being the 49ers' first opponent come playoff time?
Well, the first opponent's going to be BYE.
Correct.
If you do it right. And then you reseed and you would, probably play the lowest seeded team of the remaining.
Well, you're talking about getting the 1 seed, right?
Yes.
So, yeah. I mean, way too early for it, but it feels like if the Niners are able to grab that 1 seed, you got Philly and Detroit that are going to be playing the 2 and the 3 seed and hosting a couple of the other games. But, yeah, could Dallas be the top wild card and therefore an opportunity to go play Tampa Bay or whatever it is? Like, that's kind of the way it played out last year.
Yeah.
Dallas went on the road to the winner of the NFC South, totally ripped them apart. And then off you come to San Francisco. Very easily could happen again. Very easily. But that's a big if, Micah, that you're already looking forward to.
That's a huge if because you would have to get to that spot as a wild card team. And, sitting at 3-2, you've got Seattle at 3-1. You've got, Atlanta and New Orleans are both 3-2. And I think Dallas is better than both of those teams. But
Packers could be 3-2 in a few hours.
Exactly. It's going to be more competitive in the NFC than maybe we thought.
I agree. Yeah, the NFC West is better than we thought. The NFC South, I still don't love any of those teams, but they find a way to win football games. 3 of the 4 of them have winning records. So, it is going to be a little bit tougher this year. Ben in Fairfield here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Ben. What you doing?
Work, fellas. Wanted to say what's up.
What's going on?
Yeah, just wanted to shout out some of I feel like the unsung heroes in the Niners second.
I'm not sure about your phone, Ben.
Yeah,
Are you still
sorry,
there?
Ben. Nah, he's gone.
There you go.
Try again, Ben.
Well, he wanted to shout out some people in the secondary, though. We did get that
Some
far.
of the unsung heroes in the secondary.
Ward was fantastic yesterday. I thought Ward was fantastic. I think Tashawn Gibson is probably the name that we utter the least in 49er football, which is actually a really good thing. There is a low-key sort of offensive line vibe when it comes to a defensive backfield. If we're not saying your name, that's a good thing because we're usually talking about the people who get burned a lot. And Hufanga has been solid, and Gibson has been solid. Ward has been fantastic. The guys on the other side have mostly done their jobs, the Lenores and the Olivers.
I think that's who Ben was going to shout out because Isaiah Oliver was following CeeDee Lamb all over the place. I think he followed him into the restroom at halftime. It's unconfirmed, but he was all over him. And if Oliver is going to be that good at manning up against good receivers on the other team, well, then you got no chance opposing offenses. And Gibson has been great to watch and, full neck tats and 30-something years old, 13-year veteran fitting right in with this team.
Well, the funny thing is about the way the Niners play football, that defensive line is so feared across the league that the defensive backfield, now I know sometimes they'll send them on a blitz or whatnot, and Hufanga roams a little bit more than Gibson does. If you're in that defensive backfield, the way back, the safeties, I don't know, man, you get most of the plays off. Obviously, I'm kidding. But like being challenged over the top, it felt like when Dak tried that last night, it was the first time I can remember somebody legitimately trying to go loop it up over the top, let's go on a go route, and try to beat the 49ers. He threw it over his receiver by 4 yards. It ended up in Gibson's hands. Interception. Like, nobody's even trying to do that, let alone doing it without success.
They had the one down the sideline that I think it might have been Gallup where Fred Warner was in coverage. He got matched up man-to-man, and he was trailing.
Which is ridiculous, though, that Warner can even stay in that.
Right. He was only a few yards behind.
He's the best.
And Dak Prescott threw it into about the 7th row. And so that's a play that was there for the taking. It was well designed, and Dallas had it. Dak had the time to step up and make the throw, but he threw it way out of bounds.
Should we talk about Fred Warner and DPOY?
Sure. I mean, I do think that it's largely a non-starter in terms of the viability of it.
Why?
Because DPOY has kind of become... It's become an award, I think, that goes to guys with eye-popping stats.
Top pass rusher?
Yeah, and Fred Warner, and I don't have the exact numbers. I'll find him here for the other side. But for a linebacker like Fred Warner, he's going to have to get more than just lead the league in tackles. He's going to need to have some FFs, which he had last night, a forced fumble. He's going to have some fumble recoveries. He needs some interceptions. He needs a couple of touchdowns. He needs some of those kinds of numbers because, to me, when it comes to DPOY, you're going to lean toward the big-time pass rusher.
Well, I got something else for you, too, that's working against Fred, which I can share for you coming up next.
Tease.
We'll continue to take your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. The Niners are a decisive winner over the Cowboys, 42-10. What'd you think? We're taking your calls all afternoon long right here on Willard and Dibs.
I'm telling you that...
number 3.
2. Purdy got a block. Goes end zone. Hat trick. Kittle's first 3-touchdown game of his NFL career.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I would like to take this opportunity, this microphone that is in front of us, this platform, Dibs.
It's a great platform.
That is afforded to us. I would like to use these next few seconds of it to remind everybody that our Warriors Summit is coming up on Wednesday, October 18th. That is only a week and a half away. Field Work Brewing Company, San Leandro. We love Field Work. They crushed it for us last time, and we're going to do it again, this time in San Leandro. We'll be live starting at 2 p.m. And when I say we, I mean us, you and me, Dibs. We will be there starting at 2, but all the hosts will be there live from 4 to 6. It is all open to the public. It is free. It is a fantastic time. You will be a big part of the show if you come. We cannot wait to meet you. Warriors Summit, next Wednesday, October 18th, all afternoon long. Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Leandro.
Very much looking forward to it. We can break down all the preseason dribbles and passes that we've seen, and a big win Saturday night over the Lake Show.
Ask me the question you asked me last week again. Ask me the question about the Warriors Summit. Ask me if the lovely Christie's coming again.
Oh, yeah. Is the lovely Christie going to come?
Oh, you're damn right she is.
Oh, I can. Let's go.
You're damn right she is.
She's in.
That's a yes from her dog.
Okay.
All right?
That's big.
It's very big. She wouldn't miss it. I did have to call her people. Conversations were had.
Good.
It's an affirmative.
That's strong. She's become such a fixture at these live events. See if I can't get Supper to come on out.
Do it.
Put the ladies together.
She came to the first summit.
She did.
For like 48 seconds.
She was there for a little longer than that, but I'd take the under on 10 minutes.
And there she goes. Like, yeah.
In and out. Real quick. Talk to the big boss. Yep. Talk to Stacy, and she bounced. Mission accomplished.
Like, hey, it's all downhill from here.
That's it.
Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570. We got stuff for you, okay? We got all kinds of stuff for you. The DPOY problem for Fred Warner, by the way, and then we'll go back to the phones. The DPOY problem is that if you look at who wins this award, you sort of said it's who fills up the stat sheet, but even more so, it's almost always who gets the most sacks. Like if you do look at the last decade, it is almost always pass rushers, even when they're listed as a linebacker, as TJ Watt is. Let's be honest, he's a pass rusher. He's an edge rusher. So listed as a linebacker, but so's Randy Gregory. Like, that's not the way that they play. If you go all the way back the last decade to 2013, only 2 players have won this who are anything other than either edge rushers or interior tackles like Aaron Donald, who's won it twice. Luke Kuechly for the Panthers back in 2013, who plays a more traditional Fred Warner type linebacker role, but he's the last one to win the award out of that spot. The only non-defensive line pass rusher who's won it since then, Stephon Gilmore, Patriots cornerback back in 2019. It's very difficult to do it out of that middle linebacker position.
Yes, and when Gilmore did it, he led the league in pass defense, and he also had 6 interceptions.
Right.
So, I mean, he had the kind of year. It was not a remarkably special year, but it was a good year. Yeah, he had 6 picks, which led the league, 20 passes defensed, which also led the league for a Patriots defense that was very good.
I mean, Kuechly in 2013, maybe Urlacher in 05 are quite frankly the only times, maybe Derek Brooks back in 02, Ray Lewis won it in 03, but you got to go way back to when traditional linebackers were winning it. James Harrison won it, but he was a pass rusher. Terrell Suggs won it. He was a pass rusher. So it's just very hard to do, and I think what you're pointing to is why. It's hard to amass the stats that pop off of the sheet out of that position.
Right, and the year that Kuechly won it was after his Rookie of the Year performance, and then he led the league in tackles 2 of his first 3 years. Ironically, the year that he didn't lead the league was that year that he won DPOY.
Interesting.
And Fred Warner right now is 22nd in the league in combined tackles, solo plus assisted. So he's behind Zaire Franklin by 28 tackles. Is he a better player than Zaire Franklin? Absolutely.
No doubt.
But part of the problem with him racking up stats is his defensive line is really good. So a lot of the ball carriers don't get to him. Luke Kuechly had that many tackles because he had to, because his D-line wasn't always getting it done for him. Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw, a lot of these plays, they don't even get a crack at getting the tackle because Hargrave and Armstead and Bosa and the fellows have already cleaned it up.
Well, the Warriors learned this for years. It's really hard to win awards when you're on a stacked team because people just look at it and go, oh my gosh, you're next to Greenlaw and you're behind Nick Bosa and Hargrave and all this. Like, that's not DPOY. You're just part of an unbelievable unit. In many ways, it's the same thing that Brock Purdy's been suffering from on the offensive end. And we should start a new segment, the oh my God, he said what about Brock Purdy comment of the day. And we have ours today. We'll give it to you in just a little bit. But let's get back to the phones. Janice in the city with Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Janice. What's up?
Hey, how's it going? I'm catching you guys in between kid pickups here. So.
Oh, Janice, good luck with all of that.
Thank you. I wanted to talk about earlier when you were saying, it's all the 80s feel yesterday with the game. I 100% agree with you. I didn't have to hold my breath through any of it. It was just like dominating across the board. And then we went through, you look back at it and we've gone through a few decades of, like really awesome red zone defense. And then just we're not so sure about the offense, going through Jimmy Garoppolo's interceptions here and there. It's, we went through like kind of what's equivalent to Giants torture years with the Niners. But yesterday, it's all about the 80s feel right now. Go Niners. Way to beat the Cowboys.
Janice,
thanks,
good luck.
Janice.
Good luck getting to each one of your children on time and safely. Thank you very much for the call. Yeah, I don't even know necessarily how to describe it. Sure, I think it's the best 49er football stretch I've seen in 30 years, but it's just, it feels a little bit more like not just a football team, but a show. Like everybody, okay, gather around, here comes the 49er, and right now I'm a little bit more impressed, if you will, by the offense than the defense, maybe because I already knew the defense has been really, really good. The offense is a little bit more unexpected, but their efficiency, their operating level right now is so high. It's just like you can't miss a moment.
Yeah.
I refuse to miss a moment, and soon as the ball comes out of Brock Purdy's hands, your confidence level that it's going to land in a 49er chest is so high.
Just the thought of a Jimmy Ono throw, as we always like to talk about. You just don't have those anymore. And
stand by 20 minutes. We get to see some more.
I can't wait. We're going to have double game action up here on the big screen. It's always fun to get some stuff going on. You mentioned the 80s feel, and I just was looking back at the 80s teams to kind of put some context here to what you're talking about. 1984, they win the Super Bowl for the second time, and they were ranked number 2 in points offensively, number 2 in yards. They were ranked number 1 defensively in points and 10th in yards. So ranked number 1 in defense and 2 in offense. 1989, they win their 4th Super Bowl, and they rank number 1 in points and yards on offense, number 3 on defense and points, and 4 in yards. So that's kind of where this team is in terms of the headiness. That 89 team, they went 14-2. They won the Super Bowl. Montana, Craig, Rice, all the fellas. And this team, they're not quite ranked number 1 in offense just yet. That would be Miami in points. They're ranked number 2 in points, 3 in yards. Defensively, they're ranked number 1 in points and 3 in yards. So just from a ranking standpoint, this team is doing what those 80s Niners teams did.
Totally balanced. It's totally balanced.
Nasty on defense and incredibly efficient on offense.
I don't know if you are a coordinator preparing for this team, what exactly is it that you're doing? You know what I mean? Like, go back to that comment we heard from Dak Prescott. And I would have loved to have had an opportunity like the broadcasters of the game do, where they get to have like a private meeting with the coach and a private meeting with the quarterback. I'd love to know what he meant by this. Take a listen.
Didn't see it coming. As you said, put everything into this and got punched in the mouth. Called a couple of weeks ago humbling against Arizona, but this may be the most humbling game I've ever been a part of. Felt good about the preparation, felt good about everything, honestly, coming into this game, matchups, and they beat us in every aspect.
Hold up. You felt good about the matchups? Excuse me?
Of course.
What matchups? What matchups did you feel good about?
CD Lamb against Isaiah Oliver.
Okay.
Your offensive line, which was intact for the first time, Mark, in all 5 games. You had all your projected 5 starters on the line,
right,
ready to go.
Against this 49er D-line, you're going to tell me that that's a matchup you feel good about? I'd have been terrified if I were a quarterback.
You said it earlier. These alpha males, they don't think in terms of terrified or worried or I don't like our chances. So he looks at his offensive line intact for the first time all year and thinks, all right, let's go. Here we go. I got my 5 guys. I'm sure he felt good about that matchup. And that D-line against the Niners offensive line, which has been, by the way, very good this year, I'm sure he felt good about what his defense has done this year.
Oh, man, I just think the 49ers defense is going to make every offense they face one-dimensional. And that's a really tough place to be because you can't run the ball. So did you feel good about the matchup of Tony Pollard running the ball against this 49er front? And these linebackers, Fred Warner and Drake Greenlaw, and their closing speed to the sideline, you felt good about that? Because if Tony Pollard doesn't get loose, Dak, I'm sorry, you're up a creek. This is the Niners get the lead and then don't let you run. Think of that combo. They immediately turn you into a passing team for 2 reasons. A, you're behind, and B, you can't run. Once you're one-dimensional, you're done. And Nick Bosa's chasing you. Like, this is such a wonderful formula. And so it's no surprise that the 49ers are just crushing teams because it makes you it turns you into something where you can't succeed. You cannot be good one-dimensional. That any defense will crush you.
Unless your quarterback is Patrick Mahomes. And Kansas City has been able to.
Well, but
Kansas City beat you the last 2 times you played them. And now the Super Bowl, it took them some time to finally crack you because Kansas City was pretty one-dimensional in that Super Bowl.
That was a different team. I mean, we're getting to a point now. That's 4 years ago.
I'll allow that.
Totally different quarterback. You're trying to beat them 20-10.
Right.
This team, see, maybe that's the best thing about what we're watching right now. Don't you feel like if they end up in the Super Bowl with the Chiefs and the Chiefs score 30, fine.
Yeah.
Niners will score 35.
And that is a Brock Purdy thing because, Jimmy Garoppolo, it felt like you had to win 24-20.
Yep.
And it feels like Brock Purdy could beat Kansas City 45-42 or Miami 73-70. You know what I mean? If it came to that.
I mean, that's the other thing, though. I don't have that much faith in those teams to even score that much against this defense. But if something does happen, if it does get into a little bit of a shootout, and you feel like that's okay. Niners can do that. You can get into a shootout. The first half against the Rams felt like a shootout, and you walked out of there 17-17. Okay, let's play another half. Dial up the blitz, and boom. Rams never visited the end zone again. I mean, that's the formula, man, and it is going to be really hard to beat. Really hard to beat.
Especially with this defense playing as strong as it is. I think it's harder for me to imagine a team getting 30 on this defense than it is the offense being held under 14. And I think both are somewhat of long shots, but I can't see a team going through this defense to the tune of, like Miami, for example. What a matchup that would be with that track team against this physical group. And, McDaniel against Shanahan and the speed of that offense against the grit of this defense. That would be one I would love to see in February.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yes, there are still some of those comments being made about the Brock Purdy situation. We'll play it for you in just a little bit. But let's go to Heavy D in Richmond. What's up, D? How you doing?
Gentlemen, thank you for taking my call. Last night, the haters were silenced. The doubters were schooled. What we saw was basically akin to a Roman Colosseum brutality. The young man from Iowa scored 4 touchdowns, just like a very young man from Polk High School. We saw it all. If the 49ers do not wind up in Las Vegas raising the Lombardi Trophy in front of Mark Davis, I'll eat my Airedale. Thank you. Good night now.
Heavy D.
All right, Heavy D.
The best scripted call you could find in the Bay Area.
Go ahead and rack that guy. Although George only scored 3, not 4 touchdowns. We have to kind of, after calls like that, you do like they do on Pardon the Interruption. And
go to Stat Boy.
Let's find out where we messed up. George Kittle only scored 3 times.
Not so fast. I think he's talking about Brock Purdy throwing 4 touchdowns.
I don't know what he's talking about. Brock's not from Iowa. He's from Iowa State. So
Kittle's also not from Iowa.
I know.
The state itself.
He's from Iowa.
When two Marks collide, Mark with a C against Mark with a K.
He went to Iowa. Did he not go to Iowa? So he's from Iowa. What do you say anytime one of them Ducks plays in the NFL? What do you say? What do you say, Mark with a C?
We plucked them out of USC's backyard is what we do.
Wow.
We say they're from Southern California.
All right, you guys have your Pac-12 fight in the other room. That's about enough out of both of you.
Pluck them out of South.
Just like 10 seconds on the Pac-12. I remain winless in the Friday picks as Colorado unable to cover. I mean, what was the spread?
I lost this week too.
4.5, and they won by 3.
They won by 3.
It's just
I couldn't remember.
They were up by 2 scores. Anyway, your boy is cold.
Yeah, but I told you, fade the dippers, and everybody's going to get paid.
Yeah, there you go.
Everybody
Tune in
gets,
Friday for more fades.
And more cookies.
Brought to you by Michael Crabtree, the fade route.
888-957-9570. Okay, let's rock and roll. I thought when the game ended last night, I'm like, that's the scenario he was waiting for. It's everything that Brock Purdy was waiting for. It was a primetime game. The whole nation watched. If you asked for who won the star of the game on offense, I mean, you could make the Kittle case because he had 3 touchdowns, but those were his only 3 catches. If you really wanted to go, okay, what was the straw that stirred the offensive drink? There was no question. It was obvious. The answer was Brock Purdy. 4 touchdown passes, no interceptions. Goes right down the field on the opening drive without an incompletion. Everything looked completely dominant. NFL-level throws, chunk throws, downfield. No dink, no dunk. None of it. I watch all
chunk,
of that.
no dunk?
I mean, come on. And then you put up 42 against the NFL's top-rated defense. Okay, you do all that. And I was like, well, now this conversation is over because bringing it up is nothing short of ridiculous. What a ridiculous concept to talk about whether or not Brock Purdy is actually playing good football or if he's simply a product of having good players around him. So unless your name is Steven and you work for the Ringer, and obviously he's got some sort of a thing, or if you're on the lunatic fringe where you're just like, come on, he's not that good because you're a Cowboy fan, whatever it is, I'm like, that's the end of that. It's all over. What else can anyone say? And then on ESPN this morning, a guy I really respect, Dan Orlovsky, says this in a conversation with Rex Ryan on Get Up.
If Mac Jones was in San Francisco, he would be playing like Brock Purdy.
I actually agree. Oh, God, no.
Yes, dude.
No, there's no chance. He'd be better than he is, but if you think he's going to play like Brock Purdy,
Rex.
you haven't paid attention to Brock Purdy.
Rex.
That is a slap in his face.
No, it's not.
He's not just a system quarterback.
Did we pay
that guy's
attention?
playing like Joe Montana, not Joe Montana, like this guy's playing. Stop, Dano, stop.
Yeah, stop, Dano. Please. Stop. What the hell are we doing?
Mac Jones can't even get 4 quarters of play for a New England team at home because he's so bad. He gets pulled more often than a rotten tooth, Mark. Thank you.
That's what I was just like, where's he going?
Yeah, wow.
What's the punchline? A lot of options.
Trying to keep it PG here, Mark. Rotten tooth, Mark. I went with rotten tooth.
All right. Rotten tooth. Good answer.
Bailey Zappi is constantly warming up, and you're telling me that Mac Jones, if he were here, would be doing what Brock Purdy's doing?
But
it's insulting.
Of course it's insulting.
It triggers you.
Well,
and you can admit it.
It's just like, why? Why would you even say that? You're a quarterback, Dano. You're a quarterback. You know damn well how hard it is to do in this league. You once stepped out the back of the end zone, a la Jimmy. You're the first one to do it. You know how hard it is in this league, no matter the system. So if he's trying to prop up Mac, great, whatever. But, like, I don't understand. And this is what I tried to say last week. Everyone is free to have their opinion, but you've got to own it. What I hated about this comment from Orlovsky was not that he made it. It's that then he doubles back to say, but I'm not being insulting to Brock. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. You may not divorce yourself from the idea that you're calling Brock Purdy a system quarterback, a product of his surroundings, when you say things like this.
Even Greeny got involved. If you play it again, you can hear Mike Greenberg say, I can see that.
Oh, of course.
Who is that who comes in with the no?
Rex Ryan.
Oh, that's Rex Ryan.
That's Rex Ryan. And listen for Dan Orlovsky's yes, dude. He keeps calling him dude. There's two dudes. Rex Ryan getting called dude on ESPN.
If Mac Jones was in San Francisco, he would be playing like Brock Purdy.
I actually agree.
Oh, God, no.
Yes, dude.
No, there's no chance. He'd be better than he is. But if you think he's going to play like Brock Purdy,
Rex.
you haven't paid attention to Brock Purdy.
Rex.
That is a slap in his face.
No, it's not.
He's not just a system quarterback.
Did we pay
that guy's
attention?
playing like Joe Montana, not Joe Montana, like this guy's playing. Stop, Dano. Stop.
All right. Good fake laugh by everybody around the board. Wonderful broadcasting. Rex Ryan calls it a slap in the face, and then Dan goes, no, it's not. Dan. It's a Dan day.
Yeah, boy.
Yes, it is. And that's allowed. But yes, it is. That's all I'm asking for at this point. Because you're a crazy person if you don't think this guy's a really good football player. You're allowed your opinions. You can like the guys you like. You can dislike the guys you dislike. Do whatever you want. But do not call Brock a product of his surroundings and then follow it up with, that's not a slap in his face.
It's like the same version of us. I'm sorry, but, or I'm sorry if.
Yes, it is. It just is.
Yeah. And I really am looking forward to Wednesday. You want to know why?
Why?
It's the day that Steven Ruiz of The Ringer releases his quarterback rankings. And I'm interested to see which way he goes, because after a primetime performance like that, you can go one of two ways. You can either elevate him as he should have been 4 weeks ago, or you double down and you be the guy digging his feet in the sand like Dan Orlovsky just was in that cut right there, because he's got him at number 25. And by all measurements this year, he's number one in QBR. We went through all this before the Sunday night game. Completion percentage, he's, I think, second behind Josh Allen. Yards, he's up there. All the numbers and the metrics. Brock Purdy's a top 5 guy this year. Forget legacy and, would you take Joe Burrow or would you take Brock Purdy? Just on the year he's having, you can't have him any lower than 7. And honestly, top 5 is where he belongs. So I wonder where all the haters will go now, because it's getting impossible to hate on this guy.
Well, Steven Ruiz, I'm still trying to figure out if this is a bit or kind of where he's going with the whole thing. I actually spoke to one of our favorites, Connor Letourneau, who writes for the San Francisco Chronicle, who's doing a Brock Purdy article that may drop actually this afternoon or this evening. And he told me that he and Steven Ruiz went to college together.
Oh, wow.
And they went to Maryland together, and that Steven's a really good dude and a really good, really successful writer, all of that stuff. Ruiz, I don't know if you watched during the game last night what Ruiz was tweeting.
Do you follow him?
Well, no. But you know how X is now, where like people where there's engagement. I've been to Ruiz's page a bunch over the last week, so I don't follow him, but his tweets come up. And so here they are. And last night during the game, he, let's see, where did he goes? Oh my God, he's going to win the MVP. Oh my God, he's going to win the MVP. That was 21 hours ago.
That's a quick turn.
Okay. And then, let's see, about an hour after that, this is last year's playoff game all over again, which no, it wasn't because the Niners only scored 19 in that one. Then he tweets, let's just skip to the Eagles-Niners NFC title game now. And then here's where I started to go, okay, this might just be a bit. He goes, wow, Brock Purdy got benched.
Yeah.
And then later,
they had to pull him, Mark.
And then later in the evening, he did NFC Power Rankings, and he has the 49ers at number 1.
Ooh, that's a reach.
Yeah, exactly. So you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what he actually thinks. And that was the start of that whole rant I went on last week, which is that nobody thinks this. So you're either doing a bit or you're trying to get a whole lot of attention. It clearly worked. Nobody thinks Mac Jones is better than Brock Purdy. Nobody. But then Dan Orlovsky sort of dipped his toe in the water of, well, it's just situational, which I just think is crazy. It's just crazy because we don't do that in the NFL. You don't get to just be like, well, you got a good receiver and a good tight end and a good coach.
A great running back, too.
That describes Mahomes.
Hall of Fame left tackle.
That describes Hurts. That describes Herbert. I mean, he doesn't have a great coach. He's got a great play caller. Well, supposedly. He's got an amazing receiving core. Austin Eckler behind him. I don't know, man.
I just don't know why when we do that it feels like that has to be a demerit. The fact that he's playing alongside other great players. Why is that a bad thing? Why does that take away from Brock Purdy? Because Brock Purdy's playing really, really well alongside other football players who are playing very well. And you're 5-0, and if you look at the metrics, they are number 2 in the NFL in points and only trailing Miami, who put up 70 on Denver, which is a bit of an anomaly. Only 4 games ever where a team has scored 70. So consistently, the Niners have been the best offense, and their defense is number 1 in points allowed. So is this supposed to be a negative for Brock because he's on a really good team playing for a very good head coach?
Yeah, definitely not.
I don't know why we have to detract based on being around talented players.
Fun question from Uncle Looney on YouTube, because you know how everyone says, well, Brock has not lost a game that he started and finished. And well, he says, does this count as a game that Brock started and finished? Because he wasn't in there at the end.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, no is the answer, but that's a made-up stat.
Right.
It's a make-believe thing.
It's people trying to qualify what we all know, which is, A, there was a game that the 49ers won where Brock didn't start it, but he played most of it.
Sure.
And then there's the only game that they've lost in the last calendar year, which was then Brock threw 4 passes and then had to leave. So,
well, he did come back in that game. Let's be fair.
You love to bring that up.
Well, I deal in facts, Mark. And if you want to go ostrich on me and put your head in the sand, you can do that.
Yeah, well,
but you know what? I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep it real.
You keep doing that.
I'll keep it real. And if the NFL says,
I don't know why he didn't try a left-handed pass. Try it. Maybe it would have gone well.
Try something.
He can already do a bunch of stuff that nobody thought he could do.
Mac Jones is listed as 1-4. Even though he's been pulled in 2 of those losses, he gets the loss because he got the start.
He's been objectively awful. I don't know if you watched any of that game yesterday.
Absolutely.
When the New England Patriots, coached by Bill Belichick on their home field, could not even think about threatening for a point against the Saints.
Uno punto. Nada.
I mean, the timing, I know he doesn't have the receivers, the play calling, I get it. But the timing and the decision-making and the field awareness that he shows out there, I'm telling you, man, that does not translate. That is not a starting quarterback. And you know who's laying in the weeds? Maybe once again, Bill is playing chess, not checkers. You want to ask me where I think Caleb Williams is going to play football next year?
New England?
The New England Patriots. Absolutely. Because if you look at the teams right now that are all challenging for the top picks, all of them have difficulties with the idea of bringing in a new quarterback. Carolina's 0-5. They just drafted one.
Yeah, but boy.
Arizona Cardinals, truckloads of money into Kyler. Denver Broncos, truckloads of money into Russell Wilson. Chicago Bears, I don't know. The last 2 weeks,
he's back.
Maybe you want Justin Fields still. I don't know. But if you go through all these teams, who's the one team right now that looks like they're going to lose all the games and they're like, yep, we're ready. Just get rid of our guy and get a new one. It's the New England Patriots.
Yeah, but that roster is so bad that he's not the answer. And I wonder how long.
He's the answer for everybody.
But he's not the answer in the short term because New England has got a terrible roster.
Yeah, who cares about short term? I mean, you're taking that guy and building around him.
Yeah, I wonder how long Bill is going to be around for this gig.
I don't know. And by the way, he's not the only guy. There are other QBs coming. It is a beautiful quarterback draft. All right, Dale in Walnut Creek next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Dale. What you doing?
Hey, I'm just driving home. I'm listening to you guys. A lot to digest. No question, Brock Purdy is better than Daniel Jones. No question. Next point, was Tom Brady assistant quarterback? Did he have a team that was really built around him, an offensive line, and never let him get touched? And the times he got touched, you saw what happened, the Giants, etc. Nobody's calling the GOAT assistant quarterback. It's just a good, we dial up good offense. And it's a team sport. So in addition to the guys he has around him, he's part of that. It's a team sport. He's part of why they're so good. He's just as important as Christian McCaffrey and Fred Warner and all the other guys. It's a team sport. And the only thing I'll say in defense of Daniel Jones, I mean, they screwed him with offensive coordinators who were defensive guys. He looked better last year. But enough about them. We are the best team in the NFL. And Brock Purdy, if he's assistant quarterback, then if that's a negative, then the GOAT is assistant quarterback.
Yeah, Dale, thanks for the call. Totally agree across the board with where the 49ers are sitting, and you can make this case about just about every quarterback who's played well. Are they part of the system? Yeah, they are the system. And right now, the way this guy's playing, that is the 49ers system, and it's an incredibly, incredibly successful one. I mean, that's the beauty of today is, because I know, like Steiny was joking about it earlier. He's like, no one's saying that. Nobody thinks Purdy is not good. And he's right to a degree. But literally in the shadow of his show, here comes Dan Orlovsky with this comment. So, yes, some people are still saying these things. The beauty of today is I find it so much easier, I hope, for everybody to just dismiss this stuff. Like, honestly, we can't keep doing this. Nobody thinks that Brock Purdy is not awesome because you can't. You cannot think that.
You can, but it is a credibility buster.
Totally.
And I think less of Dan Orlovsky today than I did 4 hours ago, having heard what he's saying. And I do think that he's saying it because you know how these shows work. You've been on as many of them as I have, and it's debate. You got to be fueled by debate. So you come off a Sunday Night Football performance, and even on our show, earlier today, we're all thinking, well, what do we talk about? Do we spend 4 hours talking about how good this team is? Well, we can, because that's the truth, and it's fun, and that's the authentic assessment of this 49er team. But these TV shows, ESPN, Fox, all the rest of them, they want to embrace debate. So what's the debate about Brock Purdy? It's that he's a system guy. That's the only way you can denigrate what he's done.
Yeah, but I think that, boy, I would have already thought those days are numbered. You know what I mean?
No, they're over.
They're over. They're over. The stats, the pacing. I mean, if you want to have a debate about Brock Purdy right now, it's whether or not he's leading the race for MVP. By the way, the answer is yes.
Well, there's two different pieces to that. Should he be leading the race for MVP?
And is
probably. Is he? I don't think that he is.
Oh, see, I do.
Because I think that there are enough Dan Orlovskis out there who will look at Brock Purdy and, yes, he's number one in the NFL in quarterback rating and, more importantly, in QBR, yards per completion. He's number 2 behind Tua. You could look at all the metrics, and he's up there, but I do think that when it comes time to vote, and these are human beings who are going to vote, and human beings who probably won't watch all 17 games that Brock Purdy plays, I do think that there'll be a bit of a bias, and it goes back to draftism that you and I have talked about, a certain sense of draftism and the bias around Brock Purdy that's going to cost him votes.
All right, game show music, please. As of last night, the current Las Vegas odds to win NFL MVP. Top 5 answers on the board.
Okay.
Mr. Dan Dibley, how do you see the current race?
Well, Brock Purdy's got to be in the top 5 after last night. So I'll say Brock Purdy's in the top 5.
Number 5.
Number 5, okay.
Plus 1,000.
Wow.
Number 5.
In a week.
Now, again.
In a week. He went from 20 to 1 to 10 to 1.
Now.
In a week.
I want to also say this. For those of you listening, that does not mean that he wouldn't win it if people were voting today.
I call that a whole week.
There you go. These
one of my all-time favorite interviews.
These are odds. So this is speculative and predictive based on what's going to happen next. I wonder what, and Peter King will join us this week. He is an MVP voter. I'll bet you right now that he would cast his vote for Brock Purdy as the NFL MVP. But
he loves Brock.
In terms of odds, right now he's tracking as 5th. Who do you think the other 4 are in the top 5?
Well, I think Patrick Mahomes would have to be one because people love that quarterback.
Number 3.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes, plus
Number
500.
3.
Man, it gets tough because
he's actually tied for second.
Tied for second.
Tied for second.
Tua's got to be up there. I'm going to say Tua Tagovailoa.
Number 1.
Number 1.
Tua Tagovailoa.
Leading the league in yards.
Yeah, plus 475.
Here's where it gets difficult because I need numbers 2 and 4.
Correct.
And they're going to be quarterbacks. Although, would McCaffrey sneak in there? I'm going to hold off on McCaffrey. I'm going to say, I'm going to pause. Man, dude. How about Josh Allen? Is he in the top 5?
Number 2.
Okay.
Number 2. Josh Allen.
Okie dokie. I'm torn between.
What happens in London stays in London.
Yeah,
Number 2.
Apparently. I'm torn between hang in there, big guy, Jared Goff, and Christian McCaffrey.
Okay.
McCaffrey, quiet game. And, man, I'm going to say Jared Goff.
Jared Goff.
Jalen Hurts?
Number 10. Jared Goff. Number 10.
Jalen Hurts?
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts, yeah.
Number 4.
Number 4.
McCaffrey is tied for 6th with Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, all right.
By the way, we talk about
Sorry, it's Grandy.
He was waiting for that.
People can see the smile when he buzzes me.
Oh, he does enjoy it.
I don't love the young people.
When we talk about draftism.
Yep.
Now, this is running backism, if you will. So, to give you an idea.
A lot of isms from you.
Oh, that's what I do. To give you an idea of what you need to do as a running back in order to beat the quarterbacks for MVP, Christian McCaffrey is currently tied with Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson's not having a great year. He's not. No, not. And again, this is odds, not voting. If this were voting, I do think CMC would finish in the top 5. I think he'd be ahead of Lamar for sure. But of the top 10, he is the only non-quarterback, and he is tied with Lamar Jackson behind 5 quarterbacks. By the way, you have to get to 10, 11. Tied for 11th is the next non-quarterback. Want to venture a guess? We don't need game show music. Just one guess. Next non-quarterback on the list after Christian McCaffrey.
Man.
He is tied for 11th with Dak Prescott.
Jamar Chase? Coming off of his monster Week 5 performance?
No, it is actually Dak's teammate, Micah Parsons.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that crazy?
A defensive player.
And the top defensive player on the board. Isn't that weird?
Ahead of Watt?
Ahead of Watt, ahead of Bosa, ahead of Myles Garrett.
Man.
Yeah.
That is surprising.
Isn't that surprising? He's ahead of Joe Burrow, Matthew Stafford, and Deshaun Watson. All right, back to the phones. Matt in San Rafael. Hey, Matt, what are you doing?
I'm just enjoying the after-work chill time.
Good for you.
I wanted to touch on the Purdy thing and then make one other observation, my only real concern, which ties into the bigger concern about the Niners going forward. Your previous caller talked about Brady. You know, Montana played for a great system. He had Jerry Rice, he had Roger Craig, he had Ricky Waters, he had John Taylor. Steve Young had Rice, he had Terrell Owens. Phenomenal players. And you don't see a quarterback succeed without great players around him. It just doesn't happen. There are a lot of great quarterbacks who don't do particularly well, and there are a lot of bad quarterbacks who do better than they should. But to win and win consistently, you really kind of have to have it all. And I think you're going to see it this year with Mahomes. Part of it is the loss of their OC. I think the Chiefs are going to have a real down year. I don't think they're even going to make it to the championship game. But my concern is, I think the only way the Niners don't make it to the NFC championship game is if they peak too early, or the bigger issue, they have injuries, which everyone's worried about. And what I saw last night was a team that seemed to be intent on hurting Christian McCaffrey. That's what I saw. Multiple times, I saw leg lifts, I saw the face mats, I saw guys high-lowing him. My concern is that McCaffrey ain't going to make it through the year because teams don't want him to. Anyway, thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Do you agree with that? I've heard a couple people bring up Dallas targeting Christian McCaffrey. In fact, I think Kyle Shanahan was even asked about it after the game.
Yes, and I want to hear from Kyle because I read the quotes, and I want to make sure that I read them the way that he intended them, and I'm hearing what he's saying because, to paraphrase, and then you can play it, Shanahan disagrees with that notion. He thinks that because Christian McCaffrey is a guy who plays 100% and he gets into tight spots and stuff, and when you have a player who isn't afraid to go over the middle and he's fearless and stuff, you're going to have times where the opponents are going to try to contact him and stuff. Do you have it, or should I just read it?
I do. I do not have it. I do not have it. So if you've got it, then fire away, brother.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, here we go. Shanahan says that opponents aren't intentionally grabbing Christian McCaffrey's face mask, but does say that they are, quote, they're desperate to get him down. Sometimes when they do that, they get penalties for it.
And stuff.
Correct. I left that. I cleaned that up.
Yeah, and he says, Christian doesn't shy away from anything either and stuff. I thought Christian ran so hard in that game, and he tried to bring it on every chance he got, and he had some really tough runs. There's one in particular I thought we were going to lose about 3, and he got 5. There was that 3rd and 2, and I thought was blocked for 1, and he ended up getting 2.5, so we did some hard running. But yeah, those guys are the safeties and their edge players. They bring it and stuff, and that's something that we knew going into the game and stuff.
That's good. Christian was asked it as well. Same question. Quote, I don't know, maybe. I have no idea. I don't know what's intentional and what's not. It's hard to tell when you're out there live.
Right. And the one where he got the helmet to helmet was wasn't an oh no throw, but it was kind of a hospital ball when he goes and he ran that little in-cutting route in between the hash marks.
It was tight. I always think of a
super tight.
Right, but I think of a hospital ball as high.
You're right.
Because you can't protect yourself when you
Good
go
point.
up.
That was unfair of me to characterize this as such, but that was the one where he got crunched by 3 different guys.
Yep.
And, you got to love the moxie of Brock Purdy, the Broxy, because he tried to fit that thing in. That wasn't even a tight window. That was like the small window in your car, like in the back seat that doesn't open. That was a no window.
You know what's wild, though, about some of those tight throws? Because they did go through a little bit of a lull, I feel like, in the second quarter, where the offense was not humming at quite the same level. And there were a few 3rd downs where he had to try to fit it into a tight window, and they were incomplete. And what's wild about those throws is even those are so accurate that they're tucked in there in a way where it's like, I'm going to give my guy a chance to catch it. It might get broken up, but when's the last time, and by the way, I already know the answer, but when's the last time Brock threw what felt like an interceptable ball?
I mean, wasn't last game because he was 20 for 21.
And the one miss was just out into the flat by itself.
Yeah, on the third down where he was pressured. And last night, there were no throws that felt like they were interceptable. The one in the second quarter to, I think it was Danny Gray, that he threw very high. Gray went up to get it and was unable to bring it down. But that was the one that he barely threw over Van Der Esch. And you saw the end zone cam from behind. He jumps up and it just gets over his fingertips. That was the only place he could have thrown that. But again, it wasn't so high that it felt interceptable.
No.
It was either Gray was going to get it or no one would.
Or no one. I mean, I would argue that it was Thursday night against the New York Giants back in week 3, the home opener, where Brock's first quarter, the first drive, there were a few throws. Remember the one where Kittle had to go break it up because it was basically thrown right at a defender. But no interceptions on the year, and now I would argue about 2.5 games where there wasn't even an interceptable pass, let alone one that actually happened.
Yeah, which is, I mean, remarkable. And you said it when you're watching it on TV. When you're watching it live, you can see, the whole field, and it's like, oh, I see that. He's throwing it to Ayuk. But on TV, you see him throw it, and the camera has to either follow it or switch cameras, and then you get to see where the ball is intended. But that feeling watching it on TV, you don't get the feeling of like, this right. Can't be good.
Well, and this is the compliment that Kyle Shanahan should be getting right now, and it's a little different than the one that we're hearing. Obviously, the one that we're hearing is this is a great system. John Lynch gets a lot of credit. You built a great roster. And so these play calls, when George Kittle's second touchdown last night, oh, Kyle, you evil genius. Richard Sherman was great on Twitter last night. If you're a 49er fan, you go read it all. It's a ton of fun because he's ripping the Cowboys and talking about all kinds of things that the 49ers were doing really well. But the biggest compliment I want to give to Kyle Shanahan is not the one that we usually talk about. It is whatever he has done to create the culture that he has in that locker room. For me, this is the number one reason why the 49ers are the Super Bowl favorite right now. They are the Super Bowl favorite because of the obvious reasons. They've got good players at every position. They are obviously very, very talented. But for me, what makes me think they're the favorite and what makes them even easier to root for is the fact that they are playing for each other. There have been no incidents. You've got Purdy after games talking about things like this.
Yeah, I mean, like we said before, this team doesn't have, any ego. Everyone wants to win. I feel like everyone knows that they're good, and so it's going to be just a matter of time with their game. This game, George had, the touchdowns, he had opportunities, but still, Debo, B.A., Christian, everyone's able to contribute, JJ, and so, their time comes, and so they know that. But at the end of the day, we put winning first. That's what we want to do. There's no, selfish times where, guys are coming up to me saying, hey, man, I'm open, you got to throw it to me or anything like that. So I'm very lucky and fortunate for that, and we'll just keep it rolling.
I'm just trying to think of other NFL teams who can claim that, who can say, ego-free, with like nobody's ever screaming at each other on the sideline and having drama. Who else can say that? Oh, right, the Chiefs, the team that keeps winning Super Bowls. I think largely, other than Brady screaming at people, it was true for the Patriots for years. But A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts, sorry, they're yelling at each other. Diggs keeps screaming at each other, at everyone, anyone who will listen, apparently including reporters. According to some of those reporters, that's going on in Buffalo. CeeDee Lamb had a hard time in the locker room last night. The 49ers right now have the whole system on lock, and they're all pushing in the same direction. And when you get that, this is what it looks like.
Yeah, and you have a quarterback who is distributing the ball to everybody. I mentioned before the catches are 21, 20, and 20 among Ayuk and Debo and Kittle. McCaffrey's getting more touches, and you spread the ball around. You keep everybody involved. You keep everybody happy. And all of the key players are already paid in full. So you don't have anybody outside of Brandon Ayuk who is playing for his next contract, the big contract. But the feeling is he's going to get it. And when they freed up all that cap space and they got $41 million under the cap that they can roll over into next year, and you keep that cap space and you keep the ability to retain these guys, and they've shown all their players, if you're an A-lister and we draft you, we're going to keep you. So I don't think that Brandon is going to have that angst, and he's not going to play with that me-first mentality because he's seen it. He's seen these guys get their deals, and then he's also seen these guys rework their deals to delay and defer their money to create the cap space to be able to sign and retain other guys.
They're not letting him get away.
Right.
Absolutely. Let's go to Mark in Oakland here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Mark, what are you doing?
Hey, just finishing up work. Thanks for taking my call. Good to be listening. So I'm going to present something here that's going to sound a little crazy. I'm still not feeling great about this team, and I know I get it. They look great. The Purdy looks great, but here's why. And because I was like, why is this? Like, what's wrong with me? I was like looking in the mirror. I didn't literally look in the mirror, but I was asking myself. And here's what I think it is. And I think part of it's not based on anything that's happening now. It's based on the past. But I did find one thing that I think it might be based on that I'm actually sensing, and it's hard to put my finger on, but I got it. So here it is. I think I'm freaked out because the last two Super Bowls, we got close and lost. And growing up, I wasn't used to that. When we had a juggernaut like this, which this team looks like, they won the Super Bowl. So I didn't know what it was like to have a juggernaut type of team and then lose. And then we lost two, so now I think I had to come to terms with I'm probably going to need to see them win a Super Bowl before I'm like, this is a great team, just because I've seen what it's like to get close and then you lose a Super Bowl and suddenly no one calls those teams particularly great. But here's the tangible thing. It's more to do with Kyle Shanahan. And it's also, ironically, why I think Purdy's the perfect quarterback for him. I think he likes to have complete control, have it scripted, have it dialed up. Purdy is perfect for that. Whether or not he has some long-range deficiencies in his arm and stuff, he can execute. He's consistent. My one concern would be, and this is maybe what I think what I'm sensing and why I'm a little uneasy still, if they do get sort of punched in the mouth, so to speak, or thrown off script, can they recover? I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure Kyle Shanahan's game plan works that way. It's more set on everything being very precise.
Well,
if they get rocked, can they improvise?
Yeah, Mark, thanks. I tell you what, and we can address it a little bit more here coming up. But we keep waiting for adversity and not acknowledging why adversity doesn't keep coming. They're too good. And this team is not those teams. If you're burned by the last few years and falling short, is it not clear that this team is so much better than those teams?
This team is better than the 2019 team.
Way more. Way better. All right, legendary and mind-blowing Maker Faire is back in the Bay Area. Historic Mare Island. Experience creativity, innovation, and endless possibilities. 2 weekends, October 13th through the 15th, then the 20th through the 22nd. Tickets at makerfair.com. More of your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
This is the lunch rush at your local deli. Orders are flying in. Online, on the phone, and in person.
Order for Nick.
So is it possible that fast internet could help your business outrun the rush? It is.
goes again. Going inside, deflected, and Warner comes up with the deflected interception. Diamador Lenore had the coverage. Warner's got the pick at the 26-yard line. The third turnover of the Cowboys, and back-to-back drives with a pick.
I can't believe that play by Warner.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, it's Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also, remember, Warrior Summit coming up next week, Wednesday, October 18th. Field Work Brewing Company, San Leandro. Me and Dibbs, live starting right away at 2 o'clock, but all the hosts jump in from 4 to 6. Open to the public. Join us each time we've done this. We've had a great time. If you come out, you're a big part of the show. No doubt about that. Next Wednesday, October 18th, Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Leandro. Make your plans to join us. You want to have some fun?
I do, Mark. I enjoy having fun.
I found this to be fun.
A very humbling loss, clearly stating the obvious. I think the biggest thing is I just had a quick reflection on the 5 games that we played in. It's been a wide range of performance, as wide as a range that I could ever recall in a 5-week period. The biggest thing is for us to be accountable. It was clearly humbling, but it is one game. I think I expressed the story in the week. I thought they were playing very well coming into this. I knew our defense was in for a big challenge. Been very impressed with what they were doing on offense. And frankly, it should start with me. I didn't do a good job tonight, so. I wish we'd have gotten balance, earlier in the game. That did not happen. You don't convert third downs.
Wow.
I mean, you want to talk about a team that's all over the place. So's your response, Mike. That's the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy. It was almost as if he was rolling through stuff, and at the end, he's like, oh, gosh, I forgot. Press conference after a loss 101. You're supposed to come out and say, hey, this starts with me. I didn't do a good job coaching tonight, and it starts with me, and there's accountability. It's like he forgot, so he just squeeze it into an odd spot toward the end. Look, the bottom line is we've heard all kinds of commentary from a bunch of different Cowboys, from McCarthy to Dak to Micah and more, and they're on the search. And I understand it. And you're going to have different sounds and all of that. But what we saw is what we saw. They got absolutely outclassed. They're not close. And if they do come back here in January to have to play again, I think the confidence is going to be incredibly high, and so is the spread.
Yes, and they will probably get canned again. And by canned, we mean S-canned. And by S, well, I don't say that word on the air anymore. It's been months since I've cursed.
Go to YouTube if you do want to hear it, though.
Yes, and I'll mouth it. Thank you. And he was asked post-game last night if this was going to be a burn the tape situation where you don't even look at the tape and you just burn the tape. And McCarthy said of that concept, it's a punch in the gut. It's kick in the ass. I'm not a burn the tape guy. I think that's a crock of, oh. So that was McCarthy. Yeah, that was McCarthy after the game. He's not a burn the tape guy. So 2 different film sessions today. The Cowboys back in Dallas after a flight watching this film. It's a horror movie. And the Niners, like you said, romantic comedy. Might even be like 50 Shades of Grey style. Steamy.
Hey.
That was 60 minutes of lovemaking last night.
A little early in the season for that. That's like doing it at 4 PM or something.
Yeah.
Make it easy over there.
There were velvet sashes. There were candles.
It was wait for the sun to go down, for crying out loud.
That's going to be some kind of film session today. Oof. Dim the lights and let's put that baby on.
Yeah. I mean,
either that or it's like a slapstick comedy where you're just, the laughs keep coming.
Just play the Benny Hill music anytime the Cowboys are out there on the field. Look, I get it, and I don't know necessarily where the 49ers go from here to like, not that you're trying to create angst or doubt or anything. The one thing that's interesting about this group of leaders, they have such leaders on the team that it feels like the 49ers are not prone to what we usually say when a team looks like this. Oh, you got to stop from getting overconfident. You got to not get ahead of yourselves. You got to not start reading your own press clippings too much. Like, go back to UNLV with Grandma Ma. You know what I mean? Or like teams that just were rolling through everything, and it was like, I don't know, you can't stop them. This team has that feel, but are you going to get Fred Warner and George Kittle and Trent Williams to somehow get all caught up in their press clippings? And especially this is where what's happened the last 5 years to the 49ers starts to work to their advantage. This team is obsessed with getting over the top. And so even if they're sitting as the big favorite at the top, you're not going to have a kick your feet up sort of a mentality take over.
No, and he actually spoke to it. If you'd like some bonus Shanahan, I have it for you.
Always.
Because he was asked about, do you have a locker room where maybe you have to worry about, let's keep our heads together and let's stay humble and all that. And I'll just read a portion of this where he says, I think we got a good group of veterans who've been through a lot of stuff, and even guys who are still here from 19. We started 8-0, and I think the guys who've been here who have gone through stuff, and they passed it to the other guys, and it's always our message that nothing can be taken for granted and stuff, and it's just 1 week at a time, and I think everyone preaches that, but I think our life experiences together and stuff, our guys truly know it, and the guys who haven't been a part of that, they constantly hear it from the guys who have. All the stuffs.
And stuff.
Those were all his stuffs.
Those are real.
Real stuffs. I might have embellished one and stuff, but basically what he's saying is exactly what you just mentioned. The guys who were here in 2019, and by the way, that was guys like Warner, Bosa, and Greenlaw.
Yeah, exactly.
I was just looking at the roster to try to compare in my own mind the 2019 squad to this one and why this one's better. It's because Greenlaw and Bosa and Warner are all better now than they were in 2019.
No doubt.
Bosa's become DPOY, and Warner is in the conversation this year, and Greenlaw's a hitting machine. This team is better.
Shanahan said, and I thought this was important too, I thought you could see this in the game, maybe not beforehand, but as a fan after the fact, you could sort of sense this. Listen to what Kyle said about the team during the week.
Yeah, I did. I was real excited about us this week. I knew it was our biggest game as far this year, as far as nationally and just media-wise and the hype. And sometimes you get worried your team might get too up for stuff. But just watching them all Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, they were so locked in all week. They didn't make too big of a deal of this game. They seemed so ready to go. And kind of from a coaching perspective, we didn't feel like we had to do much all week, but just coach them, show the film, put in a game plan, and our guys were ready.
I mentioned earlier today that I thought that there were going to be times that Kyle Shanahan used the Cowboys' aggressiveness against them. And it did happen. Sometimes it was Kyle's doing, like the screen pass to Christian McCaffrey where everybody overcommitted. Sometimes the Cowboys just went out and did it themselves, like when they crunched Christian McCaffrey on a third down incompletion and could have gotten the ball back. So what's that a function of? That's a function, I thought, of Dallas feeling we spent all week, who needs this game more? Dallas felt like the consequences for a poor performance were higher than the 49ers did. And it becomes this self-fulfilling prophecy where it's like, the pressure's on us, and then you go out there and you play like it.
Yeah.
Which is you're overly aggressive.
You play with your hair on fire.
Right. You're too hopped up. The 49ers are kicking through this season with cigars. And they're just like, it's week 5. Yes, they wear a star on their helmet. Great. Whatever, dude. Score a touchdown when you get the ball. That's our job. So they're almost becoming like a really way more entertaining and interesting version of the Patriots of 10 years ago, which is you do your job, I'm going to do my job. They do it with more personality and flair, but they do it, and that's a very, very good thing for the postseason.
And the wounds, and Kyle actually even spoke to how last year's pain against Philadelphia has helped them this year because of the experience and what Brock Purdy went through. Forget the injury part of it, but winning playoff games and becoming QB1 and all the experience.